With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Rise and shine, Pokemon fans. We are gearing up for some dangerous Day 2 action here in dazzling Dortmund, where people will be marching ever closer to their world's invitation to Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm Shea Bird, and I'm joined by 2 times top 16 world competitor, Freya Pierce. Back-to-back regional champion without losing a single round, might I say, Alex Dow, and the 2012 Last Chance Worlds qualifier, Ross Gilbert. And of course, little old me as well. Just here I am, somehow here, I'm here as well. How are we feeling today, Freya? Ready for Day 2?
I am, although when you mentioned that dangerous at the beginning, I'm, getting a little bit of the jitters. What dangerous decks do you think we can expect today?
We might be getting onto that a little bit soon. Let's not jump the gun, though. Alex, how are we feeling?
Yeah, fantastic. We had a great day yesterday, of course, and really looking forward to the action and seeing how these players can really shine in Day 2.
Sounds good to me. And Ross, what are you looking forward to here in our Day 2 action?
I'm looking forward to forgetting that 12 years ago I was really good at this game, and 12 years is a really long time, and I'm looking forward to seeing some players that are still very good at this game and seeing if Clorf can make a comeback. There's one Clorf in Day 2. It's not going great, I'll be honest with you.
We'll keep our fingers crossed, or our claws crossed, I should say, for our solo Clorf player here in Day 2. So this is our 6th stop here, Dortmund, in our EU schedule. And we're getting ever closer to that London EUIC, Freya. How are we feeling about that?
I'm super excited about that, of course, especially given that we know that tying in with that international championships, there's going to be, of course, a new set coming about and a rotation. So much like with last season's EUIC, going to be a huge shake-up to the format. I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, we're going to get that big rotation. Ross, I know you've been scheming, or we've been scheming, I should say, in that format. Anything jumping out to you?
Oh, Ancient Decks post-rotation look like an awful lot of fun. Like, of all the European clock towers on this picture, London has the most impressive, in my humble opinion, of those European clock towers. And it is a little bit ancient itself. I don't know, I'm looking forward to seeing some Ancient Decks when we get to EUIC. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm not looking to the future, I'm looking to the past.
Oh, love that. Absolutely love to see it. But Alex, at the end of our event schedule at the end of the season, we had our World Championships there in Honolulu, Hawaii. But you can't just turn up and play. You have to earn your invitation. And how do players do that?
Yeah, it's just a reminder for everyone at home there. We have the championship point system, of course, where you require 500 points for the European circuit for Masters to qualify for the World Championships. The junior and senior divisions require 350 points. But of course, because of all the changes that we've had this season, we've got numerous ways now. If you are one of the winners of a regional level event, you also get an automatic invite to Honolulu, Hawaii this year.
That is amazing. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But Freya, if you was to win Dortmund, you don't just get an auto invitation. Tell the people what else you get.
You also get a very, very healthy sum of cash prizing. So we see there the breakdown for both the Masters and the Junior and Senior division. But yeah, nowadays, mentioned it yesterday, mentioned again today, used to be that you had to win an internationals to get $10,000 in prizing, but no, now $10,000 on the line if you win a regional championships in the Masters division.
An absolutely outrageous amount of money there just for turning up and playing some Pokemon cards. I absolutely adore this change, though. It really incentivizes the world's best players to really treat this like a circuit and go from event to event. Like Brent Tonderson was in Liverpool, then went back home to Melbourne, got second and first respectively, and just puts a lot of money in the bank while doing so. Things we love to see. But we are back here in Dortmund though, and we do have our day 2 players, little graphic here to have a little gander and see who actually made that jump from day 1 to day 2. And Ross, talk us through some of these names.
Well, we saw Arthur Vincent, who I believe was our 9-0 player going into day 2, actually lost round 1 today, so that's something to keep a little bit of an eye on. But there are some familiar names. Nico Alabas, who we featured on stream yesterday. Robin Schultz, of course, a former world champion, somebody you need to be keeping a little bit of an eye on. Benjamin Pham, who we had on stream there. Tobias Wiesing is a player that a lot of people are going to be familiar with. It's just name after name of good players, and then a few people are going to be a bit less familiar with, and I always like it when we get a player that the community isn't really aware of who comes and gets a big finish at a regional.
Yeah, everyone's got to make their big finish and start from somewhere. I'm sure for a lot of these players, Dortmund might be that event. Well, we've been watching some players as we've gone throughout this event, and let's see how they've been getting on. And Alex, why don't you talk us through this?
Yeah, there's been some fantastic players for us that we've highlighted over the course of the weekend. We've already mentioned Nico Alabas, someone we were able to bring on stream. I think at that point, I think he got to the stage of sort of 6-0, 7-0, making it into day 2, of course. We've already highlighted Kaya on previous tournaments as well, a fantastic player. She was able to, I believe, get some points this weekend as well to go towards her invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. And I mean, we can't go without saying the regional champion Fabrizio as well. Unfortunately, I don't believe is here, but is a player to consistently watch for the rest of the
No, he made day 2.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even mean. I didn't see the name. My bad. I do actually apologise. I didn't realise.
That's okay. And Nico is currently at 8 wins as well, currently still in Dortmund Regional. So we might be seeing them later on. Obviously, Fabrizio taking down Liverpool Regionals only, what, a couple weeks ago. But here's the thing, I'm really excited to start getting a look at our day 2 decks, because I had a little peek at these earlier and there has been some fun stuff. But let's have a look at day 1 first. We can have a little bit of a compare and contrast. So Ross, any standouts here to you from day 1?
I mean, the 108 Heroes playing Miraidon always stands out to me.
Heroes.
But we've got Miraidon there, you know, is doing well, but we've got Roaring Moon as a deck, which, like we said, last few tournaments, been on an absolute tear, but it's still Charizard consistently, tournament after tournament after tournament. That is the most played deck, whether it's Europe, whether it's North America. In terms of pure numbers, Charizard is just always there at the top.
Yeah, and it's been doing fantastically well, all things considered. But Alex, if you had to pick, let's say, a deck from here, from this list that we're looking at here, that could you expect to jump up into day 2, what would you pick?
From my perspective, I would love to have seen Roaring Moon do super well. I think it's time to find a deck which is super consistent, you know, really is turbo through the field. And I think it's a deck with a force to be reckoned with. But just because of the power spike that it has, go on the first turn, on the second turn, I really want to see it do super well. And we know a lot of players are bringing it to the tournaments. I mean, 12% of the field, 165 players in day 1 brought it to this tournament. But you know, we'll see whether it actually does make it into day 2 graphic.
We're going to have a little gander. So I believe our day 2 one is ready. And oh, would you look at that? Alex Dow, the prophet of the meta game.
We can't give Alex too much credit. We saw this graphic backstage.
Ross.
Alex knew that Roaring Moon was going to be #1 on the day 2. And I'm sorry, the people at home need to know that. Your explanation, Alex, of why it jumped up was fantastic. But I'm sorry, I cannot give you credit for that prediction, because no.
I wouldn't say it was a prediction. I just said simply that that's what I wanted to see. And, you know, that it's clear because it's a deck that does so well, it's consistent. it's shot up to be 17% of day 2, and it's fantastic to see.
Wow, I'm just stunned, Ross, that you threw Alex under the bus like that. That is outrageous. One thing I want to draw attention to, Freya. Charizard was by far the most popular deck. Now it's dropped all the way down to 4th. Why do you think that could be?
Honestly, it's really tough to say. You know, nothing has inherently changed about the strength of Charizard as an archetype, but I guess maybe maybe the players who are piloting it this time weren't as experienced with it. Maybe it's just those players opted to move on to other things. The deck does have some issues sometimes setting up. Stage 2 decks do inherently sometimes have that a little bit of inconsistency sometimes. So it's hard to say, but it still is in with a decent shot of making top 8. But yeah, definitely not the performances that we've seen from it previously.
Yeah, no, I'll be surprised to see if it doesn't, convert into top 8. As we do look at the rest of our day 2 decks there, I want to really draw your attention to that 1% Iron Valiant there, Ross, because those 2 players that have navigated Iron Valiant all the way into day 2, they ended day 1 as our 1st and 3rd seed. Why do you think Iron Valiant was able to have such an amazing day 1?
And this one is for me as well. And before we came on, I looked, and the 2 players are currently 9-1 and 8-1-1. So they're not in day 2 just there to kind of join in and have a bit of fun. They are players that are really having a good shout to make it into top 8. They've got fantastic records. And I honestly think it is a situation where there are a few dedicated players who just know the deck that well, who have got the matchup sorted. I think it is a very hard deck to play well. I think there are a lot of choices where to put that Tachyon bits damage from your Iron Valiant, for instance, when to go aggressive with something like Entei, when to take a bit of a step back and focus on spreading damage. I think it is a very difficult deck to play, and I honestly think it's one of those situations where we've got a couple of phenomenal players who are just that good with the deck. So the conversion rate was low. We got literally 2 of them in top 8. But if you look at the decks in top 8 and how well, in day 2 and how well they're doing, it is about the #1 performing deck proportionally, because we've got 2 of them and they're both crushing it.
Yeah, I mean, Freya, I know you've had a bit of experience playing the Iron Valiant Entei deck. How do you think these players' runs must have been going for it to pan out like this? Like, what sort of decks do you think they would be excited to be playing against?
Well, I mean, there's 2 things going on. There is, exactly like Ross mentioned, that it's a deck that you have to know when to go aggressive and when to not. But I think one of the big things is, we talked about the Gardevoir resurgence, right? Iron Valiant, if you can set up your combos well enough turn 1, get that Yoga Loop going and get some early KOs on the Roltzers and the Curliers, you're in very good stead to win that matchup. So if you can set your deck to do that consistently enough, then you're in very good stead. Like, the way you lose against Gardevoir is if you let them set up and you let them get to that point where they can get their big attackers going, and then you lose a trade. But if your deck is fast and consistent enough to be able to pull off that Yoga Loop combo consistently, you are very, very good against these evolving decks.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of Iron Valiant, and quite honestly, it is terrifying when that Yoga Loop comes down and the Tachyon bitch is throwing damage counters around. It can get a little bit out of hand, all things considered. So what I want you guys to do at home now, I want you to get involved at our socials, using the hashtag #PlayPokemon on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Look, all down there. Get involved, come on. And if you post on X, there's every chance you're going to get your post featured here for us to react to, which is always a bit of fun, all things considered. Isn't that right, Ross?
Oh, I legitimately love reading out all of these posts from people. We don't get to do it too often, but when we do, it is always nice and fun. And my usual reminder, if you're following us on Twitch, remember, if you're a TCG fan, and if you're watching this right now, you probably are, remember, it is Pokemon TCG on Twitch. You'll get some awesome Pokemon action at twitch.tv/Pokemon, but if you want the TCG, make sure you add TCG at the end.
And if you want to watch some TCG action, we're going to be getting into our Day 2 Swiss real soon. So as Ross would say, go grab a nice cold beverage and come back here real soon, where we're going to have our Swiss starting real soon.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello and welcome back to Dortmund Regional Championships. We've got Pokemon TCG action today with myself and the lovely Freya Pierce. How you doing, Freya?
Absolutely wonderful. How about yourself, Ross?
I'm very good. We just got comfy on the couch. We're now stood up because it's getting serious.
Yes.
We have had 2 rounds of action already today. I've been having a cheeky look at what's doing well and what's at the top, and there are some surprises. And like God of War, Gardevoir is like legit now. Gardevoir spent tournament after tournament getting into day 2 and then being like, I've done my bit, I'm in day 2, leave me alone.
I mean, was ever not legit? I think that might be a little bit harsh, to be fair. You know, it was always been a good deck. It's just that, yeah, like you mentioned, lately it's been like a day 2 deck, but not a topping deck. But now, you know, with Win on its belt and maybe even another one here in Dortmund.
But see, that's my point. It had an occasional top 8, a very occasional top 4. It wasn't a deck that was consistently top 8ing everywhere. And then it won Knoxville, and right now it is the number 1 and the number 2 seed at this tournament. A change has happened in Gardevoir, and I am loving it. Did any of the casters predict that this might be happening, though? Do we have a caster prediction for Gardevoir?
Maybe. Yes.
Oh, no, we're going to see it. No, we're not. It's still me. Hi, my caster prediction was me. And since I'm here, I nailed my caster prediction.
Pretty good going. But actually, yeah, the answer is no. It seems that, in spite of everything that we've been saying, like, none of us actually predicted Gardevoir to win this tournament. Perhaps a little bit short-sighted on our part, but...
If it helps, there is a Charizard sitting at 26 points right now in very, very good position. There is a Mew V Max sitting at 28 points in very, very good position. So of the caster predictions, those are the decks that are best positioned right now. But let's face it, there is one card of those 8, which was the best prediction any caster made this weekend. And you know it's Radiant Greninja.
Can you really call it the best prediction if it was done, as you admitted yesterday, purely out of spite?
Well, I'm just looking at all of the top seeds right now, and they're pretty much all playing Radiant Greninja, except for that one Mew. So, yes, I think I can.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, do we know how many in the list are playing Spiritomb? Because that was my second prediction on the basis of Mew just won. Maybe people are thinking about taking Spiritomb again. But, I mean, we saw, I think there was a couple of lists yesterday playing it, but like, I'd be very curious to see how prevalent it actually is among the top tables.
Oh, we'd have to take a bit of time to dig into the list there, Freya. I'm afraid we don't have time to do that right this second. But look, we did see it on stream yesterday.
Yes, we did.
We saw that there are some players teching in Spiritomb, of course. It turns off abilities of Pokemon V. One of the problems with Spiritomb is, like, it's best against Mew, but we've seen that Mew has been adapting. Nowadays, it's very trendy in Mew to play exactly 2 copies of Fusion Strike Energy and an Alessa Sparkle, so that you can use Alessa Sparkle to put 1 Fusion Strike Energy on each of 2... Genesect, that's what I'm looking for. I've just got Greninja on the brain, they're too similar. And then, of course, those 2 Genesect aren't turned off by Spiritomb. The rest of them are, but those 2 aren't. And if I'm a player and I've got a really tight 60-card list, if the deck that my tech is best against is teching against my tech, that is going to make me think, is it worth the inclusion? It's not going to necessarily make me take it out the deck, but it is going to make me question the inclusion.
Yeah, and it's funny as well, right? Because, like, with a tech like... because Spiritomb, it isn't just useful against Mew. Of course, there are other things that it is useful against. But yeah, with this adaptation of the Mew, I mean, we've seen so many builds of it. We've seen like the Fusion Strike focus build, we've seen the double turbo focus build, and now, as you mentioned, there's this build that's almost like kind of halfway house between the 2. You're still mainly focusing on attacking with the double turbo energy, but you have just that couple of fusion energies just to re-enable your Fusion Strike systems. And a lot of the time, we've seen in games with that Mew's played, if you can get that Elixir Sparkle off and just get those 2 Genesects going, that's kind of all you need to go around Spiritomb.
No, unfortunately it is, and that's the thing. Spiritomb, you're right, it does help against other matchups. It can be very good against Charizard in the early game, turning off that Rotom. Of course, it's a really good tech against the Snorlax block deck, which also is very reliant on that Rotom. But it's all that question of, what am I thinking I'm going to be playing against? Because Snorlax is a weird one, right? Snorlax is always there. But since we had that one big finish with Wukash taking down a regional with it, it's not really done all that much. It's there, a couple sneak into day 2. Since that big finish, Snorlax, it's not performing like a regional winning deck. It is performing like there'll be a few in day 2. It's a tiny bit above Clorf.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you know, when we, of course, we saw it win back in Gdansk, it was like a little bit more under the radar, right? I think people were less prepared for it. But now people could put Spiritomb in, perhaps know how to play the matchup better, just in general, so they're not throwing away their resources as much. And that can be put a dampener on the level of success that control archetypes like Snorlax can have.
Absolutely. And yes, I do know that Snorlax is a better, more consistent, better performing deck than Clorf, but you know by now I'm always going to overrate how good Clorf is. And look, Clorf is another deck. It's in day 2 like every tournament right now. I can't talk about it too much because it's not making top 8 at this tournament. I think I might have to tone down the Clorf a little bit just for this tournament, bring it back in the next one. But Snorlax is another one of those. It's there. It's in day 2. But, you know, if I'm looking at the top tables here, there's no Snorlax currently that's in position to be making it into that top 8 position. It's not there. Yeah. Now, it does look like we've got some notable matchups here that we can see for Swiss round 12. Anything stand out?
I mean, there's a few there. I mean, we talked a little bit about Sami Sakum yesterday, of course. His brother Faris, a very formidable player in and of himself, up there against Arthur Vincent. Faris doing very, very well right now.
Yeah, and that match did actually end in a tie. We can say so. Both of those players in very good position. Arthur's on 28 points. Faris is on 26. So we also saw a tie between Gabriel Smart and James Cox, leaving them on 29 and 28 points respectively. So right now, in terms of players that are really well positioned, we got Gabriel Smart, James Cox, Arthur Vincent, Stein Nielsen, and Arnie Kajala. They're your players on 28 or 29 points. Everyone else is 26 or below. So they are the players at this precise moment who are best positioned to make that run into top 8. We got 3 more rounds of Swiss to go before we get there. There's a bit of a long journey, but they are the players who are best positioned right now to make that jump.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I mean, okay, if we're looking a little bit forward into the future, like let's focus on less on players and more on decks. Do you think Gardevoir is going to go all the way? Do you think he's going to do it again, but the back-to-back?
I think Gardevoir is better positioned than it's been for a long time. We had a chat with her already on the stream yesterday after I think it was round 1 on the stream, and Raul put it really nicely about how the top players are reacting to Gardevoir. I think it was Nico told us that Gardevoir has always been the best deck. We've seen good players pushing this deck forward, and frankly, it's working very, very nicely. We saw it win in Knoxville. It is a top 2 seed here.
Yeah, so, and I think another deck that's very important to talk about, of course, we've got Gardevoir, but also Iron Valiant. So we talked about on the couch about how, you know, there's only 2 in day 2, but those 2 are doing very, very well, and how maybe this is the chance for Iron Valiant to shine through. It did get a top 8, of course, just recently.
It did in Knoxville.
Finally broke through. After a little bit of a lull, considering it got second at the Latin American Championships, it's kind of surprising that it's taken a while to have another result that big, but yeah, I think it's really, really cool to see it have a shot at, taking the win again.
I don't see that deck winning. I'm not saying it can't. I'm not saying it won't. I'm saying it's having a very good run. I still don't see Iron Valiant as a deck which is going to take down a regional. I see it as a deck where in the hands of the right players, it can have a very good run. But, you know, and it's obviously got a chance. Okay. But let's face it, it's Gardevoir, it's Charizard, it's Lost Zone Box. But look, our number 1 seed yesterday, Arthur Vincent, sitting at 9-1-1, 28 points. It looks like we're going to have one in top 8. The question is, where do we go? Interesting to note, Arthur started 9-0 yesterday, but has started 0-1-1 today.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate thing, right? We talked before about how decks like Iron Valiant, it can be sort of feast or famine, right? It is very much, you hit the right matchups, you do well on the day, you're going to do very, very well, but we can go the other way around. And there we see Arthur Vincent on the table with a pretty decent set of accomplishments for this season already.
Speaking of Arthur Vincent, we didn't know what the matchup was. We are getting information at the same time as you. Arthur Vincent with that Iron Valiant EX is going to be playing against Arnie with that Mew V Max. So 2 of our top players, 2 players who are in great position to make top 8. And I mean, look, we get to see an Iron Valiant on stream. That is always fun. And we see Arnie there with a couple of nice accomplishments, including a top 64 at your Latin American International. So yeah, we've got a good matchup here. I mean, Mew's got high HP. Can Iron Valiant keep up?
This is one of the trickier matchups for Iron Valiant, and it's going to come down to, we haven't had a chance to look at the list yet. If Arthur's playing Spiritomb, that makes a huge difference, because if you can slow down the Mew player enough, you can eventually get to a point where you're trading up in you're doing the prize racing pretty well. But without Spiritomb, it is honestly one of your toughest matchups.
I got good news.
Yeah?
It's playing Spiritomb. I've got the deck list right here, and I can see there is a copy of Spiritomb in the list. So, yeah, it's a copy of Moltres as well, which is not a card we see in a lot of decks running around. And they've got the headsets on. We can give away the deck information. There is a Spiritomb, so that's going to help Freya.
Yeah, that absolutely is, and that's going to be absolutely key. That really, Spiritomb gives you a fighting chance, because if Mew can just draw the cards at once, chances are it will just outrace you. You're up against the deck that's, generally speaking, a lot more consistent. You have all the Fusion Strike systems to draw all the cards in the world, but suddenly if that's cut off, you have that time to catch up to the damage that the Mew can do.
Yeah, one of the sad things in this matchup, if you're the Iron Valiant player, there isn't really a good Yoga Loop target.
No, there isn't. And of course, Yoga Loop is a big part of the strategy that makes Iron Valiant so effective. Taking extra turns is pretty good, right? And but all of the Mew's attackers Archers and support Pokemon all have very high hit points, so not really a great Yoga Loop target option.
You have to really work for the Yoga Loop. You know, against decks like Charizard, you might have a 60 HP Charmander. We saw a 2-2 split in some of the decks yesterday. So 2 Tachyon bits, then you can Yoga Loop, and it's actually not that difficult to get that going, turn 1 going second. It is absolutely possible to have turns 2 and 3 of the game. There is nothing low enough HP for you to really Yoga Loop in Mew. Ooh, 2 Mew in the front. Now, there are 4 in the deck, but that is still not ideal. And Radiant Charizard on the other side.
Oh, yeah, that's some more than awkward prizes for both players here, but workable, but still not really what you want to see. But here we are off here in round 12. Who's going to be going first? Looks like it will be Arnie.
Yeah, Arnie's going first. We've got a Genesect in the active. Might want to go just full 4 Genesect 2 Mew here. Well, as soon as you find out that, in fact, it's not happening. And we've actually got a Feather Ball being played here. So I feel very confident this is going to be for a Mew, because it's got to be a Mew or a Mew V Max. They're the only valid targets for Feather Ball.
Yeah, that's Feather Ball. It's funny because it's a very powerful search card, but it is pretty much like Mew is the only thing that's made use of it so far. There aren't that many Pokemon that have a retreat cost of 0, but you know, in the decks that you can make use of it, a very good card.
No, it really is a very good card, and it's generally played as a 1-of. It's actually a 2-of in this deck, so I don't often see 2 there. That is going to help with that consistency, so we get a Mew straight away, and this is where Arnie gets the bad news, and unfortunately, there are a couple Mew prized.
Yeah, and that's really not ideal. I mean, better than free prize, I guess. At least you have your 1 to work with, but you really want to be getting down. We talked yesterday about how important it was to get 3 Mews down so that you can evolve 2 into Mew VMAX, but then still have the option to Psychic Leap by copying the 3rd Mew V on the bench.
Indeed, and I'm not seeing a Suin Heavy Ball in this list, incidentally.
Oh, dear, okay.
That might be why there's a 2nd Feather Ball in the list, but yeah.
Although, however, interesting to note, unlike the build we saw yesterday, this is more of a Fusion Strike energy-focused build. We see the Ice Cube in here. We do see the Meloetta.
So there are some early aggression, and there is also a Battle VIP pass to go along with the Feather Ball, and now we got a nice 2-2 split, 2 Genesect, 2 Mew.
Yeah, and so with that in mind, maybe you could consider not going for the 4 Genesect 2 Mew. Maybe you go for the more 1 single prize, 3 Genesect and 2 Mew instead, and there's the 3rd Genesect down. Forest Steel Stone for good measure. Gonna, as we talked about yesterday, it can be really good to like have it but then not use it so that it's ready for later. But if he does need to set up this turn, he will.
Absolutely. We see a choice bout going down onto the Mew. Could be relevant, of course, with Entei V and Metacham V. So it is a modifier. It doesn't work in every matchup. It will work in this. Not against Iron Valiant, but against some of the others. So we've got more Fusion Strike system coming in here, drawing 1 extra card. I mean, there's not really a huge amount you need here if you're Arnie, but this is more of a Fusion Striker build. We've got 4 Fusion Energy. We've got a Lesser Sparkle as a 2-of. We've got their single prize attackers. Maybe we want to be trying to get some energy down turn 1. Obviously, we're not playing a supporter turn 1, but maybe a single prizer, maybe some energy. There's more setup Arnie could do here.
Yeah, and there's a tough decision here with the Path to the Peak. You know that you need to play Path to the Peak if you want to disrupt Arthur from being able to do Tachyon Bits over and over again. But if you don't have the means to sort of get rid of your own Path to the Peak afterwards, it can be a bit of a risky decision. So we see Arnie going for the Ultra Ball first, and I think after that it's going to be like a heavy debate as to whether you go for it, because it kind of forces you into using your Star Alchemy next turn if you do that.
It does, but it's a weird kind of build. Arnie's list is not like a lot of the Mew we've seen on stream this weekend. There's only 1 Path to the Peak. There's then 2 Lost City and 3 Lost Vacuum. So there are actually 5 outs to replacing your own Path to the Peak if you need to next turn. So that could be interesting. And we do see a Meloetta coming down here.
Okay.
So that single prize attacker could be coming in.
I mean, obviously, it won't be coming in straight away, given that Arnie is going first, but this is actually another important note. So I imagine, given that, you know, Arthur is going second, that he won the coin flip and chose to go second. Going second with playing Iron Valiant is usually way more valuable because you can, you know, get your supporters going, you can research turn 1, and you can draw through a lot of your deck, and you're way more likely to be able to find your turn 1 combo if you go second. And if Arthur can do that, there's a turn 1 KO on the table, and if you take a turn 1 KO against me, you're in very good stead to be doing very good things.
Absolutely, and let's not forget Meloetta's got 90 HP. It's hard to get it off in 1 turn with Yoga Loop. You need 4 Tachyon Bits, but it is doable. It can be done. It's certainly a better option than we see in most Mew decks. When we were talking earlier, we hadn't seen the list, and this one actually does have that Meloetta. That is a target, and we do actually see, like I said, we got the single prizer down with an energy on. It's not being used this this turn, but it's being set up to be used more easily next turn.
It is. Now, Arthur actually has a pretty fantastic hand here, so has a Nest Ball ready to go, so can use that to grab themselves an Entei V, and then he has a Forest Steel Stone ready in hand as well, because so you can just attach that to grab anything from the deck. And I believe what he has a Magma Base in hand already, so it has the path to the peak counter all ready to go.
That could be good. We could be seeing a nice turn here. Of course, Magma Base in that stadium that accelerates fire energy. Really good for getting your Entei V rolling, who is just a two energy attacker. And it does 20 plus 20 for each of your bench Pokemon and each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And Arnie, because of the whole Fusion Strike system thing, has a full bench. So, and Genesect is weak as well. I mean, if you can use that Magma Basin, seems like a pretty easy turn 1 KO to me.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and that's one of the benefits that you have when you're playing Iron Valiant Entei against Mew, is just they're forced to bench as many Pokemon as they can, and like you mentioned, you can just very easily KO a Genesect because you are hitting for weakness. So really what it just comes down to is, can Arthur piece together Magma Basin plus fire in the discard plus energy from hand? That's really all he needs. Like, he doesn't really need to focus as much on getting the Iron Valiants down, because it's not really going to be the focus here. Although, Escape Rope. Okay. So this is interesting.
I kind of don't mind this, because if you're Arnie, they're all bad decisions. You don't want to give up one of your 2 Mew. You don't want to give up a Genesect, and you don't want to give up your single prize attacker that's already got an energy on. Yeah, no. And we saw the decision there. That all of those decisions were rubbish. Yeah.
Especially if you put the Meloetta up as well, that opens up for Arthur to, we mentioned, is playing that, of course, single prize Moltres. So if you can get a fire in the discard and just accelerate to the Moltres and Magma Basin, that's suddenly doing 90 damage, and that can KO the Meloetta with a single prizer.
Yeah, for a single energy, it does 90 damage to anything that's already got damage counters on.
No, it does 20 and then 70 more if it itself is damaged.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
And then it does 90 and gets that KO on the Meloetta quite easily. The other thing is, if I'm Arthur, I want to try and drop a bit of damage on that Meloetta this turn. Even like 1 Tachyon Bits, because I know at some point Arnie's going to want to attack with it. And I don't want to use something like an Entei to take out the Meloetta. I want to either take out the Meloetta with Tachyon Bits, or I want to Yoga Loop it to get an extra turn. I don't want to have to just attack and KO that single prizer. I want to get rid of it in a cheeky way, which allows me to keep putting pressure on those 2 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Arthur did find a Battle VIP pass off that Professor's Research, finding another Entei and a Squawk ability, of course. Very important to get your Turbo going turn 1 with that Squawk and Seize ability, allowing you on the first turn of the game at any point to use it. You can discard your hand and draw 6 cards. And and there's a Spiritomb as well.
But this is awkward, because now you've got 4 of your 5 bench spots taken up. If you go Squawk ability, that gives you 1 Iron Valiant.
But that's okay in this matchup. That's the thing. This is not a matchup where you're going to be focusing on doing a lot of Tachyon Bits. And no, that does not work. You have a Spiritomb down. You cannot fleet-footed under a Spiritomb, my friend. I'm really sorry.
Did we see the draw coming down there?
There's a counter on the Entei.
Yeah, because Spiritomb is a double-sided thing. It reads basic Pokemon in play, yours and your opponents have no abilities.
Yeah. It's funny, because that's something I was literally just about to mention, that the problem with the Spiritomb is that you can't use your own fleet-footed, and that's exactly what Arthur's done.
Can we confirm there was definitely a card drawn from fleet-footed?
Yes, you drew a card, you put a marker on the Entei. So yes.
Okay, so we have seen the Iron Valiant come into the active here and can drop some damage counters. Of course, it's not a Pokemon V, so it can drop damage counters. It's not turned off by Spiritomb.
Yeah, I think there's a debate there, but yeah, no, you can't fleet-footed when there's a Spiritomb in play. Yeah.
So, okay, so it does seem like there is a bit of a discussion going on here. And Freya, I'm trusting you on this one, but you're telling me that the Entei was used to draw a card after the Spiritomb, and of course, and that's the awkward thing, right? Because you play Spiritomb as a counter for Genesect. And we've all done this, right?
Yes.
You don't bench Spiritomb thinking, I'm turning off Pokemon V. You bench Spiritomb being like, in your face, Genesect. That's what you're thinking. Sorry.
No, absolutely. I'm agreeing. And then, but then you realize, oh, wait, this stops my own Pokemon V as well. And that's, and it does hurt. You think, oh, it's only 1 card per turn, but that extra little bit of consistency from fleet-footed makes a huge difference in how you can set up. So, you know, it is a sacrifice that's worth making, but it's just something you have to bear in mind.
It is, and that's the thing. You're so focused on, gutted Genesect that you forget that actually you've got a Pokemon V and that Pokemon V's got an ability, and you're playing on stream. Playing on stream is stressful. We've seen this time and again. You're on the stage. The table is weirdly big compared to what you've been playing on all weekend. You got the headphones with the white noise. It is easy to make these mistakes, and it's one of those things you do it automatically. I've got an Entei in the active. Of course I'm going to draw a card. How many games have you actually played Spiritomb this weekend?
Yeah, well, maybe that's the other question, right? Because, of course, it's not something you use in every single matchup. It is a very useful card, but, you know, you're not going to be facing me all day. You're not going to be facing Snorlax all day, so maybe a lot of times you just don't even think about it, but now you think, oh, great, and now I get to use my tech, but then you forget about how it impacts you as well, and then you end up in a situation like this.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but look, I mean, if you've played enough games of Pokemon, you've done silly things. I had a game, I think it was actually a game against you many years ago, get the sepia filter on, where we got like halfway through the turn, and I was like, did I draw a card for turn? And we're like round 4 or 5 of a regional, and I'm like, I legitimately can't remember if I drew for turn. Because it was a regional and I was doing well. It was many years ago in Manchester.
Oh, Manchester.
And there was an actual discussion between us. Did I draw a card for turn? Legitimately couldn't remember. You couldn't remember if I drew a card for turn. We have all had these little moments in Pokemon tournaments. It happens.
I legit forgot about that one. I mean, we've played a few times, I think, in the past. But
we played a bunch, yeah. We both used to go to many, many tournaments all around the UK. Yeah. But going back to the matchup then, let's say the Iron Valiant isn't doing much. I still want to see a few Tachyon bits onto the Meloetta.
Yeah, that would be a nice setup. And like we were talking about earlier, so you don't need a lot of Tachyon bits when you're playing against Mew, but you still want a couple because, yeah, especially if it is this build, right? You can just put a couple in the Meloetta, put on a couple more. Suddenly, maybe you can actually do that Yoga Loop that we just mentioned is quite hard to do in this matchup.
But we did see one Tachyon bits, and it didn't go onto the Meloetta. It went onto one of the Mew. The theory, of course, here being Entei is a very good attacker, but it really kind of tops out at 220.
Yes.
2 full benches, 220. So against a Mew, brilliant. Against a Genesect, humming with weakness as well, hilarious. Against a Mew V Max, that is a lot more awkward because all of a sudden Mew V Max, they've got a lot more hit points. Yeah. So you're going to need to drop some of those Tachyon bits. You don't necessarily want to KO many Mew V Max. You want to go after the single prizes, using your gusting, etc. But sometimes you do need to go through a Mew V Max.
Yeah, and especially what you can do is, of course, you play Radiant Charizard in this deck, so with that option in play, you build up the Tachyon bits onto a Mew V Max, and then the 250 damage from the Radiant Charizard can actually get you there for the KO. It's a little bit better number to work with in terms of the build-up.
Yeah, 3 Tachyon bits puts Mew onto 60 damage, and then that 250 from Charizard puts you up to 310, which is that magic number to go and KO that Mew V Max. So we're going to be looking at that as we go through, but of course, if I'm the Mew player here, I'm just kind of like, yeah, maybe I bring my undamaged Mew and VMAX into the active and I work around that. So it's kind of awkward because you know your opponent's going to react to that. If there's one damaged Mew that is in Charizard range, that's probably not going to be the one the Mew player is going to bring active unless they really have to.
Absolutely. By the way, we've just gotten a word here that's about what's happening in the game. So yes, we can confirm Entei V was used on the Spiritomb. The card was shuffled back into the deck, and because of that, Arthur's now has a double prize penalty. So you can see there the 2 red marked Pokeballs on Arnie's side. That means that Arnie will need to take 2 less prizes to win the game.
I actually can't see those 2 red-marked Pokeballs, I'll be honest with you. My color blindness is getting me. But it means that Arnie only has to take 4 prizes to win the game, and that is a big difference. Like we open this, and you explained to us very nicely, Freya, how this is a matchup which is difficult for Iron Valiant to navigate. Having to navigate it, taking an extra 2 prizes, that's not ideal, frankly.
No, it's not, especially because, like I also mentioned before, you know, if you can take the first 2 prize knockout, that is actually one of the ways you can put yourself in an advantage in this matchup. But now, suddenly, even if you do that, you're still behind on that tempo prize race. So yeah, it's very, very tough.
Yeah, unfortunately, but we are back on Arthur now. We've got an energy onto the Entei. Looks like we've got an energy coming on from the Magma Basin as well here. That's going to take a couple of damage counters. Of course, that's where the interaction with Moltres comes in. The self-damage from that is wonderful. Works it beautifully. And now we've got Entei in the active with 2 energy. It's going to be hitting 440 damage against his Genesect.
I think that's definitely enough for KO.
I think that might be enough. So Genesect goes away. Arthur goes up by 2 prizes, but that prize penalty is looming large.
It is. Now, if I'm Arnie here, I'm thinking, okay, I was going to say I'm thinking, let's grab that Elisa Sparkle from the Forest Seal Stone, but no, it was already in the hand.
And that is awkward when you're only playing 2 of them. They can be hard to draw into, but we know how much draw these Mew decks have, and this is what we've been talking about. You put the Fusion Strike energy onto the Genesect, and Fusion Strike energy says that the fusion Pokemon it's attached to cannot be affected by your opponent's abilities, and that will include Spiritomb. So Spiritomb, ironically, is now turning off the Fleet-Footed on Entei, but it's not turning off Rapid Strike system.
Yeah, and of course, it is a benefit, right, still, that you do force your opponent to commit fusion energies to the Genesects and not the Mews, but the Mew deck has the double turbo energies. They can still attack and take KOs very easily, especially when they now have the options to draw so many cards with the Genesects that are now re-enabled.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's still 1 fusion energy in the deck. There's another Lesser Sparkle. So we can attach one to a Meloetta and do a very big attack later in the game. That Meloetta is something I've got my eye on. I know Arthur's board doesn't really allow for multiple Tachyon bits in this matchup to really go after the Meloetta, but I think we're going to see a big 2-prize KO from Meloetta at some point, and that's starting to worry me a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do see another Genesect going down. Now, I don't know if there's another Fusion Strike energy in hand. Of course, if there was, you could attach that, and then that Genesect would also be enabled. But then you're also committing to not attacking with the Mew, because, of course, you need 2 energy on it to attack. So I imagine Arnie will just leave that Genesect as is for now, but really wants to find that double turbo energy to take a knockout on this Entei V.
Yeah, you do need that double turbo energy or you're not going to be attacking. You will need a modifier, but of course there is already a choice belt attached. And like we said, there's Pokemon V like Entei that will be affected by that choice belt. So just a double turbo and you're good. And we can guarantee it with Forest Seal Stone if we need to.
Yeah, and I think that might be necessary because
there we go.
Yeah, Arnie did not in fact draw it off of that second Fusion Strike system, so grabs the double turbo energy straight away. But probably going to see that attached to the active, and then see an announcement of cross Fusion Strike, copying Technoblast, and then Arnie's just 1 2-prize knockout away from winning. I
kind of love how there was already a Forest Seal Stone down, but Arnie attached the second and then used that second one. That was quite nice. But we do have the double turbo energy onto the Mew with the choice belt. He's going to get the easy KO on the Entei because of that self-damage. So that leaves Arnie just 2 prizes away. And look, if you attach a Fusion Strike energy to Meloetta next turn or using a Lesser Sparkle, it's going to be hitting 280. That's going to be the game.
Yeah, really rough position for Arthur. It would have been like bad enough even if Arthur hadn't had a 2-prize penalty, but with it, it's looking very, very, very tough right now for Arthur to come back here. So I imagine he's going to give it his best shot. I mean, there's still one benefit about playing something like Iron Valiant. You both win and lose games very quickly. This is one of those decks that does not tend to tie very often, and that can be a valuable asset in a tournament. We talk about how one of Gardevoir struggles is that it struggles to finish games in time. Entei Valiant is the complete opposite.
And Arthur did go 9-0 yesterday. No ties, 9 wins, all good. I got to say, though, if Arthur carries on and loses this game, to go from 9-0 to 9-2-1, starting with 2 losses and a tie in day 2, out of the first 3 rounds, that is something players don't want to be in. You're on such a high, you've got such a boost after finishing 9-0, and there are not that many tournaments we even see anyone go 9-0. Needs to start sacking some wins.
Yeah, so finds the Radiant Charizard there. Of course, we did see it come out of the prizes.
But there's no damage on the Mew.
No, there's not, and this is the problem, right? We were talking earlier about how the way you attack with Radiant Charizard in this matchup is you build up the damage on the Mew with Tachyon Bits, and then you come in and finish off with the Radiant Charizard. But there's 2 problems here. There's that, and there's also the fact that because Arnie's only taken 2 prizes, this Radiant Charizard needs free energy to attack.
Yeah, of course you can use Magma Basin if you can find one to replace Lost City. It is a deck which can attack with Radiant Charizard more quickly than a lot of decks because of that Magma Basin. But of course, you can Magma Basin. Where's the third energy coming from?
Well, I mean, the way you can do it is you can attach like a double turbo and Magma Basin. That's the way to do it. But then you're doing 230, so you're even further away from being able to attack. But
you need your Tachyon. You need another Tachyon Bits. Yeah. We already need 3 Tachyon Bits. Now we need 4 with 1 Iron Valiant in play.
Oh, I mean, there's 2.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, but it's still.
We still need 4 with 2 Iron Valiant in play. That still doesn't add up.
It's still not great. No question about that. If you can, okay, here's the move. If you can fire off 2 Tachyon Bits this turn, and then attack a Radiant Charizard, fire off 2 more next turn, and then take the last prize off of the Genesect. That's your game plan. That's your prize map.
Yeah, and of course there is an Entei in play, which will take that prize on the Genesect very easily, or even Mew if it doesn't get VMAX, which it probably will, but it's not at the moment.
Yeah.
But we need a Magma Basin first, and I'm assuming that's what we're getting off of the Forest Seal Stone. That does look like what Arthur's going for. That is a big piece of the puzzle, which we just don't have right now.
Yeah, Arthur did not need to use the Forest Seal Stone in the early setup turn, so did have that one in reserve on the Entei V and was able to fire off that Star Alchemy now and just grab the Magma Basin, so we'll be able to attach and attack with the Charizard. And I do see enough switching cards to do more Tachyon bits, but slight problem, I think they're escape ropes. That's not what you want to be doing right now, really.
Escape rope this turn is fine if you've got Gusting next turn.
Yes, or another rope, I guess. But
then Mew's just going to KO and win the game next turn with any kind of Gusting, so...
yeah, and that's the problem.
It gets incredibly awkward. I honestly, I don't mind it, but you've got to make sure that you're getting a KO this turn and next turn. You don't have to get the Mew VMAX, but you need a KO this turn and next turn. And honestly, Arnie needs... Well, if the Mew is still there, Gusting. If the Mew isn't still there, Fusion Energy and Gusting.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a good look at Arnie's hand right now to see like what he can like play out, because there's still it's only 2 Genesects are active right now, so I don't think I see the pieces for the win right now in Arnie's hand.
Now, one of them is being turned off by that Spiritomb. So Spiritomb is putting in a little bit of work. Here comes a Charizard, and I believe there was only 1 Tachyon Bits that we saw come down onto the Mew here.
That's not ideal, really. Wait, why is that 2 on... Oh, there was 2 on the Mew.
Yeah, for the only other Tachyon Bits we've seen this game.
Yeah.
So this puts Mew up to 250 with the 230, 250 minus 20 for the double turbo, plus the Tachyon Bits. Should be 250, and it is. That's 3 Tachyon Bits away from being KO'd.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I guess you can pull it off if your Radiant Charizard gets KO'd, and then you can venture the 3rd Iron Valiant, but...
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, but it's really not where you want it to be, so it looks like it's going to be... oh, wait, it's... right, yeah, now it's 250. Yeah, they just put the wrong amount of damage on. Oh, no.
It's on 270 at the moment. It should be 250.
Yeah.
250 was correct. It's 230, and then you've got the minus from the double turbo, the plus from the Tachyon Bits. They cancel each other out. Yeah. It is exactly 250. That is correct.
It is. So Arnie doesn't have the win yet. He's not slammed anything down, so it's going to be a matter of playing cards out of the hand and then trying to find some kind of gusting card to bring up a 2-prizer to win. So can Arnie do it? I guess he also, to be fair, he also needs a switching out, because you used the Cross Fusion Strike last turn with coming Technoblast, so you need to kind of reset that as well.
Or a Fusion Energy onto Meloetta to allow that to attack instead, and then just free retreat the Mew. Yeah, you're right.
Work,
we need more than just Gusting. It's Gusting plus a Switch or a Fusion Energy.
Yeah, actually, no, you don't even need a Fusion Energy. Well, okay, you need it to power up the attack, but you don't need it for the extra damage. You just can just bring up the Squawkabilly. That will...
oh, absolutely, but you need it to attack with the Meloetta.
Yeah, but it also means a double turbo would work. You just attach that to the Meloetta. It's Psychic Colors for the attack cost.
Yeah, and then it would do 190, so that would work. That would get the Squawkabilly quite nicely.
So some Lost Vacuums being played to thin out the hand, it looks like. Getting rid of a Judge and then a Roxanne. Yes?
Yeah.
And it's interesting because we see there's a Battle VIP pass in hand, and you might think, oh, why isn't Arnie getting rid of that? Of course, very importantly, it's because you want a item discard fodder in case you draw a Cramomatic, so you have another out for yourself.
There is the switching out, so we've got that quite nicely.
Yeah, obviously Arthur's going to bring up the Spiritomb here. It's the only thing you can bring up if you want to not lose.
Yeah, and of course you've now got a Mew in the active with free retreat, so that's nice and easy. And now we start drawing with the... Well, with one of your 2 Genesect. You get 5 first of all, because you've got 6 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. We have got an Energy if you want to attach with the Meloetta. We don't have a Boss's Orders.
But there's that Cramomatic. We just talked about it. So a heads here will win the game for Arnie.
It's a heads!
That will do it.
You go and get the Boss's Orders, and then you can just go and attack with the Meloetta into the... I'm assuming Squawkabilly. Yes, it's got to be Squawkabilly there. That's how you win the game. And then you can attack with Mew, or you can attack with Meloetta. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be the Mew here, because that's all ready to go. Mew KO Squawkabilly, and with that 2 prize card penalty, that gives Arnie all the prizes needed to wrap up game 1.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. And again, another fearsome display of the power of Mew VMAX. A little bit unfortunate there for Arthur, of course. I really think that were it not for that prize penalty, he would have had a pretty decent shot at that game, because he was able to get that first turn knockout, but with the prize penalty, there was just no way.
No, it was never going to work, not with your opponent only having to take 4 prizes. When you start with something that is a rough matchup to begin with, and then your opponent has to take 2 fewer prizes to actually go and win, that is, it's too much of an uphill battle. And, you know, Arthur played that game very, very nicely. We saw the maneuvering. We didn't see enough tachyon bits for some plays, but like you said, there were other Pokemon we needed on the bench instead, and it was just, maybe with another turn, Arthur could have maneuvered into a winning position. Didn't have that extra turn.
No, just didn't have that extra turn. So Arthur's probably going to be going second again here. The game plan is the same. You just want to set up your Iron Valiant and your Entei's. You want to get that turn 1 knockout. So it's going to be up to Arnie going first to see if maybe he can put down that pass at the peak. Maybe this time Arthur doesn't have the counter, and that way, you know, you can't set up and can't get that turn 1 KO. But that's going to be what Arthur needs to aim for.
Or even just, you know, leave something like a Meloetta or an Ice Cube in the active, and then don't play any other single prize Pokemon all game. Because if you've only got 1 single prizer on the board, KOing it does nothing.
Yes. Well, okay. I guess that's not strictly speaking true, because you can go 1 prize, KO a Mew, KO a Genesect. That's still a prize map that works.
I suppose you can, but as we saw in the previous game, KOing that Mew V Max, it proved difficult.
It's a tall order for sure.
You really need to have 2 or 3 Iron Valiant really going in that matchup to go after your Mew V Max. If that's going to be a prize map, you need to be using 2 or 3 tachyon bits per turn. And we saw 1 each on 2 separate turns.
Yeah.
It was not a big tachyon bit, sorry.
No. It's all good. It's to add to your point, it's the one instance where the Iron Valiants actually matter, because otherwise, let's face it, you don't really need Iron Valiants that much. You have a Fire-type attacker that can KO Genesect in 1 hit, that can KO a Mew V in 1 hit. But when you get to the Mew V Max, that's when the Iron Valiant really matters, and the tachyon bits really need to add up.
But it's something interesting we saw in the previous game. No, nothing huge in the prizes there. Nothing that's going to make anyone too terrified.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Ice Cube actually could be a pretty decent attacker in this matchup. You could block slide it on the actives to KO Entei by hitting for weakness.
You can, but it was not something Arnie even looked for in the previous game.
No.
So I don't think it's necessarily part of his game plan. But it's something which is awkward for Arthur here. Because, yeah, there's a Spiritomb V in the active, which is turning off Spiritomb, and you cannot, unless a Sparkle, Fusion Energy, turn 1, so those Genesect will not be going turn 1.
That is just about as good a starter as Arthur could have asked for. Absolutely phenomenal stuff here, and now Arnie's going to be feeling really, really bad about himself right now.
But it does mean you can put down the path to the peak and be like, look, if I can't have my abilities, you can't have yours.
Yeah, we did, of course, just mention it as well, right? We said, you know, if Arnie can find the path to the peak early, maybe Arthur doesn't have a counter. That could be a way of stopping that turn 1 KO, but it's a little bit harder to kind of make that meaningful when you can't set up yourself because you can't draw any cards.
Is Arnie going to bench another basic here? Because if not, we could be going to Donktown.
It's a tough one, right? I think you kind of have to in the end, because you still want to get a Genesect down.
Oh, you've got a Genesect in hand. You have to.
Yeah. But he's really umming and ahhing about this.
I mean, the good news is, if you don't have a bench, then you're not actually losing the Mew, because the Entei's nowhere near. The Entei does like 120.
Yeah, so he's going to decide to bench it, but maybe he's thinking, look, if you have it, you have it, and I'd rather just like concede that and go on to the 3rd game quickly. But in the end decides, you know what, no, I do want to bench this. Now, of course, that Fusion Strike Energy is there in hand, and the problem being, you've just played down a path to the peak, so therefore it means that, you know, you can't draw even with that Fusion Strike Energy on the Genesect V.
You can, but you also can't get your hand down low enough to draw when you've only got 2 fusion Pokemon. Anyway, this is awkward. Now, of course, Entei is miles away from KO in the Mew. There was a possibility of using multiple tachyon bits and then getting the KO with Entei, but that's going to be awkward.
Okay, so let's see here. There is, okay, hand not quite as, you know, broken as it was last time, but there is a Nest Ball, so you can use that to grab an Entei. There's a Forest Seal Stone, so you can use that to grab Professor's Research and to try and dig into your deck for your out. So definitely still workable here for Arthur. And it's also 2 Fire Energy in hand, so you can attach one, research away the other. That sets up your Magma Basin nicely as well. It's very workable for Arthur right now.
It is. Now let's assume Arthur gets a full bench. That's going to leave 6 bench Pokemon in total, which means that you're going to be doing 140 with Entei V. That means that you need 2 Tachyon bits to go and KO the Mew. Would have been free without the bench Genesect.
However, you can't actually do that because the Fusion Strike Energy is on the Mew, and as we just mentioned, that prevents the effects of abilities.
Exactly, that was going to be where I finished off there. Even if you got those 2 Tachyon bits, which is very difficult in the first place, Mew says no abilities. I'm not turned off by, you know, the Genesect isn't turned off by Spiritomb. The Mew doesn't get the damage from Tachyon Bits. So it was a very long way round of saying there will be no turn 1 KO.
No, there won't. So I guess
unless there's an escape rope.
Yeah, escape rope is going to be the key find here. So now you have to go for this Star Alchemy now. There's really, you can't really do it. If you don't Star Alchemy now, your turn's basically over. So here we go, Star Alchemy, going to find that Professor's Research and really hope to find a Magma Basin at the very least. Then maybe some Battle VIP passes just to really try and get going.
A Magma Basin escape rope would be great here, because that would give you the pivot into getting Entei in the active, while also forcing the Genesect in the active as the only bench Pokemon. I think you would need a couple more bench Pokemon. You'd only actually currently be hitting for 160, so you would need one more bench Pokemon to pull it off.
Yeah, so here we go. Professor's Research, a very crucial 7 cards here for Arthur. What does he find? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keep us in suspense. Show us the hand, Arthur.
He's making sure he doesn't draw any extra cards. There's the escape rope and the Magma Basin. Do we have one more basic Pokemon to bench? We do. There's a couple of Iron Valiant in hand.
Yeah, we don't have one. We have 2. And this is about as good as you could ask for, because you have been able to do this setup without even needing to bench a Squawkabilly. So there's no easy 2-price target for Arnie to take down later on. This is actually a really good turn from Arthur.
And there's an extra bench space for Iron Valiant, and I still contend back in game 1, the lack of Iron Valiant was a problem. It took KOs off the board, especially that Mew Max towards the end of the game. So having more down this game while also getting this early KO is putting Arthur in a great position. There are both the Iron Valiant coming down, and now Escape Rope just guarantees a KO on the Genesect, and Arnie's going to look back to turn 1 and be like, maybe I shouldn't have benched it.
Yeah, but like, again, well, I was just trying to think, if you don't bench it, are you at risk of just like losing anyway? But then, of course, you're not, because you've limited your bench, so there's no way you could get a turn 1 knockout.
No, the Fusion Strike energy stopping Tachyon Bits guaranteed no KO on the Mew. The only valid target for a KO this turn has been the Genesect, and Escape Rope will now guarantee the KO on the Genesect. It kind of doubles as gusting when your opponent's only got one bench Pokemon, because they don't have a choice what comes active, and there's a KO on the Genesect. And look, you've been saying it, Freya, turn 1 KO going second, you got your wish.
Yes. And now there's a double duty being pulled here, because we just talked about how obviously the Fusion Strike energy is very important so that you can still draw with Genesect on the Spiritomb. If your Genesect gets KO'd, you can put as many Fusion Strike energies on it as you want. You can't draw if it's been knocked out.
I mean, Pokemon that are not on the field generally don't have abilities unless they're called Ho-Oh.
Oh, now you're bringing me back, goodness me.
Yeah, we're going back some years there again.
My first ever City Championship win with Ho-Oh EX, the old one.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
But here we've got the Lost Vacuum coming down, getting rid of the Magma. And that Magma Basin has been a pest. It has been a pain. And Arnie has been getting rid of it constantly, because it's actually like that little bit of energy acceleration onto the Entei, onto the Radiant Charizard has been huge. Now Arnie's playing a judge. He's going down to a 4-card hand with no Genesect on the board, and that is what Mew really relies on most of the time. Arnie is in trouble here.
Yeah, drawing 4 cards after a shuffle from a judge turn 2 with Mew is really not where you want to be. These had to be 4 very good cards, and okay, we do see a Genesect V and the Forest Sealstone, but
Arthur's got an Escape Rope in hand.
Oh dear, oh
so
dear.
You really don't want to end that. And here's the thing, like Iron Valiant is a deck where you switch in and out. You know your opponent's playing 4 rope. That is not a secret.
No.
You've just lost a Genesect to a rope. You really don't want to leave a Genesect on the bench solo, because it's probably going to happen again. And spoiler alert, it's going to happen again.
Yeah, Arnie is really agonizing here. You can attach the Forest Sealstone to the Mew. That, of course, does still work. It is a Pokemon V that will enable you to use the Star Alchemy, but yeah, I mean, oh, Arnie just energy mixes.
Oh, that is not what you want. And I mean, look, you know if you bench a Genesect, it's probably going down. We know that Arthur would need to play the Professor's Research and hit any switching card or an energy to guarantee the KO on the Genesect. So not benching the Genesect is the right move here. But, and look, that Mew is not getting Tachyon Bit. It is not getting KO'd this turn. But you can start getting pretty close, and you can do enough damage that if it V-maxes, it's still easily in range.
Yeah, like this is still a very, very great situation for Arthur because, yeah, you do, say if you get another bench Pokemon down, which it looks like Arthur is going to do, you're then doing 120 to a Mew V. Even when it evolves to a V-max, you're in range for a double full bench knockout with Burning Rondo. So it's actually the perfect amount of setup damage to do.
And if I'm Arthur here, I'm like, look, there's no point trying to get my Tachyon bits. There's literally nothing I can drop damage on. Let's set up my board a bit. Let's get a second Entei. Let's see if I can get an energy down on the board onto Charizard or onto Entei and just hit the Mew. There's your switch cart plus an escape rope, just literally to heal that damage from the Entei. And then you Professor's Research.
Yeah. It's actually quite a relevant heal because, of course, that means that Mew VMAX needs to find one more damage modifier to KO because Entei has 230 HP.
Yeah, and Mew with one modifier hits 220. With the 20 damage, it's a KO. Without, you need a second modifier.
Yeah. So, what's...
They're explaining how the damage got healed off.
Yeah.
Essentially, you switch cart heals the damage, then you escape rope to bring it back into the active, and Arnie doesn't switch because there's nothing with which to switch.
Yeah. And there's no Tachyon bits because there's Fusion Strike energies on the Mew. So Arthur now setting up onto the Radiant Charizard.
I like this.
Yeah.
I love this because it gives you a better attacker. If Arnie doesn't fill his bench and you need to KO a Mew V Max next turn, Radiant Charizard is a better attacker.
It really is. Now, Arnie draw... What was that they just drew for turn? I didn't quite see. I think was it a power tablet? Or was it a choice battle? I'm not sure.
There's a choice battle in that. It doesn't really matter.
No, I guess not.
It's not. Whatever it is, it's not really doing the trick. There is a judge to fall. You need power tablet. Oh, you don't know. You don't need any modifiers here. Because you're using fusion energy, double turbos. It's very rare to see a Mew not having damage reduced by double turbo. But that is the case here. So finding that choice power alone does the trick. Mew will now hit 240. So a Mew VMAX, if drawn off this judge, will get a KO on the Entei.
One of those rare instances where the damage reduction from double turbo on Mew actually makes a big difference because, yeah, now with the lack of a 20 reduction, just able to find the KO just with a choice belt.
Now, do you want the bad news?
Yes.
It means that Arnie has then taken 2 prizes, so Charizard just needs a basic fire to get the free prize return KO.
That is the tricky bit. These cards that essentially like punish your opponent for winning, like Radiant Charizard, we have a few examples of that in the format, right? So it makes your opponent have to think so differently because you need to take prizes to win, but if you're doing that, then you're enabling your opponent's strategy as well.
And weird, we see it with Charizard EX as well as with Radiant Charizard. Now, we do see a Feather Ball here. That is going to get the Mew V Max. The problem is we are 1 basic energy away from a return KO. There's actually a Magma Basin in hand, although you would need to accelerate to the bench and find a switching out.
I don't think finding a switching out should be too hard for a deck called with a deck like Iron Valiant. But
you say that, but I'm looking at the hand and I'm not seeing one.
Oh, goodness, you're right.
Is there a supporter? No, there's...
it's a boss's orders.
There's a boss's orders, and there's a Magma Basin,
and double... and
a Battle VIP pass. So I'm not sure he actually does have the switch out here. Remember, Magma Basin only accelerates to benched Pokemon. So that actually could throw a spanner in. If Arthur doesn't grab a switch out, Arnie actually can get back into the game here.
Wow, okay, that's huge. So that judge, we were saying, it's not that great drawing only 4 cards, but of course we forget it's for both players, and it looks like the judge has disrupted Arthur immensely here.
And it's just a switch out. It doesn't even need to be a switch out. It can be a basic energy, so you can manually retreat the Spiritomb while you accelerate with Magma Basin to the Charizard. You don't need much.
No.
But it's not in hand right now. Arthur needs to put the Spiritomb active and hope the top deck gives him a way to get the Spiritomb out of the active, and then you've got the return KO on Mew.
Yeah, and it has to be Spiritomb because everything else has a retreat cost of more than 1. Spiritomb only has a 1 retreat cost, so it increases your outs because, as you just mentioned, you can also just draw a basic energy to be able to pull off the play.
Yeah, basic energy, switch cart. You don't really want an escape rope, but you would at least get some prizes. It would do. It's not the optimal play, but it would work.
Yeah, so Ultra Ball, discarding another Genesect, and getting a Meloetta. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. It's a great attack to copy, right? It means that you can attack again and again without having to retreat as you would do if you were copying Technoblast.
And right now it does the exact same amount of damage as Technoblast, 210, but it doesn't have that stipulation that you can't use it next turn. So
exactly.
Hits 240, KOs the Entei, and now Arthur should be putting the Spiritomb active. You can Magma Basin, attach the energy to Charizard, and you need a way to get Spiritomb out the active. Actually goes for the Iron Valiant, has a bit more bulk.
But, it draws a Professor's Research for a turn!
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh my goodness.
That'll work.
Oh.
But that does create an awkward situation, because if Arthur had drawn a basic energy, Iron Valiant would have been stuck in the active and there wouldn't be a KO coming down.
I mean, that could still happen. There could be like a research, you find a basic energy, but you don't find another switch out. I mean, it's unlikely, but that is still a possibility and that's in play.
And let's not forget, there are 2 switch card in the prizes. We saw them earlier. So that does actually give fewer outs here. Here's the Professor's Research. Arthur needs a way to get the Iron Valiant out the active. If he gets it, boom! Charizard KO.
Let's see it. I mean, there's so many switch outs. You think surely it's going to get hit.
There's 2 prized.
There's 2 prized.
Oh, there's 2 in hand. Switch and a switch card. We good. And we are going to see the KO on the Mew V Max.
That's... Arthur's got to be feeling pretty happy about things right now. You're taking a free prize KO using a 1 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, that is the best trade possible in the Pokemon TCG without any weird mechanics. Switching a 1 prizer for a free prizer, that will do very nicely indeed. You're hitting 230 because of the double turbo. With the 120 on, that's enough. You're at 350, you're good.
And I think quite clever here, benching the Moltres as an easy attacking option, that if you put the damage on that with the Magma Basin, that does 90, you can then just KO the Meloetta easily.
Oh yeah, that Moltres is an anti-Meloetta, dude. Yeah. That's where we're going.
Yeah.
Oh, actually draws 3 switching outs from the prizes. So not going to struggle to switch out the active next turn unless another judge comes down.
So I heard you like switching outs.
And actually, we've seen both the judges played, but there is a Roxanne in Arnie's deck.
And that is a concession from Arnie as well. So we are now going into game 3.
And that was, with 1 game each. And that was a best case scenario, right? That was exactly what Arthur wants to do to win this game. That was perfect. It was, I'm going to take a turn 1 KO and I'm going to keep going. But we saw a bad start from Arnie, and we saw a turn 1 Spiritomb leading to no turn 1 Genesect. So, yes, Arthur had a very good start, but that was mirrored on the other side by Arnie's bad start.
Yeah, it very much was. I'm going to be very curious to see how this game 3 goes, because I imagine now Arnie will choose to go second, and that means now maybe Arnie is the one who gets a chance for a turn 1 KO, because he is playing a build of Mew that can do that. You can get the Elisa Sparkle, you can get the Meloetta out, and you can get a turn 1 knockout. It was one of the decks I was most feared for doing that for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. I feel like actual, proper job Fusion Mew has been gone for a while. Like, we do a lot of these streams. We get Mew ends up on these streams a lot, right? It's always a DTE version of Mew. When we finally had a chance to check the deck list here as this game was starting, and I see Ice-Q and Meloetta and 2 Elisa Sparkle and 4 Fusion Strike, I'm like, hang on a second.
It's been a while, right?
We're not 6 months ago here. And actually, it's working. We haven't seen Meloetta come in, but in both games, we've seen Arnie search the Meloetta and start preparing for it to come in.
Yeah, I mean, in that game, we did see...
It did get copied by Mew,
Yeah,
yes.
it did, because relevant for, like we mentioned, being able to attack multiple turns in a row without switching.
Absolutely, but in terms of using it as a single prize attacker to skew the prize trade,
not as much.
It hasn't come in yet, but it's right there.
Yeah.
And it can KO those 2 prize Pokemon on half the side of the field.
So here we go.
Free Cramomatic, that's not nice.
I mean, it could be worse, but that's just funny to see, to be honest.
There's actually 3 Forest Seal Stone in Arnie's list, so 1 being prized, not a big deal.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, it's quite common for, the Mew list to play high counts of, the Forest Seal Stone. Arnie chose to go first.
Yeah, Arnie has chosen to go first, which is going to give Arth. And we saw it didn't go well last time. But I think part of Arnie's thinking here is he's not starting Spiritomb again.
Yeah,
you know your opponent only plays 1 Spiritomb, right? No one plays more than 1 Spiritomb in Iron Valiant. And yes, I'm sure one of you watching does. If you do, let us know in the Twitch chat who plays the most Spiritomb in their Iron Valiant list. But you feel pretty confident that what happened last game is not happening again.
Just play 4. Just play 4 Spiritomb, they always start with it, right?
But now we got 2 Genesect, we got 2 Mew, that Feather Ball going and grabbing a Mew. It's going to lead to a lot of draws early doors here.
Yeah, it is, and that's very important for Arnie. However, if Arthur can find a Spiritomb early, on this turn 1 and get a knockout, still in a very good spot. Like, even if, you know, Arnie has a better setup here, that's still going to be the way that he gets himself into this game.
Yeah, that's what you're going to be looking for. We got 3 Genesect, we got 2 Mew. There's no Spiritomb down, so you can start drawing. But first, we're going to empty out the hand a little bit. We're eyeing up an Ultra Ball, and that is going to get 3 cards out of hand, which then lets you draw an extra 3 with your Genesect.
Yeah, that's lovely. Of course, play the prize pack Ultra Ball there. I love the foil on those cards so much. Sorry, just a brief aside, that the Galaxy foil just looks absolutely gorgeous.
And the Amelakar artwork. They've not done many cards in the Pokemon TCG, but the ones they have are stunning. Big fan of Amelakar and their artwork. So what are we going to get? We're going to get a Mew. It's a classic 3-3 split, 3 Genesect, 3 Mew. So now every Fusion Strike system draws until you have 6 cards in your hand.
That's quite interesting, because we were just talking about how the single prizing for the math hasn't come in yet, and it looks like that's going to be the case again.
There is a chance that this is just a reaction to that, where you're basically just going, I did not draw last game, I want to draw as much as I possibly can this game. And we've talked before about having 3 Mew, opening up that Psychic Leap play to heal off your Mew, and that's the thing. If your Mew VMAX aren't getting one-hit KO'd, and they rarely are, well, Psychic Leap becomes way better because you can use that to make sure your Mew VMAX just don't get KO'd.
Arnie has opened up with his one-off path to the peak every single game.
And it is literally, there's 1 path to the peak, 2 Lost City in the deck.
But Arthur also already has the Magma Basin, so it ended up being not relevant again.
But we got a turn 1 Battle VIP pass. We've got Magma Basin in hand. Arthur is going to get some stuff cooking here, but we are down to 10 minutes remaining.
Oh, that's a good point. And most of the time, I would look at that and think, oh, probably going to finish in a tie. But both of these decks are the kinds of decks that could, in theory, pretty reasonably finish a game in that 10 minutes. But it's going to be on the players to play fast enough to do it.
Yeah, if the players pick up their pace and play like they want to win, we could see it. And look, both these players are in pretty good position. They're both sitting on 28 points. They are, I think that's going into this round, 28 points. There was 1 player on 29 and then 4 players on 28. So they are in very good position. But you don't want to be dropping more points. And again, I got to mention, Arthur was 9-0 yesterday and started 1 draw, 1 loss in today's matches.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be. Now, we did see Arthur briefly, it is a great place to be, sorry, misspoke, but not great in terms of the start today. Hoping, I mean, if Arthur wins this, it will be his first win of the day.
That's my point. You need to start stacking those wins in day 2.
Yeah, but to go back to the game, there's a very interesting decision there. Arthur was considering maybe going for the Moltres, but the thing that's important to remember about the Moltres is that there is, it doesn't hit for weakness. Like, nope. Even, you know, so, you know, you can't use that plus, like, attacking on bits to KO a Genesect easily. So, based on that, decided to go for the Iron Valiant and the Squawkabilly instead. This time you can use the Fleet-Footed. There is no Spiritomb in play, so that is all gravy. But it looks like I found a Chorus Experiment. Now, I think this could be a really good call here, because with Chorus Experiment, you can dig more into the deck, and then after that, you can Squawkabilly get the Fire in the discard, and then you got your Magma Basin set up.
It would be quite nice. Looks like we are getting some Tachyon bits rolling here with the switch car. It's going to be going, I mean, you've got to imagine, onto the Mew because of the mass we mentioned earlier. Softening it up. Nope, going on to the Genesect in the active, which, that's interesting, because that kind of says I don't think I'm getting a KO with Entei this turn.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, surely you got to have the confidence, right? I mean, this... You need to go for this turn 2 KO. Like, this is how you actually, you know, have a chance in this matchup. And, oh, interestingly enough, no, not going to play the Chorus Experiment, just going to go ahead with the Squawk and Siege straight away.
Maybe hoping for a professor's research to dig even further off of this. Might not work, but it could.
Yeah, but it's again, it's like a safe play versus a gamble, right? It's, do you want to guarantee the extra supporter dig, or do you want to be content with saying, you know what, if I miss it, I miss it, it's fine.
Did not get a supporter. Does have an Ancient Half to go and get an energy and a switch, so can attack with Entei this turn.
Earthen Vessel.
Oh, what did I say?
Ancient Half.
Oh, that's miles away. Got the Earthen Vessel to go and get the energy. I wasn't even close.
No. Okay, but there is a Forest Seal Stone, so you can use that to grab yourself another Professor's Research. So
yes, absolutely. All but you've already got what you need for the Entei. You've already got the Magma Basin. You've got your earthen vessel to go and get your energy here. So that means you are guaranteed the attack with Entei. You've got a switching card as well. And that means that and the Entei is going to be doing at this stage, what, 360 damage. Yeah. You don't need that Tachyon Bits damage on the Genesect.
Again, it does make me question, what the 20 damage on the Genesect, the sort of reasoning behind that. I'm sure there was some kind of reasoning behind it, but something I'd, I guess, maybe to ask about afterwards if we get a chance to interview Arthur.
Well, either way, it looks like Entei is going to be getting a big KO this turn. We've got some energy from that Earthen Vessel. One goes on to the Entei. Is there already one in the discard pile?
Yeah, it was Squawk and Seized away.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So that Magma Basin, you'd not... I mean, you can search for a supporter and get it in the discard. You don't even need to, quite frankly. Yeah.
Now, one thing that is worrying me a little bit, we were just talking about how, Arthur needs to be sort of play fast here in order to take this win, but it's... you see, he's agonizing over decisions. The clock is running down. I'm a little bit worried here. And wait, he's going for the switch first?
Switching into the Entei. You need some. You can only Magma Base onto a benched Pokemon. So now that Entei is not a valid Magma Basin target.
I mean, I think there is another switching card in hand, so maybe Arthur's thinking, you know what, I want to fleet-footed before I go for this Star Alchemy, because then maybe if I get a supporter, I can Star Alchemy for something else. That's kind of what I'm thinking here. So yeah, fleet-footed. What does Arthur see? It's another Entei.
There's another Entei. It's an Entei party, and all you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home are invited.
Yes.
So we do have another switch there. So we are going to switch into the Iron Valiant here to get another Tachyon Bits.
Well, no, it's already been used.
Oh, yes, good point. It's already got the counter on.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not one of those that resets when it goes to the bench. There is your V-Star power. That is, of course, your Forest Seal Stone. Search for any card you want. Yeah. Whatever you want, go get it.
Yeah. And I guess Arthur went for this because he knew he had enough switching outs to make it work. So you're potentially sacrificing the guaranteed attack with the Entei because now you need to draw another switching out after the Professor's research. But Arthur thought the gamble with the fleet-footed was worth it enough to go for it. So, yeah.
Drawing extra cards is mostly, unless you're going to deck out, drawing extra cards is almost always good.
Yeah.
So getting that fleet-footed, certainly that's something we could see being relevant here.
But again, the worry is the time, right? Arthur really needs to be speeding up here. The clock is ticking down. We were saying about how these decks both win and lose fast, but there's only 5 minutes left. I mean, it can happen, but Arthur really just got to start picking up the pace here.
I mean, if you end your turn and you just get your 2 turns of time, you can still win.
I guess that's true, yeah.
2 prizes this turn. I got 2 turns of time, take 2 on each, but it takes away that, it takes away the extra time. It takes away your margins there. It means you're forced into getting a KO on each of your last 2 turns rather than being able to take a turn to set up a KO.
This is very interesting. Arthur got a Nest Ball and it actually decided to go for the Moltres. Okay, so I guess Arthur's thinking here that actually attacking with the Moltres here is the best option. Is he maybe thinking that next turn he wants to try and go for like a Yoga Loop?
This could be setting up a Yoga Loop play. This absolutely could be, because now you're getting damage onto the Genesect. Remember, it doesn't hit for weakness. This won't be a KO. This won't be a KO. Oh, I think that's the problem here. I think Arthur was setting up a play to KO the Moltres using the weakness, but it doesn't hit for weakness. That's why we saw the Tachyon Bits. If it did hit for weakness, those 2 damage from the Tachyon Bits would have been the difference, and I think that is just Arthur forgetting about Moltres not hitting for weakness, because you look at that entire turn, the Tachyon Bits on the Genesect, getting the Moltres, not Magma Basoning onto the Entei, all of that was setting up for a Moltres attack.
But it doesn't work because it doesn't hit for weakness. That's a very unfortunate oversight there from Arthur. And again, we were just talking about, nerves, right? Arthur is in this position where he's on stream, having had this insane record day 1. You feel the pressure, and it's very easy to just you make a simple mistake like that in a situation like this. So yeah, but you got to feel for him in this situation.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like we said earlier, these things happen. It's stressful playing on stream, but that has given Arnie a big boost. Now all of a sudden, Arnie has not seen that turn 2 KO, or turn 1 KO that he was terrified of. He can go and get the first attack here. You would love to see a boss's orders. Or an escape rope. Escape rope would work here. There's no single prizer on the bench.
Yes, absolutely. And if Arnie can do it quick enough, Arnie is going to be in that position that we just mentioned that Arthur would like to be in, where you take a 2-prize knockout and then you have enough turns in time to take 2 more 2-prize knockouts to win the game.
Arnie actually has boss's orders in hand. It's already there. It's already in hand. There's no Forest Seal Stone yet. but there's a feather ball. You don't really want a boss's orders here, because if you can escape rope here, that gives you 2 prizes, and you're only playing 2 boss in the deck, you want to save them for your next 2 turns.
Yeah, is Arnie playing Power Pad? I believe, yeah, there is one. Okay, so you could use that to get back boss.
You could, but then you've got to get the power pad and then draw back into the boss. You're right that it's an option, but you really want to escape rope this turn if you can to take the pressure off of that.
Yeah, this is the best turn to escape rope. So
Absolutely.
if you can, then you definitely should.
But you don't need to because you've got boss.
Yes. So Fusion Strike System, not finding it yet.
Nor are you finding one of those 3 Forest Seal Stone. And actually passing, did they not have a switch out?
No, I guess not. Oh dear. So very unfortunate draw from Arnie, and all of a sudden now Arthur's in a very good position. You can just announce a KO, and now you're in the position again where you can take 2 prizes in 4 prizes in 2 turns.
I just kind of assume, like, Mew always has a switching out.
Yeah, well,
you never
what?
get stuck in the active. Well, I suppose we can not say that anymore, but that was very surprising to me. I just did not assume that was going to happen. Wow. And now Moltres kind of is hitting for weakness because you get to attack twice without being disrupted in the middle. So now Moltres will get the KO on the Genesect. And as long as Arthur finishes this turn in the next 1 minute and 25 seconds, Arthur will have 2 turns to take 2 prize KOs and win this match.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he needs to do. But again, it needs to be quicker. But you see that timer counting down. There's only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. You need to announce this attack quickly. You need to give yourself the turns to take the last 4 prizes.
If Arthur's turn 0, he can't win this game.
Okay, he's announced it. Yes? No? Maybe? Have you announced the attack? You thinking about it?
You cannot be turn 0, Arthur. You will not win this game if you're turn 0. You will have 1 prize to take 4 turns.
Yeah,
1 turn to take 4 prizes.
Okay.
There we go. Arthur is not going to be turn 0. It is still open.
Yeah.
Arnie needs 2 prizes now. Arnie again needs to not be turn 0. There's the boss's orders on the Entei. Announce the attack. Don't be turn 0. And there we go. So Arnie is not turn 0. Both players can still win this match.
Yeah. And Arnie recognizes the situation, knows I need to play lightning fast if I'm going to have a chance of winning. And Arthur, I guess, doesn't need to do the same as much, but needs to find the 2 prize knockout this turn to have a chance of continuing on to win.
Or just don't be turn 0 and then you get 2 more turns.
That
assuming Arnie doesn't win the game, which he could with his 2 remaining turns.
Yeah. Now, and this is a little bit of a tricky decision here because Arthur needs to think to himself, okay, what's actually the best thing to promote here? I think maybe it does just have to be the Entei. I believe do you have an NG in hand already? Oh, no, I guess it has to be the Moltres. If you don't have the NG in hand, you can't really go for it.
And there's something really important. Arnie Benson Ice Cube, which turns off Escape Rope as an option.
Oh, that is very, very true. Yes, so, oof.
And time has been called. Arthur is turn 0.
Okay. Either player could win this game. There is potential for both players here to win. There is the Fire Energy there in hand, so okay. Then that's interesting that Arthur went for the Moltres then in that case. But oh no, the rest of the hand is a bit unworkable. That's why.
You can't Mew V Max here. No. And actually, there is an escape rope in hand. Arnie Benson, that Ice Cube, could be the play that wins him this match because, actually, there is a Mew V Max that also could have been used to block. But it still gives you a great 1 prize option, and Arthur can no longer win the game. Arthur has 1 more turn to take 4 prizes. It's not happening.
No, there's no way to do it right unless, wait, could you do enough yoga? No, I was trying to think if you could pick off the Ice Cube.
Ice Cube's got 110. It's out of range.
No, that's not happening. No.
Meloetta, you actually could still have potentially gotten.
Yeah, but no, with that, unfortunately, I guess Arthur's hand a little bit too unworkable. You could have maybe tried and gone for another dig with the fleet-footed. Maybe that's something that Arthur didn't go for. But in this situation, Arnie is now in the one player in the position who can actually win this and not make it a tie.
It's why the single prize that you benched had to be Ice Cube, not Meloetta.
Yeah.
So Arnie here, it's very simple. You take a 2 prize attack, 2 prize this turn, 2 prize next turn, you will win this game. And Escape Rope is on the board. There are 3 Pokemon on the bench. They are all 2 prize Pokemon.
We were talking about how last said about how Escape Rope, that was the best turn to play it. But given that, there's no other single prizer, you can still do it now.
Escape Rope or Boss's Orders. There's only 1 boss left in the deck because 1 has, of course, already been played. Yes, you can Power Pad back in and dig for it. That is an option. There are different ways to get it. If you attack into the Moltres, this game is a tie.
Yes.
Or this match is a tie. Simple as that. That Moltres is pointless to KO.
Oh, but wait. Oh, I think Arnie has the Forest Seal Stone in hand, so it's guaranteed.
Then that was good.
Yes.
That will get the gusting. And there is a Forest Seal Stone in hand. You're right. I want Escape Rope this turn.
Yeah.
Because Escape Rope this turn leaves the boss in my deck for next turn.
Yeah. So we're going to do some Fusion Strike Systems first. Draw another Forest Seal Stone. In fact, wait, was that 2 Forest Seal Stone? Yeah, I think
there are 3 in the deck.
Literally just drew 2 off that Fusion Strike System. There's a Chromatic there. Of course, you can't use that to discard the Forest Seal Stone anymore. So, but there isn't. Was there? Oh, there is a switch card. So let's see. Is this going to be a
yes? Oh, that is huge. Because now you get to go and get the escape rope or boss this turn. It's obviously going to be the rope. And then next turn you've got Forest Seal Stone, which can go and get you the boss's orders, which guarantees you can pick off bench Pokemon both turns.
And with Arnie having drawn 2 more Forest Seal Stones, you can put 3 down, and I think that checkmates Arthur. I don't think Arthur has any way to remove that many Forest Seal Stones from the board.
No, you can't get rid of 3 Forest Seal Stones. You got 1 Lost Vacuum in your deck. Even if you Lost Vacuum 1 and KO the Pokemon to which the other is attached, there is still going to be 1 there available. So there's the escape rope. What's coming active? It doesn't really matter. It's not going to be Entei because that's your only viable attacker.
I mean, I guess it's not Squawkabilly, right? Because that's just like the easiest thing to pick off. So you give them the freebie, as it were.
Because Power Tablet's already been played, so the KO's already on the board.
Yeah, exactly. But no, Arthur trying to give up the Iron Valiant instead. Yeah, there's Forest Seal Stone number 2, Forest Seal Stone number 3. Arthur is playing, like, how many Lost Vacuum is Arthur playing? 1.
1 Lost Vacuum.
That's not enough, Ross.
I just told you, he's playing 1, that's not enough. I'm pretty sure Arnie has just sewn up this game and therefore this match. Because all they need next turn, and they might need a switching out and a boss. I don't think they've got 2 consecutive attacks on the board right now, but they've got Genesect.
And there's no Spiritomb down, so Arnie can, even if the Fusion Strike energies weren't on the board, Arnie can just Fusion Strike system all day long.
But they are on the board, so both those Genesect are going to be on, they're going to be in play next turn, they're going to be available, so Arnie can attack with, and you need a double turbo energy, basically. Double turbo energy gusting, I'm pretty sure checkmates the game at this point.
You can also just retreat into the other Mew, right?
Only one Mew's got energy on, though.
Oh, for next turn, yeah, sure. Yeah.
So this turn you've got to be with a double turbo on the bench.
Yeah.
Next turn you need energy.
So putting on the Ice Cube. Okay, that could be interesting. Block Slider maybe coming in.
Yeah, and I mean look, it does work. It is 40 damage for each Fusion Strike energy attached to all of your Pokemon. Will hit for weakness on the active, so it would KO an Entei.
Yeah, that would also be a reason to give up the Squawkabilly now, right? Because it means that, because if you get 4 Fusion Strike energies down, you can actually block Slider for 160 and KO the Squawkabilly on the bench.
You can. So what we need next turn is Boss's Orders and either DTE for Mew or Fusion Energy for Ice Cube.
Yeah, so Cross Fusion Strike, copying, it must be Technoblast, I guess, takes the KO. Arthur cannot win this game, as we already mentioned. There is no way for him to take 4 prizes this turn.
Nope.
So what does he do? Well, there's a Lost Vacuum.
You KO Mew, just because that's got energy on. So then it forces Arnie to have an energy to win the game next turn, which he does have in hand, incidentally. I just saw the double turbo in hand. And with double turbo in hand and Forest Seal Stone to go and get the boss's orders, that's it.
You can also Forest Seal Stone for the 4 Fusion Strike energy, right? And then block Slider to win as well.
That would also work.
Style points.
I mean, look, I love Ice Cube, so that would be fun for me, doing 160 to the bench Squawkabilly. The point is, Arnie's got game in hand right now.
Yeah.
Arnie is guaranteed to win next turn with his hand. If Arthur can KO the Mew while playing an Iono, maybe?
But again, you just Forest Seal Stone.
But you need more than one thing.
Well, no, you don't, because you just block Slider with the Ice Cube.
You need another energy to block Slider with the Ice Cube.
Which you get with the Forest Seal Stone.
But then you... Oh, yes, you have a good point. Yeah, I forgot you don't need to gust to get the... Squawkabilly. Yeah, but putting that Squawkabilly active and letting it be KO'd earlier, I think, would have been the stronger play.
Yeah, because it takes that potential option off the board. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's not relevant in this instance anyway, because there is no Iono in hand, but it could have come up.
It could have come up. You're absolutely right. Either way, Arnie, like, look, we're looking for these tiny margins here. Arnie has got this game. Yeah. Let's be clear.
We're talking about hypotheticals, and Arthur plays the Lost Vacuum. Arnie's like, which Forest Seal Stone do you want?
It's never a good sign when you play a Lost Vacuum and your opponent's like, which of these 3 Forest Seal Stone are you aiming for? It doesn't matter. I've got 2 more. Oh, and look, you've got to give it up for Arthur here. He is clearly trying to do everything he can to stay in this game and frustrate his opponent. There is guarantee that the hand will not be disrupted, although, as you explained beautifully, Freya, doesn't actually matter if the hand is. Oh, no, that's not strictly true. No. There's no. Again, I'm looking for tiny margins now. It wasn't going to work. My point wasn't going to work. I'm pretty sure this game is checkmated.
Yeah,
and I'm looking
sure
for
as well.
anything which could change things. And Arthur is clearly still playing this game out in the hope that it's going to end in a tie, not a loss. Again, Arthur cannot win this game. It is not possible.
Right.
He's just trying to stop Arnie winning on his last turn.
Nest Ball for a Radiant Charizard.
An Energy or a Magma Basin would mean this could attack. It's got an Energy in hand.
Yeah.
Got a Magma Basin in hand.
I guess at this point, Arthur's just thinking, is there any way that maybe, you know, Arthur just misses the out? Maybe Arnie accidentally announces an attack and takes one prize and it's a tie?
Well, no, like, Arnie could have the last Fusion Strike Energy prize and not get boss's orders. Like, from Arthur's point of view, we know it's sewn up.
Yeah.
Arthur doesn't. Arthur's thinking, if you miss boss and your last Fusion Strike Energy is prized, maybe I can still win next turn with Entei.
Yeah, but
you
there
can.
it is.
There's the boss's orders, and Arnie wins 2-1, as we knew has been inevitable for a couple of turns. Very, very well played by Arnie there. And what I loved about that last game, Arnie went, I'm going to do this. But if you get rid of Forest Seal Stone, here's 2 more. But I need DTE for the Mew. But what if I set up the Ice Cube so I don't actually need my DTE anymore? And just setting up a complete checkmate scenario.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal stuff. And again, Iron Valiant, we see the weaknesses of the deck here, right? Is if it can't get going early on, and especially the Mew matchup is quite rough. So it's like, yeah, really, really, really tough stuff, but a great matchup overall, and really showing the power of Mew and why every time it is still one of the top contenders and will be until it rotates in a few months.
Yeah, Mew is apparently a pretty good deck. Now, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The bad news is we're not going to have a winner's interview because that game went to time and we had that break in the middle for that ruling. The good news is that just means the next round is that much closer. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Do not go far. Pokemon's coming back very shortly.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words, it's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a Blast Burn on a low health stun this for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V. No. And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
as it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win in a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially before a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment, nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to have a crash course in the Entei Valiant EX deck. Iron Valiant EX has the ability Tachyon Bits, which lets you put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon whenever the Iron Valiant hits the active spot. This means if you have enough Iron Valiant in play and plenty of switching cards, you can have a potential 60 to 80 extra damage in a turn before you've even attacked. In a format with low HP Pokemon like Frigibax, Waltz and Comfey, this damage can add up very fast, sometimes even KOing them before your opponent has even had a chance to play the game. This playstyle also works perfectly with Medicham V, whose Yoga Loop attack places 2 damage counters, but if it KOs something, you can take an immediate other turn. This makes the opening turns very explosive for Iron Valiant decks, if they're facing off against low HP Pokemon. For everything else though, Entei V and Radiant Charizard will come in. Entei V's Burning Rondo deals 20 damage plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play, and since you will almost always have a full bench, this can add up pretty fast.
and with Magma Basin to accelerate extra fire energy into play, you can bring this up out of nowhere and really surprise your opponent. It's a similar case with Radiant Charizard, who can swing for 250 damage in the mid to late game, which is a monstrous number, especially when you consider you have Tachyon bits to back it up. Games can be over so fast when Entei Valiant is involved, so I need you to be paying close attention to the stream when it's on. Speaking of which, let's get back to the action.
Hey trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and today I'm going to tell you all about one of the most feared disruption cards in the current standard format, Path to the Peak. Path to the Peak is a stadium card which, while active, nullifies the abilities of Pokémon with a rulebox. Many of the top decks rely on the abilities of rulebox Pokémon to function. Cards such as Gardevoir EX, Radiant Greninja, Iron Valiant EX, Charizard EX, Genesect V, and the Minion V are all shut down by Path to the Peak, which means playing your own stadium cards, or cards like Lost Vacuum, is extremely important to make sure you don't instantly lose to this card. Path to the Peak is most often played with archetypes like Lost Zone Giratina V-Star, which makes minimal use of Rulebox Pokemon abilities, and Arceus V-Star variants, which only need to make use of the Starbirth V-Star power in the early game. We've peeked into the path and showcased a lot of its game-changing potential. Which card should we feature next? Share your pick and stay tuned for more Pokemon TCG action.
This absolutely outstanding Dortmund regional action continues here with myself, Shay Bird, and I'm joined by the one and only Alex Dow. How are we?
Yeah, feeling good, ready for more day 2 action. Like you said, things are really starting to heat up now as a lot of our players are looking to try and force their way into a top 8 berth and potentially become our regional champion for Dortmund regionals. But as always, we want to make sure you guys are involved back home watching on our channels, and we have our community choice ready for you viewers at home.
So let's have a look. You have a choice of 4 matchups here. We have James Cox versus Owen Cameron, and that is Gardevoir from James against Chen Pao from Owen Cameron. What a clash of titans there. We have Yele versus Christian Defornia. Got that right, let's go. And that is Golden Go versus Roaring Moon, so that could be a fun one as well.
Yep, and the last 2 we have as a choice, Ali playing Lost Zone Giratina up against someone who's been on the stream that we've had before. Jamie Hindley will be playing Gardevoir EX as well. And finally, Alexandre will be playing Gardevoir as well up against Nico Alabat, who we've had previously on the stream yesterday, also piloting Gardevoir EX. So really interesting matchups there, Shay.
So make sure if you're watching on Twitch, get involved in that poll right now, because it won't be up for long. So make sure get involved, vote on which ones you like to see. So let's just run that through again, Alex, just in case. So we have James Cox versus Owen Cameron. That is Gardevoir versus Chen Pao. We have Yele playing Golden Go versus Christian playing Roaring Moon. Ali, who's playing Lost Zone Giratina versus Jamie Hindley playing Gardevoir, and Alexander playing Gardy versus Nico Alabas playing Gardevoir as well. Now, Gardy Mirror.
Yeah, don't forget, everyone, the power is in your hands.
The power, here it is.
The power is in your hands,
and now
everyone.
it's in, oh wait, Ron, the power is now in your hands. Not in mine or Alex's. We've given it to you. So get involved and vote there. And whatever, the winner of that poll will be our next feature match.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, we want to make sure you guys are completely and involved in our decision making here as well, because remember, we're doing this show all for you guys at home, making sure we bring you the best action possible. Some really interesting matchups there, and I really can't wait to what we get from you guys at home.
Yeah, I mean, there were some
real fun decks in that community choice there, actually. You know, the Roaring Moon, the Golden Go. I love Gardevoir as well. Chen Pao traditionally can be a very fun deck to watch. You know, the Super Cold and the Shivery Chill and the Hellblades for big numbers. So, and all terrific high skill players as well. So we're going to see some high octane Pokemon TCG action. Quite honestly, I cannot wait to see what you have voted for at home.
Yeah, 100%. We're just making sure we're getting that ready for you to use and start voting on our Twitch channel. Don't forget. So it should be ready for you. So time to hammer home which ones are available. But just whilst we wait for you to choose a home, we do have our standings, current standings available of our Day 2 players.
So let's have a look. So James Cock there was actually, actually in our community vote, currently our #1 seed. So shout out to him. We have Arnie, who was just on stream now, our 3rd seed. Owen Cameron, our 6th seed, is also in that community vote. Jamie Hindley, so was he as well. And Alexander and Christian DeFornia and Nick, they're all there actually, Alex.
All the top players in the top matchups. We want to try and bring you the best action possible. A lot of our players who we've had on stream as well. Benjamin Pham in 7th place there. And a previous really top tier player, Mateus, there in number 12, also bringing up our top players of Day 2 so far. So really interesting decks, and I'm sure Mateus will be bringing another bit of spice as well. And at some stage, maybe we'll get a chance to see it.
I think I know what he's playing.
There's been some talk on the old X. And we know Mateus likes to bring a little spice. I know he's a good friend also of one of our other fellow co-casters, Mike Ellis. And I know they discuss a lot of things together as well. But for the time being, we'll keep him in reserve as you guys, remember, are still making your choice for this feature match, Shay.
I know, quite honestly, I cannot wait. They're all going to be terrific matchups, terrific players, and all battling now for that top 8 slot. You know, we've already mentioned, you know, the increased prizing that regionals now give, so every win matters. Every match point matters. If you're trying to go for that top 8, maybe that $10,000, I should say, and then that auto invitation to Honolulu, you're going to have to get yourself in top 8. That's the next hurdle now. Day 1, and then get catapulting into Day 2 is the first hurdle. Top 8 after that. And once you're in top 8, it's just, 3 more rounds. And then you are the Dortmund champion.
All the pressure is on pretty much from the start. From through to Day 1, as Shay's already mentioned, into Day 2. And then once you make it into top 8, maybe that was your goal already. But remember, just a few more steps. And as Shay said, you can be Dortmund champion, or you at home, maybe you're going to head to another tournament coming up soon with us on the EU circuit, or maybe even on the NA circuit, or anywhere across the world, and you could be another champion that we'll be showcasing on these streams.
Get yourself on that EU champion graphic, you know what I mean? I mean, there's slots there. Someone has to go in them. Why can't it be you at home? There's no reason why it couldn't be. But you know one thing I really love about, oh no, wait, the results are in for our community vote. Here we go. What have you voted for?
Here we go.
James Cox versus Owen Cameron. Gardevoir versus Chen Pao. Terrific choice. Well done, community people. You've done a fantastic job there. And the top seed as well, Alex.
Yeah, a couple of incredible players. Both, I believe, right now residing from the Netherlands as well. James Cox, piloting that Gardevoir deck, was a player who unfortunately inflicted a loss for me in Liverpool regionals as well. And we know we've had Owen Cameron plenty of times on stream, a fantastic player, and we've spoken about the deck so much during Day 1, didn't we?
Did.
Chen Pao in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, Chen Pao is such an explosive deck. I love watching it. I love casting it. I love playing it as well, actually. You know, it's just, once you get that Bats Caliber out, the world is your shoulder at that point. You can just throw energy around, do some massive damage. And yeah, I just can't wait to see Owen Cameron piling it as well. We've seen him, I believe, was playing it in Lille, did really well there as well. Sort of one of the world's most known players for Chen Pao, and I cannot wait to see. Because we've said this a couple times. Could this be the event where that Chen Pao, you know, puts its mark on the metagame and maybe catapults it into that first graphic on the Day 1 decks, instead of it being a sort of fringe 6, 7, 8 most represented deck? Maybe now, if it has a big finish, could be in top 5.
Yeah, it could be its moment here. But, you know, standing in the way for this feature match is James Cox with that fantastic God of War deck. And we know how well he plays the current game as well, because he's a fantastic player, does super well, super tight in terms of micro decisions, and that's what happens with God of War often, right? You're drawing so many cards, you have so many options available to yourself, and he's going to be up for a fantastic battle up against Owen Kammerman and that Chen Pao list. So let's really see how these players are really going to sort of throw down and try and put themselves in the reckoning for top 8.
Yeah, I mean, James Koch in the top 4 worlds, you know, at London 2022 with that Palkia V-Star. So, you know, no stranger to the tippy top of the stages, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So, Alex, you know, you've been in this position before where you're in that day 2 looking to try and catapult into top 8. Does anything change as a tournament goes on in your mindset or how you approach games?
I mean, it's one of those things where you're playing your game already. You've done super well. That's the main thing you've got to take away from a lot of the tournament runs already. I mean, James, we saw, I believe it was it 10-1-1?
Yep.
Fantastic position to be in, right? He's only needing maybe 1-2 to really super guarantee his position to top 8. And he's been playing, you know, we know how tight his game is in terms of how he's making those decisions, and it's just making sure he's composed, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes. You know, then it's just you're doing what the deck is supposed to do, right? God of War, you draw so many cards, you swing for massive damage, and you're taking big knockouts. And it's the same for Owen, right? It's the same case. You're drawing the right cards, getting that big barrel out. If I've got to double check that he's playing that as well.
He is.
Yeah, making sure, and getting super cold, throwing that water energy everywhere, and then hellblading for massive knockouts as well. So it's just composing themselves and then getting them ready for those final few points to try and reach that upper echelon.
Yeah, I guess if you pardon the pun a little bit here, so both are sort of these snowball decks, if you know what I mean. They both need to get their stage 2 out, and then once the stage 2s are out via God of War or Baxcalibur respectively, that's when the game will really start to heat up, and there is that nice regional stream table where both players are shuffling up here, and this is going to be, I'm glad I'm here, cards on this with you, Alex. This is going to be a fantastic game. I cannot wait to get this started. As we do look at James Cox there. Look at that resume, Alex. 2022 World's Top 4, 2020 Players Cup Top 8, 2024 Liverpool Regional Top 32, and Stuttgart Regionals Top 32 as well.
Yeah, alongside Owen Kammerman, one of the most consistent players. We've already spoken about the Kammerman brothers, and his brother right now is #1 on the CP records, but Owen's not far behind.
No.
An OCIC top 4 player, world's top 32 player, multiple top 4s in the European regional circuit. No, you know, he's used to being on stream. It's going to be incredible to watch him once again pilot a deck which he's played before, and just I think fell a little bit short at one of those tournaments. Wasn't it a top 4?
I think that Lille top 4 was he was playing Chen Pao.
Yeah, exactly that. So he's brought it back again.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to people at home. You know, if you want to, you know, sort of play optimally and play really well in these events, playing the same deck over and over again so you can learn it. 'Cause I know James has been playing God of War almost exclusively this season, so both players really know their reps of their deck.
We got a little glimpse of James's hand there. There were about 5 energies and a level ball with a route start. This is could be very interesting depending on who's going to be going first, as we do see the players now just putting the prizes out. We get a little chance to see right now Radiant Greninja there.
I mean, Radiant Greninja, I should say. 2 Pokestop. I don't think it's too impactful. We could argue maybe 2 Ultra Ball could be something to watch out for, but it looks like both players are getting ready for our round 13 community choice feature match here at Dortmund Regionals. Owen Kammerman is starting us off with Chen Pao in the active, immediately going to use that Shivery Chill ability. So while Owen's going to take those energies, let's take a quick second to remind us how these decks will operate. Owen Kammerman is playing the Chen Pao Baxcalibur deck. First of all, Owen wants to try and get the Baxcalibur in play as soon as possible. That is a stage 2 Pokemon, has that super cold ability, which lets you attach as many water energy from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. As we can see, Chen Pao there on the left really likes having those water energy in play, because Hellblade does 60 for each water energy you discard. But Chen Pao doesn't just attack. With its Shivery Chill ability, you can actually grab 2 water energies from your deck when Chen Pao is in active, Alex. And that is a quick rundown of the Chen Pao EX archetype.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll give a very quick one for God of War as well. It's a deck that is a stage 2, so it does have to take a little bit of time to set up. But once it does start to roll, it's drawing cards with that refinement ability on the Curliers, using Shining Arcana as pretty much a main attacker to hit those big numbers with that Brainwave attack, 60+ 30 more for each psychic energy attached to it. And how does it ramp up those energies? Well, Gardevoir EX allows you to do that with Psychic Embrace. 20 more, taking 20 damage for each psychic attached from the discard pile. So, big knockouts from both sides, but we do see Owen here just continue to burst through his deck at the moment. And we do see the Pokestop discarding the Iron Hands, which tends to be quite important in this matchup because you're just stretching for 2 prize knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be no battle without P-Pass here for Owen, as we do see the Frigibats come down and the Radiant Greninja from a Nest Ball. So no Bidoof. We saw yesterday how important Bibarel was for the Chien-Pao archetype. We're not going to see that Bidoof turn 1. We are just going to see an energy attached to the active Chien-Pao, and I imagine we're going to see a pass.
Yeah, let's see this hand here, because I was a bit worried about it. Oh, there's a Fog Crystal and a Level Ball. So things could go, but there's not going to be too much going right now. There's a lot of energies there available, and I'm sure James won't be too pleased. But at the same time, can take a moment to just kind of set up maybe 2 routes, maybe go for the Level Ball for the Mirage Step on the next turn, and then start rolling from there. So the hand has worked itself out, knowing that there's a Fog Crystal to get a second routes into play.
Oh, it looks like... Oh, no, I think James is currently price checking. I was going to say maybe he's going to go for the Celebrations Mew there to try and use that Mysterious Tail to potentially find the Battle of our P-Pass. That would be nice, but, you know, any sort of Ball Search would be ideal. But that's the sort of strange thing about Gardevoir with, I don't want to say a recent addition to the deck, but it sort of popularized a little bit later, was that use of the Mirage Step, as James does use that Fog Crystal to go for that Mysterious Tail Mew. When it's in the active, you can look at the top 6 cards of your deck and grab any item. So, in ideal circumstance, Battle of our P-Pass would be the best target, but I guess Fog Crystal, maybe in Level Ball, would also suffice.
Yeah, I think James will be really looking for a second route at the very least here, because then he can go into that Mirage Step and then really sort of stabilizing his board with the refinements. Like I said, the hand wasn't too hot right now, and things are going to be cooled down from Owen's side of the board. Once more chilling is going to be coming down with the Super Cold. So let's see how James can navigate this turn, and let's see how pivotal this Mysterious Tail could really be. James does play the Level Ball as well, finning through the deck, just kind of wanting to make sure, I guess. Manaphy super important. We have to highlight that. Radiant Greninja staring down at James's board. If Owen could get a Baxcalibur down here.
Because it is worth noting, Owen is not playing Cancelling Clone, so we'll not be able to get around that Manaphy and use Moonlight Shuriken that way. Will instead will have to even try and KO it if you want to use Moonlight Shuriken, or go for the other way to swing that Guardian matchup. Because you mentioned Iron Hands EX earlier. Why is that impactful?
Well, it's got an incredible attack. It's definitely a card a lot of the Pokemon community has discussed many, many times. Amp you very much for 120 damage. 1 lightning and 3 colorless can just fit in. But as we do see Mew hit the Battle VIP pass as well, so this will help James stabilize, but just very quickly back on Iron Hands. But that allows Owen to continuously take 2 prizes, because James's side of the board tends to work with just single prizes for the majority of the game until James needs to ramp up with that energy attachments.
Yeah, Ampy very much fantastic attack here for evening up those 1 prize attackers, and has a hefty HP as well. I think 230, I believe, on a basic. Not the easiest number in the world for James to hit, but there we go. Battle of our P-Pass can get 3 volts down in the Manaphy. I think that's a very ideal turn 1 for James, as Owen. It's going to be Owen's turn 2. Going to start us off there with the Shivery Chill. I mean, we've been saying a couple times this weekend, thinning is winning. And that's one thing I love so much about Chien-Pao EX. When you're sort of relying on Radiant Greninja or you're relying on Pokestop, if you can just take the energies out the deck, that means you're less likely to hit them, which means you're more likely to hit your combo pieces, you know, from Vessel maybe, or Rare Candy, or Superior Energy Retrievals, and keep those energies safe in the hand. Because energy in the deck is the worst place to have it for Chien-Pao. If it's in a discard pile, Superior Energy Retrieval can pluck it out. If it's in your hand, you can attach it. If it's in your deck, can't do anything.
Well, that being said, you can Shivery Chill to find at least a couple of pieces. You got Vessel as well, so there's outs there, but yes, having access to them when you need them is the best way. And Owen's hand,
great hand
is massive here. Rare Candy in hand, Baxcalibur, I believe, is available as well because of things like this Irida. Now it's just looking for maybe the opportunity to try and find a way to bring back the Iron Hands at some point as well, to try and, you know, ramp up into the prize race here. But as he does just double check, doesn't want to ever lose a Baxcalibur, of course, or a Frigibax, so will target that down. Considers the Bidoof as well, because the rest of the hand's super good here from Owen's side of the board.
I don't think we're in a world in which you can see the Iron Hands this turn.
Not this turn.
Not this turn.
He knows where it is now.
I mean, if this finds Super Odd, we might... No. Just get rid of a Baxcalibur there off that Pokestop, but I think Heavy Ball and Ultra Ball are fine targets. I'm just going to see if Owen did prize any basic Poke. He did prize the Chien-Pao EX, actually.
So one of them.
One of them.
Hiding away, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the cowardly Chien-Pao, that one. And we are going to see a manual attachment to the Chien-Pao. Are we just going to see a Hellblade here, potentially?
Yeah,
maybe not even gonna...
Doesn't need to stretch too far here
No.
and sort of waste resources. That's the kind of main thing now. Once you get to the point of stabilizing your board with Baxcalibur, you know, you have to stabilize with your resource management as well. Knowing that maybe James can retaliate where possible, and then just trying to figure out what's the best way to take these prizes. Mew with very little HP, one Hellblade, one knockout.
Yep. And actually, Owen put the Baxcalibur in play so fast, I actually missed him Rare Candy and putting it down. So over to James. Dow's going to evolve into a Refinement Curlier. Lets you discard one card from your hand to draw 2 more. And grabs 2 energy there. 1 basic. Wait, is that hand all energy?
It is. I did say this at the very start.
No, I think the whole hand is energy, though. Oh, Pokestop. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear me. This is why I was a bit worried about utilizing that level ball.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes. But he did draw into something like the Curlier and the Battle VIP pass. It's just one of those things here where it's a real struggle for James.
Be a teleportation burst, or not even that. It's just an attachment to the bench. Curlier, maybe. Wow. Yeah, well, to be fair, there's not a lot of options you can do when your whole hand is just energy cards.
Just a Psychic Energy attachment, committed, well, wants to commit to that Curlier, but goes for the reversal, puts a target on his head. Of course, with Owen's side of the board, it's just the cross switches that allow him to be able to maneuver Pokemon into the active spot.
This could be a fantastic turn for Owen to try and do an Ampy very much, and I think it's actually possible because we've got enough energy in the discard pile to where Superior Energy Retrieval is live. I think we have double cross switches in hand as well, and I see a Super Odd. So I think it's actually possible. Now, that would be committing quite a lot, but I think when your opponent has such a slow start, as we see a concealed card with double energy, I think just really closing the door could be really strong.
There's just more pieces of the puzzle with his Pokestop. Bidoof going down, not ideal, but he's already got one on the bench. But yeah, I would really like to see Owen here with that massive hand that he's accumulated here. Target down that Curlier, and does it look like he's going for it?
I think we're going to see it, Alex.
Baxcalibur and the Iron Hands EX is going back into deck now. This could be huge for Owen's side of the board.
Yeah, so we see the Super Rod being played first, shuffling in the Iron Hands, the Bidoof, and then the Baxcalibur. It has more than enough cards. I think sometimes with Chien-Pao, the hardest thing is actually having enough cards to discard.
Yeah, there's the Ultra Ball.
There's the Ultra Ball. That's going to find the Iron Hands EX, Alex.
Yeah, things are really... I was going to say heating up, but that doesn't happen in this deck.
I'd say things are getting electrifying, maybe.
Well, here we go. I love it. Very good.
What's wrong with that? Production staff don't like that one. Well, I mean, it is an electric type Iron Hands.
We'll give him a pass.
Come on. It needs an electric energy to attack. Lightning energy, I should say.
Yeah, so everything working in Owen's favor right now. James not drawing too hot. Owen hitting all the pieces he needs for the time being. And it does look like he's eyeing up that Ampy very much because it has been an Ultra Ball target. He's just double checking his resources and how he's going to play out the hand. Of course, Superior Energy Retrieval, having to also discard 2 cards from the hand. Irida now pulling out.
Needed to have the second cross switcher to have the full maximum combo. But
I also do apologize. Owen is playing the 3 copies of Chien-Pao. It's the full art that we have in the active spot and 2 half art. So just quickly missed that. And then as we do see a second one being Ultra Balled away. Here we go, yeah. For the barrel, protecting himself from any Iono shenanigans as well, which typically comes down from Gardevoir players, because once Gardevoir goes behind a little, it's starting to just trying to impact your opponent's hand and disrupt from that perspective.
Just a fantastic, all systems are go here. We're going to see the cross switcher into that Curlier that has the reversal energy attached. Iron Hands EX is going to hit the active. We're now going to see, I would imagine, a Superior Energy Retrieval, letting you discard 2 cards from your hand to get back any 4 basic energy from your discard. And that's going to work out fantastically since there are 3 water energy and 1 lightning, meaning you can turn attach the lightning per turn, Alex, and then you can super cold the other another 3 water for an amp you very much.
Yeah, here we go. And I think this is not much going on with James's hand. This top deck could be super important. Once amp you very much has been announced here. 120 damage, remember. Plenty to KO a single prize Curlier. And there you go, 2 prizes. Another cross switcher taken from prizes here. Top deck from James. I wonder if James will continue.
It's a boss.
It's just a boss, and that's not much going on. Poker stop here. Oh, just removing the ad.
And there's the concession. Yep.
James makes the right decision here. Give himself plenty of time because only 12 minutes have gone so far, and he was just falling a little bit too far behind here. Owen does take game 1 of our round 13 feature match. If you just joined us, Owen showcasing just how strong Chen Pao is up against James Cox's Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, the amp you very much, if it can come out early, it just puts so much pressure on the Gardevoir because it's like you have to immediately deal with it. You haven't got that many Pokemon that can just sit there and absorb the damage in the early game, so you have to immediately respond. And you know, Gardevoir EX Miracle Force doesn't actually get there, so you have to have a reasonable setup, right? And I think by removing that reversal energy, really closed the door on that. So I think James was very smart there to just think, right, this is an unsalvageable position. I'm playing a deck that traditionally wins games in a slightly slower fashion, so let's give myself as much time as possible to win a game 2 and hopefully a game 3.
Yeah, I think you raise a really good point. With Iron Hands being such a big, tanky Pokemon as well, 230 HP, it's actually quite a bit of a stretch to actually get a Retaliate KO. So if Owen is able to get an early knockout with Iron Hands, it does put a lot of pressure on the Gardevoir player, in James's perspective here, to be able to find the right pieces to combo and actually take the knockout. Otherwise, if Iron Hands swings once again for 4 prizes in total, just Iron Hands all the way through that Gardevoir deck, the writing becomes very quickly on the wall.
Yeah, the writing appears on the wall real quick, and it looks like both players are going to get their prize cards distributed now. So let's see if we can have a little gander at them. And let's have a look. James, nothing too impactful there. And Owen, I don't think anything really. I guess that lightning energy
could be
his
vital.
only lightning energy.
Yeah, that could be super important there. James leading the Zacian V is probably not ideal either, because you want to be utilizing that for sort of big KOs when you need it. As we do see, just James playing that level ball.
So one thing that I wanted to draw attention to in the last game but never really got the chance to is that James is still playing, I say still playing, or is playing, the 1 copy of Screamtail and the Avery. Oh, 2 copies of Avery, I should say. Avery's really interesting into Chen Pao, because Avery, if your opponent has more than 3 bench Pokemon, they have to discard till they have 3, and then you get to draw 3 cards as well. But when used in combination with Screamtail, I mean, Screamtail can actually one-shot a Baxcalibur on the bench, and it really can force Chen Pao to make some costly discards. Like, do you give up your Radiant Greninja, who could be used for Moonlight Shuriken? Do you give up your Barrel? And then the Screamtail can just remove whatever you do keep. So that could be an interesting wrinkle. If the game develops, as we do to the Screamtail there, something to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's really good analysis there, Shay, because it's something that we'll keep an eye on whether James is able to pull something like that off. Sometimes it just requires the cards to fall in the right order, of course, but when you're drawing as many cards as you are from James's perspective, it just tends to happen. Just that level ball to double check what's being prized from James's side, and then a Rorder Sword to the benched routes. Just sort of, it's not too bad right now. Owen doesn't have a way to really start chipping away with damage from the deck. Does require to get that Baxcalibur, or so Frigibax down first into that Baxcalibur, and before Owen can start swinging away. So James does have a little bit of reprieve for the time being, but Owen will be looking to try and set up that board just that little bit better. Also doing his own counts of the prizes.
And I think it's worth noting, since Owen has prized his 1 copy of Lightning Energy, and it is at the top, traditionally players take their prizes top to bottom and on stream, that's going to change his approach to this game. I think Moonlight Shuriken is going to be much more of an attractive attack now. So another little mini game I want us to watch out for is how quickly can James find that Manaphy. Because if you're having to level ball next turn to do a Mirage Gate, Mirage Step, I should say, not Mirage Gate. That's a completely different deck. That might not leave as much bench spot open for Manaphy. So another little interesting wrinkle to the wrinkle.
Yeah, there's a lot of different unique cards being played, of course. James's board just playing a little bit more teched out. As you already mentioned, the Zacian V, the Screamtail, the Professor's Churro, Scenario as well. Another way to kind of maneuver his board when he needs to. And, you know, Owen's here right now playing that Greninja, playing that Battle VIP pass, all the cards James would have wanted to have seen early on. But it's on Owen here to really force the issue, as we do see a Frigibax and a Bidoof come down right now.
Ooh.
And a second Battle VIP pass for a second Frigibax and a second Bidoof. That's really just kind of setting out the tone of this game right now.
I tell you what, I find it interesting. Even though Owen Cameron is playing the Shivery Chill deck, he is drawing absolute fire here in our Game 2 Round 13 feature match, as he's currently got 2 Battle VIP pass, got in 2 Bidoof and 2 Frigibacks as well. It's actually a fantastic defense to the Screamtail actually as well, if you have 2 copies of your Bidoof, or Bibarel I should say, and Baxcalibur, meaning you can't, James can't just remove them instantly.
Yeah, what's really cool as well, the Bidoof does have carefree countenance. Another way to just prevent that damage on itself, because you know, if James was able to maybe establish his board and it's just a Bidoof there that didn't have that ability, it could be sniped quite simply. But we do just pass it back over to James. This looks like a refinement evolution here. Hands again, I'm not seeing too much going on, but there's a refinement of the Lost Vacuum. Countercatcher energy, not the strongest here. Is there another option at all? Another supporter?
Really interesting, since we saw the refinement. Oh, but had no way to actually get the Mirage Step earlier, so was forced to go for refinement. Hasn't drawn anything terribly impactful here. James Cox, I'm not sure really what else there is to do. It's going to be attached to the active and a Roar of the Sword, I think. I mean, the hand doesn't support anything. I mean, there is a Shining Arcana Guard buff for next turn and a Reversal Energy, but so that might, you might have to attack that Psychic to the bench and just, you know, pray to Arceus that Curlier survives.
It's another Roar to Sword, another slow hand from James here. We've always kind of mentioned with a lot of these Stage 2 type decks, they need to just maneuver a couple of first turns to kind of stabilize their board. But with Owen right now trying to apply as much pressure as possible, there's multiple ways to take out this Curlier. Yeah,
there is. So I think the mini game now for Owen, I think Moonlight Shuriken would be fantastic. You know, you could obviously just cross switch her as well. Moonlight Shuriken would put damage into the Zacian and the Curlier. Yep. So Owen has a few ways to get around this Curlier, and we'll have Bibarel hopefully available as well. As well, I can see a concealed card. Oh, that's an Ultra Ball.
That's massive. Being able to pick up pieces where he needs to. Does already have another Ultra Ball. Doesn't have the rare can. Oh, actually has Irida in hand. So right now, this looks like.
Is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? There is. With Irida as well. So I think Moonlight Shuriken is live, most definitely, as the hand stands. One thing I love about commentating Owen playing Chen Pao is that there's things that I would do, and then Owen does something completely different, and it works out better, and I think, that's why Owen is a world-class player, and I just talk.
You give yourself some credit. We're all seeing the lines of play here, although, of course, we do have the caster view. We're trying to give you guys as much information as possible, but Owen does have just so many options available to himself, as he does just find himself into the retreat of the Radiant Greninja, lining up that Moonlight Shuriken here, now into the active spot. 3 energies required for attachment. Remember, simple when you have Baxcalibur's Super Cold available to him for this turn.
So we are going to see that superior energy retrieval. Just Owen debating what to discard. Going to discard a Pokestop and Iono, letting you grab up to 4 basic energy from your discard pile, as Alex rightly said, which is fine because you can go super cold, super cold, super cold, and all of a sudden Radiant Greninja is about to spread 90 damage to 2 Pokemon.
Now the scary thing here is, even if James is able to find and navigate out of this without another Manaphy also on the board, alongside further routes that James would be looking for, that Greninja is going to be sitting there very pretty for the rest of the next couple of turns and can just keep going with that Moonlight Shuriken. Multiple Moonlight Shurikens in the same manner that we said multiple Ampu very much is from Iron Hands EX could spell a lot of trouble.
And quite honestly, it feels a bit rude if you're on the receiving end of just Moonlight Shuriken turn after turns. But Bibarel does get established as well in Duchess in size, and then Owen draw to he has 5 cards in his hand. But there we go, Alex. Moonlight Shuriken, 90 to the bench. Curlier going to KO that, and 90 to the Zacian. James Cox, what can you do to get back in this game?
Top deck, because the Gardevoir EX is just a reversal energy and a Roar to Sword. That, I believe, may just spell trouble, because there's the top deck of the superior energy retrieval as well. There's a fist bump. Owen Cameraman will be taking game 2. Unfortunately for James, hasn't been able to draw out of that poor hand twice in games 1 and 2. As Owen takes himself to 10 wins, 1 loss, and 2 ties.
Did James even attack once in that round?
Unfortunately, it didn't look like he did.
I don't think he did. Oh my goodness! But the onus was on Owen there. You know, even if your opponent doesn't get in the game, it's still your job to close the game out, get the win, and Owen secures himself that W there in our round 13 feature match, and he advances more closely to that top 8.
Yeah, both players now on 10 wins. Of course, even with that loss there, James will be on 31 points if I'm not mistaken. 10 wins and 1 tie. Owen Cameron just jumped over him with those 10 wins and 2 ties now. But both players are still in a fantastic spot to make it into our top 8. Wish them the very best of luck, but Owen's going to be carrying all that momentum.
Yeah, and especially, you know, I would imagine, you know, in a scenario where you've just won a very convincing game on stream against the 1 seed as well. You know, I'll be thinking, I'll stick my chest out a little bit here. Like, okay, this could be my time. This could be my time.
I mean, like we've already said, he took Chen Pao to a top 4 finish already in this 2024 season.
And that's before Iron Hands as well, so the deck's gotten better since.
Exactly, so it has many more outs to those things, but maybe that's how he's brought Iron Hands back into that. That's why he's gone back to Chen Pao, because Gardevoir suddenly saw a spike in play again. All of these single prize Pokemon, like the little Charmanders and the Charizard decks, the Lost Box decks are being, you know, played once again. Lost Box Giratina still has those combos that could be easily targeted down. And, you know, this is where Owens may be able to read the meta game, make that incredible choice to play a deck that he knows inside out. And we just saw, as Rabbi likes to say, the accordion hands of fantastic cards that Owen could just keep playing down and really taking 2 prizes whenever he wants. It was a great showcasing of Chen Pao once again.
It really was. I was very impressed. And traditionally, you know, you see a lot of decks either going for Iron Hands or they go for Cross Switcher and Radio Greninja. There we saw a little hybrid of both. Right? We saw the 1 Iron Hands, we saw the 1 Lightning and the Cross Switch. And I think that just gives the deck a little bit more versatility, lets you be a little bit more aggressive. Because like we mentioned, the Iron Hands EX is terrifying for 1 prize decks, but it's even more terrifying if you're swinging with it like turn 2, because then you're, like we said, your opponent can't just like tap it out the way. 230 HP, and Amp Me Very Much has no drawback. There is no you can't attack next turn. There's none of this. You just Amp Me Very Much, and if you survive, you just say, well, I guess I'll just keep going then.
Yeah, could you imagine just a little Charmander just going, trying to tap the Iron Hands out of the way and be like,
with that steady fire breathing. I need a bit more than that, my friend.
But, you know, it's like fantastic to see. Like I said, I'm sure James will put that down to just a little bit of variance and maybe go to, you know, the next matchup thinking he'll just not draw like that once again. But, you know, we've spoken about Chen Pao plenty of times. It's time to hear from the winner himself over on the couch.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Owen. We got to ask, why Chen Pao? That is not the most popular deck right now.
That's actually a very good question. I honestly have been saying, like the past month, that Chen Pao was pretty mid. I didn't think it was that good, and then I ended up playing it. So why? That's a weird reason. So I was a bit sick last week. Still am a bit, and I wanted a deck that I was comfortable with. I played it to Lille already, and it was all right positioned in the meta because it had a decent Roaring Moon matchup, and the rest that I was comfortable with didn't have a good Roaring Moon matchup. So I just had a decent Roaring Moon matchup, was comfortable with it, so I just went with it. No other reason.
I mean, it's working out right now. I mean, your position, you're very much on for top 8 at this stage. Looks like you're going to make it there. But you have a top 4 finish with a deck already, the casters were saying.
Yes, yeah.
So, I mean, did you get a top 4 finish and go, Chen Pao's my boy? Or did you get a top 4 finish and be like, maybe let's try something else, and then came back to it?
Okay, I didn't play it again in the regional. I did play it at some League Cups, but basically didn't play it again. I thought it when was worse positioned in the meta for sure, but now that Rapid Strike is a bit gone and there's less Avery and Guardy, James still played it, but he wasn't able to, obviously. He bricked so bad. So yeah, it's sort of coming back into the meta again.
Oh, fantastic, thank you very much. So, it's coming back into the meta. You're clearly showing us that it is a top-tier deck right now, surpassing those expectations. But you're on a different journey than a lot of people. You're the 9th ranked player in Europe coming into this tournament. Decent chance of moving up with how well you're doing this weekend. What's it like? Is top 22 important to you?
Yes, definitely. It's always a goal. And not only just for the free buy and the free money, but also I want to show that I'm a consistently good player. But I think I'm pretty set on the top 22 now. I'm quite content with where I'm at and doing well still. So I'm trying to go even higher, of course. I want to overtake my brother, who's first in Europe right now. That's one of my main goals. And then in the end, I want to at least end up like top 4 Europe.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions, of course, because you're 9th in Europe. That's pretty spectacular. One of the very few people above you is your brother, who's 1st in Europe, 2nd in the world. Do you test a lot together, and what's that like?
Actually, we barely test together. Like, of course, we discuss ideas, but we just barely play test. It's like we already play each other at leagues sometimes, but just testing more at home is just. Like, you already see your brother like 90% of the day, so then to also play test against him, you just get annoyed at him, you know? Especially if he draws lucky or something. So we don't actually often test together.
I have a lot of siblings. I understand where you're coming from. But, you know, you said you want to beat him. Does he want to beat you? Is there a proper brotherly rivalry to see who ends up higher on that list at the end of the year?
Definitely. I've been ranked higher the past couple of years, so he's trying to get back at me this year. But I'm trying to, of course, keep my streak of being higher than him in the ranking, so I can say that I beat you once again.
Well, I wish you good luck in that quest and good luck in the rest of the tournament. You've had a great start. Looks like you're on for top 8. And hopefully, proving that Chen Pao should be taken seriously as a deck. Good luck for the rest of your rounds.
Thank you.
And don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to bring you the rest of those rounds all the way through to the final, where we crown a champion. So grab yourselves a nice cold beverage. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back very soon indeed.
Trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokémon trading card game. The Pokémon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokémon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hi, it's Shay Burton here, and today we're going to look at Iron Hands EX. Iron Hands EX is one of the poster boys from the Paradox Rift expansion. Its amp you very much attack for 1 lightning and 3 colorless energy, deals 120 damage, and lets you take an extra prize card if you knock something out with this attack. This really erodes the advantage that 1 prize decks have by flipping the prize trade back into your favor. People can even opt to play the Future Boost Energy Capsule tool card too. This reduces Iron Hand's retreat costs from 4 down to 0 and boosts damage by 20. While the 4 energy cost sounds high, there are plenty of engines that can power up Iron Hands, like Electric Generator and Flaffy in Miraidon decks, Super Cold from Bat's Caliber, Primal Turbo in Lugia decks, and Mirage Gate in Lost Zone decks too, making for a versatile threat that you always have to be careful of.
Miraidon is going to have its chance to shine.
The future is now.
But Yuho said, not today, not today. Iron Hands closed the door.
My strategy for the preparation of this event was I test and make sure I have a deck I like to play, and then I try to prepare myself by getting good night's sleeps, eating well, and being sure I'm calm and collected when I come to tournaments so that I can prepare for my best.
Yuho plays one of the most explosive decks in the meta.
We can see what he's eyeing up. The big, the bad, the scary Iron Hand.
I took Miraidon because it's a fast deck that wins against other fast decks also. Throughout Swiss, I didn't adapt a lot. The meta was much different than I expected, so I decided to start going second.
Yuho's deck is capable of attacking turn 1, going second.
Top Cut was really good for me because I got on the side of the bracket that had all the card wars, which led to me having only good matchups until the finals.
Oh my goodness gracious, that is going to be such an explosive final.
And then the finals was like the only matchup I was scared about.
Miraidon Iron Hands versus Entei Iron Valiant.
Yeah, I was worried about Entei Valiant because I can't set up Fluffies in the matchup, so the generators are that much more important for me, which was like more stressful for me because I had to like hit them. So that was always the risk. The final was challenging, most challenging.
Yuho Kalama is your LAIC 2024 Masters Division champion in the TCG.
This event marks like the first big achievement I've ever made. Like after this, I don't feel good when I get like top 16 at regionals, but I know that I've done something that I can do also much better than just top 16. I can win events, and that's like the important part. Like I get confidence from this.
Hey trainers, while we've got a little break in the action, I thought it might be fun to have a chat about some of the top players in Europe this season. I'm joined by the lovely Freya and the lovely Alex, and this is important because things are different this year. We got like a whole circuit going on around Europe, but things aren't the same as they were last year, are they, Alex?
No, not at all. Now that we have a different way of qualifying for the World Championships, with regional level events now offering the winner an automatic entry and to be able to play in the day one, at the very least, of the World Championships in Hawaii, is a fantastic change that a lot of people have championed for. And it's fantastic to see so many new names become regional champions and actually get that invite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think of Francisco, of course, just recently won the Liverpool Regional Championships. Christian Fontenot as well in Stuttgart, taking the win there as well. There are so many more different avenues to get to that World Championship invite now, and it's really, really cool to see, because it kind of, like you mentioned, Ross, it does change the dynamic a little bit of how you think about approaching an event in terms of getting your invite. You can go for the consistency, or you can just try and spike for the win.
Yeah, we've raised the championship point requirement. It is harder to get an invite now. You need more points to do it. But, just win a regional level event, get an automatic invite, or, do what Tor did, get top 4 of the World Championships last year, come into the season with an invite, don't even worry about it. But if you look at the leaderboard in Europe, one of the most interesting things, for me at least, we've got a couple of pairs of brothers that, they're proving it's really nice having a good testing partner at home.
Yep, just thinking about the number 1 player right now in EU on championship points alone, of course, Brennan Kammerman, a very well-known brother of Owen Kammerman as well, both tearing up as per usual in the European circuit, doing consistently well within every regional event at ICs that we've already had so far, and we'll just continue to do so, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of ICs, of course, our most recent IC winner, also part of a pair, of course, Yuho Kalama winning against Noah Sawyer in the finals of the LAC and locking up the invite that way. So, having sort of a testing partner with you to sort of make it there is just absolutely invaluable.
Yeah, never forget, not just Yuho,
but
his
just
brother
you,
as well,
yes.
Consta, who had the pleasure of crowning the champion and handing over his medal at the ceremony. It was fantastic to see him do it again with new VNAX.
Yeah, you talk about the Cameraman's. It's wild being the 8th ranked player in Europe, having the 8th most championship points in the whole of Europe, and having a playtesting partner at home who's significantly higher than you on the leaderboard because they're sitting there at number 1. But one of the things that's interesting about this is, we've got the automatic invites for winners, automatic invite for Tor as a top 4 player at Worlds, but then we've got players like Stefan Ivanov, for instance, just sitting there at a fantastic place, top 10 player in Europe. And I believe the highest finish we've seen from Stefan at the regionals this year is top 64. Because what we've seen instead is consistent finishes, picking up points at ICs, picking up points at league challenges and league cups, and actually being in really good top 22 position without having a big regional finish. This has surely got to be what the plan was, that there's multiple different ways to get yourself towards Worlds.
Yeah, 100%. The return of local events, the cups and challenges, offering plenty of points for players to really climb their way through the leaderboards and work their way towards a World Championship invite, has just meant that so many more of the consistent players that we know and love, like you've mentioned, Stefan Ivanov, Pedro Eugenio Torres, of course, one of our fan favorites, Tord Reklev as well, but as you've already mentioned, he has an automatic invite, but it's still just been tearing up on a consistent basis.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely. There are many different ways to get to the World Championships, whether you win a regional, whether you pick up championship points throughout the season, whether you top 4 the previous year's Worlds, and we can follow all of these players this weekend and throughout the rest of the season. So don't go anywhere. We got lots of wonderful Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
Welcome back, everyone. So we finished yesterday by me mentioning how hungry I was. We have both well-fed and rested, so I don't know about you, but I am feeling mega energized for this next round.
Lunch has been served. I definitely didn't have 4 pieces of cake, and I'm feeling ready for this next round of Pokemon action. It's going to be good. They've got really good cake here, all right? What am I going to do? There's loads of cake. Someone's got to eat it. I have stepped up. I'm a little bit proud of myself.
So what we're saying is if we see a sugar crash later, we'll know where it comes from.
I'll just have more cake. That will fix it.
That's not how that works,
That's
Ross.
definitely how that works, Freya. I feel very good about that.
I mean, it was good cake, to be fair.
It was very good cake. Now, we've not actually finished our previous round. Some results have started to come in. Arnika Jala, the Mew player we had on stream. Actually, the last round we were up. Currently, they are the one player that looks like they're in. They're on 34 match points. I don't believe that's guaranteed. I've not done the maths. But with, you know, a couple of rounds remaining here, it looks like they are the first player who's pretty much into top 8. So that's one player. We got one Mew. There are a bunch of players on like 29 points coming into this round who are looking for 2 wins out of 3. And of course, Owen was one of those, just got one of those wins. So Owen should need 1 win in 2 rounds to join with Chen Pao in top 8.
All that is very relevant, but I just heard what you're saying, and like I'm just getting alarm bells in my head. Is Mew gonna win again? Like, you know, it seems like there is something about this deck that just keeps winning over and over and over. Even, you know, it's on its last legs. We know that, you know, before long it's going to be rotated. We're seeing another one in top card. Is this a sign?
Well, I need to add 2 words to what you're saying there, Freya.
Okay.
In Europe.
In Europe, yes.
Mew keeps winning in Europe. It won in Liverpool last time we were out here, and it never, like, don't get me wrong, it's a good deck in North America. It sees play, it sees success, but there is something about Mew VMAX and Europe where it just can't help winning. Obviously, it's a defending world champion deck, so, you know, it won over in Japan there at Worlds, but in Europe, it seems to be better represented. It seems to convert better. It seems to win more, and frankly, yeah, the top seed right now is playing Mew.
Yeah.
So they're going to have at least 2. They're going to be on 34 points. Nobody going into the next round is going to be on more than 32. So Arnika Jala is not just a top seed, but there's going to be at least a 2-point difference between them and anybody else. So, yeah, Mew is in good position to win. That's what I'm saying here.
Yeah, it very much is. Speaking of being in good position to win, we have our next round for the community bracket ready for you guys at home. So this is a little thing we started yesterday where it's not, again, the matchup between each individual deck. It's predicting between the 2 which is most likely to take the tournament. So we did our sort of top 8 yesterday, if you were, and now we have our top 4. So we have Chen Pao against Roaring Moon and Mew VMAX against Lost Zone Box. For this round, we're looking at the top, so it's going to be Chen Pao EX versus Roaring Moon EX. We're going to make our cases, and then you guys at home are going to be able to vote on which one you think is more likely to win.
Do remember the voting happens on Twitch, so if you are voting, make sure you're on Twitch so that you can get those votes in. Tell us, you know, when Freya and I have made our positions clear, we're going to have 45 seconds. Have they told you which position you're taking?
Yeah, I've just been informed that I'm taking Chen Pao.
Oh, so, okay, so they want you to lose. Cool. Okay, your 45 seconds, they'll count you in, tell you when to start.
2, 1. Okay, we've talked a lot about how Stage 2 decks are making a comeback, right? And Chen Pao is a big part of that. We have seen successful archetypes before with this kind of ability where you can accelerate a bunch of water energy in 1 turn. So you have that with the Baxcalibur, you have the Chen Pao, which both does massive damage with Hail Blade and searches out energy with that Shivery Chill ability. There's follow-up attackers you can use as well. You can incorporate the new Iron Hands EX to take multiple prizes in 1 turn with the lightning energy. You can make use of Radiant Green Ninja to take 2 knockouts with the Moonlight Shuriken and also to draw extra cards. It's got all the consistency, it has all the power. It is one of the best Stage 2 options, and I think it is a great potential to win any tournament, and it's being severely underplayed right now.
I mean,
I did it again.
Yeah, you never let me cut you off. Cutting you off is fun. Never mind.
I'm not going to let you do it, Ross.
It's all right. I've got Roaring Moon, so I'm already feeling really good because I've clearly got given the better deck here. So, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, those Stage 2 decks are great until they run out of steam and then you draw badly. Just saw it with Gardevoir. It can happen with Chen Pao. Chen Pao is a perfect deck that is always 1 card away. Roaring Moon, however, we are fast, we are consistent. We've got more Pekko for that lovely single prize attacker. We've got Professor Sarda's Vitality. We've got Dark Patch. We've got an attack that literally KOs anything for free energy in a Pokemon that can accelerate energy in multiple different ways. We have seen it see more play than Chen Pao. We have seen it see more success. We've seen a better conversion rate. We've seen Ross Cawthorn have a big finish with it lately. We've seen it be good tournament after tournament after tournament, and it's only going up in play. Look what's happened over the past couple of tournaments. Keeps being great.
Stop. So I've interrupted you 3 times. You've interrupted me none. I think it's just a matter of like, you know, I think you need to learn your time better, Ross.
Some people could argue that you couldn't even get a full 45 seconds about your deck, Chen Pao. You know, I needed all of my time and more to really explain how good it is. You ran out of points in less than 45 seconds. Does that really sound like the best deck?
I guess not. You know, I think it's important to draw attention to something. I was like watching back yesterday, and I think some people had this idea that, you know, we actually like really like don't like each other or something, that there's like hidden tension. But I mean, we've known each other for so long. That's just kind of the dynamic we have, really. Like,
we're good friends. You're just every time we do these deck things, you get the wrong position, and I have to defend myself.
I hear out offering a conciliatory tone and say, "Oh no, we're a good friend," and then like
maybe that's where the accusations come from. Now, of course, make sure you are getting all of those votes in on Twitch, and we got a little bit of a deck spotlight here about Roaring Moon. Like I say, we've got Frenzied Gouging that KOs any Pokemon whatsoever, Professor Sada's Vitality and Dark Patch to accelerate energy, and of course, let's not forget Ancient Booster Energy Capsule gives you an extra 60 HP. And means you're not affected by special conditions.
Yeah, it is. In spite of the deck I just had to fight for, Roaring Moon EX is obviously a phenomenal deck. There is a reason why it is the most played deck here in Day 2. It is a very, very solid choice. And same with Chen Pao, of course, I just made the argument for it there. Also a really, really solid contender. We saw it, of course, just now being piloted by Owen Kammerman to win on stream. With that super cold ability, able to attach as many water energies as you want, and you can get the energies out of the deck with the Chivalry Chill, and just take one-hit knockouts everywhere.
And it works pretty gosh darn nicely, accelerating energy. And, you know, Roaring Moon has got that literally KO anything Frenzied Gouging, but if you attach and discard enough energy, Hailblade can KO anything as well. My problem with Chen Pao, I mean, we were playing against each other at a previous tournament, I can't remember which one it was, and I was borrowing your Chen Pao deck.
Oh, yeah, we were playing casually, right, yeah.
Yeah, and this was my last chance. I gave it one more chance, and every game we played, I was one card away from winning every single game. And I was like, you know what, Chen Pao, not the deck for me. So hopefully you guys are getting your votes in over on Twitch. We're going to have the results in rather shortly indeed, hopefully confirming that Roaring Moon is indeed the choice. But I suppose we're going to have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah, I suppose we will. And it's interesting, so this time, I guess we have a little bit longer to make our cases right. Yesterday it was at 30 seconds, this time it's 45 seconds. So we're really trying to put the strong arguments in to convince you guys at home whether you should vote for Chen Pao, and very specifically Chen Pao, and definitely not anything else.
Well, unfortunately, the time to vote for Chen Pao, if you ever wanted to do that, a bit silly if you ask me, has passed. It is now time to see the results, and we've got... Oh, no. Oh, no, look at that.
I'm not doing well, am I?
I mean, look, some people might look at this and go, we've argued 3 times and I've won all 3 of them. Some people might not remember that I've won all 3 of them. I don't need to remind people that I've won all 3 of them. We can see the results on the screen right there. And this one, I genuinely did believe this one. This wasn't just an argument. I love Roaring Moon. I think Roaring Moon is a great deck. I genuinely think it's fun, it's fast, it hits hard. It's not great against Snorlax.
I'm sad now.
Oh, sorry, Freya. But look, we've got a Chen Pao, which is looking like it is going to be absolutely on course to make top 8 of this tournament. Owen Kammerman proving that it is a good deck, and I kind of love that. I love when a player comes along and goes, look, I know you're all telling me this deck isn't good enough, but yeah, look who's like the number 2 seed right now.
Yeah, and like that's the thing with Chen Pao, right? It's kind of similar thing with Iron Valiant. The deck never stopped being good. It wasn't like, you know, suddenly it just lost power or anything else. It just seemed like a lot of players drifted away from it. But, you know, in the right hands, with the right list, it can go all the way.
It absolutely can. We do have a couple more results that have come in. Gabriel Smart with Gardevoir is up to 32 points. Benjamin Pham with Giratina is up to 32 points. And Rowan Stevanov with Gardevoir is up to 31 points. Bit more work to do there to really kind of go and cement that top 8 place. So right now, if we're looking at the top decks, we got Mew, we got Chen Pao, we got Gardevoir, we got Giratina, we got Gardevoir, we got Gardevoir, we got Mew. Those are the top decks as we're looking at the moment, with a couple of results not yet come in. There is actually still a Goldengo very much in contention.
We'll talk about, you know, more unexpected choices. I mean, Goldengo is one of these decks we've seen creeping up a little bit. You know, we've seen some people experimenting with different lists of it, and people are maybe now starting to find the right ways to play it to take it to top table success.
All I'm saying is there is a very real chance here that we get into top 8 and maybe even the final with Goldengo against Chen Pao. And when all the American players wake up, because a lot of times they're a little bit behind us,
of course.
when they wake up and check the stream and they see Chen Chen Pao and Golden Go running rampant, they are going to wonder whether we are already in the post-rotation format. Those are two decks that are, really looking like they're going to be real contenders post-rotation. Japan is in the post-rotation format right now. Those are two decks that are doing very well. Those decks are not supposed to be good enough in our current format, and we've got a couple of players.
Here we are.
Proving it wrong.
About a small insight into the future, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. But right now, we're in the present, and Chen Pao and Golden Go absolutely looking good. You know what else looks good?
What?
Social posts.
Yeah,
from all those lovely people out there trying to get in touch with us. What have we got? It's us! Freya and Ross doing the Iron Hands and Claw dance on stream made my day. You're absolutely smashing it. So yeah, we had both the dances going on yesterday, and here's a little bit extra for anyone. Is it time to claw?
I think it is.
Is it time to claw? Yes, it's always time to claw, even though claw will not be winning today.
You don't just get each once, you get each twice. How about that?
Shout out to Andrew Kincaid for taking the time to get in touch. That was yeah, that was fun. It's always nice when we get a little bit of dancing on the stream.
Yeah, it was. And here we have from Jamie, or at JamieGL. As much as I'd love to be at Dortmund Regionals this weekend, I'm enjoying a slow day today watching the stream. Heading to a challenge tomorrow, though, with some friends. Can't keep me away from competing one way or the other. Absolutely. Even if you can't make it to the regionals, you can always compete at your local events. And there's me again.
And let's not forget, we want you to be watching the stream live. Of course we do, yeah? We've got community votes. We've got votes for the best decks. But you can watch these after the fact if you miss around, if you are going to a League Challenge or a League Cup or doing something not Pokemon related, which apparently some people do on the weekends.
I mean,
weird as that might sound.
Couldn't be me.
Doesn't sound right to me.
Actually, that's a lie, but we do talk about that.
You can catch up on the stream a little bit later. So watching on a Saturday, going to a League Challenge or a League Cup on Sunday, catching up with the action you've missed afterwards. That sounds like a very nice weekend.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Now, do we have any more social media posts? I think let's have a look here.
I think there is one. Hey, it's my lovely friend Antoine Boulet. Dortmund Regional Fred, round 1, 1 loss versus Guardi, 0-1. Made a silly mistake that cost me game 3. Really regret not playing better and making the most of the opportunity to play a great set against an international championship finalist. Got to wake up and turn that terrible start around. Well, you'll be pleased to know that I went and got a massive burger with Antoine after the stream ended yesterday, and I can confirm they finished with a 6-3 record. They picked up 30 points, which was their goal coming in. It means they can now finish out their invite with just local tournaments, League Cups and League Challenges. So Antoine had a good finish in the end and felt good at the end of the tournament.
And that's always nice as well when you go to regionals and you think, okay, I know what my goal is, and obviously everyone wants to make day 2 and win the whole thing, but if you have a specific goal in mind, say if you're working towards a Worlds invite and you can still be happy with that result, that's great too, of course.
It is, and I'm afraid we don't have a picture to share, but I assure you it was a massive burger.
Yeah, I had one myself, and let's just say it barely touched the sides.
Long stream days. Do we have any more social posts? Any more people?
We've got one more lined up, I think. Yeah, here from Lee Williams. So, I'll read this one off, I guess. So, got a cup next Sunday, and I have absolutely zero clue what the play is. Do I stick with Miraidon, revisit Chen Pao, try out Zard, go to Mew, or do something absolutely insane like Arc Duraludon? Tell you what, guys, why don't you go to this tweet right now, go to Lily's profile and help him out. Tell him what to play. He's obviously got a bit of a dilemma here, but plenty to choose from, but maybe you guys can help him decide.
Lee, I've got the answer for you. Play Miraidon. It's fast, it's consistent, it's a great deck. It is always the right choice. So I would highly consider playing Miraidon, play a nice turbo list, get some Iron Hands out for some extra prizes, get yourself a nice, fast, consistent deck. And of course, we've had a couple of tweets here telling us about players going to locals. I mentioned how Antoine is going to be finishing out their invite at locals. There are locals all over. There are League Challenges, League Cups. We've got, just leagues themselves. You go to your local game store, and all these are findable on the Pokemon website. You can find out where your local game store is, and these are smaller tournaments with fewer players where, you're still competing in League Challenges and League Cups for championship points and booster pack prizes and prize packs and all of that, but it's a bit smaller, a bit more casual, and I'm just pointing out, I met most of my best Pokemon friends at local tournaments.
It's where you get your start, right? any top player, most of the time you go back and ask them. It's only a few who maybe happen to get their first start at like a bigger tournament. Most of the time, you get your start at your local events. You go to your league challenges, you go to your league cups, you build your confidence, and then you go to regionals afterwards. It is absolutely the best place to start playing the game, and I cannot recommend it highly enough.
And of course, the internet has been invented, and one of my favorite uses for the internet is finding local game stores in any town I'm visiting, any town I've recently moved to. So go online, find your local game store, go in, say hello, give them a ring, because there are local game stores out there. Maybe they want to run tournaments, but they don't know if people are going to be interested. Show them that interest. Locals are amazing, and of course, you get to try out other decks there, get ready for the big regionals, turn up somewhere like Dortmund when you've had that practice and when you're ready.
And of course, locals aren't just about building up that practice. Of course, with the league challenges and league cups, they do award championship points. They can help you get onto that championship brackets, and it can help you make your way towards that world invitation. I believe it's, as I recall, 15 points for a league challenge win, and then 50 points for a league cup win. So you do enough of those, they can build up.
Absolutely. We've seen players like Stefan Ivanov, top 10 player in Europe. I don't believe has a finish higher than top 64 in a regional this season, but consistent finishes at regionals, points from internationals in Latin America, and a bunch of locals. And there you go. I told you a couple of times about Antoine finishing out their invited locals, and you hear this a lot from players. I'm now close enough, I can finish my invited locals. I'll go to a few challenges, few cups, and of course, let's not forget the famed double cup weekend.
Oh, yes.
Find a cup on Saturday, a cup in a different store on Sunday, make a weekend of it.
Now, it is important to note, you can't get your whole invite just from league challenges and league cups. So there is something called the best finish limit in place, which means that for both league challenges and for league cups, there's two separate ones, your best 6 finishes from those events are what counts towards your overall points. So basically the maximum you can get, if you win 6 league challenges and you win 6 league cups, 390 points. So, for 6 times 50, 6 times for 15.
Absolutely, and then you need to come get some points from regionals to finish it off. We do want you to get a few points at regionals to get your invite, but it's a nice mix, and we do see an awful lot of players, they get that mix. And honestly, what some players do is they will have a regional coming up weekend before, let's go to some cups and figure out what deck I want to play. Speaking of regionals, here we have got all of our regionals. Freya, if you can only go to one tournament on that list, which one you picking?
Are we excluding ICs from this? We're just talking. Oh no. Okay. Well then, honestly, it's got to be New Orleans. Wait, what?
I said one tournament on that list. Which one are you picking?
But New Orleans, North American Internationals.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's the wrong answer.
Is that why you're giving me a look?
It's Honolulu! Hawaii World Championships! Trick question.
I guess, okay, no, to be fair, no. The reason why I aim for that is because I don't know if I'll be able to make it to Worlds this year due to other things. I mean, obviously, I would absolutely love to go if I could. Never been to Hawaii, it would be amazing, but I'm thinking with what I already maybe have planned, so I kind of got a little bit tunnel vision there.
And here's the thing, I don't believe we've had North American Internationals in New Orleans before.
No, never.
And I know a lot of lovely American Pokemon players, and when it was announced that North American Internationals was going to be in New Orleans, people were excited.
Very.
The community as a whole was extremely happy with that selection for a venue. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to North American Internationals, but it is certainly one that if there's any way I can get there, I will. That one, you did actually make a fantastic choice. That is a great tournament, and I know a lot of people are looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, of course, to be fair, with Worlds as well, that is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. Why do we go to all these tournaments? To get the points, to get to the World Championships is where the best of the best compete, and to have that World Champion crown in Pokemon, that is something that you will have for the rest of your life. No one can take that away from you. It is the ultimate goal for any Pokemon trainer.
Absolutely, and if I'm not cheating and picking Worlds, I'm kind of hyped about Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, same. Yeah.
I know for you it's your local regional
local-ish, yeah. It's the closest thing to a local one, yeah. But yeah, absolutely, Stockholm's a gorgeous city. I have been before, but it has been a while, so really looking forward to going back. I know my partner Tyler's really excited about that as well, so yeah, we'll be going together and having a great time, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Stockholm, I've been Jönköping. I've flown to Stockholm and then gotten on a tiny plane to Jönköping, which was terrifying. It'll be nice this time to just stay in Stockholm and play some Pokemon.
Was it one of those like propeller planes?
It's like a 40-person tiny propeller plane. And I was there with a friend, and she was like, don't worry, I know it's going to be terrifying. I will be here for you. She fell asleep before the plane even took off. And then
probably used to it, I guess.
Oh, yeah, not as terrified as I was of that plane, but I made it, I survived, and this time we go to Stockholm. We stay in Stockholm, and we want you guys to stay right here. We're going to take a short break. We've got a little bit of a dispute needs to be figured out before we get into the next round, but we're not far away, so grab yourselves a nice cold beverage and come back very shortly indeed. This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and today I'll be going over a quick recap of what happened at the 2024 Pokémon TCG Liverpool Regional Championships. This tournament ended up being one of the largest ever held in Europe, with 1,518 players competing for the title. Players had a good idea of what to expect going into Liverpool, given that we've now had many regionals in the Paradox Rift format, with the likes of Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star especially emerging as the top 2 contenders. However, a new contender in the form of Roaring Moon emerged at Charlotte Regionals. The Liverpool Day 1 metagame ended up reflecting this new reality. As we made our way into Day 2 though, a very different reality emerged, with Charizard EX and Losso and Giratina V-Star still at the top, but with Gardevoir EX making it into the mix as well, with new VMAX also in the mix. In the end, 6 different decks managed to make their way into the top 8, including 2 showings each for Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star, the 2 top contenders, as well as appearances from Snorlax Stall, 2 other non-Giratina Lost Zone decks, and new VMAX, piloted by Fabrizio Inga Silva from Peru. Determined to add another notch to Mew's already impressively decorated championship belt, Fabrizio won in top 8 and top 4, making his way all the way to the finals where he'd be up against one of Australia's best players, Brent Tonneson, piloting Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. Fabrizio was able to find all the pieces he needed to close out the game, including a timely Psychic Leap to deny Brent a free prize KO option to make a comeback. Game 2 got off to a similar start, with Fabrizio able to take 3 prizes before Brent was even able to take 1. However, after Fabrizio took his 4th prize card, Brent was able to find a combination of Rock Sand plus Path to the Peak. With all his abilities shut off, Fabrizio would have to rely on a judge drawn from the Rock Sand to find the pieces he needed to close out the game. The judge found him a Chromatic and a Power Tablet to discard, but he knew that finding 2 Power Tablets was the key to taking a knockout on the Giratina and win the game. So Fabrizio went for the gamble, and it paid off, with a heads-on Chromatic netting him a Lost Vacuum to remove Brent's Path to the Peak, reactivating the Fusion Strike system ability on Genesect V. Fabrizio was then able to draw another Power Tablet and a Chromatic, with another heads finding him the 2nd Power Tablet to take the knockout on Giratina V-Star and become the Liverpool Regional Champion.
Fabrizio is your Liverpool Regional Champion, piloting Mew VMAX all the way from Peru, and he will be going home with $10,000.
Ooh, a motivational display. Mew is keeping it.
Whether you're following along in person or watching at home, we hope you're having a great time keeping up with the 2024 Play Pokemon season. There's plenty more action and tournaments to come in the future, so make sure to stay tuned, you're not going to want to miss a thing. I'm Freya Pierce, and thank you for watching.
Hello, trainers. I hope that you're concentrating because we have a very special segment today. My name's Amy. I'm here with the fantastic Mike and our expert today, Tord.
I think we're blessed here with you, Tord. How are you doing, Tord?
Doing great. Thank you so much for letting me be here.
I mean, you're a name that we all know so well from your success in multiple tournaments, but one thing I think you're known for is your ability to come up with new decks, especially around new sets and when there's rotations. But it's not just about the decks that are unknown, like your recent Lost Box, but the consistency cards and how you choose to put those in your decks, all of those kinds of decisions. Talk us through what goes into making a deck.
Yeah, for sure. So over the years I've been playing, I have been liking to kind of divide all the type of cards into your deck into two segments. So I like to divide them into power cards and consistency cards. Now, a consistency card is all the cards in your deck that help you establish your basic strategy. So every single card that aims towards that goal will be a consistency card. So first you kind of have to define what is the core strategy of your deck, right? What are you trying to do?
I got a question about that. So what deck are you playing right now, Amy?
Charizard.
So with Charizard, for those at home, what would be the basic strategy of Charizard?
So say for Charizard EX, for example, the very basic strategy there, I would say, is get Charizard EX into the active and swing, right? Simple as that. Just use its really powerful attack and that's it. So every card in your deck that will aim towards that goal will be a consistency card. And now on the other side of the coin is the power cards again. So the power cards are only really good after setup again. So they can help tip the tide in your favor when you actually already established your basic strategy. So say a card like Boss's Order, right? Does nothing for you until you have that Charizard up and going and ready to attack. So Boss's Order, really, really powerful card, a power card, but it's not a consistency card again. So it's all about trying to find the right balance between the consistency cards and the power cards again.
I have a lot of especially newer players or mums of juniors and seniors who are wanting to diversify their deck building techniques ask, Amy, what is the right mix of Pokemon, trainers, items, stadiums and energy that they should be aiming for? Now, I suppose my question to you is there any basic structure that somebody new to deck building could use, or would you prefer people to switch to that power card versus consistency card thought?
So the power cards versus consistency cards is just like one of many things you can use to help build a deck, right? But decks, they vary so wildly much, right? So say your Charizard EX deck might need way less or fewer energies than a Miraidon deck, for example. Exactly.
Or I mean, one of the first decks I learned from you was your 18 energy fire deck.
Exactly.
Back in 2019, and that was crazy at the time because it was so unexpected. So I guess with what you're saying there is, where would you recommend someone start when they're building a deck?
So you should probably start with figuring out, okay, what am I trying to attack with, right? So what am I trying to accomplish here? And then you need to try to put in cards that aim towards that goal again, right? So say if you use Charizard EX again, the goal is to attack with Charizard EX, and let's say ideally you attack with Charizard EX 3 times, right? Then you need at least enough energies in your deck to make that happen. So Charizard EX needs 2 energies to attack. If you want to attack with it 3 times, you can do some quick math. That should be 6 energies, right? You should also take into account that you could prize some, you might retreat around with some as well, maybe randomly discard some. So you should probably play a little bit more than 6 if you still want to, have 3 Charizard EX attacking. Maybe you could play cards like Super Rod as well, so you can get the energies back into the deck after you use them too.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things to think about, and I guess for a lot of players, they'll go away and copy a deck from their favorite player. One thing that you do when you first come into the format is you sort of redefine what the consistency card should look like in a deck. And I think the question for you is, how do the consistency and power cards change throughout a format?
So, I mean, you have a lot of different approaches to that as well. Actually, I think that's one of the more interesting things about deck building is just trying to figure out what should my engine be. I usually kind of like to approach deck building from that angle and say, okay, I don't really care that much about what my main attacker is going to be, right? I care much more about, okay, how am I drawing my cards? How am I finding my cards? And then when I found an engine I really, really liked, then I kind of build a deck around that engine instead of the other way around of picking an attacker and trying to make it work. So I think there's just like a lot of way you can go about it, and that's one of my favorite ways to do it.
Thank you so much, Tord, for joining us and talking us through a real little masterclass in deck building there. I really hope this helps everybody at home. Obviously, leave us a message and let us know if there's anything else that we can maybe get them back in the future for. Thank you, Mike, for your fantastic questions as well. Trainers, it's time to get back to the action.
Welcome back to the Dortmund Pokémon TCG Regional Championships. I'm Ross, I'm joined by Freya, and I've seen a couple of interesting decks that I am following as we go through, including a deck, and I'm not going to quiz you because you know what deck it is. Yeah. I don't think anyone in chat is going to guess what this deck is. It's Lost Box with a 2/2 Dialga V-Star.
Yeah, we were just looking through the list, and again, nothing crazy surprising from what we saw at the beginning, but then we were scrolling through and we saw this little list and we were like, hold on, what's going on here?
Yeah, Shay told us that it looked interesting. We had a bit of a gander, and it is interesting. It's an awkward one. They're on 30 points at the moment. They really need 2 wins to cement that top 8. Maybe a win and a tie will get them in. We don't know exactly what that cutoff is going to be right now, but Lost Box with 2/2 Dialga V-Star, that is not something you see every day.
No, I'm very, very excited to see if that managed to make it all the way to top 8. We also, I believe we've seen a couple of times on stream already, or not a couple of times, but we saw once on stream already. Goldengo, there's one still very much in contention for top 8 here in day 2, making its way up, not quite there at the top 8 yet, but doing very, very well.
Yeah, Goldengo is sitting there at 31 points at the moment with a decent chance of being able to actually get in to that top 8. Goldengo, not a deck we see in top 8 very often, so that is one that I have also got my eye on. So yeah, we've got some interesting decks. Iron Valiant has been dropping off a little bit in day 2, sadly, but we got a Chen Pao in position for top 8. We got a Goldengo which has got a chance, and I'm not saying this Dialga is going to get into top 8. It's still an outside shot, but if it wins the last 2 rounds, that deck should actually be in top 8, which that's going to surprise a few people.
Yeah, it certainly surprised me at least. Goldengo, I think we talked about it a little bit in the sense that it's probably one of those decks that's going to be a very good contender for after the rotation, of course, because it kind of, Path to the Peak is gone, so you're not as much at risk of your coin bonus being shut off. But even now, it's still in for a good shot, as we can see.
Yeah, it's a very good deck. It's got almost unlimited damage potential, and I just love the idea of these decks that everybody's going, wait till the rotation hits, and they're going to be good. And we got players in the room this weekend being like, no, I'm not waiting till the rotation hits. EUIC isn't happening, and the European Internationals isn't happening till April. I want to play these decks now, and doing a very good job with them.
Yeah, and I do believe we just got word that standings are now available, so let's take a quick look at those so we can show you guys at home how folks are doing. We can see there Arnie, who we featured very recently, still on an absolute tear. 11-1-1, I think, basically seals his position in top card at this point.
34 might be the bubble, it might be safe, so I think probably 1 tie needed from Arnie there, but we have not done the maths clearly, but that's roughly where we're looking. But we got Arnie there on Mew, we got Owen Kammerman sitting there with Chen Pao, Gabriel Smart is playing Gardevoir, James Cox is on Gardevoir as well, we got Rowan Stavano there, sorry, with Gardevoir. Gardevoir's having a good tournament.
Yeah, very good tournament.
Stian Nielsen, I'm trying to figure these out as we go. Lost Stein, unfortunately. But we've got a big mixture of decks here. We've got Nico Alabas there, who is playing Gardevoir. We've got Jamie Hindley, who's on Gardevoir. Gardevoir is everywhere in this top card.
I think it's safe to say that there's going to be at least 1, if not more, Gardevoirs in the top 8. This is very much the Gardevoir Resurgence Regionals.
Absolutely. Stein Nielsen is on Lost Zone box. They lost to Arnie in the previous round. And not looking quite high enough there. Jan van Kampen is our Goldengo player, who is standing a bit of a chance there. And you got Benjamin Pham, who we saw yesterday with Giratina. So we do have a mix of decks, but Gardevoir's everywhere.
Gardevoir is everywhere, but there's one more important name to mention. Alessandro Cremascoli, very, very famous player from Italy, known for playing, controlling archetypes. On Snorlax Stall, there is our representation for Snorlax Stall in day 2.
Yeah, and look, Snorlax Stall it's always fun when we get Snorlax Stall on stream. Everyone loves watching Snorlax Stall, so...
Maybe not everyone, to be fair, but yeah, it is... Although it is funny you mention that, because I think people have this idea that, games with control are boring to watch, but if you think about most control games that have been on stream, they've been really, really good to watch, actually.
We've had some good ones. Alessandro is actually very well known for playing these weirder control decks. I know, there's other players who are slightly better known, but Alessandro Cremascoli has been playing control for years at this point. Oh, speaking of which, hey, Snorlax.
There we go. So, yeah, Snorlax, of course, with that block ability, restricts Pokemon from retreating. So you just set that in the active, you bring up something that can't attack. So in Gardevoir, you can bring up like a Radiant Greninja, for example. Charizard, you can bring up a Rotom, and you just run your opponent out of cards by denying them their ability to attack. You can use Echoing Horn and Erika's Invitation to put awkward Pokemon out, and then you basically rely on Arven as an engine to search out the items and tools to get there.
Yeah, it's a very nice archetype. It's a bit annoying to play against, but it's one of those decks it's quite easy to tech against. So there are a lot of decks that can play a couple of cards that will massively improve their Snorlax matchup. So it's one of those where if you really want to beat Snorlax, you can usually beat it. But putting those cards in your deck will then weaken other matchups, so not everybody wants to play all of those cards for Snorlax, and therefore we end up in a very awkward situation where you can tech against it, but is it actually worth teching against it?
This is why often a popular tech for it is, of course, that Spiritomb that we saw earlier. So it does stop all the abilities of basic V Pokemon. And you think, okay, how does that help you get to control matchup? Well, Snorlax often plays Rotom V, of course, so that instant charge ability. You can draw free cards, but then your turn ends. And because you're not attacking with that deck anyway, you use the Rotom to just fill up your hand with cards, and then you have the outs to continue your defensive plays every single turn. If the Spiritomb is suddenly shutting it off, you can't just refill your hand, so eventually your opponent runs out of means to stop you.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be super awkward, and that's I know Spiritomb's a card you've been championing this weekend.
Very much.
It is a good card. It sees play, and like I say, it maybe not as much as it did, but it's still there, and it helps you out in a variety of matchups. Now, we've got a couple of minutes, I think, before this next round. So what we're going to do, we are going to shamelessly steal Shay's idea.
Shamelessly.
Shamelessly.
Shaylessly.
Shaylessly. And if Shay's listening, Shay, I stole your idea. And I'm not even sorry. We're going to do a couple of rounds of overrated and underrated. And I'm going to start this off, Freya, and I'm going to give you a card which is near and dear to my heart.
Oh, I think we all know what's coming.
And you're probably going to break my heart, but I've got to ask you the question. Klawf, overrated or underrated?
You know what? I'm not going to break your heart. I actually think it is a teeny tiny bit underrated.
Ooh.
Just a teeny tiny bit, not by much, but we have seen it, do well enough before. Being able to do as much damage as it can, when you build up, obviously with the poison on it, and then you have the spicy season curry. It's a decent attacker. I think the main thing not going for it is that spicy season curry obviously rotates soon, so it means that you lose one of your big tools to increase your damage output by a lot. But as of right now, yeah, tiny bit underrated, I would say.
I think Klawf is underrated because every time I mention Klawf, somebody goes, Ross, stop it. Stop talking about Klawf. And I'm like, no. Yeah, and then you've got the people, your lovely production crew pointing at themselves on saying that. Klawf is a good deck, and it's not underrated because it's an amazing deck. I know it's not an amazing deck. It is a good deck that consistently, especially in Europe, makes those day 2 finishes, right? And nobody takes it seriously, and every tournament, 1 or 2 people come and make day 2 with Klawf, even though nobody takes it seriously. That is why Klawf is underrated. Also, it's amazing and I love it.
Yeah, very fair argument, honestly. So, what do we have next?
So, the next one I'm going to give you is a much more awkward question.
Okay.
Radiant Charizard, overrated or underrated?
Okay, give this one some thought. Again, I actually think slightly underrated. Because in the sense that everyone thinks of Radiant Greninja as the default, Radiant Pokemon, because to a sense it is, drawing cards wins games, but when you think about just how many impactful decks Radiant Charizard has been in, I think there's no contention, is that it's the second strongest Radiant Pokemon, and considering that, I think it's kind of surprising right now how many decks are opting not to play it. I mean, we've even seen it come in and out of like Charizard EXs, for example. So again, not by much, but maybe tiny bit underrated. It's definitely not overrated. There's no question in my mind.
It certainly seems like when it first came out, it was being played as its own real archetype. We had it as a Lost Zone archetype for a while. It was seen play in more decks. It really does seem like a lot of decks now have just gone, you know what, let's go Radiant Greninja.
Yeah.
It still pops up. It still sees play. It's a very good attacker. But because it doesn't see as much play as it did, I agree with you. I think it is a little bit underrated. But of course, because it's a Radiant Pokemon, you can only have one in your deck. It is interesting because you've got to cut Radiant Greninja.
Exactly.
A lot of decks aren't willing to do that.
Yeah, so you're agreeing then, tiny bit underrated?
I think it's a little bit underrated.
Yeah, also we're in agreement then.
Nice, this is good.
Yeah.
Okay, a deck that we've had on stream very recently, near and dear to not my heart, but some people's, Chen Pao. Not seen as a massive contender in this format, overrated or underrated?
Again, I think now we've flipped to the other direction. It's not that it's bad, but I think it is a tiny bit overrated. And the reason why I say that, in spite of having to argue earlier for why it should win in the deck bracket, it's just not got the same level of consistency that other Stage 2 archetypes have. It's not had the same level of success as Charizard. It's not had the same level of success as Gardevoir. And I know there's going to be a friend of mine watching in Canada who's going to be very, very sad about me saying this. But yeah, I think maybe after the rotation might be in a slightly better spot. But right now, I think it is a tiny bit overrated. However, if Owen goes and wins this whole regional, I'm going to end up looking very silly.
I think this is underrated. And
okay.
Now, I have been pretty clear I'm not a fan of the deck. It's not for me. I'm sorry. I cannot play these kind of decks. They make me sad. I'm always one piece short. There's a chance it's a skill issue. Let's worry about that later. But nobody takes Chen Pao seriously. When we talk about top decks coming into the format, when we talk about the best decks in the meta right now, nobody ever mentions Chen Pao. It is seen as an afterthought. And every time I have a conversation with somebody about Chen Pao, inevitably their answer is, oh, just wait for rotation. That's the answer I get almost every time. Wait for rotation, then it will be good. Well, we've already seen it top 4 regional. We've got Owen on to top 8 in this, well, looking good for top 8, I should say, in this tournament. Frankly, I think it's a little bit underrated, but only because no one else gives it a chance.
Right. I'm going to interject here and actually going to spring a surprise on you. So I know we have something else written down, but Goldengo, overrated or underrated? Go.
Literally the exact same argument. Everything I just said about Chen Pao, take Chen Pao out, put Goldengo in, exactly the same thing. It's good now, it's better than people think, it's proving it's a very good deck. Yeah, literally my entire argument about Chen Pao, just swap out Chen Pao for Goldengo, boom, that's my argument.
Well, let's see if that argument ends up playing out, because we do have Goldengo coming up on this next feature round for you guys.
Oh, I like having a little bit of a look at Goldengo. It is a very, very nice deck. And it's one which I think a lot of people are looking past, not taking seriously. But Goldengo, I think it's awesome. And there is our Goldengo player, Yellovan Kampen, top 32 at EUIC, top 32 in Lille, top 64 at LAIC, and top 64 in Stuttgart. That's pretty good.
You could say Yella is Goldengo with Goldengo.
Let's Golden go towards the win. It's made of gold. It likes to go Goldengo. It's almost like that's where they got the name. Nico Alabas, of course. We've got... Yesterday we had the recent accomplishments for Nico. Now we're showing you that we have a former international champion, OCIC 2020, and then, you know, some other pretty good finishes too.
Yeah, the 2 regional finals and regional top 4. Not bad, you know, all things considered, but maybe not quite the same as an internationals win, but still an absolutely phenomenal set of results there from Nico, showing why he is one of our future players this weekend.
Yeah, it's somebody that we have been watching all weekend, and deservedly so. And Nico is going to be on Gardevoir. We've seen Nico on the stream. We've seen Gardevoir on the stream as well. It's been a bit of a Gardevoir party this weekend, but again, this is a point I've been on all weekend, ever since we started yesterday morning. Gardevoir has gone from a good deck that is going to convert into a bunch of day 2 but not really threaten to win the tournament, to, oh my word, it's the deck to beat. It won in Knoxville, and it is all over the top tables this weekend, and it has been all weekend.
Yeah, and let's be fair as well. I think this is probably going to be a slightly tougher match for the Golden Go deck. It's not necessarily unwinnable, but of course, you're all 2 prize attackers, and Gardevoir is mainly attacking 1 prize attacker, so you're going to have to try and find a way to skew that prize trade a bit more in your favor.
Now, as we have a look at the prizes, there's that 1 Screamtail prize, which is not ideal. 2 Superior Energy Retrieval for Golden Go is not what we like to see prized, so that is something we do need to keep a little bit of an eye on here.
Yes, we do. But meanwhile, there you have the fist bump. We are off to the races. We are Golden Go here in our Swiss round 14. And it looks like it's going to be Nico going first with a... Oh, I was about to say not a great hand, but no, actually, the hand's phenomenal. You've got Fog Crystal, you've got Radiant Greninja, you've got Battle VIP Pass. You are rolling.
Yeah, that is going to give you a decent chance of setting up nice and quickly here. We love Battle VIP Pass. We love turn 1 Radiant Greninja. This is rather lovely.
Yeah. Starting with that Manaphy is like not necessarily ideal. It's something you'd rather put down later, but of course, you are going up against Golden Go when it is one of these lists that is playing the Palkia V-Star. So there is always that threat of a potential, Star Portal to power up a Radiant Greninja and get a double KO. Now we're starting Miss Manaphy, you just don't need to worry about it.
No, absolutely not. So we got Palkia on one side, and that's the thing, these Golden Go decks are actually played with Palkia. It's kind of a weird high, it's almost like decks I've made way too many times in the past, where you're kind of mashing 2 decks together, but actually Golden Go can KO anything. Palkia is just a good, efficient attacker. You mash them together, and you end up with a very, very good deck. And kind of like we saw in our last round together with Entei, Palkia's damage depends on the amount of bench Pokemon you and your opponent have. Gardevoir is not a deck that's good at restricting its bench.
No, very much not. It needs to get as many rots down as possible. You need your support Pokemon, you need your Manaphy, you need your Radiant Greninja. So, yeah, right now, Palkia is just looking like it's going to get stronger and stronger the more Nico sets up.
Yeah, Palkia's a pretty good deck, it turns out.
I mean, it was, of course, the top tier contender for a long time. I remember that one regionals top 8 where I think it was literally all Palkia.
Yeah, there was an Oceania event over in Australia where literally the entire top 8, shortly after release of Astral Radiance, we had literally an entire top 8 of Palkia. Nowadays, apparently, its best friend is a golden stack of coins on a surfboard.
Go figure, right? Wild world. So, another Marot's down there from Nico from the level ball. There's a Fog Crystal still to play. Oh, wait, did he play it already? I think he just played level ball now and played the Fog Crystal too. So, that is the full bench there, ready to go. But that does mean, as we already mentioned, that Origin Form Palkia V-Star will be able to do the maximum of the 260 damage with that Subspace Swell.
Yeah, 60 damage base plus 20 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. 2 full benches, 260. It's not quite enough to actually KO a Gardevoir EX, but it will get almost anything else, and that's where Golden Go comes in.
Yeah, now Yellow's going to have a very, very solid setup themselves, so did have a Battle VIP Pass in hand already, but drew another one off of the top of the deck, so really going to be loving life right now.
Yeah, this one's going to be very, very nice. I mean, double Battle VIP Pass, turn 1. What more do you want? That's going to get you all of your basics. It is going to be lovely. And I kind of love when you get the double Battle VIP Pass, because you basically get your perfect setup. You get to go, this is my perfect bench, I'm going to go grab it.
Yeah, it's absolutely where you want to be, and he's also going to have a quick look through again to see what's prized. We know that both players' prizes are pretty workable in this game, so not going to be anything that there's too much upset about, but you just want to get down as many Gimmigholes as you can. You want to evolve up from your Gimmighoul to Goldengo, because once you do that, of course, you can start doing those coin bonus abilities, and then you're just off to the races drawing so many cards.
Yeah, it's what you're looking for. You draw a bunch of cards, you get a bunch of energy, you discard all that energy, you get massive smashes, and you win, and life is good. That's what you're going for here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah, they're taking his time here a little bit. Just, okay, whilst he's searching, gotta point out, I absolutely adore the way the artware and the illustration rare and special illustration rare of Goldengo and Gimmighoul match together. So you put like one above the other, and they complete the whole picture. I love it when they do that.
Yeah, the card art matches perfectly. You got your Gimmighoul and your Goldengo there. You put them together, and it's basically Goldengo standing over Gimmighoul, being like, count money faster. I assume that's the conversation that they have, honestly.
Yeah, it can only be that. So, yeah, Goldengo really setting up well. There's Whoa, what was that? Oh, I guess like I got a little bit confused there. I saw something purple. I guess that's like the one gimme ghoul that isn't the art red. It's got a bit of a mismatching thing going on, of course. Oh, it's that 70 HP gimme ghoul as well.
Yeah, so there's a 50 HP gimme ghoul with Call for Family, and then the 70 HP, so it's a 3-1 split. 3 of the 70 HP and 1 of the 50 HP, which is there because it's got Call for Family, goes and gets a basic Pokemon. You hope to never use it, but it's there if you need it.
Yeah. It also has got a retreat cost of 1, which in some situations, of course, can be relevant if you need to retreat into something else, like say into a Palkia, so that can come into play as well.
It absolutely can. We got a Manaphy down, we got the free fancy gimme ghoul, we've got ourselves a Radiant Greninja, and we got a Palkia. And look, Yell's basically been able to go and get all of the basics that they want. That is their perfect board.
Yeah, that is, and oh wow, okay, and Avery as well. That is.
Oh, that's just mean.
That's phenomenal. That's what that is. So, of course, Avery there just so you draw when you play it, you draw 3 cards, and your opponent has to discard cards on the bench until they go down to 3. And when you go up against like Gardevoir that needs all of its bench to go, then yeah, that is a phenomenal start.
Yeah, it does lower Palkia's damage output a little bit, but right now that is absolutely not what you're worried about. Damage output here is not going to be an issue. What Jao really wants to get here is nice big hits, and the Palkia early game is going to be great, because in theory, hopefully, you get the first couple of attacks, the first couple of KOs.
Yeah, and that is exactly where you want to be, so... with the Pokestop as well, just going to end the turn with a Rule the Region. Of course, it's, you know, there's not really much else you can do turn 1 with Goldengo. There aren't really big turn 1 attacking threats, but you just get a Stadium out of the deck with Rule the Region. You know, maybe this Pokestop gets replaced, then you have another one in hand. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not your turn 1 play, but there is no real turn 1 play. This is a turn 2 deck. In theory, next turn, you V-Star, you attach your second energy, and you start the prize trade. That is what you're going for. Early Palkia, and that's what you're trying to do here. Palkia sits there taking these early little prizes, and then when something comes in that Palkia can't deal with, Golden goes like, hi!
Hi, I'm going to make it rain.
Oh, it's such a good attack name.
It really, really is.
I once went into my local game store and I asked if they wanted me to pay normal or make it rain, and they said make it rain, so I made it rain.
Well, with Goldengos?
No, with real cash money. Turns out they did not like that, and then I had to pick it all up.
But I mean, okay, if they literally told you to offer you to do it, though, right?
They said it.
Yeah.
They said it.
Yeah, I mean, that's on them. I think, you know what? I respect it.
My only story about the phrase "make it rain." Yeah. Now we do see an Ino coming down here. The fabled Ino putting both players to 6. It's not the disruption that you want it for in the late game, but it is really good just for refreshing your hand.
And this is exactly why Ino is such a great card. It is not only that disruption, but in the early game, when you need to, you can use it for that hand refresh, and that's exactly why it's one of the most played cards in the game.
Yeah, whereas something like Roxanne is just as good for disruption, sometimes better, but the problem is in the early game, you're literally not allowed to play it. So we do have the refinement coming down. What can Nico get rolling?
So yeah, refinement number 1, discarding a Psychic Energy, and then refinement number 2, discarding another Psychic Energy, so already setting up the discard pile nicely. Doesn't look like there's going to be any crazy KOs or anything like that. We'd have to put down a Zacian and a Reg handing into a Gardevoir EX. I don't think that's quite on the table. There is a Mew, though. Maybe you could just, you know, attach to the Manaphy, retreat, and go for a Mysterious Tail, get some more items out of the deck.
I mean, absolutely could work. Mysterious Tail, grabbing items, always a fun thing to do. And oh, look, you nailed it. Here comes the Mew with Mysterious Tail. You do need a pivot for that Manaphy. Could be as simple as, yeah, just attaching an energy and discarding it. And that is exactly what happened there. So, can we get an item card?
Yeah, let's see. What should be another Battle VIP pass now, as so often happens. But 6 off the top. And, oh, was that nothing? Oh, no, it's an Ultra Ball, okay.
It's an Ultra Ball, so that's not bad, actually.
No, not at all. I mean, you need that for next turn, right? You want to get both your Gardevoirs out, both the EX and the single prize Shining Arcana one. And like we mentioned at the beginning, right, one of the ways that Nico's going to have a very good time in this game is if he can just consistently attack with his single prize attackers. Yella has no single prize attackers. Like, you're all in on Palkia, V-Star, and Goldengo, or Goldengo, rather. So you just can't really match against that well.
No, and that's the thing. And Golden goes to 260 HP, stage 1 Pokemon. That is quite a hard dude to actually go and get a KO on, and it can literally KO anything. I did not give this deck enough credit. It's one of the reasons I said it was underrated a minute ago. I did not give it enough credit when I first saw it coming around. We got an Earthen Vessel here, going to get some energy.
Yeah, that was a very solid Pokestop. So it was Pokestop, discard, and then it was a Water Energy, the Battle VIP Pass, and the Earthen Vessel. So energy and discard, Earthen Vessel, and then the fodder to discard off of it.
Well, it's a point that Shay made earlier very nicely, that this is a deck where you kind of don't mind having energy in the discard because you can get it back with energy retrieval. We see a similar thing with Baxcalibur decks. Problem is, of the 4 superior energy retrieval, 2 of them are prized.
Yes.
So you don't want too much energy in the discard, because that could end up getting awkward.
Yeah, you have to sort of time it well so that, you know, you work with your first few ones in the early turns, you get the later ones out of the prizes, and you finish out the game, you know, as and when you can.
Now, we did actually just see a draw there from Gel into a Palkia V-Star. So that is going to lead, as long as you've got an energy, that could just be a KO on the Mew straight away.
It could, although here's what I'm thinking. You really want to KO that Manaphy if possible, because if you can KO that Manaphy, you can set up a really nice play where you can then go for the Radiant Greninja double knockout with the Moonlight Shuriken.
Oh, that would be beautiful. I would enjoy that. That'd be a fun play.
And you can get and if you find enough cross switches, you can pull it off. And this would be a way to get the prize trade back in his favor, right? Because we're just talking about how there's no easy way to, you know, do the prize trade when you're mostly attacking with 2 prizes and your opponent is attacking with single prizes. But if you KO the Manaphy, suddenly you can take a double KO, and that's on the table again.
That helps a lot. We did see a worker play, drawing cards and getting rid of a stadium. And it looks like we are going for an Ultra Ball here. Could this be our first Golden Go?
I think so. And also, not only that, I'm fairly sure I saw the double cross switcher in hand.
Oh, and we're actually, we saw there's 2 in deck. We saw the counting there, making sure they're all of it. It is in hand. You're absolutely correct, Fred. There's double cross switcher in hand. Yeah, this could be fun.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see if that is what he goes for. I mean, the fact that he kind of sort of looked at it in the hand like I did a little bit makes me think that he is kind of aware of this. And I think it makes sense to go for here because it just gives you another option to keep the prize trade fair.
And, of course, the Radiant Greninja is really easily built up. You use Origin Form Palkia's Star Portal. That accelerates the energy. It's not just superior energy retrieval, it's also Star Portal. And, oh, look, Greninja's just ready to go super easily.
Yeah. I guess the only issue there would be if Nico was able to recover the Manaphy. And, of course, you have a lot of draw with the refinements. You do have recovery cards in the deck. And I'm sure that will probably be a priority if Nico does end up, you know, with his Manaphy KO'd. But here we see, oh, Goldengo number 1, coin bonus. Goldengo number 2, coin bonus again. Are we going to see a third?
Yeah, you draw 1 card per Golden Go, but if it's in the active, you actually get to draw a second. There's double cross switcher, ignoring the Manaphy, going for the Curlier, basically saying to Nico, I want to go after your engine.
Yeah.
Also, very much worth pointing out that Curlier is weak 2.
Metal.
So you only actually need to discard a single energy from your hand with Make It Rain to get the KO on the Curlier here. That's 100 damage. We saw a similar thing yesterday with Comfey, which everybody always forgets is actually weak to metal, and it means that you can be discarding a single energy from your hand and taking out these Pokemon.
It's so, of course, with the advent of Sword and Shield, we saw the Fairy type, you know, coming out of the game, and I guess they now kind of get rolled into the Psychic type, but you still have this distinction where the Pokemon that would be Fairy have this metal type weakness instead.
And we do see Make It Rain. Goldengo is raining all over Curlier. Curlier's in the discard pile, and it was just a single energy discarded. It's one of the things, you know, I talked about using Palkia in the early game, just for getting those little KOs and poking away, but actually Goldengo's really good at doing that as well against these smaller Pokemon.
Yeah, it is. And it is interesting that Yell didn't opt to go for the KO on the Manaphy, but I guess he's thinking, like you said, maybe the better way for me to win this is to cut off their consistency, cut off their engine, just have it so that there's less things to evolve on the field and just targeting down these Curliers before they evolve.
And discarding 1 energy rather than 2. It's fewer resources. That is also something we bear in mind, but you're absolutely right. Getting rid of that engine is fun. So looks, we've got an Ultra Ball coming down here. We're going to see another Curlier, or we're going to see our first Gardevoir.
That's your answer.
I mean, yeah, they didn't need to wait very long for that one, did we?
The Shiny Arcana Gardevoir coming in. There's the Super Rod, so I guess going back to what we were saying before, if the Manaphy was KO'd, Nico would be able to get it back, and maybe that's also why. Maybe Yella's thinking, hold on, it actually gets me further in the game if I take out the engine, because if I take out the Manaphy, it's just going to get brought back.
Quite possibly. One thing important to note, Gardevoir EX is not weak to metal, it is weak to darkness, so everything else you're going to be getting really easy with Golden Go, and it's actually got 310 HP. It will be 7 energy discarded from Golden Go to get that KO on Gardevoir. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's Psychic Embrace, it's not Fairy Embrace. It's, you know, it's very much a Psychic type Gardevoir with that's a weakness to match. So, yeah, very, very tough to KO. Not impossible, mind you.
Nope. You only ever really want to try and get one of them per game because the resources are intensive. But here we go. Reversal Energy, Ino combination here. Nico is going for the KO on the Golden Go. So we got 260 HP. Gardevoir does 60 plus 30 more free Psychic Energy. So 7 energy is needed to get the KO with Brainwave. That'll do 270.
And I think Nico already has it. There's a refinement there, but the Gardevoir EX is already in hand. I think actually Nico just has it straight up.
If we see if we've got 4 energy in the discard and we see an evolution into Gardevoir EX, that will get it.
Yes, so there's the Gardevoir EX in hand. I'm fairly sure there's 4 energy in the discard pile. Surely there must be by this point, right?
Oh, there's actually another energy here that can be Shining Arcana hit an energy. You can actually just attach that to Gardevoir if you like.
Yeah, that works too.
And then you only need to accelerate 3 with Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, Nico in a phenomenal position right here.
It's really annoying when you play against Gardevoir, because this happens way too often. You get your big 2-prize Pokemon, you take out a little Pokemon and you think, oh, I got 260 HP, they're not going to KO me back. And Gardevoir's like, yeah, no, I am.
Yeah, I have the means, I have the power, and we even see just another Mysterious Tail for good measure, just to thin out the deck even more. And there's a counter catcher too. Oh, okay. Now this brings an interesting decision, because do you now go after that Palkia V-Star?
Yes.
Right, okay, that's an easy answer then.
Now, Nico has played this deck a lot more than me. Nico might have a different opinion. The reason I like going after the Palkia is very simply because it cuts off a line of play. If you get a Golden Goat, there is another one ready to go. If you take out the Palkia, Star Portal is off the board. It is an option which no longer exists. Your opponent has fewer plays that they can make. That's why I like going after the Palkia personally.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, the only difference between the 2 Golden Goats is that there's a metal energy on one of them, but Yell can easily get another one. Like you said, if you take out the Palkia, that is just an option that they have that is just no longer on the board.
And it looks like we are going after the Palkia because there's 8 energy on there. You only need 7 to go after Golden Go, but you do need the 8th if you're going after Palkia. So here comes a counter catcher. We knew the second that 8th energy went down, it was going to be Palkia. And I love this play because now Yell has fewer options, and that's what I'm looking for if I'm Nico.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about how, you know, maybe there could be a play at some point where you do Star Portal and you accelerate to the Radiant Greninja and you go for a Moonlight Shuriken. You can't do that anymore. Forget about Manaphy. You just can't accelerate the energy quickly enough.
And fun little side note, Nico just used one of his 2 reversal energy for that play and then drew the other reversal energy off the prizes.
Okay.
So that is now available.
There's Goldengo number 3. There's Pokestop as well for good measure. So yeah, can refill his hand a little bit. There is an Iridir in hand as well, so could use that to grab a couple of key pieces. Shouldn't be too difficult to piece together a KO.
You need 1 basic energy. Literally 1 basic energy, because that Gardevoir is weak. So 1 basic energy will do 100 damage, and boom, there's a KO.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, I guess I'm more thinking a little bit ahead. Do you want to go a little bit greedier, maybe try and piece together a KO on the Gardevoir EX? It's possible.
I don't really like either option. Here's my reasoning.
Okay.
If you KO the active Gardevoir, with the Gardevoir EX on the bench plus the reversal energy, which won't be live now but will in the future, it means those return KOs are going to be easier. But if I go after the Gardevoir, then I'm actually turning on the reversal energy, and that Gardevoir has already got everything it needs to KO me. So I don't want to go after the Gardevoir EX, because then Nico's got the return KO on the board ready to go. But by the same token, if I KO that active, I get 1 prize, and what's to stop Nico just doing that again, although reversal energy wouldn't be live?
And that exact dilemma is honestly, I think, one of the biggest arguments of the strength of Gardevoir, because when you set yourself up in this position, you know that that's going to be the case. You accelerate the energy in a way where if your opponent goes after the thing that accelerates the energy, they're not going after the attacker because the energy stay on the field. So it's a catch-22 situation. Like you said, either way, it's not really a great choice unless you can find some way to deal with both at the same time, but not many decks can do that.
No, they really can't, and it's one of my things about Gardevoir. It's so annoying to play against because everything you do, they've got something they can use to punish you, and it's... It really does seem like the last couple of weeks is the coming out party for Gardevoir. It's Gardevoir's going, look, I've been kind of on the fringes, but now I'm on the front.
Oh, okay, but here we go with an Avery. I think this is going to be key, really, for Yell. Just, you know, stopping, trying to prevent some of the plays that Nico can do. In this instance, because the Palkia V-Star is gone, I think you're pretty safe to get rid of the Manaphy at this point, and the Mew, I think, has already kind of spent its purpose, so just keep your field full of Gardevoirs and Roltzes, I think is fine, but you know, Avery very strong here.
Yeah, Avery's fun. It hurts your opponent's bench. Nico does have those obvious targets, like you've said, but whoever wants to give up 2 bench spaces?
Well, no one, right? I mean, especially not a deck like Gardevoir.
Although you did, of course, nail it, Manaphy and Mew. It had to be Manaphy and Mew.
Yeah, it did in that instance, because you want to be able to make sure that you can do, once your Gardevoirs inevitably get KO'd, you want to make sure you can evolve up into new ones and keep that chain of attackers and support Pokemon going.
Okay, Yell's got a really cheeky play here.
Oh.
It's gone, oh, your Manaphy's gone. Now I'm going to bench another Palkia.
Oh,
so
okay.
Look out for next turn. Things could get fun.
So, with that in mind, I actually think now is an even better time to go for the KO on the Gardevoir EX, and here's my reasoning. You KO the Gardevoir EX this turn, you force Nico to find a rare candy to get another one out. If they can't do that, next turn, you can come in with the second V-Star, attach the Radiant Greninja with the Star Portal, take a double knockout on a Roltz or Curlier and the damaged Gardevoir in the active. What do you think?
I still think you're probably going to go after the active here. I don't like leaving a Pokemon on the board with that much energy doing that much damage. And it's so hard to get the EX on the bench. You need Gusting, you need 7 energy in hand. So we are just going to KO the active. I like the line of play there. I just think it's asking too much and doesn't give you enough of an advantage.
Yeah, you're probably right. Now, one saving grace for Yell here is that there is no Curlier on the field. There's no Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the field. Nico's draw options are very limited. His hand is very big, so he probably can still pull off a very good counter move, but this is not usually where Gardevoir wants to be at this stage.
And if we don't see a Manaphy coming down, this is going to be a very big deal.
Then absolutely it is. So going to be very important for Nico to find that now. Does find a Curlier for now, so there's going to be at least, you know, 190 HP in range target for Radiant Greninja to go after. But Nico really wants to find a rare candy and another Shining Arcana Gardevoir to evolve into this turn. That's going to be absolutely crucial.
And of course, one option that Yell has is to actually take one prize, but soften up the EX, bring it down to a much more manageable number, so then you can actually take it out in the future, because at the moment that 310 HP is proving to be a problem.
Yeah, it really is. Although another play you could do, actually. So if Nico does find the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir and attacks with it, you're going to have to accelerate energy onto it. That's going to weaken it. We know that there's a Curlier in hand already, so one of the Roltzes is going to become a Curlier. You can take a double knockout on the damaged Gardevoir from the Psychic Embrace and the Curlier, and leave your opponent with just a Gardevoir EX out in the field.
I mean, that would be fun for Yell there. That would be awesome. We've actually already seen the routes turn into the Curlier.
Well, there you go.
That has already happened, so yeah. I mean, either way, I think we could be looking at a double K. I mean, you've got to be looking at the Greninja play. And all you need to pull it off is Palkia V-Star and a way to get gold and go out the active. Yeah. That's it. That's literally it.
It is. And oh dear, Nico just went for the Artisan. No basic Pokemon, no basic non-rulebox Pokemon in deck currently.
That's not an ideal situation, because this Greninja is going to get rid of 2 of them. We might be seeing what you said, Freya, whereby it is just a Gardevoir EX on the field. And look, I know Gardevoir's a good deck, but that might be too much for even that to come back from at that point.
It is, which is why this Zacian V, which Nico just benched, is very, very important. Now he actually has a backup attacker, and now leaving the Gardevoir EX on the field is too dangerous.
Yes, but you kind of have to weaken it quite a bit in order to get it attacking. So then it's going to be, and it's weak to metal, so it's going to be really easily return KO'd.
Yeah, that's true.
So what do we need? So 200, so it's, again, it's 7 energy.
Yeah, it's the same amount, of course, as we already mentioned. Storm Slash and Brainwave, essentially the same attack. Both do...
They're literally identical.
But they're different names.
Okay, fine. But in terms of effect and cost and all of that, but no, here's the... Okay, this is big. It needs to be 6 from the ability, 1 from the hand. Yeah. Because that keeps it out of range.
Or boss's orders to bring up the Palkia V.
That also is actually a very good play. because you need to keep it out of range of Greninja, and this is great from Nico here. That Greninja was going to be a huge problem. Now the Greninja can't get powered up, and Nico's going down to 2 prizes remaining, and this is turning into a very, very different game.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move that Nico needed to make. Oh, of course, the second Shining Arcana Gardevoir was prize, so he had to do the play that way.
He did, and he did it very nicely indeed, because here's the thing. You don't really care about this. This action's going down. You need one, it's again one energy.
Well, yeah.
With weakness is 100 plus a 120 on that. That's the KO. But Nico doesn't really care. The Zacian's done its job, and now you just need a 2-prize KO next turn, and that's it. You've won the game.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Nico getting that Shining Arcana Gardevoir out the prizes was very important, because now Nico has an attacker for next turn to actually evolve into and take the last KO, which not sure if he had before.
I mean, that always helps. Having an attacker is generally a pretty good thing, and it does seem like Nico is in a very good position here. That Radiant Greninja play would have been amazing, but that Radiant Greninja play never happened, and Nico has put himself in a phenomenal position, and this is what I've been saying all game. Every time you think you've done something clever against Gardevoir, they seem to have an answer to your cleverness.
Yeah, which is why this Roxanne that Yell has in hand is going to be very important to just try and maximize the odds that Nico misses the counter-attack.
And then that does open up a play next turn. You KO the Zacian this turn, and then next turn you go for the giant KO on the Gardevoir EX to finish out the game and win. So that is essentially Yell's win con here, but Nico's gonna have a turn to try and get out of it.
Yeah, and all Nico, let's be real here, all Nico really needs is to get the Shining Arcana Gardevoir out. I guess you need like one more energy as well, because if you accelerate 6 from the Psychic Embrace, that won't quite be enough.
No, you need 7 energy, and you're not going to be behind on prizes, so reversal energy isn't going to work. So you need 1 energy, and you basically need an energy, but no, there's already an energy attached.
Oh, there is. Okay, then
you can just evolve into the Gardevoir, accelerate 6 energy with the EX, and then you're good to go.
Okay, so yeah, no, doesn't need to find the energy, but just does need to find a way back into that Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. So 6 drawn for Yell, 2 drawn for Nico. What does Yell find? Just a bunch of stuff. Would have liked to have been able to evolve that Palkia, but not an option sad. The coin bonus, as mentioned in the active, it draws 2 instead of 1.
Does he have an energy to attack with? Oh, he's got...
Yeah, it's the one on there already.
No, discard from hand.
Oh!
But it has just drawn a superior energy retrieval.
Yeah, so that's completely
there will be an energy.
Yeah, and 2 more coin bonuses for good measure. So let's see, cross switcher and an energy retrieval as well. Maybe just go for that one instead, because that way you can save the superior energy retrievals for the big KO later.
There's at least 3 superior energy retrieval in hand.
Yeah.
So with gusting, that should mean that Yell can actually get the Gardevoir next turn, if there is a next turn.
Yeah, so you can just go ahead here and discard the 1 energy to get the KO. As we already mentioned, the Zacian V is weak to metal. You could also maybe attach the metal energy, but probably not much point, because if your Goldengo gets KO, you lose anyway. So may as well just keep it in hand, build up the energy in hand to get the KO on the Gardevoir EX. And now it's down to Nico. Does Nico find the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to take the return knockout and win game 1?
Yeah, and it really is as simple as that. You will need... And you don't even need a pivot option. You can just put it in the active if you want to.
Yeah. Although Nico is considering this a little bit. I think he's probably calculating what are my odds of actually hitting this, especially considering, I mean, it was Roxanne, so it was shuffled to the bottom. Oh, there's...
INO to 2.
I mean, it does take a bit further, but it's just not quite good enough.
Looking through the deck there, calculate the odds, what can actually do. There is a Scream Tail in the deck, so trying to think about Scream Tail, of course, it does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Really maxes out at 160.
Yeah, so you play it down from the artisan just to thin out the deck. It's one less card that is not a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, so...
And to be clear, it is currently turned off by Manaphy anyway. You could only hit the active.
Well, exactly, yes. So, Refinement, 2 cards. We would have slammed it. There's no way that you hit it. So, Level Ball, just to have a look through again. Is it going to be just like INO for 2 and then hope to find it off of that?
I mean, you might have to, frankly, if you've got nothing else, because that's it. As soon as you evolve into that, you accelerate 6 energy with the EX. You've got 7 energy on. You deal 270, and then you get the KO on the Goldengo. Jobs are good, and move on with your life. You win game 1. Let's go to game 2. Although you will need a pivot option for the Cresselia as well.
I mean, you can just like embrace to it, right? And then
good shout, yeah. As long as there's another energy in the discard, which you assume there is.
Yeah, but I mean, a bunch just got put in there from the Zacian. You just attach it, and then discard it to retreat, and then put it back on the Gardevoir. So
absolutely, we do see an evolution into the Mirage Step Curlier, and this is it. Can you get the Gardevoir off of these 2 cards? If you do, you win the game. If you don't, you're giving Yell a chance to win next turn.
Nico letting us build up the tension here, just letting Yell shuffle the hand before he puts it to the bottom so he can draw. But we're going to see the cards get flipped over. Is one of them shining card of Gardevoir? No, it's a miss!
Oh, and that incidentally is why you don't put the Curlier into the active at the start of the turn, because it gives you an option to kind of keep it safe on the bench if your opponent doesn't have gusting.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that, right? Does Yell have... there's loads of superior energy retrieval in hand. There's 6 energy in the discard. There should be at least 1 in hand. So I believe it is literally just gusting we need here.
It is. So yeah, there's a bit of a tricky decision here because Nico's thinking what makes more sense to KO, the Manaphy or the Gimme Ghoul. Went for the Gimme Ghoul thinking it's 1 less draw off of a Goldengo, and that was very relevant because Yell literally drew a Goldengo for turn.
We've got 1 cross switcher in hand. I don't believe there is a second. Now, this is not a deck that plays boss's orders, incidentally. It is just cross switcher. We need a second cross switcher. There's no counter catcher, which would be on board, but it's not in there, so it doesn't matter. There's no boss's orders. It is literally just cross switcher. There is 1 in hand. If you can get the second one here, you can KO the Gardevoir. Job's a good one. You win game 1.
Very heads up here from Yell. Decided to use the Artisan, knowing that you couldn't grab anything, but just to shuffle the deck. Of course, with the INO, everything goes to the bottom, so you know that some of the cards you need are going to be more inaccessible. So very, very smart there from Yell.
And Pokestop goes and gets you item cards. One of those item cards could be
cross switcher.
So that gives you 3 more chances to actually get it. We draw 2. Was that a cross switcher?
Yeah,
yes.
What? Okay.
Now we still need a pivoting option of some description.
Yes, we do. So Yell's going to be very, very careful and considered with this. We have some of the combo already, but now we just need a ton of energy. That's all we need, and we can find that via superior energy retrievals. We just need the card to discard from that as well. So a good Pokestop and 2 more good coin bonuses will get the job done.
Yeah, the INO of course got rid of those superior energy retrieval out of Yell's hand. So 7 energy is a number. 6 energy does 300. That is 10 damage short. But we already see the double cross switcher coming down. This is it. This is the turn. It has to be this turn.
And it's very sensible doing this because you do this now, you can get another double coin bonus from this new Goldengo in the active.
Yep. So you're drawing 4. There's 1 superior energy retrieval there. So that's 4 energy. That's not enough,
a second one would do the trick, though, because that would be the 1 you need to attach to attack, and then the 7.
And there's a second superior and an energy in the discard. Now, how many energies in the discard? Is it 8? I think it is 8 because you need 7 plus 1 to attach to the active. I think there is 8 in the discard.
Yeah, and right now there's not quite enough cards in hand to discard for it, but you can just do the last coin bonus to draw another card. Then you have 6. You can discard 2 off one superior, 2 off the other, and that will get the job done.
And I love that Yell just went and counted them out for us, showed us there was 8. 1 to attach to Goldengo, 7 to discard to make it rain big, and that should give us everything we need here.
And working for good measure as well. Why not?
Well, just gets you 3 extra cards. So there's your superior energy retrieval. There's 4 energy.
Yes, so 4.
And there's your second superior energy retrieval. There's 4 more energy. You attach 1, discard 7, a gigantic make it rain for 350 damage, and Yell is going to take game 1.
Absolutely phenomenal display there from Goldengo, making it rain all over that Gardevoir EX. That is an absolutely astonishing win.
That was rain like when I got stuck in a typhoon in Japan when I went to the World Championships. Ruined a day of my holiday. Lots of rain, and I tell you what, might have been a little bit more in that game.
Was it a Goldengo that caused that then as well? Was it raining coins?
I can neither confirm nor deny it was caused by Goldengo. But Goldengo here is in a great position. We are 1 game up in this matchup and coming into this game with 31 points. Now, I don't know if 34 is safe, but I do feel pretty confident that 35 will be safe. I've not done the maths, I could be wrong. So you win this game and you should be able to tie with your opponent next round, and that should put you into top 8, an actual Goldengo in top 8 of a regional.
If that happens, I am sure that people are going to raise the roof. Like, what an absolutely phenomenal thing to happen. didn't we say at the beginning of this tournament that, you know, there wouldn't be any major surprises, that, you know, we didn't think anything in top 8 would take anyone by surprise? I think we might be proven wrong here.
I said that Knoxville really shook everything up. Going into Knoxville, I was on the we know what's happening train. Knoxville, I loved Knoxville Regionals because it was kind of like, hey, Iron Valiant's relevant. Gardevoir might be the best deck in the format now. Roaring Moon is still on a massive tear. The format is not what you thought it was going into Knoxville. I loved that tournament for that, and we are carrying it on today.
Yeah, and oh dear, those prizes for Nico, ouch!
Yeah, 2 routes, 2 Curlier in a Gardevoir deck, not ideal, and it does include the Mirage Step Curlier.
Oh, I'm thinking back to another game we casted together where we said, what, you price 2 Rolts, but if you don't price Mirage Step, it's also fine. This is not fine!
And you bench prize one of the other Curlier, so you've got a maximum of 2 Curlier, 2 of those Gardevoir line to play with. That is far from ideal.
So, okay, Nico needs to get down a Manaphy yesterday. I really hope there's not a Battle VIP pass here, because if you don't get the Manaphy down quick enough, Radiant Greninja is going to put a lot of hurt on you.
Yeah, if Radiant Greninja takes out the only 2 route / Curlier, that's game pretty much at that point. It's very hard to play a Gardevoir deck with no Gardevoir pieces.
Yeah, so Mysterious Tail, I guess this is, you know, the pivot card, the consistency early on for Gardevoir, absolutely phenomenal bit of cardboard there, used in Gardevoir as well as Charizard, of course, but doesn't find another Battle VIP pass, it looks like, so gonna probably have to be like a Fog Crystal, or is that an Ultra Ball or a Level Ball? I mean, again, you really need this Manaphy, you can't afford to not get it. Maybe you can wait 1 turn, but at least turn 2, you need to get it down.
Yeah, next turn will be fine. You don't need it this turn, but you need it next turn. Because the other thing is, that you can get information into Pokemon TCG by what your opponent doesn't do. If you play against a Gardevoir deck and they end with 2 routes, especially if they play more Ball Search cards, that gives you the information that it's not there. Is that treble Battle VIP pass?
That is triple Battle VIP pass.
Love
Just
it.
Fanning them all out.
Like, infinite basics onto the bench. Or, you know, 5.
Yeah, 5.
But I like to talk about, you know, Battle VIP Pass letting you pick your perfect bench. This is very literally, you have 5 bench spaces, go and pick the 5 basics you want.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So if I were to guess, I'd say, you know, there's probably going to be a Palkia going down, maybe 2, and then a bunch of Gimmeagles.
There's going to be Gimmeagle. Are we going to see a Radiant Greninja as well?
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, how can I forget? Don't believe it was prized, right? I didn't actually. Maybe it is prized.
I don't remember it being prized.
We were so distracted by Nico's prizes, right? I actually didn't quite catch it. But
I don't remember Radiant Greninja being prized.
Okay, it's it is. Well, we missed that completely.
Oh, it is prized. Oh, that's kind of annoying.
Oh, yeah, just a bit.
Kind of feels like it evens things up a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so, because you're worried about the double knockout with the Radiant Greninja, but then if it's prized, well, that's not happening, is it?
I will say, when one player's prized 2 routes and 2 Curlier, it does distract you a bit from the other player's prizes.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Oh, that Radiant Greninja is prized, so that is awkward.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a phenomenal setup, of course. So, you know, don't get it twisted. I mean, this is a free Battle VIP pass. You can't really complain about that, but you can't really maximum capitalize on it if that Radiant Greninja isn't available to you.
You can't, but you know, let me know in the chat. But I'm willing to bet no one's got sympathy for a player who starts treble Battle VIP pass while his opponent prizes 2 routes and 2 Curlier. That's still a pretty good position all in.
Yeah, it is. I think it's important to note as well that. I was about to say that. Yella isn't playing Hisuian Heavy Ball, but actually no, Yella is playing Hisuian Heavy Ball, so could use that to fish it out as long as it's not also prized, which, to be fair, I didn't quite catch at the beginning either.
I mean, the problem with Hisuian, and I know we've seen it plenty of times on stream, but it's an item card. It's hard to find. You're playing 1 in your deck. It is not exactly that reliable to just draw into your one-of item card.
In most cases, but don't forget, this is a deck that plays Irida.
Ah, touche.
Yeah, so of course, Irida, just a phenomenal supporter, lets you search a deck for a water Pokemon and an item card, so actually a reliable way of searching items from the deck.
If you can find your Irida.
Oh, well, of course, yeah, that is true.
Had to. So we get an energy onto the Gimmeagle, and it's interesting. Yella's actually left the bench space open, quite possibly in the hope of drawing that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Okay, what does this Gimmeagle's attack do again?
What does this Gimmeagle's attack do? You flip a coin until you get tails. You do 20 damage for each head.
Oh, wow. Okay, that could have been a hilarious knockout there on a Mew, but it looks like it was tails right from the get-go, so.
It was a 1 in 16 chance of getting a KO. It was not high, but let's face it. Oh, no, sorry, a 1 in 8 chance. That's still a low chance.
Yeah. So at Liverpool Regionals, I played against someone who I ended up winning the game because they unfortunately were late, so they got a game 1 loss. But at one point, they were able to get 3 heads on the Gimme Goals attack and KO my Spirit Tomb. That was pretty funny.
It's always fun. When you can get a KO in a weird way, that is always fun.
Right, so what does Nico do here? We see the Scream Tail coming down, not use the Mysterious Tail yet. Does have 1 curler already, so, you know, off to a decent start with that. We know that there's not going to be a flood of Gardevoirs here. There are only 2 curliers to work with and 2 Rolts, so really not ideal there, but does find another level ball, so we'll be able to get curlier number 2 here. And especially not seeing the Greninja coming down, maybe thinking it might be a little bit safer in terms of whether you need to get down the Manaphy or not.
Yeah, no, we do see the Manaphy coming up. But again, like I said a minute ago, there's information from what your opponent doesn't do. That also leads to mind games. Don't bench the Greninja now. Make your opponent think you don't have it, so they don't play their Manaphy, and then you slam it down and go and attack with it. Nico potentially going, you know what, maybe I'm not going to let you do that.
Yeah, the Mysterious Tail there, no options except for the level ball, but still, you know, very, very good find. Going to be able to get another 90 HP Pokemon from the deck. I don't like level ball's rotating, isn't it? With the next rotation,
we are losing level ball. Last printed in Battle Stars, if I remember correctly.
That's gonna be a big miss. So many decks, of course, rely on level ball for search. Just like a fantastic searching card. There is Curlier number 2 with another level ball in hand. So of course, not quite using it yet. Refinement discards the Psychic Energy, draws 2. Oh, finds a Gardevoir EX. That's gonna be good for next turn.
Yeah, that's always going to be nice. Get evolved up and get rolling with that.
Yes, but other than that, you're not really mounting any attacking threat this turn. There's no way to get a Gardevoir EX out now. There's no Rolts to evolve, even with a rare candy. So you're limited to 1 energy per turn. It's not going to be in good stead. But, oh, there we go. Nico goes ahead and benches that Manaphy.
Yeah, he searched out the Manaphy a minute ago, so I figured it was coming down. And it really is a case of, I'm not falling for your mind games. Maybe you have it, maybe you don't. I'm not giving you the option.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of bodes well for Yellow, right? Because that means that now Nico has essentially benched a Pokemon that, for now at least, is not very useful to him, right? And obviously he's not 100% of that, and he knows that Yell can eventually get it out, but for now at least it's kind of a good little mitigation that he's forced Nico to do.
Yeah, kind of like a pseudo-collapse stadium. Give your opponent essentially 4 bench spaces.
Yes.
Always nice and fun. So we've drawn a couple of coin bonuses with Golden Go EX. Can we get any more evolved up? And obviously, if you can get all 4 evolved up, that is a lot of draw that you're getting every turn.
Yeah, it's depending on how many times you can switch, you can even do it all the way up to 8, of course. I think more likely to be 5 in a given turn, or let's say 6, though. I mean, that would have to be... You have to do a lot of switching for that. This deck doesn't play many switching cards apart from, of course, the Cross Switcher, which we saw used to such great effect last game.
I mean, it's 5 extra cards a turn. That's still pretty nice.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you think about Zoroark, right, that's the archetype that basically drew that many, a bit more than that extra cards per turn, and was one of the best archetypes of all time. Now,
or Gardevoir.
Or Gardevoir, for that matter. Yeah, exactly. Earthen Vessel played, finds a Metal Energy and a Water Energy. The energies are building up in the hand nicely here. You don't need too many to KO this Mew, of course. It does only have 60 HP, but with that Dark Weakness, not Metal Weakness, you do need to discard 2 for the KO.
Yeah, it's actually much harder to KO than most of the stuff in Nico's deck. You
Pretty
do
funny,
need to
actually,
discard 2 energy. One thing worth noting, we are down to 8 minutes remaining in this game. Yell is up 1 game to 0. If this game doesn't finish, the match will end in Yell's favor, so just something to keep an eye on. There's a lot of 2 prizes on the outside of the board. Gives Nico a chance, you know, when time is called, potentially taking 4 prizes in 2 turns is absolutely doable, but it is something to just keep an eye on as we go through the end of this game.
Yeah, it is. So evolving into the Origin form Palkia V-Star there, just getting that ready for later. Even going to opt to attach manually to it. Of course, you know, like we mentioned earlier, it has an attack, Subspace Swell, a phenomenal attack, a tournament-winning attack in many regards, but does decide to not go for it in the end, just discards 2 Water Energy, KOs the Mew, and takes the first prize of the game.
Yeah, not a bad position at all. We have a couple of updates in games. Matthias Jakobsen has gone up to 33 points with Iron Valiant, and Pedro Vincenzio has gone up to 33 points with Charizard. They're not into top 8 yet, but they're in good position going into the final round.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that update there, Ross. In the game, another important update to note, Yell did not take Greninja from the prizes just there, so still no access to Greninja.
No, but with that Manaphy down, it's a little bit sad. That would have been a really fun play. Nico, and look, at this point in the game, Yell kind of knows there's a bunch of routes prized. Because there's no way Nico's gotten this far into the game and hasn't found a way to get a third route. Now we got a level ball coming down for Ajirachi. So at this point, Yell is absolutely certain you've got a couple of routes prized, and that says two things. Try to let Nico not take any prizes and go after those Curlier.
Yeah, it's... You know, I think you can almost call the theme of this game working with information based on what your opponent doesn't do. It's a point you've raised a couple of times, and it's a really valid one. It's just as much about seeing what your opponent isn't doing as much as it is about what they are doing to determine the best play going forward. So it's very, very poignant.
Yeah, it's a very, very good shout. We do see a couple of cards being drawn here. We do have the Gardevoir in the active, and we see a Gardevoir EX coming down, which means no Curlier for the time being. So, well, I mean, I was just going to say, well, are they going to get... They've got the energy. Like, I don't say any of that. KO's on board.
Yeah, so, I know, and the counter catcher as well, again, to bring up that Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
Yeah, once again, we saw 8 energy going on rather than 7, which completely gave the game away. You need that 8th energy. Does go and get a Curlier, but doesn't get one of the routes off the prizes.
So now it's going to be very important for Yell to take a return KO here. And, I mean, let's not get it twisted. It's going to be very easy for Yell to take a return KO here. And that's going to leave Nico a little bit more limited on attacking options because, yeah, there's nothing else to evolve up into Gardevoir. So Nico's going to be forced to attack either with the Gardevoir EX, or I guess you could Scream Tail, but you're not KOing anything then. It's very, very awkward situation for Nico.
And when you're down one game anyway, it is not where you want to be. The prizes have not been kind to Nico here at all. And of course, Yell had a very, very good setup with a triple Battle VIP pass on turn 1. You've given up a couple of prizes, but it hasn't really mattered. Here comes Avery here.
Oh, and that's very brutal, actually. I think your choice there has to be the Radiant Greninja because you need the Scream Tail to have another option to attack with.
Scream Tail's gone.
Oh, is it gone?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, wait, no, I know. I literally just said, yeah, it doesn't really KO anything. So, yeah, of course, it makes sense to get rid of the Scream Tail. Yeah, no.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but we have a second screen here where we could see the Scream Tail was gone.
Yeah. You know, it may be really great if I followed my own train of thought and advice sometimes, but, you know, easy to get lost. Ultra Ball now discarding another Ultra Ball and a Pokestop. And, going to go for the other Golden Go. Okay, I was thinking maybe you might want to go for attempt number 2 with the Origin Form Palkia V, but, I mean, getting four coin bonuses into play is also pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, 5 extra cards a turn, 1 per Golden Go, plus an extra one for the active, and that is going to be good. I mean, you've got the KO on the Gardevoir here, and this is going to be the turn, because Yell knows that Nico didn't have any routes, and then Nico took 2 prizes. So if Nico doesn't bench another routes here, you go hard after that Gardevoir EX. That is a turn where you really try and overextend and get it, and just completely get your opponent out of the game.
Yeah, and if you do that, you probably just win from there because then, you know, Nico is forced to bench Rolts to set up again, and you can just pick those off so easily.
Yeah. It is very, very difficult from that point. Plus, you'd then be down to 2 prizes remaining with Nico just not having any attackers set up. So there is the KO on the Gardevoir, just a single energy doing more than enough damage. And now what can Nico do? Because we know there is not a routes available unless we can get Super Rod going and recover one.
Okay, there's something that we've neglected to mention up until now. Yell plays Cancelling Cologne. He literally just played it right now to get out of the hand, so I guess he's giving up on that, you know, double KO play, but that could have actually come into effect like multiple times.
Yeah, bringing the Manaphy active, playing Cancelling Cologne to turn off Manaphy's ability, and then going after the Radiant Greninja play. But we never really had a chance. There was never Greninja and Palkia on the board at the same time, not the V-Star at least. So it was unfortunately never really an option.
No. So,
would have been fun, though.
It would have been fun. Okay, very interesting here. Nico had a Super Rod in hand, but didn't opt to play it, and now just played the Level Ball. So I guess wanted to play the Level Ball first to kind of look at what was in the deck, but then, like, yeah, is there a discussion going on here? Because you played Level Ball first, right? You can't get the rolls. You didn't Super Rod.
It depends what else is in the hand, honestly. I honestly couldn't tell you. There's the Ultra Ball. So it looks like the rolls is coming straight back out again here. So, thinning out the hand a little bit, and one of those Pokemon is coming straight back. You've got to imagine it's the rolls, yeah.
Yeah. But again, that's a little bit interesting, because, I mean, if Nico had just done Super Rod first, you could have, you know, grabbed the rolls and then used the Ultra Ball to grab something else as well.
You absolutely could. I think there was an element of getting information there. And also, you still had the Ultra Ball, so you still got it out.
Yeah.
You still ended the turn where you wanted to be.
Yeah. I mean, Nico's hand. Okay, there isn't much else he'd want to get out, I guess, is the other thing, because the Zacian V is already there in the hand, ready to go. So yeah, you kind of have to bench that if you want something to attack with. There's a worker there as well in the hand, maybe to just kind of top up a little bit more. Again, it's a little bit of an awkward turn for Nico here.
It's so awkward, and we're seeing very much a return to last game as we see an Ino putting both players to 4. And that is, you get that first KO with your Gardevoir, then you bring in Zacian because your Gardevoir EX is too awkward to KO, so it's tend to stay on the board, and then we're going to try and see, you know, the third KO. The problem is, it didn't work last game when Nico had access to a lot more Gardevoir pieces. Is it really going to work this game? And it's all Nico's really got available to try.
And especially so, it didn't work because Yell found the Roxanne at the exact right time. So if he can do that again, that's going to put him in a very good set to win, because it's going to be so much harder for Nico to piece together the win with the pieces on board, especially after a Roxanne.
Absolutely. So we're looking for 7 energy here, like we always say. There's 2, there's 4, there's 6, there's 7, and we're going to see a KO. Now, the next couple of turns are easy. Zacian KOs Golden Go. Golden Go KOs Zacian. Everyone's down to 2 prizes remaining. Then the question really becomes, can Nico get another Gardevoir and get another KO? Because reverse energy is not going to be on board.
No, it's not. They'll be even on prizes. It's very similar situation to last game, really.
Exactly. Now, still doable. It is 6 energy from Gardevoir EX plus 1 from hand. That's 7. That's the KO.
Yeah, and Yell has a 4-card hand to work with as well, so plenty of options to work with, especially going to get even more from this coin bonus. There's the Iriday. You can use that to piece some more pieces together as well.
I mean, a Roxanne here would be great.
Yeah, but of course the problem is, if you play that, you can't Roxanne. So you're going to go for the coin bonus first. You really need to find this Roxanne. Is that it? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now the Roxanne is going to come down. Nico is going to be on a 2-card hand.
Yeah.
2-card hand with Roxanne. Always get it confused with Ace Trainer back in the day. Yeah. It's going to put your opponent down to a 2-card hand, and Nico is going to need, it has to be Rare Candy Gardevoir. There's no Curly on the board. It has to be Rare Candy, Gardevoir, an Energy, and a pivot if there's something else in the active.
Yes, it's very, very tough. Not undoable by any means, but we saw what happened in game 1. Yell fired off the Roxanne. Nico had limited draw options, tried to find it, and missed. And we just also seen that the time has just been called. So I do think this game will end one way or another. Either it's going to end in a tie, or Yell's going to win 2-0. But let's see how it plays out here. You've got the mana for you to deal with the Scream Tail as well, just in case. This is down to the wire.
Yeah, Nico's got 2 more turns. Yell has got this turn and 1 more. But that's all we needed. Doesn't matter when time is called. That was going to decide this game. Because either Yell gets a KO this turn and next turn, and that's a win, or Nico gets a KO on his next turn, and that's a win.
Yeah.
So we are actually getting, even though time has been called, we are getting a proper conclusion here. There was never going to be a 4th turn from here.
No, there wasn't. So here we go. Roxanne. This is the key turn of the game. As long as Yell can find a KO here, it's going to be down to, does Nico find the pieces to evolve up into the Gardevoir Shining Arcana and take the return KO?
That's going to be very, very big. Of course, when I say you need an energy, and you do, remember the Gardevoir's ability can get it that energy and attach.
That is a very good point as well. So yeah, so finding the Gardevoir is really, really crucial here. Not that it ever wasn't.
If it's Rare Candy Gardevoir, you're golden.
Yeah.
Go. Had to.
Honestly fair.
I'm getting dirty looks from people backstage. Don't even care. That pun was great.
No, it was. I can't even be mad at that one. And now Yell is in phenomenal standing here. Roxanne found exactly what he needed. Plenty of energy. Can do conceal cards to draw a little bit more. Fill up the hand, and then you've got the metal to attach, and you've got another energy to discard to take the KO. So Yell's found everything that he needed. It is all down to Nico now.
I'm getting deja vu here, Freya.
yes,
because
same.
on Yell's next turn, he's going to need double cross switcher, double superior energy retrieval. Literally exactly what we saw last game. And Nico is going to need the Gardevoir with an energy exactly like we saw last game.
Yeah, and then then there's a Pokestop finding one of the cross switches already as well.
There's a chance that's too early though. What if Nico uses Iono?
I mean, you have to do the dig for it, right? Because I mean,
no, you do. You're right.
Yeah, because even with that, the Pokestop thins cards out of the deck that you don't want to see. So
yes.
yeah, so it still absolutely is worthwhile to go for. But again, it's all down on Nico. What are these 2 mystery cards? Oh, I can't quite see that. Wait, is that a? Oh, it's an Ultra Ball and a Gardevoir EX.
That's not going to help very much. We got 1 more draw. There's no draw except for the Radiant Greninja, but we need an energy to do that.
That's not an energy, Ross.
Oh, it's a level ball, it's an Ultra Ball, and it's a Gardevoir EX.
That's that's not going to do it.
Well, okay, so basically you can level ball for a Curlier, which then takes your win condition off the board this turn.
Oh, that's true.
But then you can try and get an Iono, put your opponent down to a 2-card hand, and then next turn it's a slightly easier route because Nico does have one more turn.
Yeah, so that's absolutely going to be what Nico's going to go for here. It has to. It's the only line he can take. So he's going to look at his hand. He's going to consider it carefully. I guess you could also Ultra Ball for the Ultra Ball for the Curlier as well. Oh, you're actually going to fire the Pokestop?
No. Yes.
No way. Wait, does that get him there? No, there's not enough cards to discard,
Not enough cards in hand.
Wait, no, there is. No, there isn't. Is there?
I think there's 4 cards in hand, is there?
Yeah. Okay.
So you Ultra Ball, the Level Ball, and the Gardevoir EX, and then you Rare Candy.
Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, so Nico taking a gamble off the Pokestop, but it paying off, finding a Rare Candy. So it is Ultra Ball going to discard Gardevoir and the Level Ball, find the Gardevoir Shiny Arcana, Rare Candy into it, and it's going to be Shiny Arcana to determine who wins this game.
Well. Remember, we need another energy.
Oh, they're not in deck?
We don't have it right now.
Okay.
So we're going to have to use Shining Arcana, and then we need an energy off the Shining Arcana.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, sorry, I should have. I know I got a little bit excited there, but yeah, that is part of the equation.
We have to hit an energy off. We have to hit an energy off Shining Arcana. We cannot accelerate 7 energy. We need 7 energy.
So yeah, here it is. Shining Arcana. Does Nico find an energy? 1, 2.
No. Fog Crystal doesn't. Oh wait.
Yeah, get attached from hand.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't get to attach. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I wanted the dramatic attaching with Shining Arcana, but of course, you draw the cards, you Fog Crystal, you get the energy, you attach from hand, use the ability.
No, but this does work, right? Yeah, you attach. I think Nico's just going for the math. So you attach, Fog Crystal.
Should work quite nicely.
Yeah, you can just, you attach from hand, you do 6 Psychic Embraces, you can retreat the screen table with the Gardevoir. Yeah, so...
It should work quite nicely. This should be the game.
Yeah.
Hitting that Fog Crystal off Shining Arcana was absolutely huge. So there's all of your energy, and there is the KO on the Golden Go. We are 1 game each, and it's a very dramatic tie.
Yeah, that's one of the most dramatic ties I've ever seen, and God, you can see the look of disappointment on Niel's face. He knew he was so close to taking that, but an absolutely phenomenal, that's the most phenomenal tie I've ever seen, I'm not going to lie.
That last turn from Nico there was absurd. To recap, we saw a Pokestop which got the Rare Candy, which gave Nico exactly the cards needed to get the Gardevoir, but being 1 energy short. So you use Shining Arcana to go for 2 cards, one of which had to be an energy or a Fog Crystal. The second one was a Fog Crystal, and that gave everything Nico needed to finish out that game and end in a tie. You don't see many more ties as dramatic as that.
No, you don't. And it's so funny as well, because I think a lot of the time we hear about how if your deck isn't built around it, it's almost never wise to go for your opponent's Pokestop. But there are exceptions to that. Nico's backwards against the wall. If he didn't go for that gamble, he probably loses that game. Of course you're going to go for it, right?
Your opponent's Pokestop is a great emergency play. You never really want to do it because we've seen so many times you discard Pokemon or supporters or something else you don't want to discard. But when it's, I don't have the cards in my hand to win the game, I am definitely going to lose, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you got nothing. You're going to lose anyway. You may as well go for the gamble, and it absolutely paid off there. Actually, we wouldn't even call it a gamble, right? Because at that point, it's like if you're going to lose anyway, it's not. You're betting. You have nothing to lose, literally.
And you've got to feel a bit sorry for Yao there because your opponent had to hit Rare Candy off the Pokestop. Then they had to hit the energy of Shining Arcana. And both of them actually came through, and that gave Nico the win. It wasn't very probable, but it did work very nicely indeed. And we've been working very nicely indeed, Freya, but we need to have a bit of a break. We need to get Alex and Shay in to take us into our final, it is final round of Swiss, right? I'm not going silly there.
Yeah, it is. And after that match, I need to breathe, to be honest. It's just this, whew,
So we're going to get ready for our final round of Swiss. We're going to bring some new casters in. You guys grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but do not go very far. We're going to be back with our final round of Swiss very shortly indeed.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We hope you've been enjoying our latest regionals broadcast. I am here with Shay to interview one of the long-standing veterans of the game, still having great success to this day, Nico Alabas. Nico, how are you doing?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Thank you for asking. I'm doing great as well. Now, I mean, we go a long ways back, to be fair. I think you've been playing as long as I have. In fact, I think you've been playing longer than I have. When did you actually start in competitive Pokemon, and like, how did that happen?
Yeah, so in April this year, it's going to be 15 years.
Wow.
And yeah, I basically just started. It was kind of like a random situation. We were just like playing in school, interacting with the cards, not like no standard format, like nothing, just like playing for fun. And then one of my classmates came up to me and another friend, because we were like a group of 3, and he went like, yeah, there's like a tournament 30 minutes away. Let's just go. And then we went, and then until now, I've not left since.
Oh, amazing.
I love that. Love that. So if you've been playing that long, what's been your favorite card or your favorite deck that you've ever played with?
So my favorite deck, based on nostalgia and based on like results and everything, is Luxtromp, because that was my first ever like proper competitive deck, because prior to that I was just like slamming together theme decks, playing cards that I liked. For example, like some players might remember a champ from Stormfront, and I was playing that with like a Poden that came out in Rising Rivals, and that was a deck that made like no sense synergy-wise except the energy typing. And then Christmas 2009, I got the booster boxes for Platinum and Rising Rivals, and I got like the majority of Luxtromp cards, and then I just traded for the rest, and then that was my first proper competitive deck that I also ended up playing from that point until it eventually rotated.
Yeah, that was actually just before I started, but of course a lot of people remember that era of the game very fondly, clearly you as well. So kind of related to that, so your favorite deck to play, but what would you say, I mean, you have a long list of accomplishments at this point. What would you say is your own like personal accomplishment playing competitive Pokemon TCG that sort of sticks out most in your mind?
I mean, it has to be the IC win in 2020. It's like it's an easy pick. Obviously felt amazing, just like the whole surrounding experience, not just being able to win a tournament, but also having the whole like IC special or like world special thing where you're like, you know that you're playing on a third day unlike anyone else, and it's like just you playing in that division for that day, and then also like waiting on that day before just like playing one game, and it was just like a special experience altogether.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Talk to us about, because it's something that not a lot of players will have experience or knowledge in, of like when you're in the final, like what's the sort of the build up to that, like what's going through your head, and like how do you sort of compose yourself?
So I've been like, I mean, obviously it's like a very subjective kind of experience, but I feel like I've been very good at like dealing with stress and dealing with like pressure in Pokemon at least. And obviously there was like some like nervousness before. I mean, I guess it's normal. I didn't really sleep too much. I slept like maybe like 5 hours at most the night before, because I mean, it's maybe a one-time like experience that you can have. And after that, like usually when I play on stream, once the game starts, I'm just like locked in, focused, playing the game. And then sometimes that's also something that people might not attribute as like a positive thing, because it's like similar to what happened to Robin when he won Worlds in 2018. We didn't really get like too excited when we won, because it's like a lot of just like locking into the game, focusing, and you're not really just like popping off. You're just like focus on that, and then it takes some time to realize, okay, what you've actually just accomplished. So yeah,
that's the thing, right? When eventually like the weight of what you've actually achieved like kind of like falls on you, right? Oh wait, I just won this huge tournament, and that's something obviously that no one can ever take away from you. So yeah, Nico, thank you very much for coming along with us. Thank you for giving us your time and sharing your experiences. To everyone watching at home, we hope you enjoyed that, but don't go away anywhere. There's plenty more Pokemon action to come.
Hello and welcome back. We've just had lots and lots of Nico Alabas there, being able to pull a tie out of the bag in that last dramatic round 14. But I'm Alex Dow. I'm here with my co-caster Shay Burton, and we're here to bring you round 15 and winning in action. Shay, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pumped. Winning in action is always very exciting. The winner of this round will advance into that top 8 seeded placement, and then from there, that's where the ridiculous amount of prizing starts to kick in, right? You get a little bit more of that cash money and a lot more championship points as well.
Yeah, that opportunity to take down a regional championship and become another one of those regional winners with an automatic invite to Honolulu, Hawaii at the end of the season. Everything that everyone is playing for is on the line right now as these players are gearing up for the final opportunity to make it into top 8.
Woo! And if you're one of these players in this winning scenario for top 8, all I can imagine is just the nerves, the excitement even. I just can't wait. But I think you have to just approach it as a normal game of Pokemon, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it is everything on the line here, but it is just another round. It is just another potentially 3 games. You know your deck inside out now. You've played already 14 rounds of your deck and made it this far, and it's just one more to overcome to go through. And I believe we do have the standings ready just to start showcasing where we are in this tournament as we see a lot of familiar names, Shay.
Yeah, you know, we got Rowan there, Gable Smart coming over there from all the way over the ocean there. Pedro, James Cox was our 1 seed, now finds himself at the 6 seed. Owen Kammerman, Magnus Pedersen, a former world champion as it was, and Mateska all the way down at 15th, who I know is playing something a little bit spicy for your lifey. So yeah, we've got all manner of stuff going on here, and it's all to play for. I'm bouncing with excitement.
Honestly, so many top tier players here. Some of the ones you even get a chance to mention.
Yeah, true.
Edwin Mesman there, pulling up in 16th spot, still has that opportunity potentially to make it into the top 8. So lots and lots to look forward to. But our round 15 feature match for you guys will be a player we'll see returning once again to the stream. Benjamin Pham on our right-hand side, piloting that Lost Zone Giratina V-Star deck up against Shay.
He's up against Pedro, who's playing that Charizard deck there. Pedro Biacinto, hopefully I got that right there. I apologize if I did not. But the winner of this round will find himself into the top 8, and there is Pedro there with a very good resume, if I say so myself. Lille Regional Top 16, Bremen Regional Top 16, EUIC Top 64, and Bilbao Special Event Top 8 as well.
No stranger to the top tables, as you can see from those previous finishes. As you do get a glance at our current Benjamin Pham playing that Lost Zone Giratina deck once again. A long-time player, someone I've known for quite some time. Multiple top 16s, multiple day 2 finishes, multiple world championship invites as well in the bag. I mean, this matchup, Shay, is probably what people have discussed in the past few tournaments as well.
We've
had Charizard EX as sort of the standout most played decks at probably the last 4 or 5 events. And then Giratina coming back through this and arising once again, taking down many tournaments and finding itself in a fantastic spot. So really interesting to see the back and forth between these 2 decks.
Yeah, it's a chess match, right? I mean, Charizard has 230 HP, that's a monstrous number, but do you know what doesn't care about that? A little bit of Star Requiem that just says, let me just get that out the way. And they have that unlimited damage cap and just auto KO what is in your opponent's active. Very, very strong indeed.
Yeah, I think historically Charizard may have struggled before, but there's that one card we do see in that opening hand, which has started to tip it a little bit in his advantage, or at least bringing it back to 50-50, that Jirachi stopping things like the Sableye Lost Mine, really raining down and sort of spreading damage with that Lost Mine attack. But you know, Giratina's found itself also adapting in the deck as well, as we do get a chance to see some of the prizes here, Shay.
And it's worth noting there that Pedro is playing that Charmeleon from Babylonian Fates, which would be very helpful in this matchup, but it's currently in the prize cards. But there we do see the fist bump as our Swiss round 15 winning in action here, Dortmund Regionals. Remember, viewers at home, the winner of this round will find themselves in our top 8. Here we go, Alex. It looks like Pedro is starting us off there, playing that level ball.
Yeah, kicking us off. Going to be looking for all of those pieces once again. Has to worry a little bit about Benjamin's side, because Benjamin could just burst through and start smacking away with Cramorants and taking easy prizes should he wish to do so. If there's only one Charmander in play, maybe that's the direction he could go down, but it comes down to how Pedro is going to build out his board, stabilize, and see how he could take it into the late game, because that's really where Charizard EX starts to shine.
Yeah, you are 100% correct. And as Pedro is going to conclude this search and probably do a prize check at the same time as he takes a Pidgey, let's have a quick run through of how Pedro's deck likes to operate. It is built around Charizard EX, a Terra Dark type, 330 HP. When you evolve into it, Infernal Rain will activate, allowing you to grab 3 fire energy from your deck and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. And its attack, Burning Darkness, for 2 fire energy, deals 180 damage plus 30 for each prize card your opponent has taken.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much, Shay, as we did just see a pass there from Pedro as Benjamin kicks things off with his Chorus Experiment. Just to help you viewers at home, we'll go through it as well. Giratina V-Star deck built around that Lost Box engine, using Comfeys to dance around and use Flower Selecting to bump up and increase that Lost Zone number. When it hits certain thresholds, it unlocks a lot of the capability of the deck. Cramorant with Lost Provisions, being able to attack with no energy cost, dealing 110 damage with very relative ease, or hitting the 7 and you start bursting into Mirage Gates. Energy Acceleration, Lost Impact for 280. Hit the 10 in the Lost Zone, you get Star Requiem, which Shay's already pointed out, just can maneuver and get rid of whatever's in the active spot.
Wow.
So, incredible.
But it's a fairly quick turn there for Benjamin, though. You know, only playing the Chorus Experiment, and then we're going to see an Abyss Seeking that you look at top 4 cards of your deck, put 2 into the Lost Zone and 2 into your hand. Now, Alex, I've noticed that Spirit Tomb has been sent to the Lost Zone. Do you think Pedro will be looking to utilize Rotom now?
It honestly depends what's in Pedro's hand, of course. If it can stabilize, there is the Pidgeot that we do get a chance to see. Not much else, unfortunately.
Goodness.
Does have to look for the rare candy, does have to pass back over. This plays completely into Benjamin's hands right now, because you mentioned Abyss Seeking. In this matchup, that Charizard EX has no way to one-hit a Giratina V, so it allows Benjamin to keep ramping up very quickly without necessarily having to put down more Comfeys and less Pokemon that maybe are less useful. At this current moment in time, though, Benjamin has the option to use that card we've seen so much throughout this weekend so far, that Radiant Greninja. Plays the full 3 copies of Water Energies, has opportunities to keep drawing more cards, has now hit 6 in the Lost Zone, only 1 away from Mirage Gating and taking down a number of Pedro's small HP basics.
So, if Benjamin wants to use that Moonlight Shuriken this turn, viewers at home, he'll need to get 1 more card in the Lost Zone to get to 7. They can do that via Chorus Experiment or Flower Selecting, and then would need to find a Mirage Gate, which would allow him to accelerate energy to that Radiant Greninja, while also maneuvering Giratina V at the bare minimum to the bench, so you can put that Greninja in the active. Now, that sounds like a lot, but I think it's very possible, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's already used the second Chorus Experiment, which is why he's bumped up to 6. And that's kind of, you know, you talked it correctly there, I think, just to be able to reach the 7 as soon as possible. But that Moonlight Shuriken, he's got the water in hand already as well. Can it just be a maneuver into the Comfey and start trying to cause chaos from his side of the board, but has chosen to target a Cramorant there from the nest ball.
And I quite like this. It's almost like you're hedging your bets, right? So like the ideal scenario would be a Moonlight Shuriken. However, if that cannot work, all I need now is a switching card, and I can at least do a Spit instantly to KO your active Charmander.
Yep, especially when he's seen Pedro's turn hasn't been the strongest.
Yep.
You know, when your turn 2, there's a Jet Energy maneuver onto the Comfey. So depending on what comes out here...
Mirage? Oh no, it was a Super Rod. Oh, I got very excited then.
The excitement. I felt Shay's heartbeat come through and hit me in the face just then, as he was expecting the Mirage Gate to come down. But there is a further concealed cards as well. Another 2 cards, Boss and another Giratina. Important here to stabilize from Benji's side.
Oh, has the Mirage Gates in hand already, actually? There's 2 in there.
So the options are available. A double Mirage Gate would allow a Moonlight Shuriken to come down, but did have to discard 1 water. Was 1 prized? Maybe not if Benji's going down this route. No water energy has been prized, so it is available in the deck.
Super Rod first, there you go. Super Rod shuffling that one that got discarded.
Sorry, that big blue water energy is in the lost zone as well, so had to use the Super Rod.
There we go.
So actually a massive pickup.
Yeah, it was, yeah. We didn't even realise, but Benjamin Pham off to the races here, and it's going for that, what, turn 2 water Moonlight Shuriken, I should say, dealing 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, and I would highly suspect Benjamin will be targeting both those Charmander, really putting Pedro in an awkward position, because it's quite hard to get Charizard EX in play if there's no Charmander.
Yep, there's no way to instantly get it down, as we do see the manual retreat from the Comfey Greninja in the active spot. Part of the peak to rub it in as well. Moonlight Shuriken to the 2 Charmanders, and that's 2 prizes there. Just a Pidgey in the active spot.
All right, now if you're Pedro, how do you stabilize from here, Alex? What do you think is Pedro's game plan now? I mean, it looks like Iona's going to be part of that. Going to reduce Benjamin's hand size down to 4 and give Pedro a fresh new hand of 6. I mean, I guess you could try and rare candy out a Pidgeot, but then there is that path to the peak in play, so that's not even a get out of jail free card.
No, one of the main things why Jirachi's also unlocked the deck is them being able to play once again the 50 HP Pidgeys. The Call for Family ability is another way to try and stabilize the board, but the question is it one step too late? If you lose a Pidgey here, I mean, you're probably calling for family for 1 more Pidgey and another Charmander, just making sure that they're not prized, but double checking. 1 Pidgey is currently prized, so it looks like it might have to be the Manaphy and the Charmander, as we do see Pedro starting to target here. But Call for Family is a fantastic attack, right?
Yep.
You're starting to ramp up. Does have access to things like the Radiant Charizard as well as another powerful big attacker. But like I said, he's already 2 prizes down. What can Benji do here to combat the scenario?
And here we see the strength of the Giratina and Lost Zone deck, as Pedro does decide to grab a Manaphy and a Charmander, that Call for Family, is that the deck is so versatile, Alex. You have access to big damage via Lost Impact and Star Requiem. You have access to bench manipulation via Moonlight Shuriken. You have access to cheap 1-prize attackers via Cramorant. It's just so well built. As we do see a Jet Energy attach to bench Comfey, going to push it into the active, as we see a Giratina V hit the Lost Zone.
Yeah, no, incredible. I think Pedro's view is if he can get to a Charizard EX, he has started to ramp up a lot of damage. 2 prizes being taken by Benjamin Pham. Does mean it's now doing a damage output of 240, which does take down a Giratina V. Still doesn't stretch to a Giratina V-Star yet, which is why we've seen the evolution up to the Giratina V-Star. But Benji does now take another knockout using that Cramorant, going down to 3 prizes. So 90 damage on top of the 180 from a Charizard EX is 270. 1 maybe tool or damage modifier away from being able to take out a big Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, 280 is just a fantastic number for getting around that burning darkness when your opponent has taken 3 prize cards. So let's see what Pedro opts to do. They're going to play Lost Vacuum to get rid of that path to the peak. That's a fantastic start. We're going to see Professor's Research. Alex, we do see a Rotom V benched with a Forest Hill Stone as well. So Start Alchemy will be live for Pedro. Do we see Rare Candy? I don't see Charizard either. Was that an Ultra Ball at the very least? Okay, there's an Ultra Ball. So we can see Ultra Ball for Charizard, Start Alchemy for Rare Candy, and then we can get Charizard EX swinging.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the hand is, it's unfortunate because it just feels like tempo-wise, is it just a little bit too far behind? But, you know, this is Pedro with the Charizard available as an attacker as well. That Excited Heart ability being able to reduce the amount of energy costs on the Combustion Blast, which usually requires 1 fire and 4 colorless, will be reduced by 3. So it's just 2 fires where that's required here, as we do see the Forest Sealstone used with that fantastic ability. Here's the Charizard EX to start Infernal raining down on the board. 3 energies coming down here, Shay.
Yes, we're going to see, I imagine, 2 to the active and 1 to maybe the bench Charmander or Radiant Charizard. Now, there's one interesting wrinkle, is that Pedro is playing 1 copy of Choice Belt, and obviously does have Arven as well. So that Combustion Blast from that Radiant Charizard will be able to actually dispatch Giratina V-Star if Pedro desires. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, as we are going to see that Burning Darkness for the KO on Benji's Cramorant, as Pedro gets himself on the board, 1 prize card taken.
Yeah, Arven could be super important here. We do see obviously 1 being Lost Zoned, has access to 4 in total in the deck, but being able to utilize maybe something like the counter catcher, the one-off in the deck, which Arvin could grab alongside a damage modifier, there's an opportunity there.
One thing I'm kind of worried about here, though, is that with Benjamin playing that Chorus Experiment, we'll get up to, well, 10 cards in the loss zone, which means that Star Requiem will be live.
Yep.
So it won't be hard at all for Benjamin to just immediately eject this Charizard EX from play, really. And then he'll only have one prize card left. And you know Lost Box has no problems getting one prize card. You know, Cramorant can even get there at that point.
Yeah, Cramorant, Giratina V still sitting pretty on the bench. Has access to Shred for 160, because you'd imagine that Radiant Charizard will come up into the active spot. At that point, Greninja's also an attacker because it can deal water damage ×2 to the weakness of the Radiant Charizard. So, multiple avenues, but Pedro doing his utter best here to try and stem the tide from Benjamin Pham's current scenario, as he does take the boss into hand as well, readying sort of future turns. If he does find an easy attacker like a Cramorant again, that boss in the hand just makes things so much easier.
Yeah, sort of real commanding position here for Benji. You can even opt to put down that path to the peak if you so desire, just to make sure, just another hurdle for Pedro to overcome if you do try and set up another Charizard. It looks like Benji just debating on what to do now, how to get that comfort out of the active maybe. We are going to see a Jet Energy attachment. I quite like this.
Ooh,
so that means if you want to use Lost Impact at some point, you've got more energy in play to do so.
Yeah, it just keeps the target mainly on that active Giratina. Also means that it's able to attack without having to commit another energy to it. If Pedro maybe finds something like an Iono to try and stem what Benjamin has. Obviously now down to one prize remaining.
There's a concession, Alex.
Oh, it's massive. I think Pedro's seen the writing on the wall there. And Benjamin Pham in our round 15 winning scenario will be taking game 1.
Yeah, and did so in commanding fashion. Anytime that Moonlight Shuriken is getting fired off for 2 targets, it's going to be really hard to come back from. And, you know, only if you have, like, what, 3 Charmander in play can you try and respond. Benjamin also started throwing down path to the peak and just made Pedro ask a lot of questions. And unfortunately, Pedro was not able to answer every single one.
Yeah, 100%. I think that turn 2 where Pedro just had that slow turn, missing maybe just a rare candy. Because if he had rare candy, he could chain from the Pidgeot into the chaining of the Charizard and just start swinging, causing like a lot of pressure on Benjamin's side of the board. But because he missed that turn, Benjamin had an opportunity there to Chorus Experiment into the Comfey, into the Moonlight Shuriken after hitting that Super Rod. Everything just fell in place. And that's just sometimes how the game goes. I mean, Giratina, historically, because of Star Requiem, has meant that it's had a bit of a favored matchup. Jirachi and some of the other cards that you play now in the Charizard does start to kind of swing it back to 50-50. But this is where the small margins come into play, Shay.
Yeah, this is where the small margins and stuff like if Radiant Greninja was to come down and start swinging, it's going to make it infinitely harder. Let's consult our prize cards here. Pedro does prize 1 copy of Pidgeot EX on that Lumineon. Benji, I think it was like 2 Mirage Gates were actually in the prize cards. So I have to keep an eye on that, as well as 1 Super Rod, 1 Grass Energy, and a Giratina. So a lot of resource there that Benji will have to navigate through.
Yeah, Pedro allowing Benji to go first, giving Pedro a chance to maybe utilize things like a supporter on his first turn. Does open with that Jirachi as well, but does give the onus on Benji to start maybe pivoting around those flower selecting Comfeys. But let's see what Benji targets here, because he is kicking things off with a Battle VIB pass.
And I guess one interesting thing that Benji can do here now that he is going first is try and get down a path to the peak or a Spirit Tomb, just to really try and stop Pedro from using that Rotom V, that instant charge. Charizard decks love to do that, letting you end your turn, but then grab the top 3 cards of your deck and put them in your hand. If Benjamin can find, ideally, the Spirit Tomb, which is currently in hand, actually, so he doesn't even need to actually go hunting for it, which is very nice. Or Path to the Peak would also work, so which is also in hand. So Benjamin's saying, if you want to try and Rotom, don't try it, buddy. It's not happening.
Yeah, so it's definitely an option for Benji here, as he will continue sort of going through the deck. Does have the access to the flower selector still as well, so can see a further 2 cards. Obviously opted for the Giratina, another Comfey there to start setting up. Poker Gear in hand for future turns, another Giratina in hand. Hands looking not too bad, so long as he hits a supporter at some point. Cramorant as an option and a Psychic Energy. I don't believe there's any other Psychic Energies priced, so that's an easy, well, relatively easy option. You do have to be careful with your resources with Giratina.
Yep, Giratina, because it's forced to play 3 different types of basic energy. You have to really keep tabs on them, as we saw how important that Super Rod was. As early as turn 2, that Super Rod was necessary, as Benji does put down the Giratina V. That Spiritomb does come down fettered in Misfortune, so all basic V Pokemon in play have no abilities. So, I mean, Pedro's Luminion is in the prize cast, but that wouldn't work, and Rotom V also will not work.
Yeah, it's a nice board. Did opt to value the Roxanne, I believe, from that flower selecting, rather than the Nest Ball. Could have maybe Nest Balled for something like the Greninja, you know, drawing cards. We saw how great Moonlight Shuriken was, but opts and knows because he was going to play the Spiritomb down, he can't afford that space. So, over to Pedro. What have you got? Let's see if he's able to, through this Arven, use something like the Battle VIP Pass to start stabilizing himself. But the problem is, Shay, you've already highlighted it. That insta-charge of Rotom V, it's not going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, and those Charizard decks really love that instant charge. I mean, who wouldn't, you know, having a free 3 cards to, you know, for your next turn, and then you can also collapse them away. We did see that Pedro is playing Collapse Stadium, as it looks like Pedro is going to satisfy that Arven by taking the Battle VIP Pass and the Justified gloves. Not terribly helpful in this matchup, but really good in the mirror, funnily enough.
Yeah, Benji just double-checking exactly whether there's any impact on his own board. But also just thinking about that Spiritomb, it hits him both ways, right? Benji would know that Pedro is also playing like something like Aluminium because of the Forest Sealstones in the deck.
Yeah, of course.
So it's another card that's impacted by that fettered by Misfortune. Spiritomb ability, or in Misfortune ability. So just the Mew to kind of start going into to try and maybe you find another Battle VIP Pass, start stabilizing once again. Big Mysterious Tail ability here. 6 cards, Shay.
Yeah, look at the top 6 cards and take any item you find there. Nest Ball will take. That's not quite about VIP Pass, but we'll take it as Pedro's going to grab a basic Pokemon, pop it straight onto your bench. I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit, Alex. Do you know what the glove cards are called that do extra damage to Dragon types?
The Dragon types?
Yeah.
No, please. Enlighten me.
It's the Hunter gloves.
Hunter gloves?
Hunter gloves, yeah.
And which set, Shay?
Oh, okay. I see you putting on this. Astral Radiance is my guess. We'll go with that.
We'll figure out later.
We'll figure out later.
Let us know because Shay needs to be put in his place there.
Oh, goodness gracious. As it is over to Benji's side, though. I'm going to start off with a Flower Selecting has put that Sableye in the loss, so not as helpful while Jirachi is in play.
Yep, here we go. More Flower Selectings. A 4th one of the game so far. Does bump himself up to 4. Mirage Gate going to the lost zone. Maybe not his usual counts of trying to figure out whether those Mirage Gates are prized. We do see the Pokegear is digging for that Chorus Experiment. Hits it. So Benjamin's going to keep plowing through the deck here, looking for all of those key resources.
Yeah, I mean, Benji has been off to the races both games, hasn't he, really? I mean, well, it's your turn 2, you're going to have another Chorus Experiment. Already got 4 cards in the lost zone before you even play that supporter, you know, and can end the turn very easily with a Spit Innocent. That is live, that Lost Provisions ability on Cramorant, letting you attack for free if you have 4 or more cards in the lost zone. As we do to that Chorus Experiment being played, a lot of energy there, Alex, and the Super Rod. We know 1 Super Rod prized currently. How important is it when you're playing Giratina to really keep an eye on your energy?
Yeah, it's arguably the most important aspect of the deck. You know, he's already lost zone a Psychic and a Water Energy. Now lost zoning from that Chorus Experiment, that Escape Rope as well, because arguably you don't always want to be taking out this Mew. I mean, you want to, those other 3 targets on the bench are pretty dangerous Pokemon to be leaving there available for Pedro, but just does choose to just path to the peak and use Cramorant to attack and take the first knockout here, which does leave Pedro in a scenario where he could start chaining some of those rare candies depending on what's in his hand.
Does need to remove that path to the peak first, though, in our ideal scenario. Does have a Lost Vacuum in hand, so that is 1 piece of the puzzle. I'm sure those Justified gloves would be a very easy target for that one. We are going to see an Ultra Ball being debated whether to play here for Pedro.
What else is there? That's the worry right now, because if he had the rare candy, he has the other Pokemon, I believe, in his hand.
Has a Charizard EX in hand.
But there's only a Boss, Lost City, and a Choice Belt. He's in another scenario here where he just doesn't quite have even an energy. That's why you put up the Jirachi rather than a Pidgey. Could have been utilized something like Call for Family.
Yeah.
But his hand's not looking too pretty either. That Lost Vacuum has been now also just discarded.
Yeah, and it's like, I guess just have the Lost City in hand, so we'll be able to replace the stadium next turn.
Just a pass
but
over.
Yeah, not the most explosive. Does Benji have the boss's orders in hand? No, he hasn't. But that would be super ideal if Benjamin could find boss's orders there.
Not yet, can still gamble with the jet energies.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a little jet energy gambit here with that flower selected. I see a water energy and an Avery. Interesting.
I think he's got to be thinking if he's already discarded one energy, two energies, sorry, but one of those waters already gone. Avery seems like a choice because I think worst case scenario, if you don't find the boss, you want to be trying to use maybe that chorus experiment to just keep ramping it.
Yeah.
I mean, just this board setup alone is just far better. I mean, it's great that we get to see another Paldean Fates card.
Yeah, for sure.
The Charmeleon, that flare availability does prevent all effects used by your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon.
Yep.
So stopping things like the Sableye, so it's kind of, I don't know, double gambited here with that Jirachi together. But a fantastic inclusion if you play level balls and things like that at the moment. So just showcasing just what the deck could do. Benji sticking with the board state as it is. No boss's orders will be played here. Some big pickups, I think, as well. And Jet Energy, Psychic, and the Giratina V-Star from that chorus experiment.
And this is just that dangerous scenario that we saw in game 1 where Pedro has been a little bit slow off to the races to get that Charizard. And then, but as soon as it comes out, Benjamin's going to already have, what, 9 cards in Lost Zone now, could be close to that 10. So as soon as that 10th card enters Lost Zone, Star Requiem will be live.
Yeah, this is big now. Charizard EX in the hand, Lost City also being played down. So they will have access to Infernal Rain, and that Burning Darkness attack will currently be doing 240 damage now? Is it 2 prizes taken? The Mew and the Jirachi, right?
It should be, yeah. 2 prizes have been taken,
So that Giratina V on that bench is looking pretty successful. However, Star Requiem is only one Lost Zone card away from being activated.
But with the Lost City, it'll be activated straight away, funnily enough. Though it's a strange time with Lost City. Actually kind of helps your opponent. Giratina V does go to the Lost Zone.
That hits to the 10. Star Requiem active. Grass Energy in hand. Wow. Just playing straight into it, unfortunately. But what else could Pedro have done? He's just playing what's there.
Had no option, really. I guess the only debate would have been maybe you Ultra Ball away the Lost City to keep your Lost Vacuum, then you won't be forced to put Lost City into play.
There you go.
But realistically, Benji would have had a lot of ways to get to that 10th card in Lost Zone. As we do see that Giratina V-Star, Alex hit the active. We know Grass Energy's already there. Uh-oh, goodness gracious me. Giratina V-Star coming straight from the Distortion world. And it's going to be, I would imagine, with a Star Requiem, I'm going to KO Pedro's Charizard EX. We do see a super pod there, Alex. As you mentioned, energy so important. Going to shuffle in that one Psychic Energy.
Yeah, just in such a commanding scenario now. Still has Jet Energy in hand to maneuver around when he needs to do so, if I'm not mistaken. And other energies as well. Psychic, a Grass there, and the Water. Everything going for Benji. And Star Requiem is announced for the KO on that massive Charizard EX. Whoa. Benjamin Pham down to 2 prizes remaining. 2 prizes away from a top 8 spot at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Let's see what Pedro can do. Does have access to Luminion. Oh, and an Iono as well. Okay, that's a fantastic start. If you're going to try and make a comeback, putting your opponent down to a 2-card hand is a good place to start. And let's see what Pedro can draw here off this 4. I mean, you'd like to see a Charmander at the very least. Okay, I see a Charmander and a level ball, actually. So that's
so we're going.
Some part of the puzzle.
We're going. I mean, remember, does have Call for Family in the active spot.
It does. That's a good point, actually.
So it's a good thing to have. I mean, you're just building at your board. But again, is it just a couple of turns too late? He's had just 1 or 2 slower turns to not be able to pull off any other Charmanders in this current scenario. But he has to play to his outs, Shay. We've spoken about it across this weekend.
Always.
Any opportunity to maybe Iono after 1 more KO here. And then maybe, just maybe, Pedro has a chance.
I was about to say, if Pedro doesn't actually grab the Mana Feed, then Moonlight Shuriken would actually be live again. But Benji actually has a couple options you can do here. I mean, there's no Jirachi down now, Alex, so Lost Mine is also...
Lost Mine actually wins the game. Pidgeys with 50 HP remaining. There's a retreat into Cramorant. I guess there's not much else in Benji's hand right now, so just...
that's fine enough though, isn't it, really, to be honest?
We'll keep it as simple as possible. Attack with Spit innocently for 110. Is there anything that Pedro could do?
Goes up the Arven.
Has Ultra Ball in hand as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, but that path to the peak is going to turn off Infernal Rain.
What can Arven grab here to turn the tide?
Does play 2 copies of Vacuum, but doesn't look like they're eyeing that up. Oh, yeah, so Arven letting you grab a tool card and an item, Alex. I think that path to the peak there from Benji was a bit mean. That's going to make Pedro try and answer the question of, well, number one, can you get a Charizard EX out? And if you can you also replace the stadium?
With the energies, yeah.
Because if you don't replace the stadium, I mean, sure, you've put your Charizard EX down, but it's not going to be doing a great deal.
Yeah, massive turn here. Arven. Is that a counter catcher?
It is a counter catcher. Going to be maybe going for like a little stalling play, maybe. I mean, everything has a 1 retreat cost outside of the Guillotine, the V-Star, but I guess sometimes when your back's against the wall.
So Lost Vacuum not available because he did discard it earlier. Does just counter catcher and pass. What does Benji have in his hand? Is there any maneuver?
Not a lot.
Just the energy there.
Oh, goodness gracious. That Guillotine, the V-Star, could be stranded in that act. It does have a 2 retreat cost. Benjamin doesn't currently have a switching card or a double turbo energy. He doesn't play them, but they would be the only ways to get this Guillotine, the V-Star out, or a jet energy as well. None of them are in the hand, Alex.
Yeah, could it be? Could this be the opportune moment for Pedro to try and turn the tide of this game? Does need to find an out to his collapsed stadium, if I'm not mistaken, as his one last out, if he hasn't been able to find the Lost Vacuum from that Arven. Because not 1 is prized, but maybe has had to discard 2 already.
Maybe. I guess there is a world, actually.
Always a world.
If Benjamin can't actually move this Guillotine V-Star, and Pedro can KO it, all of a sudden, Benji has a mountain to climb. What was that top deck there from Pedro? Debating something. We know there's an Ultra Ball in hand. We know that there's a Charizard in there.
Yeah,
There's just a pass. What's the top deck for Benji? He's a boss's orders.
Still needs energy,
Doesn't quite get you there, though. It's over to Pedro. Whoa.
It's back and forth,
Super Rod. Oh.
What's going on?
Useful cards, but not the ones we need right now.
Both players. So Benji needs at least 1 more energy.
Oh, has
to
Vacuum in hand? Does he have Vacuum in hand?
Oh, there's
Jet
the energy.
Jet energy.
And that would be it for Benjamin Pham.
He's
taking game 2 with the Jet energy. Spit innocently will win. Benji game 2 and win our round 15 feature match day.
Congratulations to Benjamin Pham, will find himself in the top 8 here at Dortmund Regionals, putting on a masterclass there of that Lost Zone Giratina. Maximum commiserations to Pedro. I don't think drew particularly well, but I think did navigate as much as he could. But Benjamin Pham just put an absolute clinic. That Greninja and that Cramorant, and then the Giratina V-Star Star Requiem, just a lot to overcome.
Yeah, Giratina V-Star just cleaning up on all of those Charizard EXs there, just maneuvering them out the way and finding himself now into top 8 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Like I said, congratulations to Benjamin Pham. Commiserations to Pedro. It's a fantastic run. Be proud of where you've come so far and just fallen a little short, but you've done super well, and you'll get plenty of prizes also and championship points towards anything going forward. But wow, what a display.
Yeah, and that was we just saw there for Pedro, like, when you're slow off the gates to get that Charizard EX out, right, and Giratina can just slowly get that 10 Lost Zone, as soon as that Charizard comes down, Star Requiem just says, I don't care about your 330 HP, just get to the discard pile so I can take 2 prizes. And then if you're slow to get the next one, it can just get out of hand. And then we saw in game 1, that Moonlight Shuriken was just devastating.
Yep, exactly that. And Benjamin just capitalizing on those slow starts.
For sure.
Just simply showing just the reasons why Giratina is such a feared deck at the moment. You know, look, it's taken down tournaments. It's finished 2nd place numerous times and taken down tournaments in the States. Melbourne from Brent Tonneson was able to take it down with that Giratina V-Star deck as well. Could Benjamin add his name to that growing list? Could he add himself to that EU regional champion graphic? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, well, you have to be in it to win it, and Benjamin's doing everything he can so far, finds himself in that top 8 slot there, and yeah, again, I think it's just a testament just to how, like I said, multifaceted or versatile the Giratina V-Star deck is, right? You know, if your opponent doesn't have Manaphy down, you can Moonlight Shuriken. If your opponent doesn't have Jirachi down, you can do some Lost Mine. If your opponent has 230 HP, just Star Requiem, and if they have 280, Lost Impacts. And I haven't even mentioned Cramorant at this point yet. Just
exactly.
so many options.
And that's the beauty of a lot of these Lost Zone decks, right? And it's kind of why Giratina's kind of fallen into play and sometimes out of play, but it's just showcased that, you know, versatility that as you've mentioned as a fantastic deck. But you know what? Enough from us. Let's hear from one of our, I guess, guaranteed top 8 regional players in the winner's interview of our round 15 feature match.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, I am here with our round 15 feature match winner and our first, I guess, confirmed top 8 contender, Benji Fam. How are you doing right now?
Thank you. I'm feeling great. It's that first top 8 of the season, I guess.
The first one?
Yeah. So
goodness me. I mean, so you've been playing the game for quite a while. You have like a few accomplishments already, but I mean, when was the last time you had an accomplishment this big? I mean, what do you say this means to you in terms of getting top 8?
Well, top 8's a while ago. Yeah. I have a bunch of top 16s and bubbles. Last season I finished 9th with Zorbox at Stuttgart Regionals. I bubbled that one. So this feels great, yeah.
That must be great to kind of break through again. Now, I'd say that you made it look easy, but towards the end of that game too, there was a little bit of a situation where you're thinking, oh, hold on, I'm a little bit stuck here. How are you feeling in those last few turns where you were just trying to, you know, just draw the last out you needed to get the last attack?
I wasn't really worried. I felt like I was far ahead, so I was 3 places ahead.
Yeah.
At some point, I just need to draw like a boss's orders or just something to attack with.
Or Jet Energy, I guess.
Yeah. And he was wrong badly as well, so.
That's. I mean, it's always helpful if your opponents are having a bit of a rough start. I mean, you got the KO on the Charizard EX very early, and then there was left just a Pidgey. You know, not much they can do there. So yeah, you're in top 8 now, and I mean, you said it's been a while since you made top 8. So how are you feeling going into the top 8, knowing that there's so much on the line?
I'm just happy to be there. I'm not sure which decks are in there. I think there's a Mew guaranteed, but other decks I don't really know. I think there's a bunch of Gardevoirs like high up there. So.
Yeah. And how do you feel about the Gardevoir matchup?
It's close. I've played it 5 times this weekend, so it's a slow matchup. So yeah.
Well, we're going to wish you all the best of luck in top 8. We're sure you're going to do absolutely swell. But now we're going to head back to the desk quickly. So casters, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Fred. It was so nice hearing from Benjamin. They're just happy to be in top 8, you know, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like I said, I've known Benji a long time. Good friend of mine. Just at least being able to see him showcase decks, like he's mentioned, he's bubbled a number of tournaments previously. One of the sort of feature ones we've had once upon a time was that Zoroark deck.
I remember that.
He took to, I think, an unfortunate bubble position. But, you know, here he is. Back in top 8 once again, Jay.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see how he pans out. Hopefully, you know, after managing to bob and weave the top 8s, maybe this could be the one for Benjamin to not just settle at top 8. Maybe he will catapult himself into that championship of graphic.
Yeah, but you know what? We're going to have another little look back once again to our what deck will win or could win a prediction bracket here. We've had many a close battle, our very close battle at the very start of day 1, that Charizard EX versus Chien-Pao. Obviously, I took the dub, but, you know, small details. We've still got a top 4 here that we need to discuss, I think, Shay.
Okay, just look at the matchups here. That Mew VMAX dominated that Giratina V-Star, right? Lost Bot's got a Guardi. Wow, that was a bit close. And then we had Roaring Moon, Chien-Pao. So Roaring Moon's in the final. Okay, but it looks like we're going to be doing Mew VMAX Lost Box. Now, I'm looking at the production stuff. Don't you dare. You know
what he wants.
Yes, I've got Mew.
You know he wants.
Don't make me argue for Lost Box. Don't do that. So I've got Mew VMAX. So in case you don't know, viewers, we're going to have 45 seconds each to pitch our decks to you. And then you get to decide which deck you think was pitched better and would win. The winner of that matchup via the Twitch votes poll will be put to the final, where it will square off against Roaring Moon. How does that sound, Alex?
Sounds great. I mean, I've beaten you once already. Light work. Light work.
Fair enough. I guess you have, but I'm feeling very confident as well. So I think, who should go first? Who do you want to go first?
I'll let you go first.
I'll go first?
Yeah, I'll let you go first.
Okay. Right, so it's going to get a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Mew VMAX. Well, Alex, Mew VMAX is a very strong deck, our current World Championship deck. It's so strong, in fact, that they had to release cards like Drapion and Spiritomb just to keep it in check. If you want to attack turn 1 with take a 2-price KO, use Meloetta. You want to have a little bench action, use Iski. Do you want to draw about 15-20 cards a turn? You got Geneset. Do you want to search out whatever card you want? You got Forest Hillstone, and you have Crymomatic as well. Mew VMAX free retreat cost has max Miracle Shred, can hit up to like 300 damage. It's one of the best decks I've ever seen printed. I actually think it might be the best deck actually of all time. Mic drop. I don't need to say anything else.
You actually raised every point I would have made, and I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm a big fan of Mew, that's why.
But now you have to be a big fan of Lost Box, I think. So your turn. The floor is yours, my friend, in 3, 2, 1. Off you go.
One of the most dominating types of deck that has come out in recent times. Lost Box, you've seen it utilized in so many different variations. You use Kyogre, you've got big attackers like Raikou, Dragonite, all of these massive attackers to utilize and swing games completely. It's a deck that's completely dominated and taken over so many of the tournaments in recent times. But what else can I say about a deck that we've seen here in this tournament also try and force its way into top 8 berth? But do you know what? Shay's been talking about Mew this whole time. It's a bit boring, isn't it?
Oh!
Everyone has been talking about Mew this whole time. We've seen it far too often. We've seen it win too much. We want Lost Box to do far better, and you viewers at home can decide this.
You've had your time. Now, I didn't realize you were that kind of debater. Mew is boring. Interesting, because I'm on the camp that would think going, flower selecting, ooh, switch, jet energy, flower selecting. That's entertainment, is it? Not power tablet, power tablet, power tablet, 280.
What do you mean? Most of the time it's, oh, I'll judge path you. I'll judge path you. I'll judge path you. Oh, I've bricked myself on my own path. Oh, how sad. How do I look? Terrible.
What, brick yourself all the way to the World Championship final win then, is it? Or
if enough people
or
play
Liverpool
it.
as well?
If enough people play it, they'll get there, but you know, it's a numbers game, isn't it?
Interesting. I mean, Mew VMAX boring. I never thought I'd hear that. Okay. So let us know in the Twitch poll, which I think is the Twitch poll live. The Twitch poll is live, so go and vote who pitched the better deck and what deck you think would win that matchup. I'm going to be distraught. No, no, no. You've had your time. Stop trying to influence now. We all know Mew VMAX will win. No, no, no. I mean, how many World Championships has Lost Box won? Oh, yeah, 0. Okay. How many has Mew VMAX won again? 1? Okay, yeah, sure. Interesting. I don't mean to say much else, do I, really?
Yeah, to be honest, I actually agree with the point that I actually do think Mew VMAX is arguably, my honest opinion, has been one of the best decks in the format. There's no other deck that has been countered so often. With so many different cards. Drapion, P, Spiritomb, Path to the P, all of these cards are trying to impact a deck like Mew VMAX, but at the same time, Lost Box better. So.
Mighty Enna. That was the first one. That wasn't good enough. A stage 1 that attacks for 0 energy and can one-shot a free prizer.
Benji fan would tell you that it was good enough.
Well, no, well, it wasn't. Well, until along came Spiritomb, maybe. Drapion. Goodness gracious me! It's been a tough few months to be a Mew VMAX player. Let me tell you that.
Doesn't matter. It still finds itself.
Yeah, and it still wins.
Still finds itself. The consistency is key, right?
Yes, drawing cards.
Incredible.
Is always strong. And Fusion Trike system draws a lot of cards.
But then so is the Lost Zone sort of way of playing a deck.
And it's give up. You just admitted that Mew VMAX was a better deck. You literally admitted that.
I'm a big fan. But it's not down to me.
It's down to you.
I'm trying to tell you guys at home that Mew VMAX has done well for far too long. Thankfully, it's rotating.
Where's the power, Alex? Who hand has the power?
Well, us. I'm joking. It's down to you guys.
The power is in your hands.
Is in your hands here. So make sure you're still voting away. I don't know. We're still waiting.
Yeah, I know.
Just in anticipation about the results. I'm hoping I take a 2-0 lead over Shay.
Oh, here we go. Yes! Come on!
I'll take it. It's actually perfect numbers from our Chen-Pao Charizard as well.
Oh, you trying to get ahead of yourself. I'm going to be 2-0. I'm going to be 2-0. So I'm currently, what, 2-1, right? Because I've just, I beat you. And then I played the Ross, Roaring Moon versus Miraidon. I think that's the biggest margin of victory, actually. So I've got the biggest margin of victory there, 65-35. Absolute domination that was. And then you actually handed me my only only loss so far. But it looks like our final is going to be Roaring Mooney X versus Mew VMAX, and it's actually a pretty good matchup on paper. So I'm intrigued to see how that pans out.
Good matchup for who?
I mean, you might think, oh, yeah, Mew VMAX loses. I mean, what does Mew VMAX love? 2 prize attacking decks. And what is Roaring Moon?
Hang on, he's getting more time already. Stop him. Cut him short. Cut him down.
No, you were the one that said a good matchup. I'm answering your question. Don't ask the question if you don't want the answers. Golly.
To be fair, I did get the extra like 10, 15 seconds on Chen Pao.
You did.
Oh,
yeah, you did. Yeah.
So I thought I'd give you that just for a moment.
Fair
One
enough.
sentence.
Fair enough.
But yeah, a fantastic little final there. That could be quite interesting. We've seen it. Did we see it on stream? Roaring Moon versus Mew VMAX?
Sounds plausible. Does sound plausible.
Got to look back and double check. But it's both incredible decks, right?
Very strong decks, and both on the uptick as well, right? I mean, Roaring Moon on the back of Ross Cawthorn's big finish. Now it's the most represented deck here in day 2, and Mew VMAX on the back of Liverpool, still, you know, flying the flag high.
Yeah, climbed the ranks from not being in that day 1 picture into the day 2 picture.
It did.
But, you know, enough from us for the time being. I got a little bit overheated trying to tell Shay off, but he did take the dub.
Tell me off.
We'll go to a quick video break before we see the next feature matches as soon as possible. See you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Top 8.
Trainers, and welcome to the pop-up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful 1 prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using 1 prize Pokemon such a large advantage? Well, their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon. This ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in 1 turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attacker of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2 prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Raging Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Clay, Yohosha will happily help themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continue to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hey trainers, while we've got a break in the action, I'd like to talk to you about something which is very close to my heart right now, and that is Stage 2 Pokemon. My name's Ross Gilbert, I'm joined of course by the lovely Shay and the lovely Freya, and we have seen in the past, this season, we've seen Charizard winning San Antonio Regionals, we've seen Gardevoir winning Knoxville Regionals. Our Stage 2s, I know we've been saying it for years, are they actually back now?
Do you want the short answer or the long answer?
I would like the short answer.
Yes.
Sweet. Now I'd like the long answer.
Yes. No, but in all seriousness, yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to see, especially considering how it hasn't been the case for such a long time. And now we see both 2 Stage 2 decks which are absolutely in the top contention of the metagame, and it's been a long time since really we've been able to say that.
It is. I mean, back in the Sword and Shield era, we had Inteleon, and Inteleon was great, but let's be honest, Inteleon was an engine. Yeah. It enabled other decks to be good. Now we've got Charizard and Gardevoir, which are actually ruling the format. Now, Shay, I know you're a Gardevoir fan. Explain to all the lovely people why Gardevoir is so good despite being a Stage 2.
Right, well, I think Gardevoir just has so many options when you break it all down, right? So you got the Refinement Curlier to draw extra cards, which is never a bad thing. I guess traditionally when you look at Stage 2 decks that have usable Stage 1s like Greninja, it's always great. And you even have the Mirage Step Curlier as well. How many times has a Stage 2 deck had 2 usable Stage 1s? It's just incredible. And then you've got the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw extra cards and attach energy potentially and attack as well. Just gets a bit much. You even have the Glade, which doesn't even see play, but it's still really good. It could let search any supporter out. It's just madness. And obviously you do have the Gardevoir EX, and when that eventually comes down, just slams all those energy into play, and all of a sudden things get a little bit out of control. So I'm a big fan of Gardevoir. I think it's like poetry in motion watching it play. I remember at EUIC, I lost my round. I was watching the stream and I saw Tord playing it, and I was looking in a mirror match, round 2 I think it was. I looked up at the screen, I was
round
like... Round 1.
Yeah, round 1 mirror.
Looking up at the screen like... Deck that's a good deck. I need to go buy some really quick. And that's exactly what I did.
So Freya, I know you're a Charizard fan. You've been going on about Charizard, how it is you think a little bit superior to Gardevoir. But tell us about Charizard. Again, it's a Stage 2. We've been told for years Stage 2s are too slow compared to some of these big basics. How has Charizard proven people wrong?
Charizard has 2 really big things going for it. It is both consistency and power, especially. So, often we see it paired with the Pidgeot EX, which does get another Stage 2. Again, when's the last time we saw a Stage 2 support engine? Being to search for any card in your deck once per turn, it is absolutely phenomenal. You can do a setup early on where you sort of chain rare candies. You rare candy into the Pidgeot, and then you rare candy into the Charizard. And then when you get into the Charizard, you have a 330 HP Stage 2 that can also attach energies from your deck and punishes your opponent for winning by doing more damage when your opponent's taking more prizes.
Yeah, dropping an Iono and then doing more damage every turn with Charizard does seem a little bit cheeky. But I do have to ask the question before we finish here. Are they the best decks? Because if we have a look, Gardevoir for a long time has been great in getting into Day 2, but until Knoxville has been a long time since they had a big Gardevoir finish. Charizard, most played deck in the format. But tournament after tournament after tournament, but it's not been winning like something like Giratina V-Star. So, Stage 2s, are they still a little bit disadvantaged compared to some of these basics, Freya?
Well, of course, right? I mean, that's the inherent issue, is that you trade some of that, consistency of setup with when you're all basics, you can get going very quickly. But the trade-off is when you get to that point, you have the power and you last longer into the late game. We even talked in a previous segment, right, about how these Stage 2 decks can make use of these comeback cards like Counter Catcher very effectively, because they naturally will go behind early on, but they can use that to their advantage.
So Shay, Stage 2 decks, are they here to stay then?
I think they are 100% are here to stay, and I think, once the V-Stars have sort of shifted out of the format, I think these powerful Stage 2s are going to be here to stay, and I, for one, I'm all for it.
And let's not even forget that it looks like Baxcalibur is going to be a little bit better when we get to EUIC and hit rotation as well. So that's us and that's stage 2s, but stay tuned, there's plenty more action to come. Grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go far.
It is absolute crunch time here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. We have had 15 rounds of Swiss, and very, very soon we're going to have our top 8 to determine who's going to be our Dortmund Regional Champion. I'm Freya Pierce. I'm here with Ross Gilbert. Ross, you asked me, I'm going to ask you, how you doing?
I'm doing very well. I had a break, I had a round off, I found more cake. Life was good. I'm also doing well. Now, we've not got the top 8 locked in yet.
No, not quite.
But it does seem to be 35 and above is in, 34. There looks to be 4 players on 34 points. 2 of them are in, 2 of them are out. Everyone on 35 and above is in, and that does include a Chen Pao and a Golden Go. They were the 2 decks I really wanted to see in Top Cut because they're new and they're different, and it looks like we have got ourselves a Chen Pao, a Golden Go, and frankly, it's going to be a bit of a Gardevoir party in Top Cut.
It is going to be a bit of a Gardevoir party. This regional so far has been a bit of a Gardevoir party, and Top 8 is going to be a very accurate reflection of that. But I would say, with more surprises thrown in than we were expecting.
Yes, I would say so. There's 3 Gardevoir confirmed for top 8. There could be some more. There is a Miraidon on 34 points. So there is a chance of having Miraidon in Top Cut. I'm just putting that out there. Miraidon, well, I don't know what the resistance looks like, so in my head it's 50-50.
Yeah. Remind me, how's it looking for Charizard in the top 8?
How's it looking for Charizard?
Right
it's not looking great, I'll be honest with you. It's not looking great.
It did just lose on stream as well with the winning in, so that kind of, oh, no.
I don't believe there are any Charizards still alive in the tournament, unfortunately. There is an Iron Valiant on 34 points, so we could have an Iron Valiant in top 8, but again, this is a player. We know 35 and above is in, we know 34 is the bubble, we know there are 4 players on that bubble, 2 are going to be in, 2 are going to be out. We have no way of knowing right now. As soon as we've got top 8 confirmed, we will, of course, share it with you. But I know when I'm watching a stream at home, I'm like, tell me about the top 8 as fast as you can.
Which Iron Valiant is it that is made top 8? Or like, which Iron Valiant is it that's on the verge?
So we've got Matthias Jakobsen, who is
so
on the verge there, a 10-1-4 record, 34 points.
So not Arthur, who we featured at the beginning.
No, Arthur unfortunately did start 9-0 yesterday, but has not made top 8. We've all had those days where you get a great day 1, day 2 does not go your way.
Yeah.
But there could still be an Iron Valiant in top 8. But we've had our own top 8 that we've been going through this weekend. We've got ourselves the deck bracket, and I'm in a little bit of a pickle here, because I successfully argued for Mew VMAX in round 1 and Roaring Moon in round 2, so...
Well, that means that either way you're going to pick a winner, right?
I mean, I lost to Shay, and then I'm on a 3 win streak, so... yeah, it's going to be awkward. I've argued for both of these decks. In a minute, the lovely crew backstage are going to tell me which one I'm arguing for this time.
I mean, listen, I got a bit of a chip on my shoulder about this one. You have defeated me far too many times. I need my comeback here, where it counts in the final. I need to make my case that I need to get this. Otherwise, I will never hear the end of it from you. Let's be honest.
I've got bad news, because Mew are in a bad position here, because I have got Mew VMAX to argue, and I feel very, very good about it. I'm going to have 1 minute, and that minute is going to start in 3, 2, 1. I said it before, but I'm going to say it again. There is exactly 1, 2, 1. I said it before, but I'm going to say it again. There is exactly one deck that has ever been printed 2 years in a row as a World Championship deck. Oh, look, it's Mew. What won Liverpool? Oh, look, it's Mew. What was the #1 seed for a large part of this tournament? Oh, look, it's Mew. We've got Mew doing well in this tournament. Every time we get Mew on stream, it seems to be doing a win. You've got the best best draw ability we've ever had in Fusion Strike system on Genesect, and I stand by that. We've got Mew with free retreat, which is a fantastic bonus. We've got Meloetta if you want to go that route, Ice Cube if you want to go that route, or you can just use Ice Cube if you want to go that route, or you can just use things like Power Tablet and Choice Belt to KO basically anything while getting going on turn 2, having high HP, and being a ridiculously good deck. If it wasn't that good, it wouldn't keep winning. Frankly, there is one deck in the final of this bracket that has proven to be a redonk level deck. It's Mew.
And done. Okay. Right. You know what? I'll be fair in competition. You make a very strong case, but I'm going to have to give you the best retort you've ever heard in your life, and so I'm so ready. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, everything that you just heard about Mew, you are fair enough, it's true, but what hits Mew for weakness? Roaring Moon EX. It is one of the strongest dark type attackers in the game right now. You have access to Professor Sada's Vitality that lets you accelerate energies to your Roaring Moons and draw cards. You have synergy with the Galarian Moltres V, so you can accelerate more energy that way and combine it with Energy Switch to power up. You absolutely demolish Mew. This is the deck that Russ was saying, oh, it's so good, it's can win everything. Roaring Moon demolished it, and we saw that on stream earlier. You've got other attack as well. You have more Pekko, that fantastic one single prize attacking option that moves your energy to dimension as well, so you can power up other attackers to go on as well. The future for Roaring Moon is so bright. We know there's so much more ancient support coming along that's going to make it even stronger. You have Dark Patch, one of the strongest item acceleration cards ever seen that you power up your Roaring Moon and Galarian Moltres and everything else. You have access to Forest Seal Stone because of Galarian Moltres. So you've got the consistency. You can draw so many cards, you can accelerate energy. You can even play Radiant Greninja and Water Energy if you want to, with more Energy Switch shenanigans. It is one of the
Whoa! Was that too loud?
Oh, so that's what it's like to be interrupted.
I've not gone to interrupt you before, so I have to really make the most of it this time.
Get the life out of me, good grief.
Now, I need to remind people at home, because this is really important. We are not voting who would win in a head-to-head with Mew and Roaring Moon, making your weakness point irrelevant. We are arguing which is the better deck, which is more likely to win a tournament, which is the better deck right now. And it's also really important to note, you are voting on Twitch. If you're watching somewhere else, you're not going to be able to get that vote in. So if you are watching on YouTube or somewhere else, that's fine. Head on over to Twitch, get your vote in, then go back to your viewing platform of choice. But if you want to get your vote in, you have to make sure you are doing it on Twitch. You can vote for Mew, or I suppose you can vote for Roaring Moon if you really want to. That's up to you, but you get that vote in on Twitch.
You know what? Maybe this... Okay, I have a theory here. This is the first time I actually got cut off during an explanation. Maybe that's a sign that maybe, just maybe, this time I'll finally get the win against you. I don't know why I'm so invested in this. Like,
do you remember the first sentence in your retort to me?
Actually, no, I know. I kind of remember there.
The first thing you said was, everything you said is right, Ross. And then I stopped listening. I don't know what else you said, because you told me I was right, and that was all I needed to hear.
You can make a strong argument based on a concession to your opponent as well. It's called making them let their guard down, you know?
So you're conceding?
No, but it's not a concession. It's part of the argument, you know? You're building on what the opponent said to then, lull them into a false sense of security and then... And then get a calamity storm you.
As much as I enjoy the good old English banter, I do have to say there was a very good argument. And look, I've said I like Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon and Miraidon, if I was coming to a tournament right now, they are the two decks between which I would be picking. And I mean, look, while I've just said the word Miraidon, I'm hoping it's in top 8. It's my caster choice.
And as I mentioned before, right, I completely agree with you that Mew VMAX is probably one of the strongest archetypes of all time. You just can't question its success. We were talking about how it might, won in Liverpool. There is a chance that it can win here again. I mean, what other archetype can claim that over such a long period of time too?
So now the phrase made my argument for me. Get your vote in on Twitch. Make sure you're in there. We're going to get the results here very shortly indeed. And then we're going to see which of these decks is the overall winner. Of course, we had, Charizard getting knocked out in round 1. That was a little bit of a, like Chen Pao taking out Charizard round 1.
Wait, hold on. We got word in? Am I hearing results? I thought I heard something there, maybe not quite. We're almost there with the results, maybe? Oh, no, okay, we're going to need another minute to get those ready. So keep those votes coming, guys. Keep those votes coming.
I usually hear a little ding in my ear.
Yeah.
And the ding varies wildly depending on who is giving me the ding. And then we can get this sorted. Then we can figure out our top 8 bracket. Like I say, we've got 6 players and 6 decks we are sure are in because they've got more points than everybody else. And then we've got those last 2 spots which are up for grabs. And then we need to figure out the matchups. And of course, with it being top 8, we are going to have a community choice. We aren't going to pick which top 8 games on stream. You are going to pick which top 8 game is on stream.
Yes.
Just you, Dave. Nobody else. It's all on you.
Yeah, Dave specifically, who's watching right now.
Yeah, Dave gets a choice this time.
Yeah, so spook all the Daves out there all of a sudden. We're talking directly at you. Can I say on a personal note, Ross, completely unrelated to anything else, we've been doing this for a very, very long time, right? We've been longer than almost like anyone else.
This is our 8th year.
It really is, isn't it? Goodness. It has been an absolute pleasure to do this with you this whole time. I mean, this is the first time in a while where we've had like a whole stream together, you know, for the whole thing. And every single time it's just an absolute pleasure. And I want to say thank you, honestly. I really genuinely appreciate you so much.
Even with me yelling and scaring you.
Even with you yelling and scaring me, yes. That's how much I appreciate you.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, Freya. It absolutely has. I've got the ding in my ear. We've got some results. Tell me it's Mew. No!
Yes!
Oh, chat, you've let me down. I thought we were friends.
I have not yelled that loudly on a stream since the Lycanroc for the win at LAIC 2018.
Oh, come on, chat. I thought we had a good thing going here. I made such a good argument for Mew, and Mew destroyed Lost Zone Box in the previous round, but apparently it wasn't to be. I suppose Mew will just have to be content with its World Championships. That'll have to do.
I mean, it does make sense, right? If you think about it in the context of this tournament, we have talked about how the Roaring Moon is on a bit of a rise up right now.
Absolutely.
You know, it was literally the most prominent deck in day 2, so it does make sense.
No, it absolutely does. I'm just trying to see, and here we have actually got a bit of Roaring Moon, so you can learn a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so there we go. Roaring Moon EX, of course, a phenomenal ancient Pokemon with 2 phenomenal attacks. The first one, Frenzy Gouging, can just knock out any Pokemon, regardless of the hit points. You do 200 damage to yourself, but if you knock out your opponent's Pokemon, who cares, right? And then combine that with Professor Sludder's Vitality, of course, that ancient supporter that lets you accelerate energy to your ancient Pokemon whilst drawing cards, and then Dark Patch Energy Acceleration as well. And you can even buff up the HP of that ancient energy booster capsule.
It absolutely can. And actually, I need to just correct something I've said.
Okay.
I've lied to people.
Oh.
Now, because Arnie Karjala lost the previous round, I didn't actually count them when I was looking for a minute ago. Turns out we got 7 players above 34 points.
Oh.
So we are going to still have a 34-point bubble, but I believe it's only going to be the one. It also means that Mew is the #1 seed after winning Liverpool as the defending champion. Just putting that out there, people can do whatever they want with that information.
I mean, the vote's over, Loss.
I know. But my force about it will never be over. I'm going to carry this with me for quite a while. So that bubble actually is going to be extremely harsh. It looks like we got 1 out of 4 34-point finishers that are actually going to get in there. So good luck to them. One person is going to bubble in, but it is going to be a little bit harsh because, well, you needed 35. And we did actually see there was one player who I believe ID'd onto 34 points. So we're going to see if that worked out or not.
Yeah, interesting. So I guess maybe they're thinking of opting for, would rather like secure the top 16 points maybe?
And for a lot of people, that's it. Sometimes you see people who intentionally tie onto the bubble of top 8. For a lot of those players, it's not, well, I'll probably bubble in. It's top 16 is enough.
Yeah.
Top 16 points, top 16 prizes. That is my goal. And maybe I bubble into top 8. Yay. Maybe I don't. But we've been making some predictions this weekend, Freya. We've been talking about caster predictions. Let's have a look at what we predicted and see who is still alive. Shay predicted Mew, and Mew is the current #1 seed, the only player that finished on 37 match points. So Shay's got to be feeling pretty good.
Just does it every time, doesn't he?
Oh, Shay's good at this. I believe there are no Charizard in Top Cut, although I'll have to double check. I'm pretty sure there are no Snorlax in Top Cut. And in terms of Miraidon, there is one Miraidon on the bubble.
So it's a maybe on that one.
So there is still a chance that Miraidon is alive.
Yeah.
It's not, Guido Mielke from Denmark, I believe, or Is it Germany or Denmark?
That's Germany.
That is Germany, of course it
Deutschland.
is. I did correct myself pretty quickly. Yeah, our only hope for getting a Miraidon into top 8, but we are going to be relying on the bubble for that.
Although I will say, for our single card predictions, I think generally speaking, a pretty reasonable spread. I know obviously you went for the Radiant Greninja. We all know that was the obvious. Yeah, this is going to be a good pick. But you know, I had Spiritomb. We saw that on stream multiple times. If someone goes to go up against Mew in top 8, they're going to be in very good position there.
Yep.
Then we of course also had Path to the Peak, very relevant card there. And what was the last one again? The one that it was under Alex's one. What was the single card again?
Oh, I can't remember.
I just saw it. Never mind. We have more pressing business to attend to.
Yeah, we're going to actually go back in time. We're going to look at the day 1 decks, remind ourselves where we were when we started this tournament. We got the 108 heroes playing Miraidon, and then we got Lost Zone Box, Gardevoir, Roaring Moon, Giratina, and Charizard. And it's very interesting that we had Charizard as the most played deck, and you'll notice not even that close, 37 more than Giratina. And I'm just double checking here. I'm pretty sure Charizard is not making top 8 at this tournament.
I know, yeah, we can check, yeah, but I think you are right. I don't think there's any even on the bubble. And I think that's especially shocking considering how, if you look at previous tournaments, both the day 1 and day 2 rates for Charizard have been pretty good in the past. But in this instance, yeah, let's compare to day 2 now. Day 1 is great, but look at the drop-off for day 2.
Huge drop-off, down to 10% of the meta, and I have just confirmed there is no Charizard deck that achieved over 33 match points. Charizard is out of Top Cut. There are none in there, whereas Mew comes in with 10 and ends up as the top seed. So that's going to be interesting, and I don't believe we've actually got any Roaring Moon either. No, there's a Roaring Moon on the bubble.
Okay,
there is one Roaring Moon that could bubble in. That's all we've actually got from that. So it's Gardevoir coming in with 20, and I believe there's 3 in Top Cut. That is a ridiculous conversion rate for a deck that has historically not converted well from day 2 to top 8.
It's almost a polar opposite story, right? Yeah, we're talking before about how Gardevoirs were making it sort of just like the bottom end of day 2 at that 6-2-1 record and not converted to top 8. Now it's the polar opposite. Now we're only 20 entries in day 2, 3 of them convert. That's such a turnaround.
Yeah, and we do have 3 confirmed Gardevoir in day 2. We got Gabriel Smart, we got Rowan Stavanoff, and we have got James Cox, all playing Gardevoir, all safely into top 8. That's... Oh, and actually, as we say that, we got standings, so let's go straight to them. I can finish my point later. And here we go. We do have a confirmed top 8. So Stian Nielsen is actually the player who bubbles in with 34 points. It is Lost Zone Box. It is not Miraidon. I'm sorry. It's not Roaring Moon either.
No, so no extra mix up in the decks here. Just going to be a relatively, it's like a Sableye Charizard. But okay, something to point out, Roaring Moon is in this list. So Roaring Moon is technically still in the top 8.
Roaring Moon made it. Right, let's go through the decks here. If we can keep this on screen for a second, we can give you the decks. Arnie is playing Mew. Gabrielle is playing Gardevoir. James Cox is playing Gardevoir. Rowan Stavanoff is playing Gardevoir. Yes, that's 3 Gardevoir in a row. Owen Kammerman is on Chen Pao. Benjamin Pham is on Lost Zone Giratina. Yell is our Golden Go player. And who was number 8 there?
It was Stein.
It was Lost Box.
Yes.
So those are your top 8 decks confirmed now.
So, I mean, a couple of surprises then, still in top 8. I want a Chen Pao.
It's not the top 8 we expected. 3 Gardevoir after what happened pre-Knoxville. That is strange. Golden Go in top 8. Chen Pao in top 8. These are not decks we came into this weekend thinking we're going to end up in top 8. No Charizard. We do have a Mew and we do have a Giratina, we do have a Lost Zone Box. They are decks that we absolutely would have predicted to go into top 8, but this is a pretty unusual top 8 all in.
Yeah, now I don't think it's quite ready yet, but don't forget, now with the top 8 ready, we will eventually be having a community choice. So you're going to give you a selection of matches to pick from for the top 8, and you get to decide who will feature in top 8 for our feature match here.
Yeah, and now you know the players and you know the decks, and I know there's always somebody at home waiting with a computer, with a Word or whatever open, and they're writing down the players and the decks so they can share them and tell everybody who has made the top 8. We've given you the names, we've given you the decks, and then in a minute we're going to give you the chance to choose which of those top 8 games we will be featuring. What do you want to see in top 8, Freya?
I got to be honest, I know we didn't feature it long ago. I want to see Goldengo again. I was going to say my fiance Tyler always called him Cheese String Man. He looks a little bit like a cheese string, right? But yeah, I want to see Goldengo in top 8. I want to see see Golden Go making it rain in top 8. That's what I'd really love to see.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen the bracket. I'm still hoping for a Golden Go Chen Pao final. Just the 2 decks that people didn't see coming. If we can get them clashing in the final, that would be amazing. And it would leave a lot of Pokemon players wondering what they'd woken up to from those people over in Europe. We do have the bracket. That is how great our team are here. So if we have a look, we've got Yell is in the bottom half of the bracket. And Owen's in the top half of the bracket. We could have Chen Pao Golden Go final.
Oh my goodness, yes.
They are on opposite ends of, I think it's a way to go before we get there.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but it is a possibility, and that is already, you know, a good start to things.
Yeah, so we're going to have Arnie with Mew up against Stein with Lost Zone Box. We're going to have Rowan with Mew against Owen with Chen Pao. We're going to have Gabriel with Mew against Yell with Golden Go. And we're going to have James Cox with Gardevoir against Benjamin's Giratina. Those are your 4 matchups in top 8. So now you know the players, and you know the decks, and you know the matchups as well.
And not only that, we have our community choices ready. So you can choose between Arnie against Stian or James against Benjamin. Those are your 2 choices for the vote. So get voting now, though. I think the vote is there ready on Twitch. It is only on Twitch. You can't vote on YouTube. If you want to vote, you have to go over to Twitch to get the votes in. But yeah, Arnie against Stian or James against... Oh, I lost it again.
Yeah, and there we do see the decks confirmed. We've got 3 Gardevoir. We've got 2 very unusual ones we weren't expecting a Golden Go and Chen Pao. And then we got the 3 old favourites, Mew, Giratina, and Lost Zone Box, which we absolutely were expecting.
Yeah, we absolutely were. And yeah, 3 Gardevoir. That is just... it's been a long time since we've seen that many Gardevoir in the top 8 of a regional.
Yeah, it's and also seeds 2, 3, and 4 as we go there, which again is not something we necessarily expected. So, I mean, look, Gardevoir just won in Knoxville.
Yeah.
It's now got 3 of the top 8 spots here. You've got to put Gardevoir as a favourite to take this tournament down.
Yeah, of course you do, right?
And if Gardevoir wins 2 regionals in a row in 2 different regions, no less, I mean, can we then start saying Gardevoir is back as the best deck in the format?
I mean, maybe so, but then it just gets you thinking, right? What changed? I mean, it wasn't Moonlit Hill, right? It wasn't like Moonlit Hill made the deck so much better that now it's getting away into the top cut. It is a good card, but it's not that powerful, that much of a game changer, surely.
I mean, we spoke to players like Rahul Reddy this weekend, players who are on Gardevoir, and what a lot of them told us was the metagame shifted just enough. The increase in Charizard, the increase in Giratina, decks like that becoming good really opened the door for Gardevoir to come in and start doing better. But I honestly think a lot of the rising Gardevoir we've seen over the past couple of weeks is really good players with a lot of experience playing the deck who are just that gosh darn good.
And that is the thing, right? Sort of, you can always get like a skewed, not necessarily a skewed perspective, but the perception of the relative strength of a deck can change just by virtue of the strength of the players playing it a lot of the time. You know, you suddenly have this shift where, for a while, maybe it's thought that Charizard was the best deck, but suddenly there's this mindset shift and the top players saying, okay, the metagame shifted enough, now Gardevoir's the best. So it might not even necessarily be that one deck is better or the other, but because of that change in the player's perspective, it kind of becomes the best deck because of that.
And we've got a couple more regional level events coming up between now and EUIC. And when we hit EUIC, the European Internationals, we get rotation, we get the introduction of temporal forces. It is all change, everything is different. But we've got a couple of events before then, and I really, really, really want to know what is going to happen to the Gardevoir numbers between now and then. Are we going to see a big increase in Gardevoir representation, given what we've seen from the past couple of events?
I think it'll be either that or, you know, just like happened with Gardevoir, maybe another shift will happen. I think we're in one of those metagames where those shifts always come in gradual waves, you know what I mean? You have a lot of contenders that are strong enough to, in theory, win a tournament or do well, but what ends up actually doing well is based a lot on what is the most popular, and so you have these slow shifting waves of moving from one deck to another in terms of the balance of power.
And it's when, like, I spend way too much time at home looking through tournament results and reminding myself what happened. But then again, given the job we're doing here, I think that's probably appropriate.
I think so.
And one of the things I was looking at this past week, I was really digging into Gardevoir's history. After it won in Knoxville, I was looking at the last few months of regionals, and I was looking, and you know, there's several events where it doesn't make top 8. There's 2 events where it gets 1 top 4. There's a few events where it makes 1 top 8. It was not a deck that made multiple top 8s, and it hadn't made the final for a long time. And then Knoxville happened, and I came into this tournament going, now what? What happens with Gardevoir? 3 in top 8? That seeds 2, 3, and 4, no less? That is,
I think, is it safe to say that none of us, because we talked about how Gardevoir was a resurgence, but did we expect it to be that strong a resurgence?
No.
No.
I don't think that, no. I think we all came into this event saying Gardevoir is back, but Gardevoir has gone from, yeah, it'll get you a bunch of day 2s, but it's an occasional top cut at best, or top 8 at best, to, oh, you know, Gardevoir is like the best converting deck. It's 3 of the top 8. It is absolutely right there. It is the best deck.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of been proven now in terms of the top 8 that we've seen. But now the question is, can it go all the way again? It's done it once. We know it can do it. There's 3 chances for it to do so, but can it happen?
I think, well, I mean, yeah, basically. It just won Knoxville, so absolutely.
Yeah. So,
and we have got confirmation of the feature match. And actually, I got a little bit of a preview. I saw James and Benji come walking backstage here, setting themselves up for the game. So we are going to see James Cox with Gardevoir against Benjamin Pham playing Lost Zone Giratina. So the best deck, I mean, Giratina over the past couple of months has been the best deck.
Yeah, no question.
Following the tournament results, it has been the best deck. Gardevoir is the one that's essentially coming back and reminding us it's still here. We've got kind of a clash of the titans. The, hey, mate, I was the best deck 2 weeks ago to, oh, come on, old man, your time has come. I'm taking over.
And it's a very interesting matchup as well. Like, it can be very much back and forth. Of course, that Gardevoir EX is just a little bit out of reach in terms of HP knockout-wise for Lost Impact. But yeah, that's Requiem to get the KO. You can take a more single-price focus approach and pick things off with Sableye if they don't get Jirachi down. There's a lot of interesting interplay going on.
Yeah, we're going to have that one big KO with Star Requiem, that V-Star power from Giratina that gets an instant one-hit KO. But the other KOs are going to be a little bit of a problem. But then again, you don't usually KO many Gardevoir EX.
No, you don't. That's usually like your game ender, right? Maybe for the last 2 prizes you do it.
Yeah, and it's going to be lots of, and here we see Giratina. It's going to be lots of Cramorant taking out smaller things. It's going to be Sableye dropping damage counters. It's going to be Gardevoir being very careful to not leave its Pokemon in harm's way. So you've got Giratina V-Star that's got one-hit options with Star Requiem, and then Lost Impact doing 280, which will KO everything V-Star and below. You've got Sableye dropping 12 damage counters, which is immense. We got the combination of Path to the Peak and Roxanne for disruption. And of course, let's not forget our old friend Cramorant.
Yes, so we have mentioned how it's probably, dare we say, maybe the best single prize attacker in the game right now overall. I mean, it's strong words, I realize, but in terms of its overall versatility, it's got to be in the talk, right?
Oh, it's absolutely there in the conversation. You get 4 cards in a Lost Zone, and all of a sudden it's 110 for 0 damage on a basic, sorry, 0 energy on a basic Pokemon. But we can see both our players setting up. We got James on the right, we got Benjamin on the, James on the left, Benjamin on the right, and James Cox, of course. We had him on stream a minute ago. World's top 4, Players Cup top 8, regional top 32s. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and of course it's quite funny, right? Because right now James Cox is living in the Netherlands, so kind of technically representing the Netherlands, but of course actually an Australian player, one of Australia's strongest. So technically like a Netherlands face-off, but like also not.
Yeah, and then we've got Benjamin Pham there, a couple of international championship top 16s, and an Anaheim special event champion. So yeah, these are looking pretty good. We've got 2 very accomplished players who have been around for a while and built up a really good resume.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I was talking in the interview with Benjamin earlier. He mentioned how it's been a while since he's had a top 8 result this big, so he's very chuffed just to be here. But of course, he's still hungry. He's going to want to go all the way. If he's got this chance now to cement himself as a regional champion, of course he's going to want to try and do his best to take it.
And that's the thing. Whether you've won many regionals before, whether you're a newer player, once you get to top 8, you go, well, I mean, I've come this far.
Yeah.
I clearly I'm good enough to win the whole thing, but there's going to be 7 people going home disappointed at the end of this. We can only put half the players through each round. So for James, it's going to be a little bit awkward because you need to try and make sure that when you're accelerating energy with Gardevoir, you're not giving up too many easy prizes by leaving damage on the field, because Cramorant and Sableye love taking out those Pokemon with lots of damage on.
Yeah, they do, and that's when the Jirachi becomes very important as well. This is something that really helped out a lot for Gardevoir in terms of swinging the Lost Zone deck matchups a little bit more in the Gardevoir's favor, of course, with that ability preventing your opponent from using their basic Pokemon to place damage counters on your bench. A very, very strong Pokemon in this matchup.
And we see a Curlier prize from James, but just the one and 1 rare candy. And then we got a 3 energy prize from Benji. And we do have a Sableye prize Oftentimes, that's usually only played as a one-of. And yes, I've got Benji's deck list here. That is a one-of. That one Sableye being prized could be a problem. But we are off in our top 8 game, and we're starting off with James and a Battle VIP pass.
So already off to a good start here. Going to be able to get 2 basics down, and it seems like in stark contrast to James' earlier stream game, of course, we saw James getting, let's face it, a little bit destroyed by Owen in a sort of like 2-0 fashion, just a very, very slow start. Not the case here at all.
Yeah, James's previous stream game against Owen Kammerman did not go well, to put it euphemistically. Here, we have Battle VIP pass for double routes.
Yes, we do. So, once again, going to take his time. It's always important to remember this. In the top 8 cuts, it is not 50 minutes, it is 75 minutes. So you have a little bit more time to play through things a little bit slowly. You can maybe take your time checking prizes. You're not in as much of a rush. And actually, this is another very good point. We talked about how Gardevoir is, a day 2 deck, not a top 8 deck. But if you made top 8, you're suddenly in a position where the time is much more in your favor.
Yeah, Gardevoir tends to be a slow deck. It can be really awkward if you lose game 1 as a Gardevoir player. Just literally trying to find time to win games 2 and 3 in a 50-minute best of 3 can be awkward. Give yourself 50% extra time, and that can make a very big difference. So James has checked his prizes. He's seen there's one Curlier prize, but nothing too terrible there. So now it's just a case of what else is in James' hand, how much can he establish his board moving for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, so done looking through the deck. Battle VIP pass is now fully resolved. 2 rolls going down. Now, does James have any more Pokemon search? Obviously, 2 rolls is great, but ideally you would like even more. But it looks like, it might just be like a psychic attachment and a pass, maybe? Not ideal, but I mean, if that's the case.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Freya. Psychic attachment and a pass. And we're over to Benji here. We've got Comfey, which is the perfect starter, and Battle VIP pass, which is the perfect turn 1 card.
Yeah, you're going to loving that. So, sort of in a mirror reflection of James's start, finding Battle VIP pass. Going to grab a Giratina, of course, and I imagine probably going to grab a Radiant Greninja for 2-fold reasons. First of all, it helps you set up in the early turns. You discard energy, you draw cards, you're loving life. But then also, James was not able to get a Manaphy down, and from what we can see, he wasn't, gesturing the strongest hand. So Benjamin might be thinking, oh, hold on, there might be an opportunity for me to do a Moonlight Shuriken here if James' setup is like not strong enough to the point where he has to prioritize something else over Manaphy.
And speaking of small Pokemon that protect the bench, correct me if I'm being silly here, Freya, I'm not seeing a Jirachi in James's list, which means that Sableye is potentially going to be able to run rampant, because obviously there's a lot of self-damage done as you accelerate energy with Gardevoir. So having those Pokemon on low HP, and that's the other thing, you can soften them up with Sableye, and then that limits the amount of damage which can be accelerated with Gardevoir EX in the first place.
Goodness, and yeah, you're right, I'm looking here, like your cross-reference, there is no Jirachi in this list.
That is, Jirachi is there for Sableye. I know it gives protection against other stuff, Yoga Loop and all of that, I understand, but it's by far the biggest use is shutting off that Sableye. Without it, Sableye can have a very big impact.
Yeah, so that's going to be a huge, huge deal. And so Benjamin going to be going in now with that first flower selecting after resolving the Battle VIP pass. Does get rid of a Nest Ball and finds a switch card. Of course, you want to get your switching outs early. You can set up your Lost Zone with all those flower selectors in the early turns. So, yeah, switch card, flower selecting number 2. Let's see what Benjamin finds off this one.
We're looking for Colress's Experiment.
There it is.
Nice. Because you Colress Experiment. Oh,
there's 2 of them.
That's not what you're looking for. You don't want one in a Lost Zone. What you ideally want is Chorus's Experiment turn 1 and 2, and then that's just free flower selecting, and Mirage Gate is on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, but unfortunately not an option there. So, I mean, at least he did guarantee himself a Chorus, right? I mean, that's the main thing. He is getting on turn 1, so gonna be feeling pretty good about that, but looks like gonna be getting rid of a Giratina and getting rid of a Water Energy. Now, that's could be a bit of a spot of bother. I mean, Benjamin does play free Water Energy, so the Moonlight Shuriken play is still, like, in play, but with 1 Water Energy in the Lost Zone makes it a little bit more awkward.
Well, there were a few energy prizes.
Oh, there were as well, wasn't there?
Was there a Water Energy prize for Benjamin? Hopefully we can get confirmation on that, because that could actually turn off that Greninja play.
Yeah, it's, again, one of those things we didn't quite catch earlier where we were thinking, oh, the prizes don't matter that much, but now that there's a Water Energy in the Lost Zone, it very much does matter in terms of making that play available or not.
There were 3 energy prizes. I know one was a Jet Energy, We'll have to get confirmation on that in a moment. For now, we've got 2 Giratina, and we do have that Radiant Greninja, and if nothing else, it can draw some cards. Oh, it's not a Radiant Greninja. It's actually been swapped out for a Cramorant, which might mean that Benjamin has had a look and gone, I don't have the water energy.
Well, I've just had word through. It is a water and a psychic prize as well as the jet energy.
I thought there was one prize, so that means Greninja is not a valid attacker right now.
Yeah, so in that case, it makes complete sense to go for the Cramorant now. Is there a way that you can make the Cramorant KO a Ralts? Like, does Benjamin play Escape Rope?
Yep, there's one copy.
Okay, so if he can find that, he's going to be in a very, very good stead.
He's already Abyss Seeking.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry, we've already got Abyss Seeking going. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. 2 go to your hand, 2 go to the Lost Zone, and this will guarantee that Mirage Gate is on board next turn with just a single flower selecting, and Benjamin can start playing around. But honestly, with Giratina being an inefficient attacker against single prize Pokemon and not having enough water energy for Greninja, it might be the Cramorant Sableye show for a minute.
Yeah, it might be. Now, of course, I think we've mentioned this a couple of times before, but it's very important to sort of bear in mind that Abyss Seeking early on, you might think, oh, it's you're not attacking, you're not doing any damage, like where you're getting to. But as you've already very thoughtfully mentioned, Abyss Seeking is a really great attack, and especially against a deck like Gardevoir, where it doesn't really threaten a turn 2 attack that often. You feel completely safe doing this, and then your Lost Zone is so nicely set up for everything else.
And we did see an Avery come down there to force Benjamin to get rid of a Comfey, so that is now gone into the discard pile, putting down to 3 bench spaces remaining. Of course, one reason to build up the Lost Zone is to turn on your Sableye quickly, and actually with Manaphy down, the Greninja play becomes irrelevant. But I think with 6 cards in the Lost Zone, if Benjamin doesn't know that James doesn't play Jirachi, he's going to figure it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think so. Meanwhile, oh yes. So there we see the Mirage Step coming in from James. So of course that's the Curlier that you just get more Curliers out of the deck, put them straight onto the bench.
And of course, with 1 Curlier prize, this is the maximum amount of Curlier that James can actually have in play here. So we've got a Ralts there that could be potentially rare candied into a Gardevoir, and 3 Curlier on the board. This is very, very nice. And Benjamin here, we see a Jet Energy onto a Comfey, wants to start taking KOs this turn.
Yeah, and he is in very much a good position to do that. A wonderful flower selecting, just getting rid of a Battle VIP pass, easy choice there. Has a Mirage Gate too, so he can start powering up one of these Giratina Vs, and then it's going to be a very easy retreat into a Cramorant, and then spit innocently, KO Curlier, and start taking prizes.
Or potentially use Shred with Giratina V to do 160.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Either will work, and the advantage to that is it would be nice to start dropping damage counters with Sableye, but realistically, there's not too much that's actually in range here. It'll be lots of awkward, get a KO with a few damage counters left over.
Yeah, I guess you could do something, like 7 on a Manaphy and then 5 on something else, but yeah, doesn't feel amazing. However, what does feel amazing, hitting a Chorus's Experiment off a Pokegear.
Nice, and let's remember the Sableye is prize.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
true,
it's not
yes.
going to be here for a turn. We're talking about if and when it comes out of the prizes.
Yes, of course.
Right now, it's Giratina and Cramorant. But yeah, Chorus's Experiment, that's a good supporter.
Yeah, it is. So, top 5 of the deck. Let's see what Benjamin finds, what's going to go in the Lost Zone. Oh, there's the Escape Rope.
Nice.
But get rid of Comfey, not really needing as many of those anymore, and then get rid of the Counter Catcher, thinking, you know what, I'm likely going to go ahead. I don't think Counter Catcher is going to, play much of a factor in this matchup.
No, Benjamin looking to take the first couple of prizes here, of course. As we've seen, those single prize Gardevoir, they are very good at returning KOs, even on bigger Pokemon. We've seen it time and time again. So it's something to keep in mind here.
Yeah, so Path to the Peak coming down.
Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting one because, generally speaking, and I'm interested to see if you agree with me, Path to the Peak is kind of a card you only really want to play later against Gardevoir. It doesn't really stop the Curliers, it stops the Gardevoir EX, of course, but more often than not, in the early turns, they can find the outs by drawing with Curliers to replace it.
You can, but you've got 3 in the deck.
Yeah.
So you've got enough space. And how many times have we seen Gardevoir just drop a random rare candy Gardevoir EX, then evolve a Gardevoir, and all of a sudden, lots of energy taking a return KO? That's what Benjamin's trying to stop here, make it as difficult as possible for James to get a return KO. Because if Benjamin can get 2 or 3 prizes with this Cramorant, that is going to make this a very, very different game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, of course. So makes sense to go for it and just, at least, like you said, force James to have the out to counter it, which actually, now that you mention it, I'm not sure if I see one in James's hand.
So we've got in James's deck, we've got 1 Artisan, 1 Collapsed Stadium, and 1 Lost Vacuum. Those are the 3 outs to Stadium removal that James actually has. So only 3 cards, and I know you're drawing a bunch with Curlier.
Oh no, there is a Worker as well.
Oh, I always forget about Worker.
Yeah, but of course, there's been an Iona play this turn, so not relevant for this turn, but it is an option for later.
No, draw 3, discard a Stadium in play. I always forget about Worker. But we've seen it on stream a lot this weekend. Maybe it's something I need to start keeping in mind a little bit more.
I mean, Goldingo plays like 4 of it, right?
Yeah, Goldingo loves a Worker. So we do see a refinement here from Curlier after the INO. Just giving both players a new hand, but Benjamin is in a very good position here. It is up to James to work out of it, but of course, we do actually have the Gardevoir EX in play, so that path to the peak is looking like a good decision.
Yeah, and especially because I think James didn't draw the out, you know. Not from what I can see, at least, so yeah. Benjamin's actually, like, this path to the peak has effectively stopped James's attack this turn.
And that basically, if you stop James's attack, that guarantees a second KO with a Cramorant, which is exactly where you want to be going. You don't want to attack with Giratina until you have to, because they're big and they're super annoying to attack with, because it's either use your V-Star power or Lost Zone 2 energy.
Yeah, we do see the Ultra there discarding another Battle VIP pass that was just drawn off the Refinement and a Zacian V, though, to grab that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, which, as we know, probably the most important attacker in the deck.
Yeah, we'll let you draw a couple of extra cards, of course, which could give you an out to the Stadium. And this is exactly what Benjamin is worried about. The combination of regular Gardevoir and Gardevoir EX building up a bunch of energy and then attacking. And this is where Sableye potentially comes in very handy. If you have to use Gardevoir EX a bunch, but obviously Reversal Energy could work nicely.
Yes, it could. Fog Crystal finds another Ralts in the meantime, so again, we just want to make sure that you can chain those attackers. These Ralts are going to go down, the Curliers are going to go down, and very easily because this Cramorant is going to do 110 to each of them, so going to be a matter of making sure you can chain those attackers continuously. But now we see the evolution into the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, and Shiny Arcana, what does James find?
He's going to find 2 cards. He really needs an out to Stadium removal. What have we got? Did not see. I think one was an INO, and I think one might have been a Ralts. I'm not seeing a Stadium out in the hand.
No, I didn't either. So yeah, like Benjamin's pass to the peak really putting in a lot of work here, and as James just says pass.
Oh, that is not what James wanted, but it's exactly what Benjamin wanted. That is going to lead to a second KO with a Cramorant, and then you can potentially... And that's something, you know, we saw with Goldingo earlier. Trying to gust up and KO a Gardevoir EX was a lot of work, lot less work for Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, you just spit innocently. Sorry, not very good. I'm Cramorant brained. I blame you, but yeah, no, it's... yeah, Giratina V-Star can absolutely take KOs easily, but so can Cramorants, and I'm just thinking ahead here on this turn that, you know, that's what you're going to do. You're going to just, you know, keep 10 KOs of Cramorant until you can't anymore, and then just load up that Giratina V-Star for later.
Yeah, the Giratina V-Star is being loaded up, and this is a luxury you have. When you've got someone like a Cramorant, which is already going to take the KO, you can spend your turn evolving, attaching energy, building up your other stuff, knowing that the KO is already on the board, and you don't need to worry about that now. Cramorant takes a second KO, and Benjamin takes a 2-prize lead.
Yeah, we did see that Benjamin did attach the Jet Energy, and then tried to attach a Water Energy, but of course you cannot attach 2 energy in a turn. Thankfully, spotted before anything bad happened, so just taking that energy attachment back. Retreating into the Cram, and Spit innocently takes the second prize of the game.
Yeah, that's always good, taking those prizes with Cramorant, and the more work you can do with Cramorant, generally speaking, the better. And then your opponent has to go and use all their resources to take out 110 HP Blue Bird. Now, we do have the Shining Arcana Gardevoir with an energy on here. Are we going to be... And I believe that was from the ability.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we see the tilted card there. That usually players would use that to indicate that they're using an ability. There's an Avery, just to draw 3 cards here. There's no, you know, Benjamin only has 3 Pokemon on the bench, so not going to be discarding anything. But if you need the cards, you need the cards.
And I can prove that's bad, because essentially that was just Nemona. And nobody, literally nobody, plays Nemona. So you do not want to be playing a supporter that's just a straight draw 3. It is not an efficient use of your supporter, but that's where we are. And Benjamin's actually done a really good job here, keeping his bench low and going, I've got what I need. I know you're playing Avery. I'm not running into it.
Oh, there's a Collapsed Stadium coming into play. So going to be, of course, replacing that path to the peak. That is the out that James needed. And now it's going to be a lot of Shining Arcanas, and we're going to see the classic move against the Lost Zone style decks. We're going to be seeing that Moonglow reverse from Cresselia.
Yeah, put a bunch of energy on, which puts a bunch of damage on. You move it over to the Comfey, and it gets KO'd. Now, you didn't see the damage be put down there, but essentially, because we knew it was going to be transferred onto the Comfey, they didn't actually place the dice, but there was 2 damage on each of those Pokemon. They get moved onto the Comfey with Cresselia. That's your KO.
Yeah, and of course, this is very relevant as well, damage-wise, because Cramorant Spit innocently does 110 damage. Cresselia has 120 HP. That is 10 too much for Cramorant to knock out. We've seen this come up before in this very stream.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying, of course, when you're playing Sableye. There are opportunities to, for instance, you know, hit Cresselia for 110, and then Sableye KOs a Manaphy and a Cresselia, and there's a few other damage counters left over. I mean, we don't have the Sableye at the moment, but it's certainly something Benjamin's going to be looking for in the future, because when you're playing against Gardevoir, if the Gardevoir player is not careful, there's lots of damage just sitting around the field.
Yeah, there is. Now, a little bit unfortunate for Benjamin here. His hand is not great. If he had a boss's orders and a way to retreat this Cramorant, this would be the perfect turn to actually take a Star Requiem KO on the Gardevoir, because unlike the situations where you have, like, say, a Shining Arcana Gardevoir fully charged up to attack, the energy is all spread right now. So if you KO the Gardevoir EX here, you're not at that risk of just getting knocked out right back, and you force your opponents to actually work for a Gardevoir EX to be able to mount a response.
Would have been amazing, but did not have the cards, unfortunately. So we do see a Spit innocently for 110. Again, the existence of Sableye means it's not as bad here as it would be in some matchups, but when you're not even getting a one-hit KO on Cresselia, it doesn't feel good.
No, it really doesn't. Another Shining Arcana. Don't think I found any energy that time, but this hand is just going to keep building and building, and Benjamin does not have a lot to work with right now.
Yeah, Gardevoir draws a lot of cards. We've talked to players like Torn in the past about Gardevoir and why they love it. And one of the answers we always get is, I draw so many more cards than my opponent, and just having more cards and more things to do is great. But it looks like we're actually seeing a Professor Turo coming down here.
Oh, wow.
Professor Turo scenario. Put one of your Pokemon in play into your hand, and that removes all of that damage and undoes the attack from Cramorant.
Yeah, Professor Turo scenario is one of these cards, tech cards that we've seen creep into Gardevoir, and it is absolutely phenomenal because, yeah, I've had it happen to me once before where, you know, you do so much damage to a Gardevoir EX and then they just pick it right up and you're just feeling very, very sad.
It's really annoying. This is the point I've made about Gardevoir on stream. Everything you do to Gardevoir, they always seem to have an answer. They have some way to make you pay for it or to reverse it. And actually, to add insult to injury here, it looks like that same Cresselia is going to come active and do this again.
Oh, that's you love to see it if you're James. You don't love to see it if you're Benjamin. I guess the one thing that is nice for Benjamin is that there's no KO happening in this turn. 8 damage is not enough to KO anything on Benjamin's side of the board. So I guess, yeah, just going to soften up that Giratina V.
Could have put free energy on the Cresselia and used Lunar Blast, which is annoying because Cresselia KOs Cramorant. Cramorant doesn't KO Cresselia.
Seems a bit unfair, really, doesn't it?
It is a bit unfair, frankly. But actually, 8 damage on the Giratina, bringing it down to 200 HP if it's a V-Star. That is probably a better use of it. It just brings it down to a much more manageable number.
Yeah. So, okay, if I'm looking at this right, I think what we're about to see here is, yeah, well, we saw the retreat. Is it going to be Shred to KO on this Cresselia? Yeah.
It is Shred to KO. Benjamin takes another prize, but you'll notice that James is once again showing what good Gardevoir players do. There's no damage on James's side of the board. There's a lot of energy, but James is using stuff like Cresselia to try and make sure that energy is being put down without all of these floating damage counters, which put you at risk of Sableye.
Yeah, and that's very, very smart heads-up play for James. It's exactly why, you know, these Gardevoir lists often opt to play Cresselia, because it is just such a good tool against Lost Zone variants in general.
Yeah, takes that little Pokemon, removes damage from your Pokemon. Generally pretty awesome. We see a level ball here. Could be for a Routes, could be for a Curlier. Depends what's in the deck. Or indeed, it could be for nothing.
Which ends up being the case.
Yeah.
Now, okay, let's just wind it back a little bit. Let's sort of take an overall evaluation of the state of the game. In spite of everything that we've just said, Benjamin is still in a decent position to win here. He is ahead 3 prizes to 5. Even if James takes a 2-prize knockout here, as long as Benjamin can take 2 more knockouts, he can win the game.
Absolutely, and the V-Star power has not been used, and I feel pretty confident it's not going to be used. Benjamin is going to keep that V-Star power for the KO on the only 2 prize Pokemon on the field, the Gardevoir. 2 energy on a Giratina, play a boss's orders, or a counter catcher if you're behind on prizes, and just take that, which you're probably not going to be fair. Take the KO on the Gardevoir as your final 2 prizes. That is where Benjamin wants to be.
It is, and very important to note as well, we've seen so often before that, Gardevoir players being very smart and like denying the 2 prize option by, using a Professor Tura scenario or a Collapse Stadium to get rid of them. But that's not an option right now. James has used both of those cards.
And actually plays a second Gardevoir, but of course Benjamin's on 3 prizes remaining. That's really just going, look, if you choose to KO the Gardevoir a turn earlier, I'm still going to have one ready to essentially finish off the game. Yeah. So, like what we're doing here, it doesn't matter having a second 2 prize Pokemon, but it gives you protection if Benjamin KOs it earlier.
Yeah, and this is what the best players do. They'll think about like a rule, which is obviously you only want 1 Gardevoir out, but maybe there's some instances where that rule don't apply. You have to evaluate the game state and make the right play based on that, and that's exactly what James has done here.
Now, we do have a Screamtail in the active. Screamtail, essentially, if you put 8 damage counters on it, it will hit for 160. But it hits for 160 anywhere. It will actually KO the active Giratina.
Oh, yes, it will as well.
Now that there's all that damage on there from before. So it looks like, and we don't need all 4. I believe we only need 3 energy. And that seems to be where we're going here. Screamtail KOing the active Giratina for 2 prizes.
Yeah, so very, very strong there from James. And Screamtail, one of these, again, new additions to Gardevoir. It seemed at first that people weren't 100% sure as to whether it would be included a lot, but, it is proved worth more than its weight in gold. And actually, James just opts to KO the Cramorant.
Which I love. I enjoy taking out the Cramorant here, because what was going to happen was Benjamin was going to Cramorant the Screamtail and then use the V-Star to take out the EX, and that was going to be the game. But you can still do a similar kind of thing here with Giratina, whereby you just use Shred to KO Screamtail, and then you've got your Giratina V-Star on the bench, and in theory, one of them should be available next turn to KO the Gardevoir, but instead, we are seeing an escape rope here.
Actually, worth mentioning, 6 damage on the Screamtail wouldn't have been enough to KO the Giratina. It's on 80 damage, so if you were to... Oh, there's the boss's orders!
There's the boss's orders onto the Gardevoir EX, and as predicted, that is when the V-Star power comes in, gets the automatic KO, and of course, that is why James played a second Gardevoir, but Benjamin is now down to 1 prize remaining with 2 Giratina on the field. One of them's going to take a KO. Benjamin is in a great position here.
This is not quite a full checkmate, but this is a near checkmate scenario. James is in a big spot of bother right now because the only thing that can survive a full hit from a Giratina is that Gardevoir EX, but that Gardevoir EX can't KO this Giratina V-Star. It only does 190 damage.
Yeah, this is very, very high-level play from Benjamin here. And just to finish your point, you're right, Screamtail would only have put Giratina up to 200. Yeah. Would have needed a 4th energy, which was possible. It was available to James, but wanted to go after that Cramorant. The problem was, I see why you take out the Cramorant, but there's still 2 Giratina there available to attack, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, you're trying to neaten up the prize map a little bit. You're trying to avoid that 7 prize game that we talk about so much, but in this instance, not paying off. Benjamin having the boss's orders to take the knockout on one of the Gardevoir EXs, and now in a very, very good position to win this game 1.
And there's not really a huge amount James can do. Everything is actually KO'd by Shred on the Giratina V. So you don't need the V-Star, you don't need any energy here. Both of those Giratina can KO anything but the V-Star. And I suppose you could maybe try and KO the bench Giratina V with Gardevoir EX.
It's your only move. It's pretty much your only move. You need to take a KO whilst promoting something that won't immediately get KO'd back. And exactly what you said is the only way to do it.
And then maybe you can work towards a giant KO on the V-Star next turn. It's not ideal, but you can't KO the active, and then the active is just going to hit for 280.
Wait, hold on. No, that's wrong. You have to accelerate energy with Psychic Embrace to power up the Gardevoir. If you accelerate energy to it and then power it up to do Miracle Force, it has enough damage on to be KO'd by Lost Impact.
Yeah. That's also an excellent point.
So you do this instead. Right, this makes sense. So 1 more energy on the Screamtail, you counter catcher to bring up the Radiant Greninja, KO the bench Giratina, and hope your opponent can't switch it.
Yep, that seems to be where we're going here. It's not an ideal situation by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a play. And look, you've actually potentially got the win next turn. There is a Shining Arcana Gardevoir with a lot of energy on the bench. So Benji, and he only needs one prize, and that Screamtail's got 10 HP remaining. Any attack from anything will do here.
But it's just a matter of making it happen, right? And right now, there's no switch outs in the deck. So Benjamin very cleverly, super odd, puts Benji back in. And I think it's just Avery is the only draw option.
Yeah, and all you need to do is draw. Yeah, it's one energy. Radiant Greninja has a retreat cost of 1. You draw a single energy or a Mirage Gate, and that will get an energy onto the Greninja, and then you can retreat, and then you announce the attack for the win.
Yeah.
This was a very low chance play from James, but it is a chance.
It is a chance, and so now it's going to be up to Benjamin. 3 cards off this Avery. Does he find the switching out? He's going to wait for James to shuffle the deck. Tension's building. There's Avery.
We need 3 cards. Mirage Gate will do it. Energy. It's an energy. We retreat. We KO with a Giratina. Benjamin wins game 1, and we go to game 2. I said it was a low odds chance from James, and it was. He did everything he could. He played to his outs, but Benji there is able to get the energy, get the KO, and go up 1-0 in our first top 8 match.
And honest to goodness, that was an absolutely fantastic game. We saw the back and forth. We saw the clever plays. Both of these players showing really why they are top tier and here in the top 8.
Yeah, it was really well played from both players. James played that game beautifully. We saw some really high-level plays, not leaving any damage counters stranded in the early game, using that counter catcher plus Screamtail in the late game. We saw the KOs taken at the right time with the right Pokemon on the right Pokemon. It was a very well-played game. But there's a reason why we've been saying Giratina's the best deck for a while. It can do stuff like that.
It can, and even, with Gardevoir becoming one of the most played decks now, Giratina, it's showing there that even being like the old top dog, it can still beat the new top dog. It has like the plays to be able to get around Gardevoir, and especially knowing that, I mean, it didn't even factor in that game, but knowing that James doesn't play Jirachi, we could see Sableye putting in some work game 2 or game 3 as well.
We absolutely could. Sableye was prized for a large part of that game, so that took it off the table. But with no Jirachi, if we can get a Sableye out, that could be something to look for this game, potentially softening up some of those Pokemon, and even just dropping damage counters on something like a Screamtail so it can't accelerate much energy and take those big prizes.
Yeah, exactly. Now, both players are sort of setting up here, still a little bit, it's raring to go. There's still a decent amount of time left on the clock. That first game only took 25 minutes, which seems like a crazy, silly thing to say. But I mean, you do have time for more full games, and this is where Gardevoir is really going to shine, like we talked about at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, losing game 1. I mean, if this was if this was in Swiss, then we would actually have 23 minutes here, and the chance of James actually pulling off a match win would be almost 0. As it is, we've got 50 minutes or 48 minutes, and that means you're going to have a lot more time. And also, we have to have a winner. There will be no ties. Yes. We're in top 8, so you can get into game 3 and then start to play for the tiebreakers if we can't actually finish game 3.
Yeah, we can. I don't know why, I'm just feeling like so nervous, like watching these two. It feels like a very intense match, you know what I mean?
And I mean, we've got the presumptive best deck from a couple of weeks ago against the presumptive best deck from today. And the thing is, we saw that game could have gone either way.
Yeah,
that was not a very one-sided game by Giratina. Giratina had a very good start. James made a bit of a comeback, as Gardevoir tends to do, and then it just went Benjamin's way at the end. James kind of ran out of options a little bit, went for the desperation play, and it didn't work. Yeah. But with an extra turn, James could have won that pretty easily.
Yeah, and the key turn was just finding that boss's orders, right? It was the boss's orders KO on the Gardevoir EX from Benjamin, so that he just needed one more prize to win. It forced James into that really clever play, counter-capturing the Greninja and using Screamtail to snipe around it. But ultimately, like you said, a very marginal play that it wasn't too difficult for Benjamin to find an out to it.
We see a Radiant Greninja prize for Benjamin and a Mirage Step Curlier prize for James. Gonna have to get the Curlier out the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, unfortunate. But I mean, better that than, that plus a bunch of rolls, I guess, as well.
Which we have seen on the stream already today. So we start off with a level ball, and presumably for another Ralts here, because you do not want to pass over to a Lost Zone deck with a single routes in play, because Cramorant will eat that for lunch.
Yes, it really will, and that's the last thing you want to see. Looks like James is thinking about going for that Mew. I mean, if your hand isn't that great, if you have an energy in hand, you can just attach and use that Mysterious Tail, hopefully find a Battle VIP pass to set yourself up nicely. But if you go for the Mew already, it's you're not feeling good about that.
And it does open up the possibility of ending your turn with just a single routes in play, and that's where something like a potential Escape Rope could come in. And I know there's only one in Benjamin's deck, but if you can find it, that would be absolutely huge. Hopefully, though, Mew is going to come through, get a Battle VIP pass, and let you get set up and rolling.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of seeing whether he can pull it off. And also, we need to also have a look at the rest of James's hand. It might be that there's more setup cards there, just ready to go anyway, but oh no, it doesn't look like it, actually.
We see a retreat into a Mew, we see a Mysterious Tail, and we are hoping to see a Battle VIP pass very desperately here. There is one.
There it is.
Doesn't even look at the second half of the card.
Don't need to, right?
Yeah, that was the only thing if it was available, that was always going to be the choice. And they're going for the Mew. Paid off beautifully, because now you've got a Battle VIP pass with 2 routes down, and now you're playing with 3 routes and a Mew rather than 2. That's why it's why Mew is played, and why Mew is often played as a one-off, so you can do that.
Yeah, and it's sort of proving worth its weight in gold right there, in spite of it not being the gold Mew. But besides the point, James, I don't think there's anything else for James to do this turn, so I guess after this, he's just going to be a pass it over. And now let's see, can Benjamin do just as good a setup? And now there's Chorus Experiment. That's a good start.
And what you're looking for here is double flower selecting, KO of a Cramorant. That's what we're going for. Now, there are a couple of Giratina pieces in there, plus an Energy, a Comfey, and a Jet Energy. Oh, putting a V-Star in the Lost Zone. You are playing a 3-2 line, but it does look like 1 and 2 Super Rod. So it's a Psychic Energy and a Giratina gone straight away.
That is not a great turn 1 Chorus Experiment by any means. So these last selectings need to find Benjamin something now. Oh, is that a Roxanne and a Nest Ball?
Yes.
Oof. I mean, Roxanne is very important, so we need to keep that. But, I mean, you could also consider taking the Nest Ball, because then you could pull off the Cramorant play. But I guess maybe Benjamin just giving that up into thinking, you know what, I'm just acknowledging that this isn't going to happen. Oh, there's another Chorus and a Path to the Peak. There's one in hand already. And the Pokegear. Oof.
It's not ideal. I mean, if there was a Cramorant here, you got the KO.
Yeah.
You just retreat using Jet Energy. Cramorant takes the KO, jobs are good. But it doesn't look like we've got...
Oh, wait, the Cramorant's in hand.
Oh, it's actually in hand.
Okay, that explains it.
That makes a lot more sense. We had 2 Giratina and a Cramorant in hand, so now we can just retreat. We've seen lots of early Abyss Seeking from Giratina, but with 4 cards in the Lost Zone turn 1 and a KO on the board, this seems like a good shout.
Yeah, this turns the start into something much more formidable. Yeah, 4 in the Lost Zone, and even with that slightly awkward turn 1 Chorus Experiment, still in a very, very good position here, turn 1.
It's what we like to see. KO from Cramorant, 2 Giratina V down, 4 cards in the Lost Zone. And it means next turn, if you can get that Chorus's Experiment, 1 flower selecting, all of a sudden Mirage Gate is on the board. And Benjamin is getting set up really, really nicely at that point.
Yeah, he is. Now, James, meanwhile, fires back with an INO. Not really much else going on. Just needs to draw more cards, try and find some Curliers, and finds another Battle VIP pass, which isn't great. But there's a lot of good setup cards there. We see a Fog Crystal, there's an Ultra Ball, and a Curlier just hard drawn as well.
What you're looking for, we've already got a Refinement Curlier there, so we're going to discard a card from my hand and draw 2. And obviously, it's going to be the Battle VIP pass. That is now a useless card. And it looks like we've gotten that Radiant Greninja we just drew.
Oh, yes, it is. So
and a Fog Crystal.
Yeah, so Fog Crystal can find an energy. That, of course, then enables the concealed cards. You can discard the Psychic Energy with that, draw 2, sets up your discard pile nicely. It's classic Gardevoir setup stuff.
Yeah, and James is having a very good start here, because you can draw more cards with concealed cards. Hopefully, you get another Curlier, maybe a couple more Curlier, draw a bunch more cards. You're probably not getting a big KO this turn. Be nice. But what you can do is go down, 2 prizes maximum before your Gardevoir start really hitting back.
Yeah, then that's going to be the important thing. Now, James did just draw the Manaphy. He's seeing that Benjamin hasn't benched a Radiant Greninja yet, so it comes down to that debate again. Do you give up Case, or do you take Case, or do you take the risk and do you make the assumption that Benjamin can't access it right now?
It's an interesting question. I mean, we know Benjamin can't access it right now. We know it's in the prizes. James doesn't, so that's going to be, it's a little bit awkward knowing that that's an option. And knowing that you could lose 2 of that, and that's the thing, you know, Benjamin's got 4 cards in the lost zone. You've got 2 good targets for Greninja. So it is potentially there if Benjamin finds the Greninja. So do you think Benjamin didn't have a searching card, didn't prioritize it, or...
Let's keep the Manaphy in hand for now, so discards a Psychic Energy off the Refinement, drawing 2 more. There's a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, that's going to be good for next turn.
There is the Manaphy.
So there's the decision. You're just going to keep that in the hand just to be safe, and then just an attachment, no teleportation burst, interestingly enough, just a retreat into the Greninja and then pass.
Yeah. Leave your big thing in the active. And the biggest thing about Greninja right now, it can take a spit innocently. It does not get KO'd by a Cramorant. That's why it's in the active.
One of those bulkier single prize basics at 130 HP. So, yeah, out of range of spit instantly. Luckily for James. Now, back to Benjamin's side. Yeah, again, this hand is really not that great to work with. It looks like that Iona really put in a lot of work for James, as Benjamin's hand is like very unworkable. Look at that.
We've got a Mirage Gate, we've got Battle VIP Pass. Looks like just an attack with Cramorant, and that's it.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Now we do get a Path to the Peak in play, which will turn off Gardevoir EX, which is lovely.
That is true.
But that's it. That's like the entire turn.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we know that James is sitting on a very strong hand right now. Both Gardevoirs ready to go in hand, so you could do a Refinement first, and then evolve into a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir just to get even more energy going. So it's going to be, yeah, really, really, really strong.
Yeah, and we're just getting confirmation Benji's Greninja is prized. We said that a second ago.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Yeah, so we're good. It is prized. We know that. It's not an option right now. But like we say, James got the Manaphy down because we know James doesn't know.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that was the whole discussion we were having, right? Is based on the knowledge that Benjamin could have it priced or not, you know, do you bench it or not? Then yeah, that's the internal debate.
Now, we see an energy on the Greninja getting ready to potentially retreat it for something else. We do have the Brainwave Gardevoir on the bench there, but there's no way to accelerate energy to it. There's no Gardevoir EX in play at the moment, and even if there was, Path to the Peak is stopping it.
Yes, so, and again, James is in that situation where he needs to find the out to the path before he can really do anything else, and he has a lot of draw to do it, so every potential that he can, but it does need to happen.
Yeah, that's one of the things you're always searching for. Looks like we've got a Fog Crystal coming down. So that's going to get a Psychic Energy or a Psychic Pokemon. Basic Psychic Pokemon, of course. And, I mean, look, it's going to help you build up your board, or it's going to help you build up your discard. Either way, it's quite nice. Sometimes we search out a Psychic Energy just to discard with Refinement, just so that Gardevoir EX can accelerate more energy in a turn or two.
Yeah, that's the really lovely synergy, right? And that's why, generally speaking, in the early turns, say if there's a choice of Refinement between a Psychic Energy and a Battle VIP Pass to discard, even though the Battle VIP Pass is the more obvious discard fodder, you tend to go for the Psychic Energies first, because setting up the Psychic Energies in the discard pile is even more important than, you know, if you're just filling cards from your hand that might not be useful.
Absolutely it is. Now we do see a Cresselia being searched out from this Fog Crystal, it looks like, and there's a couple of very attractive targets on the bench. We've got a couple of Comfey there, and we know how much Cresselia likes going after Comfey, but of course there's no Gardevoir EX on the field. And okay, now there is one on the field, but we still have Path to the Peak. So we play the Gardevoir EX, we play the Iono, and we hope we find an out to Path to the Peak. If there is, yay, we're going to get a KO on a Comfey.
I see an Artisan.
I see an Artisan.
I also see a Worker, but obviously that one you can't play because you just did the Iono. But there's an Artisan, so it's fine.
And a level ball, presumably for a Curlier here. So we got one more Refinement coming in. And we're back to that Gardevoir thing of drawing lots of cards, having lots of tricks, and going down only one prize before you start hitting back is great for James here.
Yeah. And here's the contrast between James doing this now and doing it in the first game. In the first game, Benjamin had taken a bunch of prizes with the Cramorant before this could even happen. In this instance, James is able to set up a Cresselia when Benjamin is on a weak hand, having only taken one prize, and that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, it's pretty gosh darn good. Now we do see the odds on coming down, getting rid of the Path to the Peak. Here comes the Cresselia into the active, and we know how this goes.
1, 2, 2, 2. Debating which one to attach to. Now, of course, you can already move 20 damage on the Greninja, so you don't quite need to put as many energy on to get the right damage on. But looks like, oh, James is just going to do it anyway. So now you have 100 to work with to move across.
And again, the damage counters aren't being placed here, but we know what's going on now. The 100 damage goes on to the Giratina, but essentially, rather than putting the damage on and then moving it to the Giratina, we just do it all in one smooth movement.
Yeah, so actually, it looks like the second INO from James helped out Benjamin a lot. It did net him a Chorus's experiment, so Benjamin going to have a bit more resource-wise to work with this turn, try and find some kind of counterplay to make. I imagine that Giratina V should be an easy choice to go in the lost zone. There are already 2 out, but then what do you put for the second one in the lost zone out of these 4?
I mean, if there was an easy choice, it would have gone down already. It looks like we've got a Nest Ball coming down.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. There aren't really any other Pokemon you want to get out other than the Radiant Greninja, which of course is prize. So that's not an option as much as Benjamin would love it for it to be. If nothing else, just to get more draws with the concealed cards.
And we know there's always a risk of Avery coming down. There's 2 in James's list. We saw both of them played in the previous game, so and a collapsed stadium as well. Your bench is really not safe if you're Benjamin. There are 3 different cards that can limit your bench that James could end up playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I believe, is Benjamin there just like using James's Artisan? I think that's what's happening here, right? Just with the deck search.
Yeah, just having a look through. You're not actually getting anything here, but you're just having a nice little look. And that's the thing, when you've got these stadiums that let you search your deck, we see this a lot from high-level players. You'll use your opponent's stadium, not because you actually want to, just purely because it lets you have a good gander at your deck.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, in this instance, you could use Artisan to grab a Comfey, for example.
You could.
Yeah. Not that Benjamin needs to here, but it's actually one of those decks where you actually could get the benefit from the Artisan.
You absolutely could, but there it was just your classic deck search.
Yes, so Flower selecting, and it looks like, a little bit of a tough decision there. Benjamin having another look at his hand. What were the 2 cards in the Flower selecting? Oh, it was a Switch card and something else.
I only saw the Switch card.
Oh, it's a Jet Energy, which I guess, do you already have one in hand, or you do? Well, you just attached one, right?
You've just attached one to the Comfey, so it would be taking it for next turn. What you really want is some switching options this turn. We're only actually at 7 in the Lost Zone, so being able to get more in the Lost Zone would be a bonus. It's not where we're going now, and we're doing it again. 110 from the Cramorant onto the Cresselia. It wasn't a great play last game. I don't think it's really what Benjamin wanted to do this game either.
Maybe not, but okay. If Benjamin can get a Sableye down, is a free prize turn possible? Just thinking about it. I mean, even there's Cresselia healing to factor in as well, but 1 left, 3. I actually think even after the Cresselia healing, I think you can actually take 3 prizes in one go by carrying Manaphy, Greninja, and Cresselia.
Right now, that would, so you need 7 for Radiant Greninja. No, sorry, you need 4 for Radiant Greninja, 7 for Manaphy. That's 11 plus 1 for Cresselia.
Yes, okay, so yeah, after this Moonglow reverse, it wouldn't work.
No.
No, yeah.
If there's no Moonglow reverse, you could get a free prize turn with Sableye, but if we've spotted it, I'm willing to bet James has probably spotted it too.
Yeah, so.
Also, that Greninja is potentially in, the Giratina, it's only got 120 HP remaining, so if you if you've got damage on everything, you can actually KO the Giratina on the bench using Cresselia.
Not quite, because of course you can't Psychic Embrace to a water Pokemon, then there's a Manaphy on the bench.
You need some damage on the Manaphy, don't you?
Yeah, so going to be 20 short, unfortunately.
That's upsetting, quite frankly.
I mean, it's still going to be a great play for James, to be fair.
Yeah, but it doesn't KO the Giratina. I wanted a big Giratina KO.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not what's on the menu right now, Ross.
Oh, man, I really wanted that to happen. Never mind. You can't win them all.
So, what did Giratina do to you?
I just like seeing fun plays, honestly. I just like seeing fun plays.
So it's not a personal Giratina vendetta, then?
No. What we're actually going to see is a KO on the Comfey, because there's no point putting more damage on the Giratina.
No, absolutely. You don't need to soften up the other one. You have means of getting KOs on that one already, so just take a knockout on the Comfey, take a prize, and now back over to Benjamin. Working with a bit of a bigger hand there, but no follow-up Colress. Could just grab another Comfey off of this Artisan now that there's one knocked out, or he could grab that Sableye, of course.
And it's not quite the amazing turn it could have been. There won't be a free prize turn, but there could still absolutely be a 2-prize turn here. You can take out the Greninja and the Cresselia with some damage counters left over, I believe. So Cresselia is currently on 90, so you only need 3 damage counters to KO that. and the Greninja is on 70, so you need 6 to KO that. That would leave 3, I believe, left over.
That
is
does
that the maths?
I think the math checks out, yeah. So then, actually, Joe, that's then perfect.
And that's perfect. Of course, we need 3 more cards in the Lost Zone to make that happen. 2 of them are going in here with the Chorus's Experiment. We will need a flower selecting from Comfey as well, just to get up to 10 in the Lost Zone, because, of course, Sableye Lost Mine only works when there are 10 cards in your Lost Zone.
Yes, exactly. And, I mean, we did see Benjamin just Lost Zone a Jet Energy. I can only imagine he still has the switch outs, regardless of getting rid of that, because otherwise that would have been a very easy way of, you know, getting the Comfey into the active and getting the last flower selecting for that 10th Lost Zone card.
Well, we do see a Mirage Gate. The first energy goes onto the Sableye, which telegraphs what we're going to do. There's also an energy onto the Comfey as a pivot option. So assuming Benjamin's got a switching card in hand, and if he's doing this, you've got to imagine he does.
Yeah, you have to think so, right?
Switch to Comfey, flower selecting, retreat to Sableye, double price turn.
Double price turn, and then I'm trying to think if there's anything else you'd put it on other than Gardevoir EX, but that seems like the easiest choice, right? Just to make it so that you can Lost Impact one Gardevoir EX and then Star Requiem another one.
Potentially, but then are there going to be 2 Gardevoir EX to do that to? That's what always worries me.
Maybe you just at least force it, because if you put the Gardevoir EX in range, maybe James thinks, okay, I want to get rid of this early with a Collapse Stadium or a Turo, but then you're going to need to put the Gardevoir back down to attach more energy, because your energy is so spread out right now. You can't really, you don't have that much of a workable board without it.
Yeah, and we did see, I believe that was that the only escape rope just played then?
Oh, possibly, right, yes, it was an escape rope. I guess, I mean, if you're attacking with Sableye, it is fine. You know, you don't really care what's in the active when you're attacking with Sableye.
No.
But potentially removing an option for an escape rope play later if that becomes relevant.
Now remember, you don't have to KO the Greninja and the Cresselia. You could KO something like the Manaphy and one of the others as well. It really depends where you want to go here. There's actually a lot of options.
Yeah, there are.
Getting rid of the Curlia to stop a new Gardevoir coming down could be big. The Cresselia's obviously been a nuisance. I like taking those 2 prizes. So where do the other 3 damage counters? Oh no, it is the Cresselia going down, which I actually really like here.
Yeah, so what James did was 1 more on the Greninja, 3 on the Cresselia's KO, and 8 on the Curlia's KO. This is actually a better 2-price turn, to be honest, the more I think about it, because you leave that Greninja there ready for later, but then you take out 2 prizes while still taking out something that's much more impactful to be able to help James do a counterplay against you.
And you've taken 2 draws a turn off the board because that Curlia's not there anymore. And also, if James, you know, if you KO the EX, well, and now James is going to really struggle to get another one into play.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a potentially very good prize map here, because you can, if you just get the Sableye back, you can Lost Mine again. You do 7 and 4, and you can KO the Manaphy and the Greninja, and then you're just 1 prize away from winning the game again.
So you put a Giratina up and say, I don't care what's active, Star Requiem, I win the game.
Yes. So
now James has just gotten a Cresselia back. We saw a combination of Super Rod and Artisan. And actually, sneakily here, James might want to try and get rid of his own Artisan because, of course, Benji does play 2 Super Rod in his deck. And there is a strong argument that actually Benjamin can just do that, Super Rod and Artisan, and then get the Sableye right back if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's an Iron as well coming from James. That's going to be very timely. Just cut Benjamin's options down once again by putting to only 3 cards in hand. Do we expect James to go for the Cresselia again then?
Looks like we're going to be, looks like we're going to be attacking with a Gardevoir EX. That's what James seems to be setting up for here. There's a lot of energy on it, and it's in the active.
There's a potential risk here, right, though, because if you're attacking with the Gardevoir EX, I mean, I guess you did literally just Roxanne Benjamin, so maybe this is just fine, but if Benjamin can find a Psychic Energy and a Giratina V-Star, there's a return KO. Yeah, I was going to say, I think you just have to retreat here and attack with the Cresselia.
Okay, that's good. So I was going to say, leaving that in the active, all you need is an Energy V-Star, and that would have been enough here. So it looks like we're going to be getting some Cresselia action going on. And of course, the more you do this, the more you take away the damage. We just saw what I've been talking about since the beginning of this match. Leaving that damage around so Sableye can take advantage. The more you can get off the board, the less Sableye can do that.
Yeah, and this is a very, very effective way to do this because you're taking the Sableye off the board, you are taking the KO, and you're also removing damage from that Radiant Greninja, so now you're a lot less flexible with the kind of multi-price turns you can take.
Now, the hand looks to be Avery, Battle VIP Pass. We've got a Counter Catcher. And maybe a Boss's Orders?
No, I think that's a Super Rod at the end of the hand, actually.
I'm looking at
the second one around. Right, yeah. So
we've got a Mirage Gate, Battle VIP Pass, Super Rod, and an Avery, I think. It's not amazing.
No. So, anyway, Super Rod. James did not find a replacement for the Artisan, so one thing going well for Benjamin, he will be able to use that Super Rod to get the Sableye back, and as we just mentioned, use that Artisan to put it straight back onto the field. So at the very least, he can go for a Lost Mine this turn. He can Mirage Gate, just attach to the Comfey, attach to the Sableye, and Lost Mine again.
The annoying thing is, though, because of that healing, that Greninja's now got 70 HP remaining, as does Ralts, as does Manaphy. So there's no two-prize turn here.
No. Bearing this in mind, would it make more sense to go for the Lost Mine onto the Manaphy to, if you maybe rip the Radiant Greninja off the prizes, go for a Moonlight Shuriken for the win? Maybe. I don't know if it's a lot to pull off or a lot to ask for. Might be.
And yeah, I mean, the Greninja next turn will still be in range, even if a Cresselia is used, so that is absolutely possible. I mean, the easier prize map here, as we see an Avery played, is just KO summing with Sableye, and then Giratina onto the EX.
Yeah. So... Oh, no, again, and now the Manaphy's just gone. So yeah, after that Avery, the Greninja getting removed and the Manaphy getting removed. So what does Benjamin do now? Oh, there's a Roxanne ready for next turn. That's going to be absolutely crucial, I think.
So we Mirage Gate, one onto the Comfey, one onto the bench Sableye, and then you go over, I'm assuming here you go after the Ralts.
Yeah, I would assume so, especially given that your other most viable targets are gone. You just go for the Ralts here, or maybe you don't? So Benjamin just Mirage Gated on a Water onto the Comfey and a Grass onto the other Giratina V.
Did he have a Psychic available?
I mean, you must think so, right? Otherwise, there's no reason you do this.
Oh, he just used Super Rod. Actually, worth pointing out, Benjamin did top deck a Roxanne a second ago. Oh, there's a Psychic Energy in hand.
Yeah, it had to, right? There's no way.
So...
Oh, there is a Path to the Peak in hand as well. So this is interesting.
I mean, you kind of want James to take a KO next turn. So then you activate Roxanne, and then you get a new hand of 6, and it's just Giratina, Psychic Energy, Giratina V-Star, Psychic Energy, and then you can... Oh, but then there's not going to be the EX in the active. You kind of want a Roxanne this turn, honestly.
Yeah, but of course... You
can't.
No, you can't.
But you want to.
So, looks like it's going to be Lost Mine all on the Cresselia. The Cresselia is too annoying. Benjamin's like, you know what? Lost Mine all in the active. I want it gone.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. The Ralts isn't doing very much right now. You needed a prize. You got a prize. So, your counter catcher is not going to be on board here. I mean, in theory, what you really want to do is just gust up the EX here. Giratina, boom, win, job's a good one.
Yeah. And that's actually probably why Benjamin went for that Mirage Gate play. There's now a Grass on each of the Giratina Vs, so even if James can KO one of the boss's orders, there'll be another one that can evolve, attach Psychic Energy, and win that way.
But we need now, the EX is again in the active, and it has again got a bunch of energy on, but there is also the Brainwave, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the bench. You've got to imagine that's going to be the better attacker here.
Yeah, you got to think so, right? You don't want to give Benjamin an easy out to take the 2 prizes to win. You want to attack with a single prizer.
You absolutely do. Right now, the EX is the one that's in the active, and obviously it's got an easy KO on the Sableye. We need one more energy to do so, but that shouldn't be particularly difficult given its own ability. And that Ralts that was ignored has turned into a Curlia.
Yeah, and this was a potential problem, right? The Cresselia is an annoying attacker against you, so it makes sense that you want to KO it, but now James has access to a couple more draws, and if James can find an Iono, Benjamin's going to be feeling really, really sad.
And James does play the full 4 copies of Iono, so that is something that is going to be pretty easily found. We do see Refinement here, presumably dropping a Battle VIP pass.
You would guess so. Yep, there it is. Does James find the Iono here? Wait, was there one in hand already?
Reversal Energy and something.
I
think it was an Avery.
Yeah, I think it was an Avery, you're right. So, yeah, not quite there. I mean, you could play Avery, but, I mean, it doesn't really get you very far. I guess Benjamin just discard probably the Cramorant at this point, right? You don't really need it anymore.
Quite possibly. I mean, the other thing is, Benjamin's only got 2 prizes remaining. James has got 4.
Yeah.
If James doesn't take a 2-prize knockout this turn, Benjamin is going to have 2 prizes, 2 turns to take 2 prizes.
Yeah.
So that kind of really takes the pressure off having to try and KO the EX.
So I guess then here, James really needs to find some kind of gusting out. I don't know if there was a boss's orders in hand. I don't recall seeing one.
I mean, Screamtail would do it.
Oh, yeah, that is very true. If you can just charge up a Screamtail. Oh, and speak of which, right there, the James is getting it from the Super Rod.
Screamtail is what I'm going for here. Screamtail can hit a pretty easy 160 to the bench. That'll put the Giratina V up to 260. It's only got 220 because it's a V, not the V star. James really needs to get a 2-prize KO this turn to give him a win option, a win condition next turn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Benjamin has 2 turns to take 2 prizes, and that's way too easy.
Yeah, it really is. Super Rod then going to shuffle back in just the Radiant Greninja and the Screamtail, and then Arthur, of course, just going to grab that Screamtail straight away. There's not many cards left in the deck.
And one reason we might see Gardevoir EX in the active here is because you can retreat it, and that puts 2 more energy in the discard pile to then potentially accelerate onto something like a Screamtail.
That is a very good point. I think you do have enough regardless, but even so, you can accelerate it onto a Gardevoir and then charge it up to KO a 2-prize later on. So yeah, makes complete sense.
One of the themes we see in Gardevoir is when you attack with Cresselia, you end up spreading the damage around. You don't really want it spread around in the late game, so trying to get it back in the discard can help. Now, we do see a reversal energy coming on here onto the single prize Gardevoir.
Oh, are we going to see the Tour scenario play? Are we going to pick up this 2-prizer? No, pick up the Curlier. Okay. Is this interesting?
Picks up the Curlier, goes for the Screamtail. Just taking an easy prize off the board for something. I think he's trying to... No, actually, this is really good, because otherwise a Sableye would win the game.
Oh, right.
Sableye would KO the Curlier and the Screamtail at the same time.
Oh, right,
and that would be bad.
Yes, of course, yes. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. You have to put damage on the Screamtail to take the KO. So, yeah, that was actually very, very important to do.
Yeah, getting rid of that Curlier before we even could point out about the Turo play. That was very, very well done. It takes Sableye off as a win condition. Now, there's a 3-card combo here that wins a game. It is Energy or Mirage Gate, Giratina V-Star, Boss's Orders.
That's it. Those are the 3 cards that win, but I don't think Benjamin has access to any of them right now, so it's going to be a matter of trying to dig with these Flower Select things from these Comfeys, maybe finding another Chorus Experiment. I'm actually not sure if there's any left in the hand. Oh, see, there's 1 in the deck, but I think that is the last Chorus that Benjamin has access to.
There's also a very strong argument here that if you cannot get the EX, you do not take a prize. And the reason is extremely simple. If you take a prize, you turn on reversal energy, which means that Gardevoir's already got 7 energy.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. The Chorus Experiment is relevant for digging because, you know, if you played Chorus Experiment, you can't boss. So
you cannot.
No, so I think maybe this is a turn where Benjamin has a switch cart. Switch cart Roxanne, maybe?
I mean, you definitely want to end up playing a Roxanne if you don't have a Boss's Orders.
I mean, you do have Boss's Orders, but you don't have the other bits. That's the problem. The Boss is in hand, but there's no Giratina V-Star and there's no Psychic Energy.
Yeah, so there goes the Roxanne, and that basically says Benjamin will not be winning this turn. Now, what we could see is a bunch of damage spread around from the Sableye, but the problem is there's nothing really in range here. Well, I suppose what you can do is KO the Screamtail and then leave a bunch of damage on Greninja or Gardevoir, which would then give you a Sableye out to win in the game next turn. But you wouldn't even need that because you win with Giratina. So I think it's Roxanne. It's so awkward, right? If you take a prize, you give yourself a really easy route to win next turn. But if you take a prize, you turn on reversal energy, which gives James a really easy win with with Boss's Orders.
Yeah, so I guess it's a matter of, do you trust that the Roxanne is stuck enough to deny James the out to win?
And you do have Path to the Peak, which in theory means that James will not be able to replace that reversal energy just using Gardevoir's ability.
Yes, so the very, very tough decision here. Again, it's coming down to the wire. These micro decisions are going to determine whether we finish this game 2 or go into a game 3. There's a Boss's Orders from the Pokegear. There's a Psychic Energy in hand. Do you just commit this now to the Giratina? Or do you... Oh, yeah, you see, Benjamin's really agonizing over this. He knows how important this sequence of decisions is.
I mean, yeah, why not? Unless you really need it as a pivot.
But I guess that's kind of what Benjamin's worried about because... No, okay, he does commit it to the Giratina V, so...
If the Giratina gets KO'd, you lose the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So whack it on there and then pass. Yeah, and I kind of like this.
Yeah, I do as well. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like you said, with the path, there's so much more like denial of outs to win that you do by taking this route.
And it's, you know, it basically means you're not going to be winning with Saberline next turn, but it also means that Reversal Energy is not on, and James now needs a boss's orders, and I'm going to have to do some maths now, aren't I?
Oh no, not maths.
I know, I don't really want to, truth be told, Freya, but, so what we kind of need here is 8 energy. Yeah, 7 energy would do 270. You need 8 energy on the Gardevoir. Now, if Reversal Energy was turned on, you can manually attach Path to the Peak is irrelevant. With Reversal Energy not turned on because Benjamin didn't take a prize, that means you need 4 energy with Path in play.
I mean, this is assuming that the Giratina V does get evolved, of course. Right now, it's just a regular V. It's not a V-Star, so that needs a lot less energy for the KO.
Okay, fine. That's a fair point. I keep assuming it's just going to get V-Star, but it hasn't been V-Star yet. So that would need 6 energy.
Yeah.
6 energy would be 240. Yeah. So 6 is what you need. Now remember, with the Reversal Energy turned off, it is a colorless energy, and Gardevoir only adds damage with Psychic Energy. So we actually just saw Screamtail attacking there. So this is it. This is a turn. If Benjamin doesn't win this turn, James will win next turn.
So it's all down to these last selectings. 1, 2. What does Benjamin find? Let's get rid of the Spiritomb. Yeah, that's an easy one. There's a Mirage Gate. There's a boss's orders. He's so close.
We need the V-Star.
He's so close.
We need the V-Star here. That's really important.
How many are left in the deck even? There's one in the discard and one lost. There's 1 left in deck.
There's 2 left in deck.
Wait, 2 left in deck? Oh.
2 left in deck.
Wait, but wasn't there one in the Lost Zone earlier?
There's 2 in deck. We can see them both in there.
No,
there is one in the Lost Zone. There is one in the Lost Zone. It was Lost Zone very early in the game.
It's a Giratina V in the discard. That was that mixed up. Okay.
So there are 2 in the deck, and at this point, Benjamin's got to be thinking, like, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to draw a Giratina V-Star? It's been long enough. I've drawn enough cards. Where's my V-Star?
Does Benjamin have a switch out as well? Because obviously he needs to find the Giratina V-Star for flower selecting, but if he retreats into this other Comfey, I don't know if he has a way to get the Giratina V-Star into the active. I think that's the problem.
We've got Super Rod, we've got Comfey. I'm not seeing a switch out in his hand.
I think Benjamin's recognizing that he might have been just like a little bit short there. I think he needed to find the out off of that first flower selecting. He might need to take an alternative route now, and I don't know what that alternative route looks like.
Well, we've retreated into a flower selecting first of all, but we're going to need a switch out. Now, obviously, you hit the V-Star here. That's a given.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't have the switch out, you're obviously going to hit the V-Star. So now Benjamin has the V-Star, has the energy, has the boss's orders, but I don't know, do we have a switch out? I mean, the fact that Benjamin isn't throwing it down on the table makes us think he doesn't have it. The good news is it is out of range of Screamtail right now.
It is, but all you need to do is Psychic Embrace one more time, and then you're doing 160. That'll do it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there is that.
Just a small detail.
I mean, so we see a Roxanne. I honestly don't think this oh, there is. Now, I mean, there's Path to the Peak in play, so right now you can't actually do that.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, so the Roxanne's going to be very important to make sure that James doesn't have the means of getting extra 20 damage on. So it has to come down to this, right? It's Roxanne, hope your opponent misses the out to the Path to the Peak.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah.
That really is it. James, I mean, look, you V-starred, you are out of range for now. The Path to the Peak is in place, so you cannot up the damage. It's over to James. He does not need much.
Oh, he just goes off the top of the deck!
He replaces the Path to the Peak, puts an energy on with Gardevoir's ability, KOs the bench Giratina V-Star, and we are going to game 3.
Collapse Stadium off the top to counter the Path and to attach the extra energy of the Psychic Embrace to do 160 with Screamtail. Wow, again, what an ending.
This has been a very back and forth game with lots of little plays, but here's the thing, now the clock is coming into it. We've got about 13 minutes remaining, and we've had 2 games that have taken longer than 13 minutes.
Yes, that is going to be a bit of a problem, I think, especially if both decks, set up as we expect them to do. I guess then in this situation, Ross, I'll put the question to you. Who do you think is favored?
I mean, I'm kind of loving Benjamin. Benjamin has been on the front foot in these games. You've got Cramorant for the early game pressure, and you've always got the opportunity to be like, Giratina, 2 prizes. Yay, I win!
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. I think, we've called Gardevoir the comeback deck before. Giratina can be a bit of a comeback deck as well because it does play the counter catcher. But out of the 2, to me, there's no question which one has the easier time putting out early aggression.
Yeah, there's a reason why. why players who are playing Gardevoir sometimes struggle in Swiss a little bit, because if you do lose those games, it can be hard to find the time to finish. Now, question for you, how do you feel about tiebreakers in a best-of-3 SOP Cup?
How do I feel about them in what sort of sense? Like, do I like them? Like,
how confident are you that you know the tiebreakers to determine the winner?
Okay, yeah, this I do know. So, we're in a game 3 scenario, so that makes things a little bit easier. So, the way it works in game 3 is very simple. Time is called. There's 3 extra turns. Whoever is ahead on prize, whoever has taken the most prizes wins. If they're equal on prizes, next prize wins.
Yep, absolutely.
Nailed it.
So we start off, we got Benjamin there looking to be starting off first. It looks like with a Giratina in the active. Wait, was that a turn or was that letting James go first?
I'm actually not, wait.
There was a gesture from Benji there. A gesture like it's your turn. So was that a turn or was that a you get to go first?
I'm not sure. That's like, yeah, there was a bit of a fast gesture there. We kind of missed it a little bit.
Well, Benji gestured after not playing any cards.
But did he? Yeah, okay.
Oh,
yeah,
Benji did. So it wasn't a you can go first. That was my turn. It's your go. That was what I was afraid of. That's not a good turn 1.
No, it's not. I guess maybe saving grace is there. Okay, there is a chorus experiment. Okay, we can see the hand now. Yeah, that hand is really not that great. There is a chorus experiment, so that's really going to have to bail Benjamin out next turn.
Yeah, that was, I saw the gesturing and I'm like, tell me that was not Benjamin going, it's your turn, I've had my entire turn. I was kind of worried it was, and it turns out it was. So now, I mean, James is essentially going first in this game.
Yeah, pretty much, and that is not a position you want to be in at all.
But that's not a good start either. 2 routes and nothing else.
No, that's true. So,
you know what time it might be?
Greninja time?
Cramorant time?
Oh, sorry, yes, Cramorant time first, but yes.
7 cards in a Lost Zone with Greninja there. That would be a feat.
That is not a nice chorus experiment. At least you have like another one for next turn, but that's a lot of energy that you want in the deck, not really in the Lost Zone or in the hand.
If you're Lost Zoning if you pass without doing anything, and then on turn 2, Chorus's experiment to put 2 basic energy in the Lost Zone, and still don't do anything else, that is bad. And frankly, Benjamin has been a bit bailed out here by the fact that there's an Artisan on the field, and even a single basic energy would mean Benjamin could Abyss Seeking here.
Yeah, so, and we know that there's energy in hand as well, so that's completely fine. So it's an interesting debate, because I'm actually not sure what the switch outs Benjamin has in hand. Because if you have, a switch out, you can bench the Comfey, switch into it, flower selecting, jet energy back into the Giratina and Abyss Seeking. That's a really solid turn too.
That will be all right. I think we need to see some Abyss Seeking pretty soon. That's one of the things that Giratina has that bails you out so nicely. A colorless energy attack, single colorless energy, that lets you build up your Lost Zone while essentially not just drawing 2 cards, but picking 2 of your top 4 cards.
Yeah, and that is, it is one of, I dare say, I think it's one of the most underrated aspects of the Giratina deck is access to this Abyss Seeking. And like we already mentioned, especially against a deck like James's, which tends to start slower, especially when it has an even slower deck like James's, which tends to start slower, especially when it has an even slower start than usual like this, you're feeling pretty good about it.
I mean, we're talking about which of these 2 decks can race to prizes faster. Neither of them. Literally neither of them.
Yeah, there's a flower select, and we do see a jet energy pickup there, as well as what looks like a Mirage Gate, but there is a Mirage Gate in hand already, so that's going to be the jet energy going to the hand, so you can very easily just jet energy with this Giratina back into the active, and Abyss Seeking. You're in 5 in the Lost Zone already.
I mean, given how horrendous Benjamin's start has been, and let's be clear, it has been horrendous. You got 5 cards in the Lost Zone, you got Giratina with some energy on.
Yeah. And, and there's a very easy Abyss Seeking there, or at least for one of the cards. You get rid of the Battle VIP pass, and then get rid of a Giratina V-Star, taking that Water Energy and a Boss's Orders. Now, what does James draw here? Is there any kind of bailout? Oh, okay, there's the Curlier, there's the Mirage Step. Okay. Yeah.
As far as bailouts go, that's a pretty good bailout.
Yeah, so with that, James can, of course, get the other Refinement Curliers out of the deck, and now he's you've gone from a horrendous setup to a very, very solid one.
Yeah, now this is a turn where Benjamin really wants to start putting on pressure. A KO with Cramorant this turn while starting to build up some Giratina V. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
You do not want James to go on the aggressive here and start taking the first prizes. There are 8 minutes left. You do not want the Gardevoir deck to take the first couple of prizes. That is not a game you're winning.
No, you really don't want that. Chorus experiment once again, so of course was able to find one off of the last Chorus, but what does he find here? Oh, there's the Cramorant. There's a Sableye. Oh, so slightly good choices there. Yeah, one Giratina V can go. That's fine. You already have a Giratina V-Star there. I guess it has to be the Escape Route gone. Yeah, it has. The other three are too important.
Kind of love this.
Like, yeah, you need the V-Star and then your Sableye and Cramorant are one of. So, yeah, there's definitely, I think maybe a surprisingly easy choice there for the Chorus experiment.
And you're not far away from having Sableye actually on board working here, which is awesome. We've got 8 cards in the Lost Zone here, so you know next turn Sableye is going to absolutely be in play, and this turn you can get a KO with the Cramorant. This is what you needed. I'd love to see a second Giratina V, but we're seeing a Nest Ball being played. I might get my wish.
And okay, you know what's really, really brutal? Because of the prizing, it doesn't work out. Benjamin was very close to a Moonlight Shuriken this turn. There's a Water in hand, and there's 2 Mirage Gates. But I think there's a Water prized, and I think there's a Radiant Greninja prize. So, like, so close to an absolutely insane play there. But unfortunately, again, because of prizing, not quite working out.
But we Mirage Gate onto the Giratina. And this is everything I wanted this turn, assuming we end with Cramorant KO. You've got 2 Giratina down. You've got 2 energy on one. You've got an energy on the other. Okay, there's more energy coming down. I kind of love this. This is Benjamin saying, oh, hang on a second, time is running out. I want to make sure that I can fire off big attacks with big Pokemon. I want to be ahead. And it isn't about winning the game. This is about being ahead when time runs out.
Yeah, it is. And again, it really is a shame about the pricing that. Actually, they checked again. There was a Water Energy in deck, so it was literally just the Greninja prize that prevented this. But next best case scenario, yeah, like you mentioned, build up your big attackers, make sure you can keep taking prizes, including with this Cramorant, going to put in some very good pressure early on.
And a Giratina V-Star, which we did not see until right at the end of the game last time. And look, we started off with horrendous starts from both players. Both players have had good starts now. James was able to get the Mirage Step to get all his Curlier out, and then Benjamin went and got a Giratina V-Star with 3 energy, a Giratina V with 2 energy, and a KO with the Cramorant. That'll do.
Yeah, that will very, very much do. And now, going over to James's side, as we do see, there's going to be a lot of refinements here happening. A lot of draws. James is going to be very happy about that. You've got that Psychic Energy in a discard off the first one. Draws another one, so can refinement again to set up the discard pile even more. And now it's going to be a matter of Gardevoir going more aggressive than perhaps it usually does. If James can find a Gardevoir EX, a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, maybe a Boss's Orders, take a very aggressive early KO, that's how James gets back into this game.
So we do see a Gardevoir EX in the active and a Collapsed Stadium, which doesn't do much now, but it does at least limit Benjamin.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say it doesn't do much. It counts as the path to the peak.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Carrying Path to the Peak's usually a good thing.
Yes, so going to be very important for James to piece this together. And still has one more refinement use left as well. Could find a rare candy maybe to evolve that Roltz, just for good measure. There's actually a lot James can do here, but it's just a matter of what he finds off these refinements. Going to discard a level ball off of that next one. 2 more cards drawn. There's another Gardevoir EX, but that's not the one you want. You want the Shining Arcana Gardevoir here.
Yeah, and one of the great things about being able to use your Mirage Step to get your Curlier out is that you can then rare candy routes into Gardevoir, and actually is it kind of having your cake and eating it too. And I've got cake on the brain today.
You really do, don't you?
I love that cake. There's so much cake backstage.
And again, to be fair, it is really good.
Really good cake. And it means that you can have your Gardevoir, but also still have your Curlier to use refinement and be drawing a bunch of cards. And oh look, it's Cresselia doing Cresselia things. I think that might get KO'd now.
Yeah, Comfey going down, the Cresselia doing Cresselia things, as you just mentioned. One of the most solid attackers against Lost Zone archetypes. Now back over to Benjamin. What can he pull off in return? There is 8 cards in the Lost Zone already, so we're not that far off from Star Requiem and Lost Mine territory. And I tell you what, there is a Boss's Orders in Benjamin's hand.
I mean, going after that. Look, in a lot of games, I go, leave the EX for now, it'll be fine. In this matchup, I'm like, EX, EX, EX. Get it up, bring it active, get the instant KO, go up by 2 prizes, and basically said to James, look, maybe you have a new Gardevoir EX, but we have not got much time. You need it now, because not only am I up 2 prizes, you can't be accelerating energy. And if you can get a path as well,
And it goes back to what we were saying about like sort of opportunities to do it as well, because in this exact instance, James has got a bunch of energy spread around. It's not like there's a big attack of a bunch of energy on it taking 1-hit KOs. So now is a good opportunity to take this KO whilst it's in a position where you're not forced into as much of a catch-22.
Love it. And we do have an energy on the Cramorant, so looks like Cramorant will not be attacking. It is getting ready to get out of dodge. It's only got a retreat cost of 1. And, you know, we've already got the energy. We've already got the boss's orders in hand.
Going to be very important to find a Chorus Experiment here. There it is. Oh, no, but then if you do that, you can't boss.
Yeah, I would recommend not bossing. Oh, you've not got enough cards in the lost zone.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, there's not enough come phase out to pull off the Star Requiem this turn. So, okay, I guess you're kind of consigned to doing something else in that case.
That's a little bit. And actually, Saberlight is a Cresselia target.
Oh, yeah. So maybe, do you think maybe we're just going to see, you know, same again? Maybe it's just going to be...
we're going to see a Saberlight attack.
Yeah, but it's going to be Saberlight attack, everything on the active KO the Cresselia.
Quite possibly, yeah. Essentially, two Battle VIP paths of a Chorus is beautiful. And this means you've got 10 cards in the lost zone, and you're not going to be using boss's orders, but you can use Saberlight, and then next turn, assuming no INO.
Dare I say it, easy peasy Chorus squeezy. No.
Just making me think of a lemon cake backstage.
But maybe that was the point.
Maybe. We now have, it looks like we could actually have, was it a manual attachment onto the Saberlight?
No, it was a Mirage Gate, wasn't it?
That's what I thought. So I think we still got a manual attachment we could use this turn.
Yeah, there was definitely Mirage Gate played this turn.
That's what I mean. So I'm thinking, it looks like Benjamin is actually eyeing up getting free energy on both the Giratina and V-Star. This is what I wanted. I wanted Path to the Peak from Benjamin, because if you can't KO the God of War EX, at least make it way more awkward to use.
Yeah, and we have, to be fair, we have our market there at the top, right, for energy.
We do.
Yeah, so...
That's what I looked at, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. But there it is. Once again, Saberlight, Lost Mine, everything on red, or I guess purple in this instance, all on the active, KOing the Cresselia.
I mean, Cresselia's super annoying. Yeah. We've seen that 3 games in a row now. Get it off the board, drop those 12 damage counters, and then move on. So, Benjamin is, I believe, up by a prize now?
Yes, I believe so. So we're just going to get that updated, of course, in a little bit. But there are 2 prizes taken for Benjamin, and James has a few options to respond here. I mean, let's not get it twisted. James has a very good setup still. There's 2 Curlies still going. There's another Ralts. The God of War EX is still there. But once again, James is in a position where he needs to find a path to the peak out. And let's be honest here, James does play the outs to it. But these God of War...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1...
Thank you for that interruption. So that is now time on the round. Yes.
Confirmed time has been called.
Yes. So, okay. This is now absolute crunch time, and this is where the prizes are really going to matter. And yeah, going back to what I was saying before, I mean, actually, the discussion at point, I guess, is still the same. James, if he wants to start taking prizes to try and even things out, needs to find outs to path to the peak. And these more modern God of War lists, they do play outs to path, but not as many as they did before necessarily.
Yeah, this is getting super awkward. James is turn 0. So James has this turn and 1 more. Benjamin has 2 turns and is up by a prize. And we know that one of those 2 turns of Benjamin is going to be Boss, Star Requiem. Boom, 2 prizes.
Yeah, right. I think it's very important, Ross, before we get carried away, let's do a quick recap of the time rules and Top Cut, because it does work differently to the Swiss round.
Please do.
We are here in Game 3. What that means is that right now, time has been called during James's turn, so he is turn 0 of time. There's going to be 3 extra turns, so 1 for Benjamin, 1 more for James, and then 1 more for Benjamin. After that, whoever has the lead on prize cards wins. Whoever has the least prize cards remaining. If they're both equal on prizes, it is as simple as next prize wins.
I think technically it's the next person to have a prize advantage, because there are cards that add prizes, etc. Just being super pedantic.
I think it's been a long time since Palkia Dialga Legend was a thing. Where's the sepia filter?
But yes, you're absolutely right. It's essentially next prize wins. But Benjamin has got 2 turns after this. So essentially, they've got 2 turns each, including the turn James is currently on. Benjamin is up by a prize and has a really easy 2 prize KO next turn. And here's the thing. Players now don't play to win the game. Players play to be ahead on prizes when time runs out, when those extra turns are done. So whereas you may save something like a Star Requiem later on in a regular game, here, Benjamin's just like, I got 2 prizes, what can you do? Go.
Yeah, it is all about, it's racing taken to, like, its most extreme in that sort of sense. You just want to take prizes as quickly as you can, regardless of whether it sacrifices your long-term game plan, because there is no long-term game plan hard anymore. Long term does not matter. You need prizes and you need them fast.
Yeah, that is where you're going. And look, James needs to start taking 2 prize KOs. The problem is, Benjamin has evolved both of his Giratina. They got 280 HP. They can be KO'd, but it is hard. And Benjamin keeps getting Path to the Peak in play. Now, Reversal Energy is turned on at this stage.
It is.
Because Benjamin is ahead on prizes.
And that definitely helps things. But what doesn't help things is playing an Iono.
That's not good.
No, that is not what James wanted to see in this instance.
But there is Counter Catcher.
Oh, there is. Okay.
There's 2 in James's deck.
So it's going to be very important for James to find now then.
Counter Catcher and an out to Path to the Peak is what we're really looking for here, because you want to KO a Giratina. You do not want to take a 1 prize, and because if you take 1 prize, Benjamin then takes 2, and the best case scenario is you even it up and Benjamin gets another turn.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't quite see what was drawn there off that Shining Arcana, but it's was there a counter catcher? No, there's a lost vacuum. It's like
part of the puzzle.
Yeah, it's so that is the path out. Yeah, you're right. So that is still a important find to have. But is there a counter catcher? I don't recall seeing one. Oh, but now you can read it Greninja to find it, maybe.
What we got? 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 Reversal Energy, and look, he's put his head in his hands. He unslapped. Oh, it's an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell from James' body language as well, right? He knows how important finding a counter catcher was there. Head in the hands a little bit, knowing that there was a very, very big miss.
And this really, really puts Benjamin in a phenomenal position, because James takes a KO, evens it up on prizes. Benjamin, now there was an Iono play, so Benjamin will need a boss's orders.
Oh, that is true.
But if Benjamin can get a KO on Gardevoir, he can then just be like, look, the best you can do is even up on prizes. I'm going to get a KO with my other Giratina next turn. And even if you don't, you take a prize, James can at best go up by 1 prize, and then Benji's got another turn to get boss and take 2.
Yeah, exactly. So James finding another Shiny Arcana Gardevoir off the Ultra Ball. This is the last chance saloon now to find this out. We need to find a counter catcher this turn. It is absolutely crucial.
If you don't get a counter catcher this turn, it makes the prize map so awkward. And if don't get it, we get a KO on the Sableye. We are even on prizes, but Benjamin has 2 turns remaining. James only has 1. A boss here would be devastating.
Yeah, and you can tell that James recognizes the gravity of the situation here. Sure, they're even on prizes again, but he knows that he is not in the driver's seat and that Benjamin is in full control here. No boss's orders, okay, to be fair, just a chorus experiment, but it's like you said, Benjamin is still in a great position to win here.
And there was a bit of a giveaway. Oh, there is a Poker Gear. I like that Poker Gear.
Oh, yes. And a boss's orders for good measure as well.
Well, I mean, do you want a boss, or do you want a Poker Gear that might find you a boss?
But I mean, if it's off the course of the experiment,
you want the boss.
Yeah.
You definitely want the boss.
Well, I mean, the actual answer is you want both, right? You want as many outs to boss as possible, because there's a good chance that your hand just gets shuffled away again.
And that is what James is going to be looking for. Now here, it doesn't really matter, because like I said, you get a prize here, and essentially, when the free energy Giratina went to the active, that was a giveaway. Benjamin didn't have boss, or else the 2 energy Giratina would have gone active for Star Requiem. Love this play, because now it means only 1 energy needed to do that attack again with Giratina V-Star next turn.
And the Path to the Peak coming down as well, so James needs to find yet another out. Things are looking amazing for Benjamin right now.
If James takes a prize, Benji takes a single prize to win the game. If James takes 2 prizes, then Benjamin can either take 1 prize, and then we're into proper sudden death, or KO the Gardevoir, and that is the win. The best case scenario here, and I'm reaching, all right?
Okay.
I understand this. KO a Giratina V-Star while taking your Gardevoir off the field, forcing Benjamin to even up on prizes, so you get the first turn of proper sudden death.
And that is possible, because I do believe we did see James draw that Professor Tourist scenario earlier. So that is a play within reach.
It's asking a lot. You don't even have the Brainwave Gardevoir yet.
No, you don't.
Or the Zacian, but you can't really play Zacian because that gives up 2 prizes. So you kind of need your Brainwave, your Gardevoir. Reversal Energy becomes really big, and that is on because Benjamin is ahead on prizes. Then you need an out to Path to the Peak as well, so you can accelerate enough energy to get the KO. Then you need Turo to take your Gardevoir off the field, or just 2 basics and a collapsed stadium.
And then also, I think James has played his collapse already.
Oh, he might have done, actually. He's only playing 1.
And that's huge, because if you played a Turo, you can't Iono. You can't play 2 sports in 1 turn.
But you don't need to Ino. If you can take the Gardevoir off the field, what you're basically trying to do is leave the game even at 2 prizes remaining, and you get the first turn of actual sudden death.
Yeah, because then you have the first chance to take a prize and actually make it. And this is absolutely what James is going to be trying to go for here. He is a phenomenal player. He's made top 4 at Worlds before. He knows how to play with his back against the wall. He's going to try his absolute hardest to pull off this insane counter play here. But it's all going to be down to him.
It's asking a lot.
It is.
Like, I've laid out the route. There is a route. It's just really awkward.
Very, very awkward. That Shiny Arcana found a... Wait, James concedes!
It looks like a concession from James. Benji is ahead on prizes with the Giratina out, and that means that Benji is going to be heading into the top 4. It was too much for James to get there. There was a potential, but you needed so much to make it work. It was never going to work, and Benjamin Pham is moving on to top 4. One of our free Gardevoir done.
What a series. That is... Honestly, sometimes some casters, and including myself, say this a lot. I think that's one of the best series that we've ever casted over. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, that was a good, hour and 25 minutes, something like that.
Yeah,
Pokemon. That was a long game with a lot happening, a lot of back and forth, a lot of plays, a lot of potential plays. Not an easy one for us to be following for that length of time. But Benjamin Pham really earning his place in that top 4 with that phenomenal victory. I don't have any updates on the other top 4 games at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get them before too long, but we know one of our players in top 4, it is Benjamin, and we know that of those 3 Gardevoir that made it into Top Cup, one of them is already down.
Yeah, so that 1 down, 2 to go, I guess, for our other players in top 8 to see if they can stop this relentless Gardevoir march that we've seen. But yeah, a very, very deserved win there from Benjamin. Played his absolute heart out with the deck. James playing his heart out too, to be fair, trying to do everything he can to find these minuscule outs. But it's like we said at the beginning of Game 3, in a short time scenario, Giratina is a deck that can put out more aggression more easily and is the favored one.
And the thing is, there was a lot of little things that Benjamin did in that game that was really, really good. Not overbenching Comfey to give Cresselia options. Taking out the Cresselia really easily. Making it so that you basically had 2 Giratina V-Star out to make sure that there was nothing easy for James to go after there. Really making it difficult for James to take prizes. That was a very big deal. And then getting the energy on the Giratina as fast as possible. Maybe in a longer game, you keep some of those Mirage Gate to keep your options open, but it's no, I am going to be here. I'm not taking 6 prizes. Realistically, I'm taking 4, and my Giratina is what's going to get me there.
Yeah. And especially adapting to the fact that multiple times Benjamin had Radiant Greninja prize as well. We knew that there were several instances, especially in that Game 3, where if he had access to that, he could do an absolutely blowout turn, carrying 2 Curlers. There was no Manaphy out, but both times, due to a combination of the awkward lost zoning or prizing, he couldn't pull it off. But he played around it, he managed to find the best alternative plays regardless, and he managed to pull off the win here in Game 3 and take the match.
Well, I like to think of myself as a very honest person, Freya, and I said as soon as we had an update on the bracket, I would show you an update on the bracket. Here is an update on the bracket. We've actually got all 4 results. So Stian Nilsson takes out our #1 seed, Arnie Karjala. Owen Kammerman, yes, that's right, our Chen Pao player goes through. Yel Van Kampen, our Golden Go player goes through. And of course, Benjamin Pham. We are 2 games away from a Chen Pao Golden Go final.
Is that a free for free on Gardevoir eliminations?
Yeah, Gardevoir's done.
Well,
our top 4 there, we've got Lost Zone against Chen Pao, and we've got Golden Go against Giratina. So, I mean, look, I got given a lot of stick in rehearsals when I referred to Gardevoir as a deck that didn't win regionals. I mean, it's not winning this regional.
After such a, are you a psychic Pokemon, actually? Is there something you need to tell us?
I've never had that much faith in Gardevoir. But then again, it's not my kind of deck, so that kind of explains it, right?
Yeah, I guess it does.
But yeah, Gardevoir is gone 0 for 3. Gardevoir is done. And look, I'm sorry. We're not playing favorites here. We just like seeing weirder decks win. And I know that the people in chat like seeing weirder decks win as well. So, let us know in the chat, do you think we could actually have a Golden Go Chen Pao final in a regional in 2024? I would love to see that.
Who'd be favored in that matchup? I mean, you're just trading blow for blow, right? You're just doing one shot, one shot, one shot.
Has anyone ever tested that matchup?
I honestly have no idea, but I think we don't have time to ponder too much, because I do believe we are we're ready to head into our next round. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon with top 4. You're not going to want to miss it.
All right, everyone, our quick little caster switcheroonie, and we're getting ready for our top 4 action here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. I'm Shea Burton, I'm joined by Alex Stout. Alex, are you ready for some top 4 action?
I'm so ready for this matchup. We've already got what we're going to be featuring in top 4 after an exhilarating top 8 matchup. We're just there with Benjamin Pham and James Cox. Make sure you guys are in the chat readying exactly who you think will be winning this top 4 matchup as well. But as a reminder, Shay, who is it?
We have Owen Kammerman playing Chen Pao, and who is he versing, Alex?
It's up against Stian Nielsen of Norway playing that Lost Zone box deck. That little argument we had a little bit earlier, got to back Lost Box a little bit, but let's see what this matchup's gonna really turn into. This top 4 really heating up now. Remember, 1 step away from the final and another step closer to becoming regional champion.
Yeah, if you win this top 4 match, you find yourself in the final, and the finalist gets, what, $7,000? The winner gets $10,000 in the final. So I think top 4 gets $3,000 off the top of my head. So all to play for here.
Yeah, we do have Stian Nielsen there, world's top 16 in 2014, sorry, apologies. But a player who I've known and seen the name for quite some time, a well-known player across the years here, piloting his Lost Box deck to a top 4. And Owen, we've seen him so many times before, alongside, of course, his brother, a fantastic testing partner for himself, but has a top 4 finish at OCIC. And here we are, both players just set out their prizes, if I'm not mistaken, readying for an intense match to try and make it to the final. Here we go, everyone.
Oh, here we go. Our top 4 prizes are being distributed now. Over for Owen, I see 1 Chen Pao, 2 Irida, could be interesting. And then for Steen, I saw 2 Dark Energy, I believe, and a Fire Energy as well.
Yeah, again, nothing too crazy. Some of the energy counts may be impacting. We do kick off our top 4 match here at Dortmund Regionals, with Owen looking like he just drew to begin the matchup here with that Frigibax in the active spot. Nespal to kick things off as he gets his first deck search on the way.
Okay, so while Owen's going to get that first deck search, prize check, and target some after that Nespal, let's have a quick run through of how this Chen Pao EX decks work, just in case you don't know. So Owen is going to try and get that Bats Caliber into play as soon as possible, since it has the Super Cold ability, which lets you attach as many water energy from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. Chen Pao EX is a fantastic recipient for those water energy. For 2 energy, you can do Hellblade, 60 for each water energy you choose to discard from any one of your Pokemon. Shivery Chill's an ability on that Chen Pao as well, letting you search your deck for 2 water energy and pop them straight into your hand when Chen Pao is in the active. You also do see eagle-eyed viewers there, a Lightning Energy and an Iron Hands EX as well. Ampy very much dealing 120 damage for 4 energy, and if you KO something, you take an extra prize card.
Yeah, fantastic run through here as we do see the
take an extra prize card.
Yeah, fantastic run through here as we do see the Chen Pao EX hit the bench there. Like I said, Owen's just double checking the prizes. Just in the meantime, Stian Nielsen's playing that Lost Box deck. It's built around Radiant Charizard alongside a Roaring Moon EX as well. So, as we all know from the Lost Box variants, they're dancing around comp phase using flower selecting, ramping up that Lost Zone counter, hitting those very vital limits of 4 for the Cramorant to be able to start attacking with using that fantastic ability, Lost Provisions, into Spit instantly. Plays double of those in this deck. Does play the Roaring Moon and the Radiant Charizard, so utilizing Mirage Gate once it hits a 7 threshold to start loading up energies in the right places. Once it's hit that, it's just the 7 that it really needs to do, but at the same time, one card that we haven't seen too often, but we did see in the last match in top 8, sorry, that Sableye with that Lost Mine attack, 10 in the Lost Zones, allows you to put and sprinkle 12 damage counters wherever you like. So let's see how this match is really going to play out here, as we do see the Shivery Chill come down from Owen, starting to fin the deck, because finning is winning, as Shay's favorite term is.
Love that, finning is winning. That's actually a really underrated part of Shivery Chill, allowing you to get the energy out of your deck, pop them in your hand so you can use them for concealed cards there, for example, letting you discard an energy from your hand to draw 2. We are going to see a Pokestop being played, or we're going to see an activation. Now you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, discard them. Any items you can keep. 1, 2, 3, and that's a double, a Nest Ball and a Rare Candy. That's very good there, Alex. Rare Candy is one piece of that Stage 2 puzzle where you need Rare Candy to evolve straight from your basic into your Stage 2. In this case, that would be Bats Caliber for Owen.
Yeah, Owen will be looking to try and stabilize his board, because, of course, with Stian playing those Cramorants, can easily and quickly start taking knockouts on Owen's side of the board. But without having access to something like Boss alongside Chorus Experiment to hit that 4 turn 1, it'd be really interesting. That's why Owen, for now, has gone for the Bidoof onto that bench, as we do see the pass over. Stian, for the first time this weekend, I believe, on stream, showcasing exactly why he's been able to make it to this point of the tournament.
Stian is going to start off his turn there with a Battle VIP pass, but looks like I'm going to do a little prize check as well. Going to identify what energy or Pokemon are in the prize cards there for Stian. Really interesting build there of that Lost Box, like you said, Alex, with that Radiant Charizard and that Roaring Moon, giving the Lost Box deck a little bit of get out the way power that we can traditionally see from Giratina. Roaring Moon with that frenzied gouging, letting you KO anything that's in your opponent's active. And I think in this matchup as well, Calamity Storm will be very useful at KOing Chien-Pao EX and or Iron Hands when needed.
Yeah, often without even needing to go into the frenzied gouging as well. Just discarding that Stadium as an option. One thing which might be quite cute, depending on what kind of the scenario comes up, he is playing the Tempting Trap Mawile as well. So Tempting Trap for Colors Energy, allowing you to trap your opponent's defending Pokemon in the active spot, not allowing him to utilize a retreat, for example. And in Owen's list, the only way to maneuver around, if I'm not mistaken, are those cross switches.
I guess in that scenario, at least anything in Owen's deck can attack at the very least. You know, even the Bibarel, not a great attacker, but you said it could be something to watch out for if all energies get attached or get discarded for whatever reason. Tempting Trap could be an interesting thing to keep an eye on, as Stian is still debating on what to take there of that Battle VIP pass. It's not a matchup we actually see terribly often on stream, Chien-Pao versus Lost Box. What do you think of the X factors to keep an eye on here are?
I think the big things here from Owen's side of the board is whether Stian will be able to establish a Manaphy. Of course, we've seen how impactful that Radiant Greninja is. We're going to see the battle of the Radiant Pokemon in this matchup here. That Radiant Charizard, we know, has so much power. A bit underrated, I kind of feel, in the scenarios and matchups at the moment. But we've seen just how strong that Radiant Greninja that is already sitting on Owen's side of the board. So if Stian is unable to find that Manaphy,
think off that Flower Sledge, we might saw a Battle VIP pass there. The switch card
goes.
And I think that's a Battle VIP pass, that last card. Hey! There it is. So you mentioned how important Manaphy will be. I imagine Stian might be looking to prioritize that Manaphy now, because that Moonlight Shuriken can be devastating if pulled off without a Manaphy to help defend yourself from it, since Manaphy prevents all damage done to your bench Pokemon while it is in play. Obviously, Moonlight Shuriken from Radiant Greninja does 90 to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, but Stian opting not not to grab Manaphy, at least right now.
Yeah, I guess the only other aspect is, as we've already seen, double Cramorant in his list. That Chien-Pao only has 220 HP. I say only. But that is susceptible to 2 Spit Instantly attacks. So, you know, potentially has a way of almost trading 2 for 2 from that prize aspect here. As we do see an escape rope. It'd be interesting to see which Pokemon Owen sends up. Looks like the Radiant Greninja is the usual suspect here.
Yep, I think it's got to be. It's the only one that can survive a Spit Innocent, and you don't really want to give up your Frigibacks and or Bidoof if you can help it. So, Radiant Greninja, wow. The often see, I mean, the rarely seen Battle VIP pass sent to the Lost Zone on turn 1. Stian is drawing that fire.
Yeah, I think it was a Sableye. Again, a deck we don't, many decks we don't typically see with 2 Sableyes nowadays, because we've seen the impact of Jirachi in a lot of sort of opposing decks, but I believe the other card there outside of Battle VIP bars was that Sableye. So putting some strong value there into the Sableye itself, as we do see the 3rd flower selecting from Stian, that Psychic Energy going into the Lost Zone there, up to 3. So not yet able to act. Did have the Manaphy in hand, which is big, but unable to start an attack off. So over to Owen to see whether there's a way to capitalize on these turns.
And it looks like Owen's going to start the turn off here with a concealed card. It's going to discard a Water Energy to draw 2. Let's see what those 2 are. Still need to try and find Bat's Caliber if possible.
Yeah, I think just touching back on some of those important cards in the matchup here, Shay.
Yep.
There's something really important that you've already mentioned once before. In this matchup, Stian has has a lot of single prizes. So what happens when you're faced up against, well, what will Owen be looking for here?
Well, that's what we're going to see a rare candy Bat's Caliber first of all, but when you're facing off against a 1 prize deck that has Manaphy in play, all of a sudden Amphu very much becomes much more of an attractive option. Now Owen does only play 1 Lightning Energy, but that is currently in the discard pile. But that's no issue. Superior Energy Retrieval plucks energy from the discard pile very easily.
Yep, exactly that. So it's definitely something, again, another direction to kind of keep an eye on, as we do see the Shivery Chill here for more energies out of the deck, leaving only good cards or more good cards left in, as Pokestop is actioned here as well. 1, 2, 3.
Show us the money. Oh, okay. Well, a little bit of money, a little bit of loose change. We've got 1 Ultra Ball there. It was discarding a Chien-Pao and a Bat's Caliber, and that is one downside to the Pokestop engine, as it was. Sure, it can get you a lot of resources into the hand, but if it's not an item, it will get discarded, as we are going to see Super Cold activation ×2, attaching 2 energy to active Chien-Pao, a 3rd energy to active Chien-Pao.
Yeah, I'd like to say that Comfy right now has 70 HP. What?
Yeah, so with this barrel, Iron Hands is still live, you know, because there is Superior Energy Retrieval in hand. If Owen can draw into something good here.
Has already retreated, I believe, from an energy attachment.
Oh, okay. So well, we had double cross switcher in hand, though.
Has just Ultra Balled 1 away, unless there was 3 of them. Be interesting to see what direction he takes from here. But that is one of his...
Oh, the Iron Hand's in the discard pile. I'll apologise. That's slightly off there. I apologise.
Slightly off the camera and underneath the discard, so we hadn't been able to see that. But it's an option, right?
Yep.
Super Rod can grab that back. We saw it from Owen's earlier game where it was discarded early. As we do see now Owen deliberating on that Industrious Incisors ability.
Okay, drew into a Frigibax and a Bibarel, I believe.
The Frigibax is big, because remember, he doesn't want to see it get the Bat's Caliber taken down and not access to Super Cold anymore. 2 energies from the Hellblade means the first prize of this top 4 at Dortmund Regionals goes to Owen Kammerman. How can Stian combat this now?
Well, it's really interesting because Stian's going to want to try and deal with this Chien-Pao. The options to one-shot it in the deck are quite low. You have Roaring Moon and you have Radiant Charizard. I mean, you could use Roaring Moon, but that's put another 2 prizes down the up that you don't really want to use. And Radiant Charizard's nowhere near being able to be used with that 5 energy Combustion Blast. That would be 4 energy with 1 prize card taken. So it might just be, as you mentioned earlier, a Spit Innocently ×2.
Yeah, this is big. So this is a chorus experiment here that Stian is deciding what to lost zone. A couple of important supporters, another chain of chorus experiment. Really important here, of course, because has to try and look to dig for that 10 where possible, or even 7 to begin with. Also prioritizing that Clara, which is super important when your attackers are generally small single prizes, and you just need to keep utilizing it as soon as possible, as we do see the jet energy here into the next convey.
Looks like I'm debating what to take there. Supplier selection. Let you look at the top 2 cards. Take 1, lost zone 1. And let's see what Stian opts to take here. Just going to sort on the discard pile. You know, when you are in these top 4 finals, top 8 scenarios, being able to identify what resources your opponent has available to him, as we do see that counter catcher getting sent to the lost zone, is very, very important.
Yeah, super decision making here. All these micro decisions every time we see a flower selecting or chorus's experiment is vital, because it's almost like a decision tree as you go through these options. You know, each step you're making is either increasing or decreasing your potential to win this game. As we do see now the Cramorant moving into the active spot, spit innocently live because of that lost provisions ability with 7 in the lost zone.
So 110 damage for 0 energy. Things you love to see. Over to Owen now. Does have that Irida that was liberated from the prize cards. Top deck's a battle VIP pass. Not the most helpful, but it's fantastic fodder for superior energy retrieval at the very least. Looks like Owen is debating on who we're going to see. A Pokestop, Alex. 1, 2, and 3. Any items? All items. The triple item. There's the money from that Pokestop. Let's go.
He's a bit of a Pokemon Go player, and he's just spinning that wheel.
There it is.
And coming full trumps with whatever he's after. Just double checking what he's got available. Of course, look, iron up that iron hand.
There was a super rod in that Pokestop there, Alex, so we can shuffle that back in. Irida can obviously find Nest Ball and or Ultra Ball, and we know the superior energy retrieval was already in hand, so we could be iron up and amp you very much into that Cramorant, and that would obviously take 2 prize cards instead of 1.
Yeah, this is big, because Owen, you know, unfortunately fell short last time in top 4 with the same deck. But now, again, piloting it superbly well into the right meta. This is a fantastic call for him at the moment. And we were talking earlier, or I was talking earlier about, you know, trading 2 for 2. Iron Hands eclipses that. It makes
it does.
Incredibly harder for Stian to actually deal with this scenario.
And what it also does do is if Stian can't find Radiant Charizard for whatever reason and is forced to use Roaring Moon, that's another 2 prizer. That works in Owen's favor, saying, right, I'll take 2 prizes, you use a 2 prizer, take out my 2 prizer, and then I'll tell you your 2 prizer, my 2 prizer, and I've worked out well in that scenario. As we do see Alex, the Iron Hands come down, rare candy into a second Bats Caliber. It's feeling super cold here in this venue, here in this Dortmund top 4 feature match here, as Owen will be playing this superior energy retrieval, I would imagine, to grab 4 energy out of the discard pile. I would imagine it'd be 3 water Alex, 1 lightning to power up that Iron Hands. Amp you very much.
It's only going to get louder with that Iron Hands. It's going to get electrifying as per you. With the amp you very much, it's going to get louder here for Shay to continue bringing the noise with the amp you very much shortly coming down as it's powered up here.
Wow. Just love it. That Iron Hands is such a, you know, 4 energy attack cost amp you very much seems quite high, but when you have super cold to just go water, 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 it doesn't actually seem that hard to do. And superior energy retrieval is fantastic for getting those energies. We still haven't even used Industrious Incisors yet, Alex.
Yeah, hits an Irida again, so can continue just finding the right combo pieces. This is one of the key aspects of many water decks at the moment. Got such good support cards, and when you can tech in just 2 cards to instantly turn a matchup, which could be quite difficult because of the single prize trade, and turn it like this, now you've got to deal with a big 230 HP Pokemon. And if you don't, well, amp you very much is going to come down raining again.
Right, so we do say that amp you very much. Owen's going to take 2 prize cards there, so should go down to 3 prize cards left. Stian needs to respond. Combustion Blast Charizard, well, that's a fantastic start. You know, with when you're taking 3 prize cards, that Charizard will attack for 2 energy.
Yep.
Which is nice, and that does do 250 damage, which is enough to reach over the top of that Iron Hands.
Yeah, and it would be Stian's first couple of prizes he could take here. You know, he's playing a full set of 4 Mirage Gates, of course, because he's loading up, or has loaded up with Roaring Moons in previous matches, I'm sure. But it also means Charizard is easier to power up in comparison of waiting for latter turns, as we do see that chain of Colress's experiments now hit the field. Here is the 5 cards we do see, just deciding what options are best available to him. Does he have access to a Mirage Gate? There's another Colress experiment. There's a Nest Ball as well.
Does he have access to a Mirage Gate? I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen it in hand yet.
Looks very difficult, but Comfey could keep digging. Switch cart.
Switch cart and Colress, I think that was.
Still not
I don't
quite.
think there's a Mirage Gate there, Alex.
Maybe there needs to be more of another switch cart to go into the Comfey. Once again, he has to hit the Mirage Gate here in order to be able to take down this Iron Hands EX, which is staring in the face of that poor Comfey right now.
Yeah, in case you don't know why the Mirage Gate is so important, that Charizard attack Combustion Blast attacks for 5 energy. Excited Heart does reduce 1 colorless cost for each prize card your opponent has taken, but that means a Radiant Charizard will need a fire, at least 1 fire energy, and any other energy actually to attack. Mirage Gate will be the most easiest way to pull that off, but I don't think there is a Mirage Gate in that hand, Alex.
No, potentially may have to think about utilizing that Pokestop, maybe as an option to spin the wheel, but let's first double check what this Comfey shows. Nest Ball and a Sableye. Still missing it.
I think we're about to see who is a higher level on Pokemon Go, Owen or Stian. I think might have to, if you want to try and attack this turn with the Charizard, might have to roll the dice there with that Pokestop. But one thing I want to keep an eye on, if you do use it, is you don't want to discard the fire energy as well.
Yeah, 100%. Here we go. Spinning the wheel, first card.
Wow.
Massive here. Does hit the counter catcher as well, so which is always going to be live for the next turn as well, because only taking 2 prizes here will be massive. So, sigh of relief from Stian's
let's
side.
take a deep breath to compose ourselves. It got a little bit close there, Alex, but Stian has got that Mirage Gate now.
Yeah, here we go. Massive. Has the Beach Court in hand as well to maneuver that Comfey out of the active spot. Just the fire energy attachment, of course, from hand will be required to take the knockout here. So retaliating with his own massive attacker.
And we do see that Beach Court going to deny Pokestop there for Owen. Beach Court's going to give basic Pokemon in play 1 less retreat cost, so that Comfey can retreat for free now. Things you love to see. And that Radiant Charizard is currently live. Excited Heart reducing Combustion Blast down to 2 energy, one of which has to be a fire, which, you know, we have there. Combustion Blast, 250 damage, Alex. Going to equal the, well, not going to equal, it's going to turn the tables on that Iron Hands. Stian will take his first KO of the game.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, brings him down to 4. Owen's down to 3 still. Still, I guess at the moment, or for the moment, Owen is in a decent position to try and go down to 2 prizes. And there may be an opportunity, because Owen does play a couple of Super Rods, not just the 1 copy, of course. We could potentially see another Iron Hands come down later as well.
It's not outside the realm of possibility, right? We see an Irida that could find Super Rod, shuffle it back in. Irida then finds Nest Ball and or Ultra Ball. The Superior Energy Retrieval already is in hand, along with 2 cross switches, I believe. So it is possible. Whether or not you want to do it, whether or not you want to just KO this active now and Iron Hands for game at a later date could also be an option. But I think, as it stands now, the possibility is there for a Super Rod and then a recovery of the Iron Hands and another Ampuvrain.
Yeah, it's definitely one direction he could take. Of course, has to be wary that Stian might play hand disruption cards. From our view, we know there is 1 copy of Roxanne somewhere in the deck, or maybe it's been discarded. I haven't quite noticed, or has it been lost zoned? I'm not too sure yet. We do see the Irida being played.
Oh, okay. I see
that
Super Rod getting sent to straight to hand. Alex, I think that Ampuvrain much here would be very strong.
Yeah, I also agree. It's definitely an option, as we do see the Iron Hands move to the top of that discard. We could potentially see it once again. Does have that free retreat, Radiant Greninja, but will need to utilize the cross switches. One of the biggest things we've always noticed with cards like Irida is typically you can't play 2 supporters. So being able to gust up something with Boss and find those combo pieces haven't always been possible. But if you play something like Cross Switcher, you're grabbing an item, and that opens up a world of possibilities.
Yeah, because we actually, one thing about Radiant Charizard is that has 160 HP, so you can't amp you very much into that. But there could even be a world where you cross switch into the Manaphy, KO that, and then that opens up the door for Moonlight Shuriken if Stian can't immediately replace it as well. So a lot of options there.
Yeah, again, will Owen maybe be able to find a way to power up 2 Pokemon? I mean, there's a lot to ask for.
Yeah.
I'm just double checking the hand whether there's the option for. There we do see the Iron Hand straight back down again. But an option for another superior energy retrieval, maybe power up another attacker like the Radiant Greninja or a Baxcalibur. Doesn't matter. Anything could take a KO on the Radiant Charizard or even just on the Chien-Pao. And what this means is, oh, this is nice. I like this as well. Being able to Shivery Chill just to get any energies that are still in the deck out of the hand and then use cross switches to start trying to blow up one of those bench Pokemon.
It just gives you more cards to discard from your superior energy retrievals, as well as we are going to see double cross switcher being played. What is Owen going to target? I think I'll be going for Manaphy, but we are going to see a Comfey that removes draw options as well. That makes fantastic sense. Iron Hands does go into the active. Here we go, Alex. Superior energy retrieval again. Going to grab 1 lightning energy and 3 water energy. We can turn attacks to lightning energy and then use Super Cold ×3 to get those water energy into play. And then we're going to see an Ampu very much. Again, Alex, 120 damage and 2 prize cards KOing that Comfey.
Yeah, back-to-back Ampu very much. That's incredible here. An incredible display by Owen to be able to take 4 prizes within 2 attacks. And that's not even seeing a V or an EX on Stian's side of the board. Here we go, Bibarel as well. Don't ever forget, he can continue drawing such important cards. I realized I just mentioned now, I mentioned Roxanne a moment ago. This is why Bibarel is so important.
Yeah, for sure.
In these types of scenarios.
Yeah, it hasn't even used the Bibarel yet, and Owen has pieced together masterfully this turn here. And if you're staring across the board, you have to deal with the Iron Hands, but then could be quite difficult, as we do see another superior energy retrieval. So like you mentioned, Owen could just start turboing more energy in place, saying, right, even if you do KO this Iron Hands, I can KO with whatever I choose to set up here as well.
Yeah, one of those things. Maybe, you know, the best attacker on his side is that Chien-Pao, being able to take out anything in Stian's board. But, you know, he has to be careful, doesn't want to get anything trapped. We mentioned it before.
Yeah, for sure.
With the Morwile. Energy counts, you know, it's a typical sort of 8 water energies and 1 lightning. So over-committing could mean that there's no attacker in play. So he's got to be careful.
Yeah, so
as it's just the announcement of Ampu very much for a further 2 prizes, ladies and gentlemen. And he's just 1 step closer to potentially making it to the final of Dortmund Regionals. Of course, this is only game 1 to begin with. Still another game to go. Can Stian find a way out of this situation?
Yeah, it's a really tough scenario because you'd love to try and remove a barrel if you can, so you can try and Roxanne or Iron, or Roxanne as we said. But you kind of have to deal with the Iron Hands as well. You can't really do all this stuff at the same time. So what do you think is Stian's the biggest priority this turn?
He has to find that Roxanne. I mean, even if I know he's got a big barrel, it has to kind of change that impact of what Owen might have in hand already. You don't want to give him more options to play with. And then, of course, uses that Charizard to take the KO. Oh, maybe has to be, well, it has to be, right? Because I don't think the Roaring Moon take the knockout on a...
No, it can't. Calamity Storm is 100 plus 120.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, you could use Frenzy Gouging, but that would be extremely counterproductive, so we won't be seeing a Calamity Storm there.
There's the Roxanne from that flower selecting.
Fantastic
instantly
start.
putting away that... Is that Artisan there? Yep, Artisan. So... it comes down to this. Can Owen potentially draw out of something like the Roxanne here?
It's going to be Roxanne plus Combustion Blast, and Stian will be crossing his fingers, as it were. And I think that's all you can do at this point. You know, when you've been on the receiving end of 2 Ampu very much, the game's going to be a little bit out of your hands, as we do see an escape rope here.
Yeah, it has the counter catcher in hand, so you know it has to deal with this Iron Hands. So that's the main thing here.
So let's see.
You know, that's Owen's not to know.
No, of course. And I think it's worth...
As there's the awkward movement to the damaged Chien-Pao right now. A bit harder to move because I've got those damage counters on it.
Just debating whether that is optimal. I think I'd be going for Radiant Greninja myself, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it makes things a little bit easier. But, you know, as I mentioned, that counter catcher should be played here. Has to remove that attacker and those energies out of play. Energy attachment, being able to retreat out of it. Pidgeot V as well, just to make sure he doesn't draw back into it from the Roxanne.
And
counter catcher. Excalibur.
Ooh, are we going for a potential stalling play here then? Maybe there's a lot of energy in the deck. 2 cross switches have been used. So Stian saying maybe you can't move this Excalibur.
I mean, there's energies in the discard, right? Then Superior Energy Retrieval is still available.
Is there a world in which he's going to retreat the active and start trying to use Lost Mine potentially? Lost Mine around?
Sure. It's definitely an option. Pokestop, spinning that wheel again. Unfortunately, removing that Clara from his deck. Just getting the Nest Ball. Here's the Lost Vacuum as well. Just trying to limit what Owen has access to here. But he did manually attach to the Radiant Charizard in the active
so
spot.
we'll be looking to, if you did want to try and Lost Mine, you would have to find a Mirage Gate, which I don't think he saw. So it looks like we are, is it going to be a pass? I mean, if you just KO the I guess if you just KO the Excalibur, Iron Hands has to have a Gust. But it looks like we are going to see Owen with an Irida. It's going to find himself a Superior Energy Retrieval. And let's see, going to discard, get 4 Water Energies back. Wow, for the max, for the Hailblade, I should say, KO as Owen gets our game 1 here in our Dortmund Regional Top 4 match in fantastic fashion. A combination of Hailblades and Ampu very much. Wow.
Yeah, once again, Owen showcasing exactly why he's piloting this deck to another regional championships. And he's taking himself 1 step closer to making it to the final. Impressive display. Unfortunately, Stian was not able to stem the flow of that super cold. So let's just see how he's going to be able to combat this going forward. But at the moment, advantage Owen.
Yeah, that Superior Energy Retrieval just showing you how devastating, you know, Chen-Pao can be. That full energy, just providing all the damage you need, and just, you know, very easy retreat and then Hellblade for KO. I've been so impressed of how the Chen-Pao has been rocking on stream so far, Alex.
Yeah, in the hands of a fantastic player. I think it's, again, showcased just all the little tips and tricks that you see in the Chen-Pao, utilizing the Radiant Greninja when you need to, utilizing Iron Hands, utilizing the Shivery Chill and the Hellblade knockouts as well. All of it plays a massive difference in the matchups that he's facing so far. And this is why Owen Cameron is currently 12-2-2 across the 2 days so far. And like I said, only 1 step away from being in the final of this regionals.
And Stian will be trying his absolute hardest to even this out and win 2 games in a row here and stop Owen getting to the finals. We are going to see those prize cards being... That 1 lightning energy is prized, Alex. Owen only plays 1. So that means Ampi very much will be a non-factor until it is taken. But Stian is going to start us off here in our Game 2 Top 4 Masters match here at Dortmund Regionals. Remember, the winner of this round will find himself in... Oh, no!
That hand is not pretty.
Of this round will find himself in... Oh, no!
That hand is not pretty. And unfortunately, it's just an attachment and pass. Again, look, Owen cannot donk his Cramorant.
Nope.
But I didn't think I saw a supporter in Stian's hand either, as a Nest Ball comes down from Owen's side.
Oh my goodness.
Not like this.
Oh my.
Not like this.
My heart stream. My heart can't take this. Right, so if you're Owen, you can't, like you said, there is no opportunity to win this turn. There is no Cramorant for yourself. So you still have to set up, you know, irrespective of what your opponent's doing. You still have to get down your Greninja. You still have to get down your Frigibacks. You still have to get down Chen-Pao if you can, and or Bidoof. Worth knowing, Owen did prize 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass, I believe. So he might not be off to the races here as well.
Yeah, I mean, from Stian's side, even the double Comfey prizing means the drawing out of this. But right now, Stian, despite only having 1 Battle VIP Pass prize, unable to find it in the opening hand. So there's a further 3 cards in that deck, which just won't help him at all.
Yes, a lot of your consistency cards there in that Lost Box that are currently in the prize cards there for Stian. As we do see that Nest Ball going to conclude with that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, Radiant Greninja utilizing it for that concealed cards ability. So far, Radiant Greninja really showcasing exactly why it's in so many decks right now.
Yep.
Just to kind of provide that consistency layer. As we do see the Bidoof and a Nest Ball.
Alex!
A great pickup.
Wow!
Here.
Considering when you have 2 Battle VIP Pass prize, having those come off your concealed cards, that Radiant Greninja is trying its absolute best to get Owen into the finals. And we do see that Nest Ball gonna be played to grab that Chen-Pao EX. Do we see an energy even to retreat and get this Chen-Pao in the active? We do, Alex!
Not only that, there's a Bibao and an Irida in hand as well. So Owen's turn is not yet over here. Shivery Chill grabbing 2 water energies. Finning is winning. people, Shay's favorite motto.
And having those energy in hand, I think there's an Irida as well. So that basically means if this board doesn't change, Owen will win next turn.
Big card.
Chorus off the top.
Chorus top deck.
Wow.
Opportunity here for Stian to try and stabilize.
Woo-wee. Chorus experiment, trying his hard to get Stian back in this game. What are the targets? I see a nest ball. I see an artisan. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't got many Pokemon in play, that would be fantastic.
Has switch carts as well, so can actually find a way to maneuver here to actually get an attack off. Because if there's only 2 Comfey's prize, 2 Comfey's in the deck left, has to give up. Is that the Marwile? That is the Marwile and the counter catcher. But here, the nest ball and the artisan will be able to grab 2 Comfey's should he choose to go down this route.
If you did go down the double Comfey route, doesn't that open up the door for a Moonlight Shuriken?
It really does, but at this point, what more can you do? I mean, the Comfey's allows you to further dig through the deck with, you know, the additional flower selecting. So it's an additional 4 cards he might be seeing here. Just needs to retreat because he got the energy attachment onto that Cramorant, into one of the Comfey's, maybe then uses 1 switch card to get back into the other one. So a couple of options available. It's just trying to work out whether he can protect himself, if necessary, with something like that Manaphy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can still draw into other ball sets to try and find yourself that Manaphy if possible. But if you did go double Comfey and they got Moonlight Shuriken, you know the other 2 Comfey are in the prizes, right? So it'd be very hard to get more Comfey downstairs. Definitely has an awkward few turns to navigate here, but he does find himself obviously in this top 4 feet player. So let's see what he chooses to do. Yeah,
that Chorus experiment just bailing Stian out of a terrible hand in reality. I think there was a Pidgeot V there, but obviously not needed, not wanting to be played down. Just putting the Cramorant in the active spot is absolutely fine for the time being. But, you know, he really needs to try and stabilize that board, and knowing that 2 of those Comfeys are not available, it's going to be difficult.
And does have all the Battle VIP pass in the deck now that are essentially useless. You cannot play them if it's not your first turn of the game. So Stian just debating on what to take here, and it looks like we are going to see a Comfey. Alex, I might be alluding to the play you were talking about. Going to try and start churning through the deck if possible. So we're going to see that nest ball being played as well. And let's see, is this going to grab the double Comfey? Is this going to grab a Manaphy? Let's see what it go for. Or Cramorant even. I guess Cramorant doesn't get KO to a Moonlight Shuriken.
No, it does not. In this scenario, though, with just 2 in the lost zone, makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, like you said, without being able to use flower selecting ×2, lost provisions will not activate.
I guess there may be a lost vacuum.
There is a lost vacuum.
Yeah, there you go. Just about caught it. And that would bump it up to 4 here as well. There's a lost vacuum. 1 away from hand. Looks like he's, lost vacuum, and one of those switch carts can start swinging away here. And with Owen not having access to anything like that Iron Hands because of our lightning energy being prized, does mean Owen needs to start trying to apply pressure from his own right.
Let's see what Owen does here. I think Stian did some real fantastic plays there, not giving that Greninja the opportunity to leapfrog prize cards. As we do see Owen evolve into that big barrel, so Industrious Incisors will be online. Owen debating whether to play that Irida. Irida letting you search your deck for a water-type Pokemon and an item. Normally, this is for Baxcalibur plus Rare Candy. But if you have some of the pieces of the puzzle in your hand, Irida can start to search for some funny things as well.
Called it. Rare Candy, Baxcalibur.
Yep.
Here we go. Super Cold's going to be live. Shivery Chill still available as well. I believe he hasn't used it yet.
Nope, not at all. Definitely not, as we are going to see that Rare Candy Baxcalibur.
Maybe load up the energies, maybe.
Ooh. There we go.
Choosing not to Shivery Chill yet. Just draw some cards. Doesn't even hit any of the energies, so can continue bursting through the deck a little bit longer. Has access to Pokestop as well.
Yep. Interesting. It looks like we are going to see maybe a concealed card. No, we're going to see that Shivery Chill now. Touch your deck for 2 water energy and put them in your hand. I love this so much about Chen Pao. So now has so much energy to play with here, as we are going to see that conclude in there and a shuffle up from Owen. So we have seen our supporter for the turn, Alex. We have seen the Industrious Incisors. What else do you think we're going to see?
I mean, this is a tricky scenario because ideally you wouldn't want to leave that Chen Pao just to be knocked out from another Cramorant. But he's got to find a useful attacker here. So it's a retreat maybe into something like the Baxcalibur to attack with.
Yeah, that Buster Tail doing 130 would be enough. I mean, you could even just Moonlight Shuriken and carry that Comfort. I mean, it's still a prize card at the end of the day.
It's true.
Might not be the full value 2 prize card that you like to do with Moonlight Shuriken, but it is a prize card nonetheless.
Does limit also, you know, Stian being able to use something like Flower Selecting. On future turns, just removing it from play for the time being. Yes, there's still Cramorants that can keep swinging, but those Cramorants isn't exactly going to be taking a knockout on a Radiant Greninja either, leaving it on 20 HP, because that 130 buffer is more than enough to tank a hit.
It really is. It looks like we're going to see a superior energy retrieval being played, getting rid of a Pokestop and a Cross Switcher for Owen there, as he takes 4 basic water, I should say, from the discard pile. Super Cold ×4, letting you, ×3, I should say, attach 3 water energy to that Greninja, Radiant Greninja. So we will see a Moonlight Shuriken. I would imagine 90 damage into the bench Comfey, and then 90, well, wherever you like.
Yeah, I wonder if Stian, was he able to find another Chorus Experiment from the one he was able to use? Because that'll be pretty important to try and ramp up as soon as possible. There's the Moonlight Shuriken, 1990 on the 2 bench Pokemon, knocking out that Comfey. Again, kickstarting the prize. There's the Manaphy.
There's the Manaphy coming in a turn potentially too late there, but it's going to join the party as we did top deck the Chorus, or had a Chorus Experiment in hand, I should say. And let's see what Stian opts to take. I know we see a Battle VIP pass. I'm sure that's getting sent to the Lost Zone. And let's see what else gets put there.
Not the most ideal cards. I mean, at least one easy choice with that Battle VIP pass. So no access to the Artisan anymore. So no way to grab another Comfey to start sort of Flower Selecting across and make it to the 7 as soon as possible. As we do hit the 6 now. 1 away from activating Mirage Gate. But does need to start finding some of these other attackers, I think.
Yeah, needs to get some attackers, needs to get, try and get to that 7 if possible. It's a really awkward board state. You don't really see too often. Double Cramorant and nothing else. We're going to see an Escape Rope. No, it's actually interesting because none of them you really want to be taking a Spit Innocent. It's going to have to be the Frigibacks.
Giving up a Frigibacks here. I mean, it's because of the way the deck plays, it utilizes a lot of Sableye to start sprinkling the damage.
Yes.
Here, by letting the KO happen, it's sort of wasting some damage counters that would typically might stay on the board. So the Frigiback's only what, 70 HP or 60 HP
60
this one.
60 HP won that one.
So yeah, that would mean 5 damage counters have been sort of quote unquote wasted. And sort of less value from the Cramorant attack.
It looks like we are going to see Super Cold ×2, going to get 2 more water energy attached to that Radiant Greninja in the active. I think a Moonlight Shuriken here is applying a lot of pressure, the way I describe it. It's like the walls are just closing in. These Moonlight Shurikens, while they're not taking 2 prize cards immediately, it's just spreading a lot of damage. And if that Radiant Greninja can Moonlight Shuriken again, that bench Cramorant will be KO'd. So as we are going to see a Super being played there, Owen shuffling in some Pokemon. Wow, I'm just so impressed right now.
Yeah, I wonder if I would have preferred to have seen that Manaphy come down into play. I mean, maybe he didn't expect Owen to maybe go into the Radiant Greninja once again. But here we are, we're in that scenario. 3 energies loaded up for that Moonlight Shuriken. Oh, so many options for Owen here. Unfortunately, still, of course, hasn't been able to grasp that lightning energy out of the prizes as of yet, as another Frigibax does come down. You know, again, just giving that little bit of protection should that Baxcalibur somehow go down. Moonlight Shuriken taking out the active. 90 on the bench. Cramorant now, top deck. Let's see what we're able to work with.
There's no supporters in that hand, Alex. There's no supporters in that hand.
Not looking too pretty. This is a worry.
And we're not at that 7 cards in the Lost Zone yet, so that means those Mirage Gates are not live. So that Roaring Moon EX will not be able to get powered up. That hand, wow.
Just not great here from Stian. Unfortunately, having lost that Cramorant, that 90 damage on the active one, yes, it may be a little bit irrelevant, but it's at least applying pressure. And from that aspect, Manaphy dropped to the bench with an attachment as maybe a pivot option here. The double Comfey being prized doesn't help things. And of course, missing those Battle VIP passes on turn 1. Super huge in this matchup here as Owen's staring at a board of just a Cramorant and a Manaphy here.
Yeah, it's really tough being that awkward 6. It's just going to be a spit innocently there from Steer and does get the mana feed developed. Let's see what Owen can do now. Still hasn't taken that lightning energy yet, so Iron Hands will not be like. We do see a cross switch, a double cross switch. You're going to force that mana feed into the active. That Chen Pao also will go into the active. Shivery Chill activation. Going to take 2 water energy straight from the deck and put them in the hand. Super Cold is obviously still alive, so we can attach as many water energy as we like. I actually really like this KO into the active as well. It's going to make that Greninja even more of a threat, Alex.
Yeah, so much going on, as we do see. Just for the viewers at home to notify that the Chen Pao EX Shivery Chill has been used, but Barrel hasn't been used yet. Nope. Does have plenty of cards in hand as well. Does play down the Pokestop finally. Ooh, he just doesn't want to give Stan too many options.
I don't mind that. I don't think I'd be wanting to give my opponent any wiggle room here.
As we do see the Super Cold attachments, I'm sure, from Owen's side of the board, does require 2 energies discarded to KO that poor little Manaphy that has 70 HP. Pokestop does come down.
Oh,
the barrel first, 2 cards.
3 Battle VIP pass in the hand there for Owen, as we are going to see a Pokestop activation. Ooh, going to get rid of 2 Pokemon. Chen Pao, Bax Caliber, but does get a superior energy retrieval.
Can remove those Battle VIP passes out of hand, so that's big for him as well. 4 energies there, stuck in the discard now. Barraging into the hand and just ready for any sort of super cold shenanigans.
It looks like we are going to see debating whether to attach them here. I mean, I guess in theory you could even attack with Moonlight Shuriken again into the active if you chose, I should say. So debating, we're going to see a concealed card potentially. Then you discard energy and draw 2 more.
Yeah, I mean, the key factor here, Shay, as we've mentioned on numerous occasions, is simply, doesn't matter how your opponent's drawing, you still need to make your game super tight. And, you need to bring your A game here and do everything correctly, as we do see another super cold attachment to both the Chen Pao and the Radiant Greninja. Just kind of making sure he, hedges his bets.
Might be trying to almost Roxanne-proof yourself here, so at least have more energy in place. So if you do get Roxanne, it should be easier for you to continue attacking. As we are going to see a Hellblade discarding 2 energy, doing 140 damage to that active Manaphy. It gets KO'd. Owen takes 3rd prize card, does take that lightning energy, worth noting, over to Stian. What have we got?
Jirachi.
Oh my goodness, Alex, the only playable cards here are Pokemon, Basic Energy, and a Super Rod, and a Switch card even. No supporters.
Pokestop is massive.
1, 2, oh no, 3, goodness gracious me, Stian, Pokestop, not showing Stian the love here, getting rid of 3 vital resources.
And it's just not the one here. It's really, really slowing down now. This is not the type of deck. And we've just got notification that Golden Go has taken game 1 in the other top 4 match. And that's fantastic to see. Are we going to see the Golden Boy make it to the final?
Golden Go potentially versus Chen Pao, or, this Lost Box deck if Stian can, or, this Lost Box deck if Stian can do the unthinkable here and get out of this hole and win 2 games before Owen can close this one out. So debating what to do here for Stian. There's not a lot I could see. Pidgeot V coming down potentially.
What's playable? I mean, by playing down the Pidgeot V, or the Roaring Moon does basically open up for Owen to say, well, here are your 3 prizes, Owen.
Yep. But what else is there to do?
Yeah, I know.
It's
a worry.
Nothing else to do. I mean, that Pidgeot V can use Vanishing Wings. It can absorb some damage. You're going to see a Spit Innocently, I would imagine. Yep, we're going to see a Spit Innocently of 110. I mean, Owen can't win this turn, but is so far ahead. I mean, you'd love to see a KO one of those 2 prize Pokemon. That would be ideal. We are going to, as Owen starts off the turn here with a Shivery Chill. Going to grab, I think there's only 1 target there, so 1 water energy going into the hand for Owen. What do you think Owen is going to try and manufacture here, Alex?
I think the key thing that we've got to notice here is he's already utilized 2 cross switches to bring up one of the opposing Pokemon. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, actually also discarded. From one of the superior energy, which was nice and early, which does mean he has no other capture type cards left in the deck. So just has to
see 3 in the discard.
Just has to barrage through now the active Pokemon that Stian will be putting forward here. So it will be this Cramorant that needs to go down. Pokestop 1, 2, and 3 hits it, of course.
Oh, Owen Kammerman showing the duality of Pokestops. Poor Stian got a triple miss, and Owen got the triple hit there.
2 fodder cards, unfortunately, with that 1 cross switcher and about VIP pass, but they all count.
They all count.
That Vessel is another card that can be utilized to start just removing them from the hand in case any other hand disruption shenanigans happen. But Owen's in such a commanding scenario here, as we do see the energy attachment to the active Chen Pao, but it's just making sure, again, he has to play this all out correctly.
Yes.
No mistakes has to happen here.
You really want to, like you said, even if your opponent isn't doing or playing optimal or doing whatever they would like to do, you're still, the onus is on you to make sure you play correctly and get the win. As we are going to see an Irida being played for that 70 HP Frigibacks and the superior energy retrieval as well.
Yeah, so again, just making sure he's prepping his hands ready for future turns. We've talked about it all before. I mean, the hand again, another massive hand, another massive accordion hands that are available for Owen as he just keeps going from low numbers to high numbers whenever they want. It's an incredible showing. It's just unfortunate from Stian. Has plenty of cards in his hand as well, just weren't playable.
Yeah, just all basic energy or Pokemon, as we are going to see.
That was a Vessel, I believe.
Urban Vessel
just to kind of remove the Battle VIP pass from hands.
Yep.
Still has that cross switcher, which isn't really usable anymore. But what does it matter at this point? I mean, you can see the board. There's been plenty of damage that Stian has actually made, as we do see the Hellblade for 60 damage.
So we see the Hellblade there from Owen. Stian needs to see Hail Mary here. What can we draw into? Chorus would be ideal.
Oh, Battle VIP buzz.
My goodness gracious me, Alex.
Yeah, Pokestop one more time for Stian.
1, 2, 3. The both Clara being discarded, by the way, from that Pokestop, but still can't play that Mirage Gate. Is at that tantalizing
and that's
6 in the loss zone.
Handshake extended. Owen Kammerman 2-0s the top 4 matchup and advances to the Dortmund Regionals final, where he will be piloting his Chen Pao deck to try and take it down. Look at the celebrations there, smiles all round. Congratulations, incredible display. I think it's been super, super incredible to watch the details Owen has gone in whilst he's made out his little tweaks and plays there.
Yeah, really sweating details there, as you mentioned. You can tell that list has been played and worked on miraculously, and he finds himself now in the final with that Chen Pao EX deck. But I want to say maximum commiserations there to Stian. I think did play extremely well in that game too. We saw only played 2 supporters, and that was pretty much it. But maximum to Owen there. Still had to, like you said, play the game. Still had to execute the strategy. Did that fantastically well, and he finds himself in the final.
Yeah, Stian will still be walking away with a cash prize.
Yep.
Plenty of championship points. Yep. Plenty of booster boxes as well. But it is Owen Kammerman who is advancing to our final, who will be playing out for whether that championship spot. He's already got his invite in from championship points. He's playing out to be that other person or that new person on that EU circuit bracket graphic.
There we go.
As a champion in the EU circuit. So can he do it? I mean, who'd have thought at the start of this tournament whether Chen Pao could be there? As we do see the bracket, we did already highlight that Yella with that Golden Go deck already 1-0 up against a fellow Dutch player in Benjamin Pham there with that Lost Zone Giratina deck, who will be facing Owen in the final. It's going to be so interesting.
Yeah, and Owen Kammerman, you know, doing his best to get that Chen Pao marquee finish. Hasn't quite got there yet. It's 2 wins away from getting Chen Pao his first, regional level victory. Someone must have left a window open in here, Alex, because it's feeling super cold. And as Owen will try his best, 2 more wins to take down Dortmund. Like you said, find himself on that EU regional winner graphic, get himself that auto invitation, get himself $10,000, and get himself that eternal glory with Chen Pao EX.
Yeah, that opportunity to call yourself a regional champion is something on the minds of every one of these players here. It's the main thing that they're playing for now. Like I've already mentioned, Owen has his invite. The championship points all count, of course, towards bigger prizes at the end of the season. But for the time being, as we just need to take a little bit break, cool down ourselves with a bit of Super Cold.
There we go.
And we'll see you shortly. Don't go anywhere, as we'll soon give you more information as soon as we get it.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. To include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hi guys, I'm Ross Gilbert and I'm joined by the lovely Joe and the lovely Amy, and we wanted to have a bit of a chat about changes that have been made this season to the qualification for the World Championships of the Pokemon trading card game. In short, the bar has gone up. You need more championship points to get that qualification to Worlds. What do we think, Joe?
Well, yeah, really tough invite this season. There's lower best finish limit as well, which means every tournament matters now. You really need to put a lot of effort in because you have to maximize the regionals and special events that you are attending.
So Amy, one thing I'm wondering about with this new, lower best finish limits, higher championship point threshold, is that going to change the deck you would pick for a tournament, with every tournament being so much more important now?
I think so, and I think it will make a difference to the deck choices that we're going to see. I think maybe less risks will be taken, and certainly for me, I will be taking many less risks. I think it's going to be more imperative than ever to make sure that your deck is refined down to the number.
I mean, one of the things for me has always been that big question of, are you going to win or are you going to cut? Are you taking a bit more of a risk to try and actually win the whole thing, or are you going for a nice consistent deck with decent matchups across the board? I want to top cut and get some points. Winning the tournament isn't necessarily my goal. One of the reasons I love Maridon so much, fast, consistent, likely to cut. I mean, Joe, where do you come down on that? When you go to tournaments, what's your goal?
Well, it previously was just play it safe, but I think now, because you can get an automatic invitation from spiking the tournament, now players can go for that risk. They can go for broke and end up getting an automatic invitation from winning a regional or special event. That's new this season, so there's a bit of everything for everyone now.
Yeah, this is something which I love about the new format this season, because we've seen it before where players have, won a regional and then somehow fallen short of qualification. That was possible. And we want all the regionals winners at Worlds. That just makes sense. So, I mean, Worlds, it's supposed to be exclusive, right? It's supposed to be difficult to qualify for. What have we been hearing around the community since these changes have been announced? How are people feeling?
I think people generally are excited. From what I've seen, people are really enjoying the changes that are being made. I think people are enjoying the fact there's more compensation for these events for those who do well. I think that there's a lot of excitement around kind of being able to go to these events and being able to shine brighter than before. There's more participants at these events. The cups and challenges locally seem to be getting bigger and bigger. The stakes are really high, but all I'm hearing is positive things right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great time to be a Pokemon fan. We've got locals back now, League Challenges and League Cups. They are all over. My timeline is constantly filled with people reporting how they've done at Cups. Seems like half of them have won and half of them have scrubbed out every single weekend. We talked about the increase in prize money for regionals and internationals, which is something people are very excited about, and the attendance numbers this year. We are seeing tournament numbers. When we started this commentary, Joe, in 2016, we could not have imagined numbers like this. And that means that not only is that bar slightly higher in terms of championship points, but, I was talking earlier, I went to a 5-round top 4 regional a few years ago. That is well in the past.
Yeah, we just had Pittsburgh, the largest regional championships ever, almost 1,800 players, and I think that's going to continue throughout the season. I hope we can replicate that in Europe as well. If we could push 1,000 Masters in a tournament, that would be absolutely exceptional, because I think there's people out there wanting to play in these tournaments, so we can definitely start hitting those bars. And I think the kickers now for regionals and special events, they are reflecting that. So I think, even with some less powerful days, and if you have some awkward losses, some bad matchups, that sort of thing, you still come home with something. You're still working towards that goal, because the kickers are going right the way down now with these larger tournaments. So I think you're always coming home with something from a regional event.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of big changes, and like you say, the kickers and more people getting points at an event, a big part of that. Well, hopefully you guys are going to be joining us at events all throughout the season. So hang tight, there's more Pokemon action coming up very shortly indeed.
All right, Pokemon fans, just a small little break away from the action of the Pokemon TCG. I'm Alex Daum here with Ross Gilbert and Shay Burton. And we're going to be discussing what's coming up for this weekend, because we're having to focus on a special set that we get every so often. Paldean Fates was released a few weeks ago and is now legal for our tournament this weekend in Dortmund. What's the sort of impact that we're going to be seeing from Paldean Fates?
Well, it's not going to be a set like we saw with Paradox Rift. It's not going to completely change the meta game like a big set like that. What it's going to do is introduce a few little cards here and there, and one of the ones I adore is Technical Machine Crisis Punch. It lets you do 280, but only if your opponent has exactly one prize card remaining. But that's not what really excites me about the card. What really excites me about the card is that's not what really excites me about the card. What really excites me about the card is the fact that we can basically cheat it a little bit. Because we've got cards like Cramorant, for instance, or Radiant Charizard that allow you to reduce your attack cost. Radiant Charizard is for every prize your opponent's taken. Cramorant is just down to 0 if you've got 4 cards in the lost zone. So the attack cost of Crisis Punch doesn't matter to me because I'm playing it in a deck where I can do 280 for 0 energy. If my opponent's got 1 prize card remaining, INO to 1, 280 damage. Yeah, that'll do very nicely, thank you.
Yeah, these technical machines that we seem to be getting in recent sets are really coming to the fore, and that's probably one that may see a little bit of play. Jay, for yourself, any particular cards that stand out?
Well, to be fair, Alex, it's quite funny you mentioned TMs because TM Devolution, we see a lot of play now in Charizard decks. And in Paldean Fates, there's a Charmeleon that'd actually be immune to TM Devolution because it's got that fire availability, which prevents all effects of attacks done to it. So Lost Mine wouldn't work on it as well. And that's actually something we could see immediate play in the Charizard decks because we know how good Charizard is, and then having that option just seems really good to me.
Yeah, just that possibility of maybe not having to use Jirachi for maybe a turn, get that evolved up, not have to worry too much about things being devolved or Sableye coming down. But, you know, as you've mentioned, there's a couple maybe more other cards there I know you both have on your minds right now. Ross, you're eager to talk about your one.
Well, I got a cheeky pick, right? My cheeky pick is Great Tusk EX, which as soon as I saw this, I was like, have you all seen Great Tusk EX? People were not sharing my enthusiasm. It does 260 damage, right? And it goes through any effects on the defending Pokemon. It will not be blocked. There is the small downside of an ability to make you discard the top 5 cards of your deck at the end of every turn. But all you need is something like Path to the Peak, for instance, turn off your own ability, and then you've got a basic Pokemon with masses of HP that does huge damage and cannot be blocked by anything. Tell me that's not worth at least having an experiment with.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things going for it, but I'm going to rein it back in a little bit. We're going to bring it back to a little bit, something a bit more meta. Shay, you've got a particular card that you actually do quite like in a very meta relevant deck right now.
Well, Alex, I love Gardevoir EX, and it now has a new option in Moonlit Heal, letting you heal 30 damage from all your Pokemon if you discard an energy from your hand. We all know that Gardevoir needs energy in the discard pile, so that's a 1 tick. And then healing damage is also really nice. It might let you get cards like Drifloon to see more play now, because you can attach the Bravery Charm, hit 330, which hits Mew VMAX very nicely. And, you know, healing damage with decks like Lost Box being the format's never a bad thing.
Yeah, it's a potential option, you know, another way to bump things like Path to the Peak. Really useful cards in the Paldean Face. It's not going to have, as Ross has mentioned, as much impact as some of the more quarterly sets that we get that really truly change the meta, but we do get a lot of inclusion of cards that we have seen already as well, like Gardevoir EX, like Charizard EX, and Mew EX being able to just allow players to pick up cards a little bit easier because there's so much more variety of them. Well, thank you very much for joining me on that discussion. And we're just going to send you straight back to the action as soon as possible because I'm sure you guys can't wait.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and today I'll be going over a quick recap of what happened at the 2024 Pokémon TCG Liverpool Regional Championships. This tournament ended up being one of the largest ever held in Europe, with 1,518 players competing for the title. Players had a good idea of what to expect going into Liverpool, given that we've now had many regionals in the Paradox Rift format, with the likes of Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star especially emerging as the top 2 contenders. However, a new contender in the form of Roaring Moon emerged at Charlotte Regionals. The Liverpool Day 1 metagame ended up reflecting this new reality. As we made our way into Day 2 though, a very different reality emerged, with Charizard EX and Losso and Giratina V-Star still at the top, but with Gardevoir EX making it into the mix as well, with Mew VMAX also in the mix. In the end, 6 different decks managed to make their way into the top 8, including 2 showings each for Charizard EX and Giratina V-Star, the 2 top contenders, as well as appearances from Snorlax Stall, 2 other non-Giratina Lost Zone decks, and Mew VMAX, piloted by Fabrizio Inga Silva from Peru. Determined to add another notch to Mew's already impressively decorated championship belt, Fabrizio won in top 8 and top 4, making his way all the way to the finals where he'd be up against one of Australia's best players, Brent Tonneson, piloting Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. Fabrizio was able to find all the pieces he needed to close out the game, including a timely Psychic Leap to deny Brent a free prize KO option to make a comeback. Game 2 got off to a similar start, with Fabrizio able to take 3 prizes before Brent was even able to take 1. However, after Fabrizio took his 4th prize card, Brent was able to find a combination of Roxanne plus Path to the Peak. With all his abilities shut off, Fabrizio would have to rely on a judge drawn from the Roxanne at the game. The judge found him a Chromatic and a Power Tablet to discard, but he knew that finding 2 Power Tablets was the key to taking a knockout on the Giratina and win the game. So Fabrizio went for the gamble, and it paid off, with a heads-on Chromatic netting him a Lost Vacuum to remove Brent's Path to the Peak, reactivating the Fusion Strike system ability on Genesect V. Fabrizio was then able to draw another Power Tablet and a Chromatic, with another heads finding in the second Power Tablet to take the knockout on Giratina V-Star and become the Liverpool Regional Champion.
That's a handshake! Fabrizio is your Liverpool Regional Champion, piloting Mew VMAX all the way from Peru, and he will be going home with $10,000. Ooh, a motivational display! Mew is keeping it.
Whether you're following along in person or watching at home, we hope you're having a great time keeping up with the 2024 Play Pokemon season. There's plenty more action and tournaments to come in the future, so make sure to stay tuned, you're not going to want to miss a thing. I'm Freya Pierce, and thank you for watching.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going? I'm just in a living dream today. Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. Way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me! We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke, okay, that's my favorite, the Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Welcome, Pokemon fans. You're joined by myself, Shea Burton, Freya, and the lovely Nico as well, who is an IC champion. So I thought it'd be a good idea to pick your brains, good sir, about how we can all do better at ICs. So let's zoom out from the event. Let's pretend you're a month away from an international championship. What's going through your head?
Yeah, so a month ago is like a pretty good time frame, because that's usually where we try to properly like invest a lot of time in a week for an IC. For the IC itself, it can vary a lot, because our ICs, like usually with regionals, you're just like in a format, or it's like maybe the start of a format, something like that. But with ICs, there's like completely different things, right? I mean, now OCIC is gone, so that part is not really happening anymore. But it's like we usually had one IC that starts with a new format, one IC that has a format that has already been going on for a long time, which was usually OCIC, and then we have, since last year, we have one IC that starts with a completely new rotation, and then NAIC once again is usually like a new set heading us into Worlds as well. So yeah, it can vary a lot. Like for the first kind, like for LAIC for example, just looking at the new set, trying to figure out okay, what's good, especially nowadays keeping track on like online results and Japanese results, because Japan has the same format as us but like months before. online results already happen like as soon as the set hits live, for example, but still like a couple of weeks before the IC. So it's nice to see, okay, where's everyone else's mind heading, what are like the standard kind of lists, so that you also know not just what you have to prepare for, but also that you can test your deck against those decks. Like if you, for example, for LAIC, if you were testing Screamtailing Gardevoir, right, like you would have to know, okay, how good are the new archetypes, how good is something like Iron Valiant, how good is Roaring Moon, can we deal with those, do we need to do something? Because it's not just as easy as being like, yeah, okay, Counter Catch and Screamtail are the new cards, let's just slam them in and we're good to go. But you also have to like think about how the meta evolves. For example, one very good like example for the last format is everyone was thinking, okay, GM Power is going to be the deck to beat, and then turns out is everyone was thinking, okay, GM Power is going to be the deck to beat, and then turns out GM Power can't deal with Counter Catcher plus Iono at all. So the deck does almost disappeared completely, and if you just invest that time in testing, you can figure that out earlier than anyone else and can prepare for that. Then we have an IC like OCIC, not the case anymore. It's just like preparing for any other regional. You're in a format already, you might even have your deck, just stick with the deck, maybe make some adjustments, you're good to go. And then we have the most difficult one, which is EUIC this year and EUIC last year, figuring out a completely new format, because you can't just like expect new decks or like how decks change, but you also need to consider the entire new format because cards rotate. Especially nowadays, like we have so many players like yourself that have been enjoying Mew for the last 3 years, but that deck is just completely gone. So where do these players head, right? Like how does the format change? Like where do players like adjust to? Because you don't really have the knowledge from prior tournaments. For example, now you can be like, okay, in EU, Gardevoir and Mew are like very popular. So if an IC was happening next week, we could expect about the same meta as we're expecting for Dortmund Regionals, right? But with rotation, everything is going to be completely like changed. Decks will look completely different. I mean, we saw it last year. Alex won with a like relatively unexpected deck because he was just able to counter all of the most popular decks. And then we also saw, even for Tort standards, a very unrefined Gardevoir list that changed like throughout the format still. So yeah, like those ICs are always the hardest to prepare for and usually also take the most time because you have to analyze the new set, analyze the new meta, and then also find a new deck probably for yourself.
I hope you're taking notes at home. That was a very, very comprehensive analysis of how to do well at an IC. It's absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, I tell you what, Nick, my head is hurting from all that knowledge, and I'm sure you guys at home head are hurting as well. But thank you so much for your time, Nico. It's been a pleasure. Don't go anywhere though, viewers, because we're going to be back to our action as soon as possible.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. Top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Hi, my name is Shay Burton, and I am here today to give you a quick rundown of the damage-throwing Chien-Pao EX deck. Not only is Chien-Pao its own engine, but it's also an intimidating damage thrower too. Chien-Pao has a Shivery Chill ability, which lets you search your deck for 2 water energy and put them into your hand once per turn, while Chien-Pao is in the active spot. This works perfectly with its Hellblade attack, which does 60 for each water energy you choose to discard from all your Pokemon. So with an endless damage cap, this sounds great, right? But how are we getting all these water energies into play? Well, this is where Baxcalibur steps in, with its super cold ability, which is pretty super if you ask me, which lets you attach as many water energy as you like from your hand to your Pokemon in a turn. Now we can see why Chien-Pao is so strong. You can load up all the water energy in one turn from Shivery Chill and Superior Energy Retrievals, which lets you grab 4 basic energy from the discard pile, and then you can discard them all with Hellblade, dealing massive damage. It really helps you tick over by grabbing a water type Pokemon and an item card straight from your deck. This makes getting Rare Candy Baxcalibur combo very easy. You even have access to cross switches and cancelling Cologne. This is to help you drag opposing Manaphy's into the active and then turning off its ability, which will then let you use Raging Greninja's attack Moonlight Shuriken to spread 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, often picking up 2 prize turns by KOing 2 low HP Pokemon like Kirlia, Sableye or Comfey. And it is this versatility and high damage output that makes Chien-Pao decks very, very scary. But now I want you at home to wish good luck to all our Chien-Pao players here today as we get back to the stream.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokémon World Championships!
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating. My whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy recycler we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Chong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid that.
Arcanine Sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Italy Amoonguss. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Toya Ogawa is your seniors division world champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion.
My name is Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the roller coaster history of Mew v Max.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, and the pattern pick comes in, and that's it. What is going on?
Ever since Mew v Max was released in Fusion Strike, it has been a force to be reckoned with. Out of the gates, it relied on the speed that Alyssa's Sparkle gave you when used in combination with Meloretta. This gave you an unrivaled first turn pressure that no other deck in format could match. If games weren't immediately tied up in the first turn, Mew v Max would come swinging in with a beefy 310 HP, 3 retreat cost, and 2 awesome attacks to boot. Max Miracle gave you great utility by going through all effects on your opponent's Pokemon, allowing you to never have to worry about Safeguard or Duraludon VMAX Skyscraper ability ever again. But Cross Fusion Strike was the star of the show, allowing you to use any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks as this attack. Most often we will be copying Genesect V's Techno Blast to deal a solid 210 damage, but more on that later. But it also opened the door for some sneaky Psychic Leap plays to remove damage from play and preserve your Mew v Max. Power Tablets gave you extra oomph you sometimes needed to close out games, since for each one you played, your Fusion Strike Pokemon did an extra 30 damage this turn. This meant with 3 Power Tablets, you could KO V-Star Pokemon. Something that wasn't too hard to do, since Genesect V also let you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you had in play, which was often 6. And it was this straight up damage dealing variant that got a top 8 placement at the 2022 World Championships, with Andre Chierson at the helm. However, that same day, while Andre was battling in top 8, Michael Pramrot in the London Open was tinkering with the deck. And he actually removed the Fusion Strike energies, Elisa Sparkle and Meloretta, instead opting to play maximum aggression cards like Trekking Shoes, Cross Switches and Double Turbo Energy. Kristen Chiomi took it one step further in Bilbao by adding some disruption cards like Path to the Peak and Roxanne. His theory was Mew v Max could already draw a ton of cards and be very aggressive, but how about if he was to end the turn by attacking and putting a Path to the Peak in play to effectively stop the opponent from doing anything. This was now the new way of playing Mew v Max, and it was very successful. And when Lost Origins released, this new version of Mew was by far the most popular, since it was able to navigate the first huge Mew counter we ever saw, Raypion V. A card which would one-hit KO a Mew v Max for 0 energy. While Mew was still getting the odd result here or there, like top 4 at EUIC, it was around this time where Mew v Max started to become less of a top tier. There was one weekend where Fusion Energy Mew had a massive resurgence, winning Hartford, Malmo, and then the Lima regional events too. This joy was short-lived though, since Paldea Evolve had another disastrous Mew counter. This time it was Spirit 2. This card would aim to stop the Mew player from drawing cards, since it would stop all Genesect V's abilities, turning them all off. This saw Fusion Energies become the new way to play Mew again, since a Genesect with a Fusion Energy would still be able to draw cards. But this was another massive thorn in Mew's side, one that seemed to put the nail in the coffin for us budding Mew players around the world, and where he would square off against Tord Redclef and his Gardevoir deck. And Vance, despite all the odds being stacked against him, with Spiritomb and Drapion V being in format, was able to win the 2023 World Championships with Mew VMAX. What's next for Mew? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go!
Here comes the ballot, and it goes through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion!
Wow! Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the Fluttermane
again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's
there.
gonna do it. Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion. And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck, and can make a deck gain more favour over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour two popular tech Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour two popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Wave Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just one copy of Roxanne and a few counter catchers, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard, or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and counter catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race. However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockouts on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Iono than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Counter Catcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Hi trainers, my name is Amy Wasley and today we're going to be taking a look into the depths of the Lost Zone with Giratina and to find out exactly why they need to keep their friends close to bring out their full potential. Utilizing Colress Experiment and Comfey allows you to grow your Lost Zone quickly in order to deal some devastating blows with Giratina V-Star. Comfey's Flower Selecting allows you to draw 2 cards, put one into the Lost Zone and the other in hand. Utilizing lots of switching cards and the newest energies to assist the Lost Zone engine, Jet Energy, looping between Comfey allows for harsh acceleration, while Colrez asks you to draw 5 cards, select 2 to go to the Lost Zone and the other 3 to your hand. With only 4 cards in the Lost Zone, Cramorant is ready to spit innocently for 110 damage, a brilliant early game single prize attacker. Once 7 cards are in the Lost Zone, Mirage Gate becomes live to accelerate 2 energy from the deck to your Pokemon. And once we hit 10 cards in that Lost Zone, that's when the game is over for your opponents. Activating Stabilize Lost Mine to place 12 damage counters across your opponent's board, and Giratina V-Star's attack, Star Requiem, to knock out any Pokemon regardless of its HP. The deck is not short of strong attackers and multiple flexible strategies to bring that game to a close. How crazy is that? Lost Zone Giratina can still make use of other powerful Pokemon. Some may choose Radiant Greninja to create a tough time for Gardevoir by dealing 90 damage to 2 of their unevolved Pokemon in the early game using Moonlight Shuriken. Placing 3rd at the World Championships this year, Giratina and its Lost Zone pals are likely to continue to be a popular choice. So make sure you don't Lost Zone out and stay tuned to catch more of the action.
Hello everyone and welcome to Guess the Pokemon, where we're going to be playing a game where these guys here from all the different games are going to be after guessing which Pokemon I'm describing with their Pokedex entry, followed by a few tips if they need it.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm very good at these game shows.
Oh, wow.
I'm confident. You guys are playing for second place at the end of the day.
That's what I figured when I entered this competition.
Okay guys, it's a common sight around fishing ports and it's known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught.
Floatzel.
Straight away. Congratulations. VG on top to start things off.
That's a good one. Floatzel. Wouldn't have guessed that in a minute.
You guys hadn't even processed what I'd said yet.
No. I also completely forgot everything already.
I was going to go Pelipper. Could have been a Pelipper.
Know your Pokedex, guys. What can I say?
Golly, wow. 1-0 down already. Weren't expecting that.
To be fair, I was surprised how quickly it came to my mind.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. It's like you knew already.
That definitely couldn't be. No. Don't be ridiculous.
I promise. I did not.
Okay, guys.
Okay. Here we go.
Next Pokemon. Hiding in their shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chills it causes makes its victims shake.
Trevenant.
No.
Phantom.
Oh, wait, how many guesses do we get?
We can have a few guesses. Just fire them at me.
Gengar.
I wanted.
Is it? It's Gengar.
Hey, back in the race.
Point to TCG.
I'm just keeping it entertaining for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? First to 2. Can't just actually get 2 in a row.
Okay,
So-
Shay. Okay. You've proven yourself, Leo. You're still.
Leo's just
You're
here
not
for the
off the
vibes.
block.
I had a good guess. I mean, you went for a crazy ghost type, right?
I thought it might be Trevenant, to be fair.
Trevenant made sense.
Yeah.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, we've had a lot of Gengar entries over the years, though, as well. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
true. Fan favourite, you know, Gen 1. A lot of people like Gengar.
Yeah.
But we have seen a lot of Trevenant in Pokemon Go so far in the last season.
Okay.
So that's why my mind was at Trev.
We did see a competitive Trev card back in the day as well. You know, Forest Curse. Item locks your opponents. That was intimidating Pokemon, that one.
Trevenant's never really been in VG, to be honest. Even though Forest Curse, it could have some niches.
Right, Pokemon 3. The cheerful spirit of its trainers gives it power towards its psychokinetic energy. It spins and dances when it's happy.
Bonzong.
Claydol.
Spoink.
Oh no, some good guesses though.
Or
Grumpig.
No, not quite.
Jinx.
Psychic. Hatena.
Well,
Hatterene.
I'll give you your first tip.
Okay.
It's a psychic and fairy type.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So.
Hatterene.
Not Impidimp.
Oh, I don't know these types.
I'm not even close.
Too new fairy types.
Psychic Fairy. There are loads of those.
Gardevoir. Curlia.
It's
It's Palia! There we go!
That's very
Let's go.
Very popular Pokemon right now in the TCG,
Yeah,
so a bit of an advantage there for our TCG
you know
rep.
actually how I got that one, because in the Curlia card, the refinement card, it looks like she's dancing. I thought, psychic fairy dancing?
Yeah.
Why did you get it straight away then?
Fair enough.
I don't play Gardevoir, that's why.
Carry on, or is that? So that's that round there of Guess the Pokemon TCG coming out on top with 2 points there. VG just the 1 and go. Unfortunately.
Oh no.
But I'm sure we'll be having more fun with the rest of the regional, so go enjoy yourselves, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Owen and Yella, who are our finalists for Dortmund Regional Championships. And I kind of got to watch both of your games, because as soon as your game finished on stream, Owen, I just went to watch the other top 4 games. So Yella, you had a very back and forth game. It could have gone either way. Yeah. Your opponent had a chance in game 3. How tense was that for you?
I think I've never heard my heart pound this hard before. Like playing Goldengo, this deck is not really that great at all, actually. Even playing the wrong gimme goose today. But somehow it just all works out. It feels like I'm winning like a lottery today. It's like like my friend Benjamin whiffing off this Roxanne while having chorus and the gates. I don't know, it's just like an adrenaline rush, I can't even describe it.
It's one of the closest games I've seen all weekend.
They've all been like that.
How have you made it this far?
I don't know, just coin bonus.
My nerves would not have taken it.
I mean, my deck is really easy, right? So
Owen, your top 4, a little bit more straightforward. You had a 2-0 victory. And, you know, you're one stage further than you were last time you played Chen Pao. How are you feeling going into this final now?
It feels just so close, like the victory. One of us is going to but Goldengo is in the way, and it's going to be a hard matchup, that's for sure.
I have no idea.
Well, that's one of the interesting things, right? The second I saw the top 8 bracket, I was saying this could be a final. Have either of you, Owen, have you tested much against Goldengo?
Of course not.
Why not? The deck is great.
Have you tested against Chen Pao then?
How has your testing against Chen Pao been going?
I'm going to make a quick story out of this. I haven't tested. I played this deck in Liverpool as well, the same 60. I borrowed all the cards from Ross, the funny guy. And I gave him back, because I was like, sure. Then didn't play at all. And now I borrowed the same 60 cards again, because I had no time playing, because I was seeing someone. And I had no time, so like, I'm gonna rock it again and see how it goes, because I like playing the deck. And now I'm here and I'm like, what is happening?
It's working out quite nicely. It's lovely to see 2 friends in the final. And we are guaranteed a Dutch regional champion for the first time in a while.
How long has it been? Like, how many years, maybe?
It's since Leipzig regionals when Bert won, so like 2017, 2016.
Dudes, 5 years.
But with
6 years.
7 years.
7. I'm good with dates,
Okay, we are breaking that streak this weekend, but we're done with talking. Now we need to get to the final. We have actually got a Chen Pao Goldengo regional final. We're going to crown a Dutch regional champion. So come back in about 1 minute flat. We're going to have one great final. And now, by magic, I'm at the caster desk. It really was not that far away. I did not have to run as fast as people told me I had to. Freya, we've got Goldengo Chen Pao final. The second we saw the bracket, I told you it could happen. It actually happened.
I'm not entirely convinced that this isn't a dream right now. I'm not going to lie. I've been pinching myself, but nothing's been happening. So, I mean, I guess this is real life.
Oh, I tell you what, it is a little bit sad that we didn't get the top 4 game between Goldengo and Giratina actually being streamed. That was such a tough game. But it went to Benji with 2 prizes remaining, needed a Mirage Gate and a third energy, and then that would be it. That would be the KO. Benji actually gets a Mirage Gate off of a Roxanne to 2, but there's no grass energy in the deck to power up Giratina, and that gives Yellow 1 more turn to actually get the Goldengo and take the final prizes. It was such a tense back and forth top 4 game.
God, yeah, I wish we could have streamed that. Of course, we can't always stream like both the top 4 games, of course. We don't always have enough time to do so, but yeah, wow, I really wish we could have seen that.
Oh yeah, and I realised I had a little bit of a cheat code. I realised I could stand in the hall, so I could watch one top 4 game at the table, and the other one was on the screen, and I could just watch both top 4 at the same time. I was in a very privileged position.
Yeah, that's the move right there. I should bear that in mind for the future. Doesn't always work out with venue placement. Sometimes top 4 is played quite close to the stream area, sometimes it's not, so can be a little bit tricky sometimes to pull that off. I don't think that would have worked in Stuttgart, for example, I think.
I mean, shout out to whoever did the floor layout this weekend. It worked perfectly, and of course, it is something great we get to do as casters, where we do actually get to go and watch the other games that are going on.
Absolutely.
And speaking of other games that have been going on, let's take one last look at the bracket to see how we got to the final.
So yeah, here we saw that at the beginning, there were 3 Gardevoirs that made their way into top 8. We were saying, is this the time for Gardevoir to, take it back to back? The answer was a... What's the right emphasis word I'm looking for here?
No.
A resounding thank you, no.
Yeah, and as soon as Owen beat Stein in top 4, there were only 3 players left in the tournament, all Dutch. There were 3 Dutch players who came into, I think there were 4 actually, who came into top 8, 3 Dutch players in top 4, and we have both Dutch players in the final. And like I was just told by our lovely finalists, 2017 Bert Walters won Leipzig. That was the last time we had a Dutch player win a regional championship.
Yeah, when I was hearing that, I was just thinking, has it really been that long?
Yeah,
I was surprised.
Before the camera started rolling, I was chatting to Owen, and he was telling me that, Dutch players, they're often there. We see a lot in day 2. We see a bunch of top cut. It's been a while since we had a winner. But here we see Jelle van Kampen and, top 32 at an international, top 64 at an international, couple decent regional finishes, and a lovely London World Championship shirt.
And let's make no mistake, that, adding to that list of accomplishments, even if he, falls here at the final hurdle, finalist at a regionals, that's going to be his best accomplishment yet.
That is a very nice accomplishment. And then on the other side, we have got Owen Kammerman there, who is, of course, the 9th ranked player in Europe coming into this event. Probably going to jump a few places now, I would imagine.
Thought so, yeah.
World's top 32, Oceania Internationals, top 4. There are some very nice accomplishments there as well.
And of course, just as recently as, the most recent Lille Regional Championships, getting top 4 as well. Owen is no stranger to these top tables.
No, absolutely not. Here all the time. And actually, as much as Jelle told us, wasn't too sure about the deck, I got to spy his deck box, and it is the lovely Golden Go deck box from Japan. It is lovely and very fitting for the deck they've chosen.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly think, and that's another thing I thought, listening to the interview, I think Jelle needs a little bit more confidence in himself. I mean, he sounded like he wasn't even convinced he deserved to be in the finals. You do. You have earned your place here, and you are now in with a chance of making your mark in Pokemon history and becoming a regional champion.
I can't imagine playing 16 rounds plus that top 4. If they're all that tense, that was one of the most tense games I've seen. It was, okay, so going over, we've got Iron Hands and Radiant Greninja Pride for Owen. That is not ideal.
And double bit barrel too.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, Jelle's prizes were definitely nowhere near as bad, just like you just a quick glance at both. Yeah, Owen's prizes a lot worse here. But here we are, everyone. We are kicking off our Masters final here in Dortmund, and it looks like Owen will be going first. Let's see how he can pull off.
But with both Bibarel prized, that's kind of annoying starting Bidoof.
Yeah, just a bit. It's going to be kind of a little bit not doing much of anything until he can start taking some prizes.
But we are going to be setting, and look, we've seen Owen on stream a couple of times. This deck is working this weekend. We saw the top 4 game. The top 4 game we didn't stream was very back and forth and tense and could have gone either way. But I also watched Owen's top 4, and that was a very, very resounding victory. Now, we should just quickly remind ourselves, the way the deck works is quite simple. Baxcalibur comes out, lets you attach as much water energy as you like during your turn, and then Chen Pao lets you discard water energy, doing 60 for each one discarded from any of your Pokemon. You attach with Baxcalibur, discard with Chen Pao, massive damage.
Simple as that. Now, Owen, we see here with that Battle VIP pass, going to grab the 2 most key pieces, of course, but as you just mentioned, that Chen Pao EX and that Frigibax, which then, of course, you can evolve into that Baxcalibur, and then does have the Water Energy in hand as well to be able to attach and retreat, so you can go ahead and use that Shivery Chill ability, which is the other thing that makes Chen Pao EX so good.
Yeah, you search the energy out from the deck using that Shivery Chill, lets you get 2 water energy, attach them with Baxcalibur, then discard them with Chen Pao. It really is a very synergistic relationship. So this is not a deck which has big explosive turn 1s. Turn 1, let's get set up.
Yeah, so Pokestop coming in as well. Owen going to spin the wheel, as it were, with the Pokestop. 3 cards off the top of the deck discarded. Any items found? Just 1.
Superior energy retrieval, though, not too bad. But is that a Baxcalibur gone?
That is a Baxcalibur gone. Oh, that's not great. If I do recall from earlier, there's only 2 in the deck. So Owen's gonna. We know the other one isn't prized, so that's fine. But Owen is gonna probably want to super rod that one back at some point.
Absolutely. Now yellow goes in here with the Goldengo deck, and it's a similar kind of deck, but it's a stage 1, and it is discard as many energy from your hand as you like with Goldengo. Deal 50 damage for each one discarded. So again, you put lots of energy in the discard, but from your hand rather than from your Pokemon. Do massive damage, but also played with Palkia as a 1/1 line, which is a very efficient water-type attacker.
Okay, I need to draw attention to something here. So yellow, bench the Radiant Greninja, conceal cards, draw 2. Gimme Ghoul Battle VIP pass with another VIP pass already in hand.
That will do very nicely, and it's one of those situations where it's perfect bench time.
Yeah, it is perfect bench time. With the Gimme Ghoul in hand, you can Battle VIP pass to get your other 4, and you are absolutely rolling. Although, actually, to be fair, but you don't even need the Gimme Ghoul in hand. We've already got one on the bench, so you've got your full bench going, basically.
You've got your full bench, you've got your perfect bench, and of course, as we've seen, when Goldengo gets rolling, it's got that ability. It's got the, is it Coin Rush? Coin bonus.
Coin bonus.
Where you get to draw a card, but if you're in the active, you get to draw 2. It's not a deck that really flicks in and out the active like something like an Iron Valiant, but if you've got 2 on the bench, 1 in the active, that's an extra 4 cards a turn.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic consistency boost there. And Yellow is looking through now to kind of see where he wants to take this next. He has a really great setup turn 1. There's no question about that, but you need to know what your follow-up is.
Yeah, and once again, it's another deck where you're not doing much turn 1. You are setting up. Palkia, really good attacker on turn 2. Goldengo, really good attacker on turn 2. Radiant Greninja, actually very easy to power up in both of these decks, because Owen can power it up with Baxcalibur, and Yellow's got the V-Star power on the Palkia. That Star Portal lets you attach free water energy, so both decks can take advantage of Radiant Greninja pretty easily.
Yeah, although I do believe, I think Owen's prize is Radiant Greninja. Do we miss that as well somehow?
I believe that is prized, unfortunately. Oof. Yeah, it was not ideal. That and Iron Hands and double Bibarel.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it was brutal prizing all around. So yeah. Not going to be happy about that. Meanwhile, from Yellow side, we do see the Irida there as well, of course. Another fantastic supporter at any point in the game does let you grab a water Pokemon and an item. You think to yourself, okay, it's not really a water-based deck, why would you play this? But of course, you have that Palkia as the other attacking option. You have the Manaphy, you have the Radiant Greninja. You actually have a lot of targets for Irida, so combine that with grabbing an item from the deck, it's a really solid consistency option.
It's a deck that plays a lot more water. It plays 6 water energy to 4 metal. And it's metal that you attach to Goldengo to attack. But water means it can be accelerated with that Palkia, gives you a lot more options, so that's why we see that split like we do, and we have an Earthen Vessel there just grabbing a couple of energy.
Yeah, Earthen Vessel. I was about to say an underrated card, but no, that's not really fair. I'd say it's one of the most, generic, useful cards that came out of Paradox Rift. Of course, it is an ancient card, but just bringing back that effect of letting you get 2 energies from the deck. You're having to discard a card this time, unlike with Professor's Letter, but just a near staple in so many different archetypes.
No, it really is. It's an ancient card, but it doesn't really do much. There's cards that interact with ancient cards. It will count, but just on its own, it's just a really good way of searching out energy.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Now, as already mentioned, the Radiant Greninja on Owen's side is prized, but Yellow doesn't necessarily know that. So better safe than sorry, going to bench that Manaphy because you really do not want to get double KO'd by a Radiant Greninja here.
It would be less than ideal, and we see continuous coin toss, 20 damage for each heads you can flip. Unfortunately, the answer was 0 heads.
I was trying to think here. Chien-Pao's weak to metal, right? With enough heads on the Goldengo. Oh, no, Psychic type. Never mind.
Yeah,
I had to cut myself off.
Psychic.
Yeah, only Goldengo is metal, so I had to cut myself off there before I got too excited.
That would have been fun, but it also... I mean, it's possible. You would have needed 11 heads.
Yeah, let's see.
2 to the power 11. You can work that one out at home.
Yes. So, another Pokestop being fired off here. And oh,
that's not good. That's both Baxcalibur. And yeah, Yellow's seen exactly what we've seen. 2 Baxcalibur hit off of Pokestop. You're going to need a Super Rod.
Yeah, you need a Super Rod now. Otherwise, you're going to be very, very far behind. Is there one in Owen's hand? Owen's hand is pretty big, but I don't think I see a Super Rod.
There's 2 in the deck, so they are possible to get them back. That's the only recovery I'm seeing in the deck.
Oh, no, there's one in hand.
Okay. I would Super Rod both the Baxcalibur back.
I would as well, shockingly enough.
and then I would think twice before using. But here's the thing, both of these players play Pokestop. Owen plays for Pokestop. It's not just, I'll use my opponents. Owen's deck is built for Pokestop.
Yeah, it is. So he doesn't really feel as afraid of using, say if Yellow was one to play it down, he wouldn't be afraid of using it necessarily. It just happens to be quite unfortunate that both of the Baxcaliburs ended up being discarded. But because you build around it, you know you can recover them. You play Super Odds exactly for these kinds of situations.
I mean, it's still very unfortunate.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, and actually the only stadium we're going to see in this matchup is Pokestop. There's 4 in Yellow's deck, there's 4 in Owen's deck. That is it. That is all the stadiums.
So we see a cross-switcher
deck. That is it. That is all the stadiums.
So we see a cross-switcher here, interestingly enough. What? Guess going to bring up another Gimme Ghoul. I guess, is Owen a little bit stuck here? Maybe there's nothing else in the hand to be able to try and like progress the board state. Yeah, just a manual attachment, and then is it going to be a pass afterwards?
And you've got to remember, Chen Pao is weak to metal. You only need to discard free energy from your hand if you are Golden Go to get a KO on Chen Pao for 2 prizes. That is, compared to what we were seeing in the top 4 game with Giratina, it is a lot easier.
And here's another problem. Owen just played an Ultra Ball here. I imagine wanted to grab a Bibarel, but as we know, they're both prized, so just has to grab another Bidoof instead.
And that, again, is a massive giveaway to your opponent. You don't really need another Bidoof.
No.
So you go and get one, and here's the other thing. Now, does Yellow so Yellow's got a Palkia down. Owen doesn't play Manaphy. There are 2 Frigibacks on the field. Can you see where I'm going with this?
I absolutely can, and I don't think it's going to be too hard to pull off either. Most of the pieces are already there. The discard pile is set up quite nicely. You have some Goldengos coming out now, so you can start doing some coin bonuses. You just draw the pieces you need. You can absolutely get there, pull off this Moonlight Shuriken, and you basically just steal the game at that point.
Yeah, you're looking to evolve into your Origin form Palkia V-Star. You want 3 water energy in the discard, use Star Portal to attach those free energy to a Radiant Greninja, and then use Moonlight Shuriken to do 90 to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, and there is a 100% chance that it will be the 2 Frigibacks.
Yeah, I think the only tricky bit here, actually, for Yellow is going to be getting this Goldengo out of the active, because it has a retreat cost of 2, so you don't play that many switching cards apart from Cross Switcher, right?
I believe it's literally just 4 Cross Switcher. They're the only switching cards. And we just saw Owen play double Cross Switcher to do a switch.
Yeah, so going to be very important for Yell to find this here to pull off this combo. He's not too far off, I think. I mean, he's got a lot more dig to go. Getting fire off a Pokestop. Oh, there's one. There's 2!
Oh, double cross switcher off of a Pokestop. That'll do very, very nicely. And you can even kind of drag the Bidoof in the active, which is kind of pointless to have in the active.
Like, he's got it. There's the Origin form Palkia V-Star. Double cross switcher. You're going to switch into it. He's going to Star Portal. Like, he's got the combo.
He's got the combo. Yeah, get the Bidoof in the active. It's the most useless thing to have in the active. In comes your Radiant Greninja. You Star Portal your energy from the discard pile onto Radiant Greninja, KO both the Frigibacks. I don't think game 1's going to last much longer.
I don't think so either. And I gotta say, if this is the kind of, if this is the kind of insane turns that Yell can pull off, no wonder he's in the finals.
I think if you've been doing stuff like this all weekend, Golden Go becomes the best deck in the format.
Yeah, no question. And Owen is not going to be happy about that at all. Just a worker for good measure as well. Why not? Just like stop Owen from being able to dig for outs.
It's actually a really nice play because there's no draw on the board, there's no Frigibacks on the board, and now you've just gotten rid of Pokestop, which would allow you to get some stuff. There we go. Obviously, it's the 2 Frigibacks, and now Owen is at least 2 turns away from getting a Baxcalibur and a relevant attack.
Yeah. And if you're Owen, I know you have plenty of time, but do you just concede here? I mean, no, I guess not. You don't need to, right? There's so much time.
If this is in Swiss, I concede right now.
Yeah.
But in Top Cut, where we still got 65 minutes, I think you acknowledge the fact that the game is basically over, but you give yourself a bit of time. Maybe you get an INO in the late game, which can help you to make a comeback. Maybe Yellow starts whiffing for a little while. There is still a very small chance.
There is, but also Owen did not find a replacement for the Frigibacks that just got KO'd. So actually, I think maybe Owen is just playing out to get more list information out of Yellow.
Well, actually, interestingly, you should mention that, because I was chatting to Owen, and, I don't want to give the decks away in the interview just in case. So I say, do you know what your opponent's playing? And Owen's like, know what he's playing? I'm pretty sure I know his exact 60-card list.
Oh, okay, never mind then. But
So Owen has got information.
Yes.
So now I think this is literally give it a couple of turns, maybe an out presents itself.
Yeah.
Probably not, because you missed a Frigibax.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be very hard to mount any kind of comeback if you can't even, you know, actually power up your attackers very well. So another Pokestop, and let's see. Oh, no, don't. Okay, only one cross switcher this time.
That would have been absolutely amazing. You know, especially bearing in mind, Owen discarded both of his Baxcalibur off of Pokestop. If Yella then goes and gets...
Wait, but you get the other one's the Irida.
Oh, double cross switcher. And I think this might do it. And again, you've got Golden Go on the bench. You've got an energy attached to it. You need free energy discarded from your hand. That is the KO.
Yeah, of course, we remember Chien Pao is weak to metal, of course, so you don't need to discard as many energy as you would usually.
Yeah, should be 5. Instead, it's only 3.
Yep, so there's coin bonus as well. Another active coin bonus for good measure, drawing 2 more cards. And yeah, what do you do if you're Owen here? I mean, come on.
I do think it might be time to concede, honestly. If you're down 4 prizes and your board is 2 Bidoof and both your Bibarella prized as well, that might be time to go, yeah, this isn't my game.
Yeah, this game is just a write-off. And you know what, that's fine. You know, I think better for your opponent to get the absolutely, you know, craziest setup imaginable whilst you have, you know, the bad luck on your side. So do you think, oh, you know what, I had no chance anyway.
Yeah, and we get these.
Yeah.
This was a game. Owen's prizes were terrible. Owen's start was not great. And Yella got like the turn 2 Radiant Greninja double KO. There's a KO on Chien Pao. Owen is going to draw a card. It is a Nest Ball.
Oh, okay.
So we can get a Frigibax. Maybe there's an Iono play coming in.
I was going to say, did he need Super Rod first? But no, there is a third Frigibax in the deck, so that's fine.
There is also the very relevant question, of course, even if there's an Iono, is Yella kind of pretty well protected because you've got free Golden Go on the field?
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, Golden Go is one of these decks that has the built-in board draw power. Those are exactly the kind of decks that can recover the best from an Iono.
I mean, you've got 4 cards drawn just straight. Like, you've got your card for turn and then 4 other cards. And you've got Radiant Greninja to use concealed cards as well. So you're probably drawing an extra 6 cards in addition to your draw for turn.
And
Owen says, yeah, you know what? Let's go to game 2. This is not working, and I'm sorry to say it's not. So Yella with Golden Go is up 1 game to nothing in the Dortmund Regional Final.
I don't think we can put enough emphasis on this. Golden Go EX is 1 game away from becoming a regional championship winning deck. Just 1 game, Ross.
And here's the thing, right? If we'd have done our caster predictions coming into the weekend, and, you know, none of us had chosen Charizard, and none of us had chosen Mew, and yet someone had gone for Chien Pao, and one of them had gone for Golden Go, people would have looked at our caster predictions and been like, what are they playing at? And actually, that was apparently the meta at Dortmund Regionals.
I mean, the meta at Dortmund Regionals perhaps a little bit of a stretch, but here in the finals and about to potentially take down the tournament, absolutely.
We thought Iron Valiant could end up being the surprise deck this weekend. It was doing well for a while, but we've got 2 decks that nobody really gave a chance coming in. These are actually both decks that are expected to be good when the rotation hits for the European International Championships. We are supposed to be 2 months away from these decks being top-level decks.
So what you're saying is this is a preview, actually, potentially.
Like, people would have believed this as an EUIC final. But as a Dortmund Regional Final,
not so much.
There are going to be an awful lot of people waking up and looking at this final and going, how did that happen?
Yeah, so I mean, to that exact point, for those of you who perhaps are waking up over on the other side of the pond now, over in North America, tuning in, yeah, you're not imagining things. This is the final here for Dortmund Regionals. It is Golden Go against Chien Pao, and Golden Go is 1 game up.
Yeah, and I must say, I do give the edge to Golden Go in this matchup. There are several things which I think Yella's got going for him. The fact that you're not relying on a stage 2 is a big deal. The fact that you're hitting Chien Pao for weakness, I think it is easier. I know they can trade KOs, but I do think it is easier for Golden Go to KO Chien Pao than the other way round. And although they're both playing Greninja, and they can both get Radiant Greninja rolling, Owen is not playing Manaphy. Yella is.
Yeah, it's not just a matchup of, it's not just a matter of, you know, the matchup specifically, it's a matter of the way the lists are built, and as you mentioned, with no Manaphy on Owen's side, that makes it so much harder to protect yourself from, you know, a crazy player. Oh, and speaking of crazy plays, we see 2 cross switchers in the prizes already.
Yeah, we didn't see those last couple prizes, but we did see 2 cross switcher, and Owen's prizes this time around, thankfully, they're not that bad.
No, there's only one mid-barrel prize instead of two.
Which means you have access to it. And we saw the cross switcher came in super handy. I can tell you in the top 4 game I watched, those cross switcher came in super handy. And there's no other switching cards, and there's no other gusting. Everything is in those cross switcher.
Yes, absolutely. So Owen off to a really great start here again. So we have a Battle VIP pass, going to be loving that, and going to be a lot more workable with the prizes as we already mentioned. There's a Radiant Greninja, which we didn't have access to last time. We know that there's one mid-barrel in the deck, so that's fine as well. If there's another, basic searching card, I imagine Owen will probably want to grab a Bidoof just to set up the draw. Feeling a lot better about this game.
Yeah, and you get to go first, and like we've said, the Golden Go deck is really not putting any pressure on you turn 1. It is going to set up same as you, so you don't need to double Frigibacks. You don't need to double Bidoof like you would against something like a Lost Zone deck that's threatening that Cramorant.
Yes. So, yeah, with the sort of lack of a Cramorant threat, you're feeling pretty safe for now, but we know that Owen's deck is very, very powerful. We've seen it in action many times over the course of the stream already. So we don't want to count Owen out. We have just talked about how it's a very advantageous matchup for Yellow, but Owen is not out of this by any means.
And we did just see a 2-card draw off of concealed cards, both Irida.
Oh, that's good for next turn.
It absolutely is, and there are a lot of similarities in these decks. They're both playing Pokestop, they're both playing Irida, they're both playing Cross Switcher as they're gusting and they're switching. They're both playing a bunch of Earthen Vessel. There are lots of similarities. These are very similar kind of decks. Get lots of energy, do massive damage.
Yeah, and also, and just going back to the setup here, Yellow's got a really, really good thing going here as well. So starting off with an Earthen Vessel, had, I believe, another Pokemon in hand already. Was it a Radiant Greninja? But also has an Irida ready to go in hand, so he'll definitely be guaranteed at least one Battle VIP pass.
And you do have Radiant Greninja here as well.
Yes,
so
yes,
that is already down, so you can go and draw some cards using that energy. Basically, everything's going pretty nicely at this stage.
Yeah, it really is, and Irida, it's a fantastic supporter always, but especially going second, because it can grab you that Battle VIP pass, it is a really, really strong going second first turn supporter, especially.
And Palkia is a sneaky, very good card. And look, I know that Golden Go KOs Chien-Pao very easily, but actually, it's really good just generally. If your opponent's got 3 bench Pokemon, that means you're doing, I believe, 240. There's 8 bench Pokemon total is 160, plus the 60, sorry, 220. That's still enough to KO a Chien-Pao.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, Subspace Swell, we mentioned it before, don't forget, this was a multiple tournament winning deck at one point. Origin Form Palkia is still a very, very strong attacker in its own right.
So, and it can take out your smaller Pokemon. It can basically take out anything in the deck if Owen benches 3 Pokemon.
I don't think there's anything in Owen's deck that is larger than 220 HP in Chien-Pao, right? So yeah, the Origin Form Palkia Beastar can take out literally anything in Owen's deck.
Iron Hands has 230, so there would need to be a 4th bench Pokemon to take it. But that's it. That's the only exception. And that's a very interesting thing to mention. We didn't see Iron Hands last turn.
No, we didn't. And also, Game 1, we didn't see it because, of course, it was prized.
Yes, that's my point. Maybe it can come out this game. We saw it in Owen's top 4 match. That could be a difference maker.
Yeah, of course, because you will be hitting that Origin Form Palkia V and V-Star for weakness. You can actually take a free prize knockout on the V. Not on the V-Star, because it's a little bit too much HP, but on the V, it's fair game.
You absolutely could get there. It would be very nice indeed. Amp you very much on the V would take 3 prizes. So that doesn't mean Yellow can't play the V, but it does mean if you play the V, you have to V-Star it as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Here is Irida, and what are we going to go for here? Could we get a Manaphy to protect the bench?
It's going to be either a Manaphy or the Origin Form Palkia V, but I think you value not losing your Gimme Ghouls more than you do the potential to set up, taking out Owen's stuff, especially considering Owen has gone first, so is likely to be able to set up quite nicely here.
And we did go for the Manaphy, but of course, in addition to the Manaphy, we've also got a Battle VIP pass, so there will be more basics coming out. Some of them may be water. Anyway,
yes.
So we're going to be doing pretty well. Yellow's got basically a full, like a perfect bench here. Oh, look, double Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the only other thing you could consider is whether it makes more sense to go for another Gimme Ghoul and the Origin Form Palkia V, or whether you just want to go double Gimme Ghoul. But of course, you want to get as many chances to get evolutions out as possible, so it makes complete sense you want to prioritize the Gimme Ghouls here.
And let's not forget, of course, that Golden Go has the draw engine, so it's not just that you've got your attackers built up, it's that you've got your draw going as well. So, yeah, this is looking pretty tight for Yellow here. For Yellow, sorry. just being able to get those Gimmighoul out, and then next turn, we're looking for lots of evolution.
Yes, we are. So what does Yellow do next here? Just gonna be, oh, we're going for it again.
I mean, so far we've seen it twice. Yeah, that is 3 times we've seen Yellow try and use this, and all 3 times it's just been a tails.
Can't fault him for trying.
One day there's going to be a game where you hit 10 heads in a row, get a massive KO. It's going to be beautiful. But look, you got nothing else to do, you might as well chance it.
Yeah, of course you might as well. So, Shivery Chill coming in now. 2 more water energies out of the deck. Does Owen have the means to set up an easy attack and KO? We know he does, because Owen just found 2 Iridas last turn.
One thing that is interesting to note, Chen Pao is 60 damage for each energy discarded. Gimmighoul's actually got 70 HP.
Oh.
So you would need to discard 2 energy to take the KO on the Gimmighoul.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few evolving bases that are like that, of course. That 70 HP, like, I think we've mentioned it before, the difference between 60 and 70 HP is huge in, like, not just, again, in this matchup, but against many different matchups. It's actually a huge difference between those two.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier with Sableye, 60 HP, Sableye can get 2, 70 HP, Sableye can get 1. We do get a second Frigibax coming down here, and Owen is really working towards that perfect setup.
Okay. Yes, so Nestball coming in now, another Frigibax going down. You know, you want the backup Baxcalibur option just in case your Baxcalibur gets taken out, so it makes sense to get that down. But, I mean, now I guess you just go for the Irida and get the Rare Candy Baxcalibur, right?
I mean, that would be a decent play. Guarantees you get your Baxcalibur. We get a Pokestop going into play first. Now, do you act? Oh, it's happened again!
Oh, no.
That was an argument for playing the Irida first, so that there's fewer Baxcalibur in your deck to discard. But there's still one in the deck.
Yeah, I was going to say, he didn't prize one, did he? I don't think so.
No, I'm pretty sure. We saw all of Owen's prizes.
Yeah,
We see
there we go.
There we go. So we see the Irida does go and get that Baxcalibur. How do you play Focus? How do you use Pokestop 3 times and hit a Baxcalibur on all 3 of them?
Well, Owen has found a way, and with that in mind, thinking, you know what, I am done with this. Let's just get this Irida and get this Baxcalibur out now so that it doesn't happen for a 4th time.
I mean, that's the one bonus. It can't happen next time.
No, that's very, very true. Unless Owen can find a way somehow. I don't know, like maybe Super Odd and then, you know, you Pokestop again.
I mean, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. Now, we do get a Bibarel coming down here. That's going to let you draw until you've got 5 cards in your hand once per turn. And this is what Owen couldn't get going last game.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got Bibarel for draw. We got Baxcalibur for energy acceleration. And thank goodness Yellow did put that Manaphy down, because that Radiant Greninja is threatening right now.
It is. Also, I do believe we just saw the Bibarel there draw. With 1 cross switcher already in hand, 2 more cross switchers drawn.
That's not bad going.
It's, I mean, it's not, but it's also, you don't really want that right now, right? I mean, you can save it for later, but you just want to KO this Gimmighoul right now, I think.
Yeah, I think it's probably the best target. There is an argument for going after the Manaphy so that you can Greninja next turn.
That is true.
But if you do that and Yellow starts evolving all of those Gimmighoul, then you're not going to be using Greninja anyway. But there is an argument for the Manaphy,
and that's
what we see.
Yeah, and we saw that Owen discarding an energy. That's just shorthand for I'm going to the Greninja, retreating back into the Chien-Pao, and then carrying the Manaphy with a Shivery, with a Pale Blade.
And again, 70 HP means you've got to discard 2 energy to do so, but that's okay. And now there is a potential for Owen to have a big turn next turn using that Radiant Greninja and its Moonlight Shuriken attack.
Yeah, so what Yellow wants to do to prevent this is very simple. Evolve every Gimmighoul.
Yeah. If you evolve every Gimmighoul, then Owen can put damage down, but it's not really that. You know, Owen is going to be getting big KOs with Chien-Pao. That's what you do with this deck. So evolution here is key. Don't hit Gimmighoul off your Pokestop.
Okay, but how about an Ultra Ball instead? That works.
Ultra Ball will work nicely, and getting energy to discard, not a bad thing because of, you know, the 4 superior energy retrieval, the 1 regular energy retrieval. It's not the end of the world having them in the discard.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the Pokestops have been a lot more favorable to Yellow than they have been to Owen in this game, or even this match.
They absolutely have, and we did see a Super Rod getting that Manaphy back into the deck. Can we re-establish it on the board this turn? If so, Owen used double cross switcher to KO a Pokemon, which is not that important, because it's come right back out again.
Yes, and actually, I want to have a quick look here at something. Is Owen playing Canceling Cologne? No, actually. Nope. There is no Canceling Cologne in the list, so you can't do that combo play where you bring out the Manaphy, Canceling Cologne, and then go for a double knockout.
interestingly enough, Yella is playing Cancelling Cologne.
Yes.
But there's no mana fee to cancel.
Yep, so no need for it here. Now, in the meantime, we after the Super Rod, we do see you can see your cards drawing a couple more there. There is still the Ultra Ball ready to go in hand, so you can use that to find the first Golden Go at least. Before we want to evolve into the active, go for the coin bonus, and maybe start hopefully drawing into a string of cards that lets you chain Golden Go evolutions.
And you've got to think you're going to KO on the Chen Pao this turn.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Owen took the first prize, but Yella takes the first EX KO.
Yes.
And if we keep going back and forth, Yella wins the game.
Yeah, you do. It's 1 and then 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. But in that situation, it's Yella's the one favoured in that race.
But there was no 2-prize KO on the board for Owen. So, trying to even it up using that Greninja. I mean, really here, either evolving one of the Golden Goes, you only really need to evolve one, or getting a mana fee down would be perfect. What you don't want to do is leave 2 Golden Go on the bench, unevolved, with no mana fee. That's how you go down 2 prizes.
Yeah, and going back to Finning is winning, we do see Yellow playing the Earthen Vessel right now just to get 2 more water energies out of the deck, so you can increase your odds of finding another Golden Go after doing this coin bonus.
And you can use them to KO the Chen Pao.
Double duty, you'd love to see it. So, coin bonus, 2 cards. What does Yellow find here? It looks like was that just 2 energy?
Energy and a Golden Go.
Okay, there we go. That's exactly what you want to see. And then another energy, but that's fine.
So the KO is on the board here quite nicely, and Greninja can take out a gimmick. Very dramatic, very lovely flair to that. Of course, as we saw in the interview, these guys are friends, so yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be taking any offense to a little bit of flair.
Yeah.
But
truly did make it rain there.
I mean, that was a full-on make it rain. But here's the thing. Greninja play is on the board, but it can only take 1 KO and soften something up. In a deck, we are really taking one-hit KOs anyway.
Oh, hold on. I need to draw attention to something. I've been saying, oh, why isn't Yellow trying to set up, an Origin Form Palkia V-Star play? I assumed that it was a 2-2 line. It's a 1-1 line, and the Origin Form Palkia V is prized. That's why you can't set it up.
That is a little bit annoying. And we did see, even with the threat of Iron Hands, it came out early last game.
It did.
Yellow decided it is worth the risk.
Yeah, and of course it is, right? I mean, we saw how much it paid off there, especially given Owen's slow start. But in this instance, yeah, obviously, if you don't have the Origin Form Palkia V in your deck, you can't put it down.
No, but quite simply, no, you can't.
Okay, but even so, yeah, Yellow's in a very good position here. So it's going to be interesting to see what Owen goes for. You kind of need to put down another 2-prizer, but every single time you do, you're just making it easier for Yellow to take that 2-2-2 prize map to win. So it's a bit of a sticky situation, but you kind of don't really have a choice in the matter.
I mean, you could go for and it's not that easy to pull off, but you could use Radiant Greninja 2 turns in a row. KO a Gimmighoul and set up the Radiant Greninja, and then next turn you KO the Greninja with a threat of you'd better not bench another Gimmighoul or I'll get that as well. It's still not a perfect situation, but yeah, Chen Pao's going to come out here, Chen Pao's going to take a KO. We kind of know that's fine, that happens. Yeah. But the problem is, Yellow only needs 3 energy in hand and 1 energy on the Golden Go to get the return KO. And one of the problems with Golden Go is trying to get like 6 energy every turn to KO someone like a Giratina is actually super annoying. Yeah. 3 energy, way easier.
At the end of the day, it goes back to ease of knockouts, right? Both of these decks, as we mentioned at the beginning, they're very racy decks. They can just go, 2-2-2 very easily and just take very quick prizes. However, in this situation, Golden Go has a much easier time digging for the resources to get those knockouts than Chen Pao does.
Pokestop didn't go great. We did get a Nest Ball, but we also lost an Iono, and there's only 1 in the deck, so Owen's lost his only Iono for late in the game.
Ooh.
Which could be slightly annoying, frankly. And it's 5 energy need to be discarded, if I'm looking at this correctly, because 4 energy discarded is 240. That is not enough. 5 energy discarded to get the KO. Yellow needs 3 energy in return.
Yeah, 300 damage will do.
That's not fair.
No, it's not. But yeah, 300 energy there, 300 damage there will do the trick for sure. So yeah, exactly what Owen needed to do. But now it's back on Yellow, and again, it's really not going to be that difficult for Yellow to find a return KO here. You just need, what, 4 energy, 1 to attach, and then 3 to discard?
Exactly right. A single superior energy retrieval will give you all the energy you need, and it's little things like that. It's being able to get all of your energy with a single item card. And, when I was watching the top 4 game against against Giratina. You had to get an energy on the active, 6 in hand for the KO. So you're looking to get a superior energy retrieval and an energy retrieval, or 2 superior energy retrieval, or an earthen vessel. It's awkward combos. It's not the same against Chen Pao.
Yeah, important note there. We did see Yella was able to finally find his Hisuian heavy ball and was able to fish that Origin form Palkia V out of the prizes.
And it goes straight on the bench. Now, this is where things get interesting. That single prize KO that Owen took could come back very relevant. If we see Iron Hands KOing Palkia, that's game.
Oh, you're right as well. Ooh, that actually, so then maybe, obviously we don't know if that's going to be the case yet, but maybe Yella benching that Origin form Palkia V now could maybe leave a bit of an opening for Owen to make a comeback here.
Now remember, Owen will need double cross switcher and the only Iron Hands and the only Lightning energy and 3 other water energy and a pivoting option.
Yes.
It's not like, oh, well, no, because cross switcher would be the pivoting option.
Yeah.
But you need the double cross switcher. And are they both available?
I mean, I'm actually trying to remember now because Owen just used 2.
Yes.
And I seem to have a vague recollection of one going away earlier, unless I'm misremembering.
I don't remember another one going away.
Okay.
They may well be available. But you would need double cross switcher, Iron Hands, Lightning Energy, free water.
Yeah. Oh, we can look through the... Wait, there's no... I was going to say we can look through the discard pile, but no, that's Owen's hand.
Yeah, he's got many cards in hand.
Yes.
So, Yella here is just trying to work towards a KO. We've got a second Gimme Ghoul down on the bench here, which is actually really big.
Yes.
You want to be chaining those golden goes as you go through the games. That's very good. We've got an energy on the active, and we're making it rain.
Oh, love to see that. Yeah, they're having fun. People having fun like this in the finals of a regional championship. I absolutely love to see it.
It makes a difference, you know. Having a couple of friends playing in the final of the regional championship just makes everything a bit more relaxed, everything a little bit more fun, and you know that, you know, the winner of this game is going to feel great, and the loser of this game is going to be happy for their friend. What we've seen.
That was a nest ball and 2 superior energy retrievals off of the Pokestop there.
That's pretty good.
I don't see the cross... I think Owen might legit only be cross switches away from actually pulling this off, you know.
Now there's 1 cross switcher I see in the discard. There's at least...
No, that's the deck.
Oh, that's the deck?
Yeah.
There's at least 1 in the deck.
Yes. Who do you see here? So Super Rod.
Super Rod.
He's looking a look. He's taking a look through. He wants to make sure that he calculates whether this is possible. And if he's considering nest balling for the Bidoof, that to me says that no, that's actually not going to happen. And that could be an opening closing, because if Yella can just find the Origin form Palkia V-Star and evolve, Iron Hands can't KO that anymore.
Nope. And that is a slight bit of a problem. It needs to be the Palkia V, not the V-Star. If you bench a 2-prizer, Yella, well, has Yella played double cross switcher? Because there is 1 prized.
Wasn't there one played very early on? No, was that in game 1? I think it might have been
game 1, so
yeah.
it might still be about. I know 1 just got taken off the prizes, and 1 is remaining in the prizes. So, I know we had 1 on the Chen Pao, didn't we not?
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think double cross switcher is an option for Yella in this particular game, because the last one is still prized.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, it's been a long day. We've had like a lot of very intense matches to cast over. Sometimes it just... yeah, they're hard to keep track of every single thing, but we're trying our best here, and we're having such a good time. I mean,
having to track every card both players have played throughout the game while we're still casting the game, that is asking quite a lot, frankly. Yeah. But the relevance of this is that I think if Owen does bench a 2-prize Pokemon, I believe that would make it safe for next turn. It's still going to be 2 turns for Yella to win the game, which gives Owen 2 turns to try and piece something together, and it might be a Greninja. There's 2 Gimme Ghoul on the bench.
Wait, this is actually a really big problem, because Yella has no way to win this turn.
Nope.
If there's no 2 prizes, there's no... A Radiant Greninja won't get there, because there's only 1 thing that can be KO'd by it.
Yep.
Oh dear. Owen might have found his way back into this game.
Iron Hands would have worked quite nice. He doesn't need Iron Hands. And look, getting the other Gimme Ghoul on the bench was good, but that needed to be combined with an evolution.
Yeah.
The one that was already down needed to evolve, and then you play a Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah.
That's what we needed. Here, we're going to see a Greninja KOing both the Gimme Ghoul. That is going to put Owen down to just 1 prize remaining. And at that point, just whack a bunch of energy on a Chen Pao and KO anything.
Yeah, so there it is. Yeah, double KO on both the Gimme Ghouls. They both go down. 2 more prizes taken for Owen. Only 1 prize left to win the game. Oh, and the Lightning Energy's prize. That's why he couldn't go for the Iron Hands.
That's a little bit inconvenient, frankly. So, yeah, that's why Iron Hands is not an option. We don't need it anymore.
No.
Owen needs to KO anything, and he's got Chen Pao, and Chen Pao is really good at discarding a bunch of energy and KOing anything.
Yeah. Also, to answer your question, there's 3 cross switches in hand currently.
Cool. That's nice.
But not if there's no 2 prizes to KO.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a pain. So we would have had the KO on whatever was on the bench, but obviously Owen knows this. There is a reason Owen didn't want to bench a 2-prize Pokemon. Getting the KO with Radiant Greninja was absolutely crucial here. And frankly, Owen seems to be in a very, very strong position in this game.
There is only one thing that can save Yellow now, and that is Roxanne. He needs to draw Roxanne and smack it down, and then hope Owen doesn't draw the energies to win. That is what needs to happen.
Yeah, 2 water energy will not win the game, unfortunately. Greninja doesn't really do very much. You need Chen Pao and a bunch of energy.
Oh, he goes focus up. 1, 2, 3. None of those are Roxanne.
Annoyingly, one of them's a Manaphy.
Yeah, but I think Manaphy doesn't matter at this point. You just need the Roxanne. So you got to get an energy to hand, conceal cards, and hope you hit it. That is your only out here if you're in Yellow's position.
Absolutely. I was just pointing out the irony that Manaphy gets discarded. The turn after it would have been really useful.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a bit unfortunate that he couldn't find it. So you can see Yellow agonizing over this. He needs to find that Roxanne. Wait, it didn't get milled earlier, did it?
Not that I can remember.
Let's see if it's there in the deck. I think I see it. Yeah, there it is.
So Roxanne is in the deck. We need to get that Roxanne.
We do.
Owen down to a 2-card hand, and just cross your fingers.
Yeah.
And hope.
That's the only thing you can do. So, they're also just having a quick count to see just what else is available to him. You look at superior energy retrievals in the deck and so on. So, oh no, it looks like Yellow's just going for the Irida.
This is not really where you want to be. Now, Palkia V-Star getting the evolution is fine. Annoyingly, there aren't 2 targets for a Radiant Greninja.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could end the game right now, but Bibarel's got 120 HP. You can KO the Frigibax, but there's no second target for the Greninja.
I guess in this case, your only other option, and I guess what I think Yellow is going for, cross switcher the Baxcalibur, KO it, hope they can't get another one out.
That is potentially an option. Again, we're talking about these fine margins here. None of these are the ideal play. And you're right, it's going to be KO the Baxcalibur, but even then, you're kind of just hoping Owen doesn't have an answer. And maybe this will be enough.
You play through your outs, right? So maybe Yellow thought the risk of going for the Roxanne wasn't worth it. Would rather just take this route instead and just say to Owen, if you have it, you have it. If you don't, then, well, be a regional champion.
And Palkia Star Portal gets the energy onto itself nice and easily. We're hitting 160, I believe, so that's enough damage to KO the Baxcalibur. It's actually the exact right amount of damage to KO the Baxcalibur. And then if Owen can't take a prize, Yellow can.
Yeah.
Definitely can. There's a Palkia.
Yeah, so this is what it comes down to here. Just playing the Hisuian Heavy Ball just to get out of the hand. One last check of the prizes. Going to play Superior Energy Retrieval for good measure as well, just to get the energies back. And then it's going to be concealed cards, drawing 2. No Roxanne found. Okay. I guess you could say it was the right call then.
Yeah, we see the KO on Baxcalibur, and now it's over to Owen, and it's really simple. If you can take a prize, you even it up at 1 game each. If you can't, we are going to Yellow's turn. Probably going to be a regional champion, but here is an Irida. That's not what... There... No, where's the Wreck Handy?
He drew it I was just about to say, you drew it for turn.
Oh, so we can Wreck Handy Baxcalibur. Do we have double cross switcher in hand?
Well, you don't even need it, right? You just attach a bunch of energy. Just KO the active.
Yeah, you can do, but we did no, there is a double cross switcher, so this is actually going to make things even easier. Gets Chen Pao into the active, brings up the Greninja, gives you an even easier KO. We are 1 game each, and we are going to game 3 of Dortmund Regional Finals.
It's a nail biter. You can see the crowd absolutely loving this match, and in all fairness, so weird. This is absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, this is a good one. Double cross switcher there was a fun little play. You're right, probably could have got the win without it, but just being able to get your Chen Pao into the active while bringing up the weaker Greninja just made things a little bit easier.
It did.
And look, I still think Golden Go is favored in this matchup, but we have just seen it is not that one-sided. Owen won that game, and it was a fairly convincing, this is my deck, this is what it does, this is how I win.
something else very important to bear in mind. For the first time in this series, I believe, Yella has the opportunity to go first here, and that is very, very big.
Yeah, we got 2 setup decks. Means the player who goes first gets the first evolution, and actually gets the first attack as well. Because, okay, fine, we know that the Gimmighoul keeps trying to attack without attacking. It's adorable and it's lovely. But in reality, that attack doesn't matter unless you flip multiple heads. Going first means the first evolution, it means the first meaningful attack, and it probably means the first KO. So Yella going first could be very, very big.
Yeah, it really, really could. Now, you could make an argument that maybe there is a world in which Yella decides he does want to go second. You play Irido, of course. You can't play a supporter if you go first, but you can play one going second. So if you play that, you can almost you have more outs essentially to a 2-1 battle VIP pass. So that could be a consideration, but I think you still want to go first.
Yeah, I like the going second, using Irido, getting that battle VIP pass, all well and good, but getting the first evolution, the first meaningful attack. Yeah, I think that's just it's too tantalizing.
Yeah, it is.
In this kind of matchup where both decks are really aiming for the same thing. They both want that first evolution. So one of the players has stepped away from the table just for a moment. So let's remind ourselves about Chen Pao EX.
Yeah, so Chen Pao on the right, of course, being piloted by Owen and showing its full force here in this finals with that insanely strong super cold ability from the Baxcalibur, letting you rain down as many water energies as you want onto your side of the field, and then combine that with the Chen Pao EX with that Hailblade attack, discarding all this energy on the field, doing 60 energy discarded and knocking out pretty much anything in its way.
And we've already seen that Greninja can be used for multiple prizes, although it hasn't actually had a chance to come out yet. Iron Hands can be used for multiple prizes, and maybe that's one of the differences in Game 3. Maybe in Game 3, Owen can actually use Iron Hands to go and take a free prize KO on the Palkia, and maybe that's going to end up being a little bit of a difference. Maybe we get that free prize turn with the Iron Hands, and that could be the thing that makes the difference in this matchup.
I couldn't agree more.
Because we know that Yella is going to bench the Palkia.
Yes.
It's happened every game.
We do, but now let's take a... We don't even have like a deck spotlight here. It's a card spotlight for Golden Go EX. So Make It Rain, dealing massive damage for 1 metal energy, 50 times the number of energy you discard from your hand, the extra draw power with coin bonus, and you see all the synergistic cards down there as well that you can play with it.
Excellent typing versus Chen Pao, I hear. Seems like that might be convenient in this regional final. Good news is both players are now back at the table, and we are getting ready to head into Game 3. And this is going to be an exciting one. I still think Golden Go's got the edge here, but this is clearly a matchup that can go either way. First 2 prize KO, absolutely crucial. Hand disruption in the late game. And look, we've got 1 Roxanne from Yella. We've got 1 Iono from Owen. These are cards that in the late game could make a massive difference.
Yeah, they absolutely can. And I mean, it could have made a difference in that last game, of course. We saw if Yella was able to find the Roxanne, that could have been a Game 2 win for him, but he wasn't able to find it in the end. So Owen just had all the pieces he needed. Late game disruption has always been an important thing in the Pokemon TCG in the formats where it's been around, and that's why most players opt to include at least 1 disruption option in their deck.
And we're talking combo decks here. Neither of these decks are, I get a Pokemon, I attach an energy, I go. There's lots of things. Oh no! That's 2 of the free Chen Pao prize and the Radiant Greninja.
Again! That is brutal for Owen. We saw how good Radiant Greninja was in that game, taking the KO on the 2 Gimmighouls. Now over to the Game 3 here, kicking off this last game of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Yella is going first and finds that turn 1 VIP pass.
Yeah, as predicted, want to go first, try and get set up. And now there's a couple things here. Firstly, that is the only Chen Pao in Owen's deck right now.
Not ideal.
If Yella can get an early KO, like a turn 2 KO on that Chen Pao, Owen has no Chen Pao to respond with, and that's what you generally want to respond with.
Even more not ideal. So yeah, the double Chen Pao prizing, really, really awkward. It essentially forces Owen to find the Super Rod very early to get this 1 Chen Pao back.
But the other thing is, starting with it, Owen really needs to get this out of the active turn 1. You cannot give this Chen Pao up.
Well, no, I mean... Maybe if it wasn't for the fact that he had 2 prize, maybe it would have been, somewhat okay. But, Owen has 3 VIP pass in hand. He's going to play the first one and realize, oh dear, this is like the only one I have to work with right now.
Yep, he's going to find out very quickly that is the lone Chen Pao. His other friends have abandoned him, I'm afraid, momentarily, hopefully not for the whole game, but that means that you need to protect this Chen Pao. Yes, there are plays that can be made with Greninja, potentially, but if you don't have your Chen Pao to respond on a Golden Go, that is I think less than ideal would be the polite way to say it.
Okay, this is relatively inconsequential, but I've just seen something that makes me very happy. Yella's playing a Spiritomb.
Yella is playing a Spiritomb, but both players are playing Radiant Greninja, so... sorry.
Fine, I suppose.
I'm guaranteed to have my picked card as a regional champion winner, and I don't even need to root for a particular deck. I can just enjoy the game.
Touché.
Also, both players are playing Radiant Greninja. That Spiritomb is technically in the deck in this matchup.
Fair enough. You make a very good point. But Battle VIP Pass finds 2 water Pokemon, funnily enough. So yeah, that Radiant Greninja and the Origin Form Palkia V. Yella is, he's smelling blood in the water, right? He's thinking, Owen is going to want to get it down to Frigibaxes. I want to make sure I can capitalize on that as soon as I can.
Yeah, and that Palkia is such a good attacker in the early game. And if you V-Star, it's out of range of Ampu very much, so it's not giving up that third prize. So getting it down early, evolving it early, absolutely crucial. So, yeah, we've got some cards from Greninja with concealed cards. I would love to see, honestly, 2 more Gimme Ghoul hit the bench.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a means to do that right now. We do see an Earthen Vessel, though, so maybe you can fin the deck of a couple more energies. Manaphy for good measure, just in case. Of course, Yella doesn't know that Owen has the Radiant Greninja prize, so you better say from sorry. So you can fin the card with 2 energies, and maybe go for the Pokestop, or you could just pass.
Chose not to go Pokestop. The risk was not worth it here. Yella feels they are set up enough. Now, here's the bad news for Owen. Iron Hands is an awkward attacker. You've prized 2 of your free Chien-Pao and your only Radiant Greninja. Those are the attackers in this deck. Greninja. Those are the attackers in this deck. Owen doesn't have many attackers left with these prizes.
No, that's really not great. I guess you can attack with Baxcalibur. It's not great. Was it 130 damage, I believe? Or
yeah, let's just double check. It is 130. You are correct. Problem is, then it gets return KO'd, and you kind of need it to accelerate energy.
Yeah,
so
you don't really want to give up your super cold.
But does Owen go for an aggressive Iron Hands here because it's like all you've got? Or do you try playing the game with your 1 Chien-Pao? Like, realistically, you have 5 attackers and 3 of them are prized.
Yeah, it is a little bit rough. And I mean, also...
Attackers and 3 of them are prized.
Yeah, it is a little bit rough. And I mean, also, it's so hard for you to get Lightning Energy out of the deck, right? That's the thing. Interestingly, Owen opted to grab just 1 Water Energy off of that Shivery Chill there. You think, maybe you want to fin more Water Energy out of the deck, but maybe thinking I'd rather keep them in there for now?
I mean, there's absolutely a chance that you can't attach them with Baxcalibur now, so getting 1 as your attachment for the turn might be enough. We do see a couple of Frigibax hit the bench, and this is where Owen gets the bad news. After those terrible prizes in Game 1, you've got terrible prizes in Game 3. There will not be a Game 4. We're not staying here all night. Best of 3 is enough.
Yeah, I think so as well. But we mentioned in an earlier round about determining things about what your opponent is doing based on what they don't put down. Look at what Owen hasn't put down right now. If you're Yella, you got to be looking at what Owen's board right now and thinking, hold on a second, there's something here that doesn't seem quite right.
Also, have you played free Battle VIP Pass and only gotten 4 bench Pokemon?
I guess you want to keep the last bench slot free. Maybe you think you don't really want to risk benching the Iron Hands at this point, even if it is one of your only attacking options.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But I'm building on your point. Yella's looking at that and going, what don't you have?
Yeah.
What are you missing? It turns out literally everything else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to, at the very least at this point, you have to imagine that Yella has worked out that the Radiant Greninja is prized, because that goes down 1,000% in any other situation.
Absolutely it does. Why is there no second Chien-Pao if you don't have a Radiant Greninja? These are questions Yella is asking, and honestly probably knows the answer. So Earthen Vessel's getting a couple of energy, and Chien-Pao is still in the active. It is the only Chien-Pao in the deck, and Yella needs a Golden Go and 1 more energy to guarantee the KO, and that's without looking at his hand. It might have it already.
It is very interesting, because I think one of the reasons why Yella opted not to play the Pokestop is because he was thinking, I don't want to give Owen more outs to set up himself.
Potentially.
Potentially, but he has also hindered his own setup in the process, so maybe it actually would have been worth it still to just go for it, so that you have 2 chances of spinning the wheel of a Pokestop and finding what you need, because now there's a lot of pressure on Yella to put together a meaningful attack this turn.
I like the idea of playing Pokestop, because you know Owen's going to hit a Baxcalibur off the Pokestop, so let him hit a Baxcalibur.
Yeah. Oh, I do believe that was an energy and a Gimme Ghoul off of that Radiant Greninja, so this Pokestop is going to have to put in a lot of work here.
Well, we only need a Golden Go. We need a way to get Golden Go.
So here goes Pokestop.
No.
Nest Ball.
No.
Super Rod.
No.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's no attack coming down, no meaningful attack coming down. You needed a way to get the Golden Go. You've already got the energy. The energy isn't the problem. You have sufficient energy, but you need the Golden Go.
Yeah, that's really, really rough. And especially because, I mean, you have at least another Gimme Ghoul to put down, so you're not worried about that too much, especially because you know that Owen doesn't have access to the Radiant Greninja right now.
And you got Manaphy down.
And you got Manaphy down, exactly. But at the same time, this is really not the turn one, not the turn two that you wanted to have at all.
This was a chance for Yella to start opening up a little bit of distance here. And again, Yella doesn't know the prizes. We do. KOing the only Chen Pao when Radiant Greninja is prized basically runs Owen out of attackers. It's not just going 2 prizes up. It would have been a huge KO.
It really would have done. Having said that, I just realized something. So, you remember last turn where I mentioned, Owen didn't go for the 2 energy search off of the Shivery Chill, interestingly enough. Yes. It's because he has a big barrel in hand. He doesn't want to clog up his hand with energies so that he can't draw a big barrel, because his hand is not really very workable right now otherwise.
It's a fair point, and we are going to see a Bibarel coming down here, which is going to be fun. Everybody loves those dudes, a Bidoof and Bibarel. Very popular Pokemon, well, Bidoof especially.
Yes.
And what are we going to do? We're going to be drawing some cards? We're going to attach some energy?
Well, I think Yella's still deciding what he wants to do himself. I think he's debating energy on the Manaphy, I guess for a pivot maybe, or you put it on the Gimme Ghoul. Nothing feels great, I guess, yeah, just a pass after that. What does Owen draw off the top? Oh, it's an Irida!
That's not bad.
That's amazing. That's literally exactly what you would have wanted right now.
Because you can go and get your rare candy Baxcalibur, you can attach the 2 energy with Baxcalibur, and oh look, now my hand is very thin and Bibarel will draw a bunch of cards.
That is exactly what Owen would have wanted to see. He's going to be absolutely relieved at that draw from the top of the deck. Debating over it a little bit though, maybe wondering if there's something else that should be done first. Oh, debating a manual attachment before the super cold, interestingly enough.
Doesn't really matter, honestly. Baxcalibur's a stage 2, so it means you can attach your water energy anywhere you like. Sometimes stage 1 Pokemon with these abilities are limited in terms of the type of Pokemon they can attach to, or the stage of Pokemon they can attach to. Whereas here, it's just, yeah, anywhere you like, go for it.
Yeah. Now, very important to note here, the window of opportunity for Radiant Greninja has gone now. Owen is inevitably going to evolve one of these Frigibacks into a Baxcalibur. That Bidoof on the bench, of course, has that ability that protects it from being damaged on the bench, so there is no 2-prize option for Radiant Greninja to take here.
No, unfortunately, Yella has lost that opportunity. The good news is it's not actually too late.
No, it's not.
Because Owen's getting 1 prize. And if Owen gets 1 prize, you can still take the first 2 prize KO, and that's fine.
Yeah, it really is. And now when you see the Irida rare candy for the rare candy Baxcalibur, we know there's some energies there ready to go in hand, and we know that at the very least this Radiant Greninja will be going down. And although the attack for it isn't relevant, it does hurt Yella quite a bit, because it's another consistency option gone, right? It's 2 less cards that you can draw.
Absolutely, 2 fewer cards every turn because that Greninja goes away. We've got an energy on the Bidoof just to essentially use as a pivot in the future. And yeah, right, or indeed to discard with Chen Pao. And you're actually going to need it because, again, it's awkward maths here. It's 60 damage for each energy discarded. Radiant Greninja has 130, so you will need to discard 3 energy. They can be from anywhere, but you need to discard 3 of them to get the KO.
Yeah, that's another really strong thing about Hailblade, right, is the fact that you can attach energies essentially wherever you want, because Hailblade, you can discard from the Chen Pao, you can discard from your bench Pokemon. It doesn't matter. It's just 60 times the amount of energy that you discard on the field.
And it does all come off the Chen Pao. That is the first prize taken. It is not one of the attackers.
No, that is a Frigibax from the prizes, which is really... Yeah, I mean, you got the Baxcalibur. You don't really need any more Frigibaxes at this point.
You've already got a spare Frigibax on the bench. You really don't need another one. So what you need to be getting is those Chen Pao and Radiant Greninja. So, 1 more turn. If you get a KO on the Chen Pao here, things are looking rough for Owen. But you need to get it now.
But, having said that, Yella did just draw an Ultra Ball for turn. That is about as perfect a draw as you could have asked for here.
And you got Superior Energy Retrieval. There's 3 of them in hand, and that will get you the Metal Energy to attach and free energy to discard.
And not only that, but actually, I think I'm starting to realize why Yella attached the Water Energy to this Gimme Ghoul. You can now retreat into the Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and then you can Star Portal and you have the attack ready to go.
That will also work. We've got a couple of different ways to get the KO. They will both work very nicely. And it looks like we're going to be super rodding in, shockingly, the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, and the Gimme Ghoul that was discarded earlier off the Pokestop too.
Yeah, that'll do.
And there is a Nest Ball ready to go as well, so you can get one of those back out straight away. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is exactly what Yella needs. This is, if considering how Yella's last turn wasn't ideal, this is like about as good a recovery turn as you could ask for, I think.
And you are going to get the KO on Chen Pao, which basically runs Owen out of attackers. It leaves the only actual attacker in his deck as Iron Hands, and as soon as you V-star the Palkia, you know that you are not going to be Ampu very much.
Yes, so Yella feeling pretty good about things right now. Just decided the most optimal way of going about it. Going to play down the Nest Ball, and I guess it'll be interesting to see if he goes for another Gimme Ghoul or goes for that Radiant Greninja.
I'd go Greninja.
Yeah, you want the extra card draw, right, at the end of the day.
Because that Greninja could get me extra cards, which gets me a Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah, so definitely makes more sense to go for that at this point. Oh, and also, as we already mentioned, it's annoying to KO if you leave it in the active, right, because it forces free energy discards from Owen for the Hail Blade. So, yeah, it looks like it is going to be... Oh, I mean, it is a slight debate here. He's umming and ahhing between the two, but no, yeah, you are right, Ross. It is going to be the Radiant Greninja in the end.
Again, the players don't always agree with what we say. They've got more information than us. They've played their version of the deck more than we have. The players have more information than we do. But here, I need cards, right? If I'm Yella, I need cards. I need to evolve into my Golden Goes. I need to evolve my Palkia into a V-Star. I need to keep getting my energy reliably. So having the extra card draw from Radiant Greninja is big, and it is Palkia V-Star. And this is kind of awesome because it means you don't need to worry about using a superior energy retrieval.
No, and actually to add to that exact point, we saw there was one superior energy retrieval discarded from the Ultra Ball. Now, normally you think these are quite valuable resources. You don't want to get rid of them, but in this instance, you're taking a KO with something that doesn't rely on it. And even later, when you're taking KOs on Chen Pao's with the Goldengo, you don't need that much energy to actually get the KO because, you know, you're hitting for weakness.
It makes this matchup so much nicer as a Goldengo player. Your resources are not so stretched. And numbers-wise here, we are literally perfect. 8 bench Pokemon is 160, plus the 60 base is 120, which is exactly the amount of HP that Chen Pao has.
Yeah. So I think Yella's now debating whether you want to go for an extra energy attachment. Of course, Star Pulse can attach up to 3, but in this instance, I think you want to keep the energy in the discard pile for, you know, further use later with superior energy retrieval or regular energy retrieval. So just attach the 2 to get the attack going, announce a subspace spell, and take your first 2 prizes.
It's not unlike what we see on Gardevoir. Every energy which is on a Pokemon that doesn't need it is an energy that isn't in your hand to be discarded to make it rain.
Yeah, exactly. So Yella's first 2 prizes of the game here. Back to Owen, who starts off with a Super Rod. And that's a very, very important first thing to find. You can get back that big barrel that got discarded earlier, I guess. And then you also get back that one off Chen Pao. That's absolutely vital. Oh, it has a Nest Ball too.
Yeah, and Owen needs a return KO here, and it basically has to be with Chen Pao.
Yeah.
Now, you could go for Iron Hands EX's Arm Press if you played a second Lightning Energy in your deck, which you don't. So Owen literally has to use Ampu very much, and it doesn't do enough damage. So Iron Hands will not KO Palkia in this matchup. Not the V-Star.
Yeah, and I think bearing that in mind, I don't think Owen's going to bench it because it just doesn't get you anywhere anymore. You had an opportunity, it's that the opportunity is now gone. You cannot take a free prize knockout on something, so you just disregard it for the rest of the game.
There's a very small window where the Palkia V is down, but the V-Star isn't. That is your window. It's the only time it's ever going to work. As soon as that Palkia gets V-Starred, it has to be taken down with a Chen Pao. And here, you can do it. You're just going to have to use a whole bunch of energy. Once again, the number is 5. 4 energy is 240. 5 energy is 300. You need 5 energy. Good news is, there's 5 energy on the board now.
Yep, and you've emptied your hand nicely for the barrel as well, so you can go ahead and do that Industrious Incisors to refill your hand to 5. There's quite a few decent resources there. You find an Earthen Vessel. Of course, you do play that, in spite of the Shivery Chill, you play that so you have a means of searching out your one of Lightning Energy, and just a few other resources there ready to go, but nothing that I think Owen really wants to use right now. Really just wants to take out this Palkia V-Star.
And really hope you actually draw one of those attackers. Does Owen dare use Pokestop?
I mean, he's been bitten a few times too many before, but it looks like he wants to go for it again. There's Lightning Energy, Nest Ball.
And it's always a Baxcalibur. I told you, you play the Pokestop because you know Owen's going to hit Baxcalibur. Literally every time there's been one in the deck, it's been hit off a Pokestop.
At least in this instance, it isn't too hard for him, I guess.
No, you'll survive it all right.
Yeah, but that's too funny.
And obviously that one lightning energy is gone. But like we said, it's really not a big deal. Iron Hands is not a relevant attacker right now.
No. All you care about right now is taking the KO on this Palkia with your Chien-Pao and trying to get another Chien-Pao EX off the prizes. So, Hail Blade, 5 energy discarded, taking out the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Does Owen take a Chien-Pao off the prizes? No!
How do you
take a Chien-Pao off the prizes? No!
How do you take 3 prizes with 3 attackers prize and miss all of your attackers? The 3 remaining prizes are the last 2 Chien-Pao and the Greninja, which means Owen is going to need to recover. And again, we know now that there is no Iron Hands coming out. Literally the only attacker available is that Chien-Pao that's in the active. I'm not counting back Excalibur.
Does that just seal the game for Yella? I mean, that is such awful luck on Owen's side, but because, I mean, Yella has the means to piece together the KO super easily here. There's Ultra Balls, there's superior energy retrievals. He has all the pieces he needs to take the KO on this Chien-Pao. So Owen's left with nothing.
Well, it means Owen needs to... I mean, Owen plays 2 Super Rods.
So yeah, he needs to find a second one, I guess.
Need to find the second Super Rod, get it back again. But even if Owen can string attackers, and that is a massive if right now, even if Owen can string attackers, Yella gets a KO this turn, and next turn, boom, that's game.
I'm not sure I'm ready to announce Golden Go EX as the regional championship winning deck. It's not guaranteed yet, I just want to make that abundantly clear, but this is looking like a possible eventuality, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that.
Yella got the first 2 prize KO, and it's really simple in this matchup. If you take a 2 prize KO 3 turns in a row after having taken the first one, you win the game. Owen has not been done any favors by his prizes, but right now, we got 2 Golden Go out, we've got Greninja, so even hand disruption is not going to be that good, because Yella should have 5 extra cards every turn.
Yeah, and that second Golden Go as well was found from the first one with the coin bonus, a perfect chain of draws there. There's the superior energy retrieval. You have all the energy you need to attack right there just from that. You take a metal and then 3 others of any type, doesn't really matter. You attach it, you make it rain, 300 damage after weakness, you take the knockout. What does Owen do in response?
Super Rod, Chien-Pao, 5 energy, cross your fingers, Yella doesn't have a Golden Go in return.
Yeah, I mean, we did just go, to be fair. I was being slightly facetious, or rhetorical, I guess. But yeah, Yella is in a phenomenal position right here. There it is, make it rain. No fancy shenanigans this time. Yella is well aware that he is only 2 prize cards away from becoming a regional champion, taking things very, very seriously right now, and understandably so.
I mean, the good news is Owen doesn't actually have a 2 prize Pokemon to bench right now.
That is true.
So we could, although, no, we've already used Star Portal. I'm just wondering if there could be a cheeky Greninja play to end, but there's only 1 target, and Star Portal's been used, so
yeah,
not happening.
Not on the table in this instance, but there goes the Ultra Ball, and Owen's going to find another barrel off of this, wants to give himself as many draws as possible, because he knows he needs to find the Super Rod, and he needs to find it this turn.
Even if you find a Super Rod, a single superior energy retrieval, and that could be gotten off of whatever's in hand. Remember, was it this game the Ino hit the discard pile early, or was that last game?
I think that was last game.
Might be last game.
I think it's still in deck. I mean, I'm sure we'll be corrected afterwards if not, but...
you need to try an Ino this turn.
Yeah.
But even then, you've got 2 cards, plus you draw from Golden Go, plus you draw from Radiant Greninja, plus your Pokestop, and you just need a superior energy retrieval to KO that Chien-Pao if it comes back.
Yeah. So, okay, the way that Owen's gesturing, I think to me that indicates that the Super Rod is already in hand. And yeah, there it is. Okay, so that is piece number 1. Owen needs to start off at the very least with this if he wants to get anywhere. But even so, like you mentioned, it is a very, very tough spot for Owen. Back against the wall, fighting with all his might to try and take this game back from Yella. But it's really, really going to be tricky for him.
It's going to be so difficult. I mean, even if you pull this off, even if you get your Chien-Pao back, and you get your 5 energy, and you get your pivot to get it back into the active, and you get the KO on the Golden Go, it's still literally superior energy retrieval for game.
Yeah. And if you can't disrupt your opponent's hand, it is so likely that Yella can find it. His hand is already massive. Like you already mentioned, there's 5 more draw options, 5 more cards to be drawn from the board right here. It's really, really tough.
And Pokestop will get superior energy retrieval, which is the only card you really need.
And Owen just played Irida.
Oh, that's not ideal. I know you can't hear us, Yella, but if you could just have a cheeky look at your hand so we could have a peek, that would actually be super convenient right now. We would love to know. Oh, maybe he can hear us. Yeah, superior energy retrieval's in hand. Yella's got game in hand.
Well, if Owen benches Chien-Pao, But I guess he has to, right?
I mean, if Owen doesn't bench Chen Pao, Yellow wins in the next 2 turns.
Yes,
because he just KOs 2 little things and wins a game. So that's not going to help Owen if he doesn't bench Chen Pao.
No, it's not. And I think... Oh, is it going to be... Yeah, I guess it has to be this cross-switcher onto the Radiant Greninja, just trying to buy some time by stalling. But we know that Yellow has another energy in hand and can just retreat easily. This is not really where you want to be. Okay, no. I can see what's going on here. Owen has 3 prizes left to take.
Yes.
You take a single prize knockout on this Greninja.
Yes.
You leave a 2-prizer not on the field so that you can't be KO'd back. Actually, okay, this is really clever. This is the way back for Owen, yeah.
This is awkward, but essentially what you're doing here is taking out the Greninja, going down to 2 prizes, and then next turn, you Chen Pao, and then you KO a Golden Go, and you don't give Yellow a chance to win the game.
Yeah.
But... Oh, and I like this. The thing is, it's not enough energy. You need 4 energy on the field this turn because Baxcalibur is going to get KO'd.
Yes.
Baxcalibur is going to get KO'd.
Yes.
And you need another Baxcalibur unless you can get... No, because you still need 2 energy on the Chen Pao next turn.
That's a good point. So you need to find the Rare Candy Baxcalibur next turn, not necessarily to accelerate energy to KO, but just so you can get the 2 energy for the Hailblade's attack cost.
So you literally next turn will need Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, Chen Pao, 2 energy, which of course Chen Pao will get itself with Shivery Chill.
Yeah.
But you'll still need Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, Chen Pao.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward spot there. I mean, Owen, make no mistake, this is a phenomenal heads-up play from Owen. This is exactly the closest thing he can, do here to try and make a comeback. We finally take the Chen Pao EX off the prizes as well, so he has that ready to go in hand. So...
We need Roxanne. This is a Roxanne turn.
It's exactly the same as the last game. It's Roxanne to try and disrupt. And although, yeah, sure, Owen has barrels, you still have to give it a try, right? You have to make it so that you make Owen work as hard as possible to find these outs.
And that's the thing. With 2 barrel down, Owen might actually, impossibly, have this.
Yeah, it draws the Roxanne for turn.
Draws the Roxanne for turn. But like you say, there's 2 barrel on the field, so it's not as impactful as a regular Roxanne to 2. It's good, but it's not quite the same. And it's literally Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, Chen Pao, get it in the active. That is game for Owen next turn.
Yeah, and Owen's deck is quite thin. With 2 barrels, it's not like it's impossible to miss, but you've got to favor Owen's odds here, actually.
Yeah, I don't like attacking with Baxcalibur because it forces you to go and get another one. But with 2 barrel on the field, it is actually quite possible.
It is. So down to the wire here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. One of these 2 is going to walk away as the first Dutch regional champion since 2017. Is it going to be Golden Go? Is it going to be Baxcalibur? We don't quite know yet. It all comes down to these next few turns. It's going to be Roxanne, and does Owen find the counter, does find the Chen Pao and the Rare Candy and the Baxcalibur to win?
And that's the combo. Rare Candy, Baxcalibur, Chen Pao. We do see Roxanne coming down, obviously, but Bibarel... I mean, look, Andre Scubau won Worlds in London in 2022. When asked for tips on how to win the World Championships, Andre said...
Play B-Barrel!
And right now, this seems to be pretty good advice. Owen has heeded that advice, so... We're not there yet. Now, remember, Irida is a great card. There are 4 of them in Owen's deck. Irida would get 2 of those 3 pieces by itself.
Oh, that's 2 superior energy retrieval.
Not ideal.
No, like that you don't really. That doesn't really get you where you need to be. So we do see some coin bonuses. Wait, does Yella have enough energy to take the KO? Surely he must do, right? Oh yeah, there's a superior energy retrieval. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's not... at this point, it's all down to Owen. Now, the thing about superior energy retrieval, you get up to 4 energy.
Yes.
So you can swap 3 cards for 1 with superior energy retrieval to allow you to draw more cards with Bibarel.
Yes, you can. Now, another important thing to note, Baxcalibur, of course, also weak to metal, so you actually only need to discard 2 energy here to get the KO.
Yeah.
It looks like, it's going to be a wheel spin or poke stop.
Nothing.
Nothing, but I mean, I don't think it matters too much at this point, let's be honest.
Nah, bit of thinning. Yella's got the game next turn.
Yes.
But Owen did it beautifully. Not only did he manage to end his turn without benching Chen Pao, but he did it while taking a prize to put him down to 2. Now, he's already put himself in an awkward situation where he has to have the exact combo, and he has to have it this turn. But he's got double Bibarel.
So what did you draw for turn?
I think it was a cross switcher. I could be wrong.
Okay, that makes it very awkward. It's a lot of unplayable cards. I mean, I guess you can play the Superior Energy Retrieval, but then you get one and attach it manually and then barrel for 5?
I mean, that's not terrible.
No, I guess not. Yeah.
Basically, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Freya.
Yeah, very important with Superior Energy Retrieval. You don't have to get back 4, like I think we already discussed. You can get back, it's up to 4, so as long as you get back at least 1, that you can actually do that. Barrel number 1.
Oh, there's an Ultra Ball and an Iron Hands. So Ultra Ball will get the Chen Pao or the Baxcalibur. Doesn't really matter which. Now, we Ultra Ball here, we grab presumably Chen Pao, just because then you can bench it, it's 1 fewer card in hand.
And then it's going to be second barrel, Industrious Incisors. Can you find Rare Candy Baxcalibur? That's the game. That is all this comes down to.
Are there enough water energy in deck?
I didn't quite catch a glimpse,
there needs to be 2 water energy in deck to bring them out with Shivery Cold.
Yes, otherwise you also need to... I mean, there is a Superior Energy Retrieval in hand as well, so I guess that would also work. Because, I think you can't actually play either of them anyway. So, yeah, it's 3 cards drawn to find the combo. He finds the Irida!
Now, the Irida is going to do it very nicely. Irida should... Was that Rare Candy as well?
Yeah, it was.
So Irida for Baxcalibur.
Okay, I think he's just being careful. I think he's got it, but he's just being careful about it. So yeah, Irida's going to find the Baxcalibur. He has the Rare Candy in hand.
Rare Candy. No, Rare Candy's already in hand. So let's make sure. Come on. You got this. Yes. Retreat.
You don't want to mess this up, right? There's a regional finals on the line. You want to make sure that you do everything properly. So yeah, retreat into the Chen Pao.
So that you've got the lower retreat cost. There is the Baxcalibur. There is the Superior Energy Retrieval. Gets the energy. You attach them to the Chen Pao. And anywhere, as long as 2 go on the Chen Pao, KO Golden Go. And Owen Kammerman is your Dortmund Regional Champion.
Huge congratulations to Owen Kammerman for taking the crown with Chen Pao, and you can see both players in very good spirits after that. What a phenomenal finals!
That was such a good finals. It really, really looked like Owen was out of it then. There was that turn where you couldn't bench Chen Pao, but if you don't bench Chen Pao, well, your opponent's just going to take 2 KOs. You're like, what if I give up my only Baxcalibur just to take a single prize and set myself up with a ridiculous combo the following turn? I've got 2 Bibarel, and there are a lot of games where you do that and you don't hit the combo, and then Yellow just wins the following turn. But you did hit the combo. That makes you a regional champion.
How many times do you say it? Every time your back is against the wall, you have to play to your out. This is how you differentiate the good players from the great players. And Owen, with that final, cements himself as one of the greats.
And just to be clear, the whole attacking with Baxcalibur, not putting Chen Pao down, I'm sure I'll get the combo next turn. That was not plan A. That is not what you really want to be doing here. But it works perfectly here, and it's double Bibarel. That was the defining factor. If you didn't have the Bibarel down, you get Roxanne to 2. That's not what's happening.
No, exactly. And again, and it was mentioned, Andre Screwball gave that advice: play B-Barrel. That's what won on Owen that finals.
Yeah, drawing all of those cards, that was the deciding factor. And it's also little things like not playing the Superior Energy Retrieval too early, even though that meant fewer draws with Bibarel, because you needed it so that if you got the Chen Pao and the Baxcalibur, you actually had enough energy to attach to win the game, because I don't think there was enough water energy actually in the deck at that point.
No, I don't think there was. Yeah, it definitely looked like there was a little bit of a shortage, so you have to preserve at least one of those Superior Energy Retrievals to get there, and that's exactly what Owen did. And he now is the Dortmund Regional Champion because of it.
Yeah, clumped up your hand, but not quite enough. You still managed to get everything you needed to, and that was fantastic. So now that we have a champion, we can look at the final completed bracket for the Dortmund Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships with Owen Kammerman as your champion.
Yeah, and again, huge commiserations to Jelle van Kampen, taking it all the way to the finals with a deck that no one expected. Maybe, falling at the final hurdle, maybe, but he has nothing to be ashamed of. He is a regionals finalist with Goldengo, and that is a phenomenal accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, and it's always funny when you have a final like this. The players haven't tested these matchups.
No, of course not.
When you're playing Goldengo, you're going to be testing against your Charizard, your Gardevoir, your Lost Box, decks like that. And similarly, if you're playing Chen Pao, you test against the same decks. You are not spending much of your precious testing time testing your Goldengo deck against Chen Pao or your Chen Pao deck against Goldengo. That makes for a much more interesting final.
Yeah, and like we said at the beginning of this finals, no one could have predicted that this would have been the finals. If we, even if I said in our cast predictions had said, oh yeah, Goldengo's going to make the finals, right? It's going to be a Goldengo meta. People would have laughed us out the room. And yet here we are, literally having casted a finals that was exactly that, Goldengo versus Chen Pao. Absolutely unbelievable.
It really was an unbelievable final. It was a very good final. We got all 3 games. We got back and forth. We've got this player looks down and out. Oh no, wait, they've pulled off this ridiculous play, and now they are a regional champion. And Yella was so close. And look, I saw how close the top 4 game was, and that just went Yella's way. This game, it just went the other way. So let's take a look at the final standings for the Dortmund Regional Championships.
So there it is, from 1st to 8th there. Owen Kammerman, your regional champion with Chen Pao. Goldengo coming in second, being piloted by Jelle van Kampen, and going down with Benjamin Pham, we saw earlier, who was not playing Chen Pao, was playing Losso Giratina V-Star. But yeah, Gardevoirs all falling in top 8. I'm still astounded by that.
3 Gardevoir made it into top 8. 0 Gardevoir made it into top 4. Gardevoir, I mean, look, I've been touting it as a deck which is good for making day 2, but not converting into wins. I do still think Gardevoir has turned a corner.
Yeah, very much so.
Between the win in Knoxville and the 3 top 8s this weekend, I think Gardevoir has turned a corner from good day 2 deck to legitimate regional contender. But apparently, it can stand up to Chen Pao. And I'm not saying we knew what was going to win the regional, but, you know, I'm going to let you decide whether it's a coincidence or not.
I've got to say, I think I felt a bit of a shivery chill on the way to the venue. Stealing that one from Shay, obviously.
But, you know, we are appropriately decked out for a Chen Pao victory with all of our snowy scape behind us. Although, good news, no snow in Dortmund this weekend.
No, gonna say it would have been perfect in Stuttgart, right, with all the snow. But there it is, your graphic for your regional finalists here. So Jelle van Kampen coming in second with Goldengo, and our champion Owen Kammerman piloting Chen Pao Baxcalibur to. Is this his first regionals win? I think it is, right? Or
I believe so.
Yeah,
I could
don't quote me on that. Yeah.
Well, remember, we've not had a Dutch regional champion since Bert Walters in 2017, so I can tell you it's definitely been that long. But Owen Kammerman finally taking it down. And look, when I chatted to Owen earlier, he told us, my brother is #1 in Europe. I want to finish higher on the leaderboard than my brother. You get a lot of championship points for winning a regional championship.
Yeah, you sure do. Now, let's have one last look at the deck breakdown for just to kind of see how we got to where we are now. Starting with day 1, of course, we saw, Charizard taking up the biggest share of the metagame. That was, of course, my prediction as well. Followed up with some of the usual suspects, I guess you could say, with like Loss of Giratina and Roaring Moon and so on.
Yeah, and none of those decks made the final. Only one of those decks made top 4. Now, Goldengo was a whopping 3% of the meta, and Chen Pao was a whopping 4% of the meta. And yet, that's what we got in the final.
Which just goes to show, just because a deck isn't being piloted in huge numbers, doesn't mean it can't beat the odds and make it all the way to the finals or even win.
Yeah, unless apparently it's Snorlax or Iron Valiant, which did not, unfortunately, make waves in top 8. Let's take a look at the day 2 decks and see how we converted. Again, it's a lot more of the same. Roaring Moon takes that big jump up. Charizard plummets down.
I'm still shocked by that, honestly, even not just from a biased prediction perspective, but just how much it fell off. I don't think we've seen that yet at our regionals.
Charizard has been the most played deck. Tournament after tournament, played deck. Tournament after tournament, but we generally see Charizard repping in top 8. This tournament, Charizard, huge play, bad conversion rate into day 2, and just none in top 8.
No, and then going to the rest of day 2, we have a few unclassifieds there, as we can see. I think, is Goldengo included in that? I'm actually not sure. Or is
it's under unclassified.
So, yeah, there you go. And Miraidon, I know your personal favorite, also, not faring that well. We had and look at that, to Chen Pao, 3. There were 3 total in day 2, and one of them ended up taking the whole event.
I mean, Miraidon had twice as many decks as Chen Pao, so come on.
Yeah.
It wrecked in day 2.
I guess so. But
we had one on the bubble for top 8.
But did it actually make top 8?
It did not.
No. Here's what did. So, as we can see there, 3 Gardevoirs all falling in top 8. Mew VMAX, we did talk about, could this be back-to-back wins for Mew? Not to be the case. In fact, I think we have the exact split. The top 4 decks were all the ones that lost, and the bottom 4 were the ones that made it to top 4.
Yeah, and then, of course, we get that weird final with Goldengo and Chen Pao. The final people just did not see coming. These were, like, everyone knew about these decks. Yeah, we just saw on the breakdown. These decks were represented, but no, we did not expect to see them in the final. But look, we've got a winner. You know what we haven't done yet?
What haven't we done yet?
We haven't given them a medal. We haven't had a ceremony. That is frankly rude, but we can fix it. Let's have a winner's ceremony.
Well, well, well. I hope everyone watching that final enjoyed that as much as everyone in this venue. Over 1,300 players descended onto Dortmund to play in a fantastic regional, and 2 players after 15 rounds of Swiss, top 8, a top 4, made it an all-Dutch final. But first, a quick round of applause for everyone who attended the tournament, the staff, the judges, the production, for a fantastically run tournament. But now it's time to crown our finalists and first runner-up. Jelle van Kampen, our golden boy piloting Golden Go. Thank you very much once again. And one more round of applause for our runner-up, Jelle van Kampen.
Make it rain.
And now, our other finalists, and our now crowned Dortmund Regional Champion, Owen Kammerman, piloting Chempao EX. Congratulations. Owen, just one quick word. You're now Dortmund Regional Champion after an intense battle. How does it feel?
It's crazy. I feel good. I don't know what to say. I don't know the words. Nothing describes this. I didn't expect this at all.
Lost for words, but you know, we've seen you throughout this tournament put on an incredible show. Just one more congratulations, one more fantastic round of applause for our champion, Owen Kammerman, everybody. And now, with that, we've crowned our champion. We've ended this fantastic weekend here in Dortmund. One final last messages from us. We'll catch you right on the couch with my other co-casters. We'll see you in a very quick second. Hi everybody, I'm back now. Just quickly rushing over after crowning our regional champion. Back with my fellow co-casters. I'm Alex Dowd, and here's Ross Gilbert, Shea Burton, and of course Freya on the end there. What a show, guys! What a weekend. Yep. We've just crowned another regional champion, Freya.
Yeah, our first Dutch regional champion since 2017 in Bert Walters, and what a final that was. I mean, Ross and I were loving every single second of that. A phenomenal series all around, and yeah, Owen now, a regional champion, a regional champion at last. He's been climbing for this for so long. You just can't help but be proud.
Yeah, it's incredible just to see, Owen come to Trups with that Chempao EX deck. He's going to get added straight to that EU circuit regional champion. There he is in the bottom left, our Dortmund regional champion. It's fantastic to see 3 more to be crowned here, but we know all of those tournaments already: Utrecht, Stockholm and Bologna. what's in the schedule. Ross, can you give us a quick rundown of what's coming up for us for the rest of the season?
Oh, there are some very fun tournaments coming for the rest of the season. Utrecht, I believe, is going to be our next one next month. We've just crowned a Dutch regional champion. Maybe we go and celebrate. And I've been to the Netherlands 4 times in the past 8 months. I love the Netherlands. That's going to be a fun one. We've got EUIC in London, which is a train ride away with no flights. Always a fun time. Stockholm, I have made no secret of the fact that it's amazing. We're going to Bologna for the first time. Well, I would like to go to Honolulu as well, Alex.
Yeah, I think a lot of us would love to go to Honolulu. I mean, that is our world's location, and that's exactly the reason why all of these players are vying for those championship points, for the regional victory, and it's just incredible to see all of these players really go to Trumps for that and really push for that invite. I mean, multiple different ways to get that invite, isn't there, Shay?
Yeah, you know, we do have some more regionals coming up. Obviously, got Utrecht coming up next. So if you fancy getting your invite like Owen did, why don't you just go to turn up to Utrecht, get that win, and find yourself in Hawaii as well.
I mean, it might be a bit tough to be fair. Owen is Dutch. You're going to home turf, as it were.
True.
Exactly, a home crowning there for Owen. So many Dutch players have actually made it to the top 8. I believe there was, what, 3 or 4?
Maybe 4 in top 8 and 3 in top 4.
Wow, actually incredible. I mean, the final, an all-Dutch final, is fantastic to see. I mean, commiserations to Yellow. I mean, we were all kind of rooting for Golden Go to really kind of come up trumps, but just fell a little bit short, didn't they, Freya?
Yeah, just a little bit short, unfortunately. But it was still a phenomenal series, no matter what. I mean, even Golden Go to make the finals, right? That in and of itself is a huge accomplishment. No one can really take that away from you, and Yella's going to be so proud of himself, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. And alongside Utrecht as well, we do have the other regionals over across the pond as well, Shay. What's coming up in the NA circuit?
We got Vancouver coming up next over there. Now, I'm really excited to see how this metagame is going to pan out, because I don't think anyone really expected Chen Pao and Golden Go to make the final. So will these decks be more represented moving forward, or will they even get counted? I'm not sure. So you're going to have to watch the Vancouver stream and then the Utrecht stream as well to get the answers to them questions.
Yeah, incredible. You know, so many important, fantastic tournaments coming up, as already highlighted by everyone here. We've had Utrecht coming up on the EU circuit, just shown below there, and of course what Shay's just highlighted on our quick overview scan of the fantastic city of Vancouver. Now, I think we've had a fantastic weekend, haven't we all?
Yeah,
but,
100%.
you know, it's time to make sure that we are, the rest of you guys who have been watching alongside us, are making sure to keep following on all of the different socials, just at the bottom there, following on X, following on YouTube, following on Facebook, follow on Instagram. That's where you're going to get the most up-to-date news as soon as possible. And do not forget, of course, if you want to watch back on anything that's happened this weekend and the previous tournaments, make sure to follow the channels here on YouTube or on Twitch as well. As Ross had mentioned, it's not just #Pokemon, or sorry, /Pokemon, it's Pokemon TCG. But I think that's it from all of us.
There's one important thing I wanted to mention. So exactly to that point of listening to you guys when you give us feedback at home, I had so many people asking me, like, Freya, like, what's up with Waylord down there? That just feels like they're so lonely. So here, by popular request, I brought Waylord out so that they aren't so lonely. Here they are. They are freed from the underneath, I guess, just for this one time. I had so many people asking me. It's been bizarre.
Thank you very much, Freya, for freeing Waylord there.
Yes, me to free the Waylord. I think I don't care.
Okay, so you guys have your friends have different priorities, I guess.
All right. Enough of that bickering. We can take this offline. Thank you very much for sticking with us throughout this whole weekend. It's been fantastic. Like I said, it's Alex, Ross, Shay, and Freya here. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you soon.